One day, the world suddenly came to an end. A pandemic, war, economic decline, and food shortages had signaled impending doom. However, it wasn't humanity that delivered the final blow. It was the arrival of monsters, game-like entities that shattered civilization. What followed was predictable. Just like in novels, metahumans, individuals with supernatural abilities, emerged and system windows began appearing before people's eyes. But there was a stark difference between fiction and reality. The supernatural beings weren't powerful enough to stop the apocalypse. 3 days later, in the ruins of a once thriving city, an apartment building stood amidst the debris. Inside, a lone man sat in his unit, calmly munching on a bag of chips and chugging a cold drink. He remarked to himself that the world hadn't completely ended. After all, he was still alive and living normally, or at least as normally as possible under the circumstances. He was the sole occupant of the 100-square-meter apartment. His parents and grandparents were outside, lost in the chaos. This apartment had been purchased with a total of 400 million won, half from a bank loan and the other half from his family's savings. The only reason he was here, despite not being wealthy, was due to a tax benefit that required someone to live in the property for 2 years. That obligation had now turned into isolation following the apocalypse. Checking his phone, his expression darkened. The screen displayed a poor connection message, confirming he was completely cut off. He sighed, unable to contact anyone, when suddenly, movement outside caught his eye. A massive bird-like monster was heading straight for his apartment. Panic surged through him. As the creature opened its beak, ready to strike, he instinctively shielded himself, eyes shut in terror. The moment stretched, but nothing happened. When he opened his eyes, a glowing system notification hovered before him. A subject who hasn't been permitted entry is trying to enter. Another message followed. Ultimate shut-in house declaration, passive. Level 1. No one can enter the house without the ruler's permission. Relief washed over him. He had survived, thanks to this mysterious ability. He got up, muttering that his survival so far had been entirely due to his strange power. However, as he approached the door, frustration set in. He tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Kicking and shoving made no difference. The door stood resolute. 3 days passed, and while he was grateful for his protection, reality hit hard. He was completely trapped. Sitting in despair, another system notification appeared. The ultimate shut-in cannot leave the house. Scoffing, he sneered at the absurdity. Ultimate shut-in? What kind of ability was this? Rubbing his head, he lamented his helplessness. The real problem was food. His fridge had lost power the previous day, and he had been rationing the last of his side dishes. Now, only a few packs of ramen remained. Before he could dwell further, another notification startled him. You have hunted a calican, level 23. You have obtained a great amount of experience points. Your skill level has increased. He stared at the message in shock. Looking out the window, he saw the monster that had tried to invade his home, now lying dead on the ground. A group of goblins had gathered around it, celebrating wildly. Did he hunt the creature just because it crashed into his house? Before he could process the thought, another notification appeared. You have obtained a new skill. A loot nearby has met the requirements. Calculating the loot. His surprise deepened as he read further. Loot calculation is now complete. 2,003,241 won has been deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in. Staring at the message, he struggled to understand. Money? From nowhere? Before he could even think, he noticed something else. The electricity was back. Another notification explained. Ultimate shut-in house declaration. Passive. Level 3. No one can enter the house without the ruler's permission. Dignity preservation. Passive. Level 1. In order to preserve your dignity, half of your house's functions will be restored. His eyes widened in realization. The money in his wallet had triggered the house's partial restoration. Excitement surged through him. Rushing to his fridge, he confirmed it was running again. Turning on the faucet, water flowed freely. Checking his induction stove, he found it working as if the world hadn't ended. Joy turned to greed as he reached for his phone, wondering if the connection had been restored. However, the screen still displayed the same poor connection message. Frustrated, he scratched his head, cursing the one thing that refused to work. Then, something caught his eye. A USB drive lay on the table. Moving quickly, he plugged it into his computer. Photos began appearing on the screen. His childhood, his parents, his family. A picture of his mother cradling him as a newborn. Another of her holding his tiny hand as he walked to school. A snapshot of his father and mother standing proudly beside him. His most recent birthday where they had all been together. His chest tightened. Determination burned in his eyes. He had to bring his family here, no matter what. Rising from his seat, he walked toward the balcony, reaffirming his resolve. At that moment, a final notification popped up. Store level 1. You can buy items listed in the store at original prices. Blinking, he saw another prompt. You have 2,001,001 in your wallet. Would you like to list your first item? Staring at the message, he could only wonder. Just what kind of power had he awakened? The system notification appeared before the main character, informing him that store level 1 had been unlocked. He could now purchase listed items at their original prices. Curious, he placed a hand on his chin, wondering what this store was. Without hesitation, he clicked on the system notifications store icon. Immediately, the system displayed his wallet, showing an astronomical balance of 2,002,003,241. A prompt appeared, instructing him to list his first item with the option clearly presented. He walked over to his balcony window and attempted to leave the room. However, a chime from the system interrupted him, coldly stating that the ultimate shut-in could not leave the house. He sighed, realizing that, as expected, his skill level had increased slightly, yet he remained trapped. One thing was certain: hunting monsters would raise his level, granting him new skills. With each level up, he stood a chance of acquiring an ability that might allow him to escape. But the real question lingered. How could he kill monsters while being confined indoors? Recalling the previous incident where a monster had charged at his house and died upon impact, he acknowledged that such luck wouldn't strike twice. However, an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could target goblins. Without delay, he moved to his fridge, retrieved a water bottle, and without aiming, hurled it outside. The bottle soared swiftly through the air. As he had suspected, it worked. Items could be thrown out of the house. Encouraged, he decided to test something heavier. He reached for a dumbbell but grew frustrated. Meanwhile, outside, the goblins had finished eating the remains of a monster and were preparing to leave. Cursing under his breath, he realized this was his only chance. Raising his right arm, he propelled a dumbbell with all his strength. The weight hurtled toward the goblins but missed, striking a bird monster's corpse instead. The goblins immediately turned, now on high alert. Seeing their reaction, he knew he was in trouble. Glancing around his room, he realized he had only one dumbbell left. Folding his hands, he contemplated his next move. He lacked any objects heavy enough to eliminate the goblins and wasn't strong enough to throw large appliances like TVs or computers. Suddenly, a loud guttural noise echoed. The goblins, furious, glared at his building. Their leader barked an unintelligible command, pointing in his direction menacingly. His heart pounded as fear gripped him. His body reacted before his mind did. He had wet himself. The goblins roared in unison, charging toward the building. But then, a realization dawned on him. This situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. At this distance, he still had a chance. Acting quickly, he opened the store window in the system. His balance remained untouched, and the list item option was still available. Without hesitation, he selected the dumbbell for listing. The system promptly scanned the object, confirming its status as a classic non-slip 3-kilogram dumbbell, priced at $16,991, the exact amount he had originally paid for it online. Seeing this, he deduced that the system's market prices mirrored those from before the world had ended. Then, an idea struck him. He could buy the dumbbell back. Selecting the purchase option, he confirmed his choice. Instantly, light shimmered, and two identical dumbbells materialized before him. A triumphant grin spread across his face. It had worked exactly as he had hoped. Without wasting time, he hurled one of the dumbbells out of the window. It plummeted and struck a goblin square on the head. Blood splattered upon impact. A system notification appeared, confirming that he had slain a level 7 goblin, earning experience points and a deposit of 3,345 into his shut-in wallet. Clenching his fist, he savored the victory. But the second dumbbell missed its mark. The goblins dodged, and he cursed in frustration. Thinking quickly, he purchased 3 more dumbbells. As they materialized, he grabbed them all, launching each one at the remaining goblins. Another goblin fell, and the system rewarded him with more experience points and currency. Then, another notification appeared. His skill level had increased. He had acquired a new skill. Storage level 1, an alternate dimension for storing items. Excitement surged through him. He ordered the system to open storage. Picking up a dumbbell, he confirmed its placement within the alternate dimension. The system acknowledged the action, presenting an option to summon items. He tested it, and in a flash of light, the dumbbell reappeared in his grasp. Realization dawned on him. He could summon items at will. A sinister smirk curled on his lips. With a single command, the storage interface opened once more. Concentrating, he summoned an overwhelming number of dumbbells, each glowing with ethereal energy. The objects materialized above the goblins before plummeting like meteors. A massive crash echoed through the streets as the weight of his attack crushed every last goblin beneath a relentless storm of dumbbells. The system chimed, confirming the extermination of all targets. The system window displayed a message. 54,661 won had been deposited into the ultimate shut-in wallet. Another system notification appeared, asking if the main character would like to list additional items, accompanied by a list item icon. His eyes sparkled with joy. Overwhelmed with happiness, he confirmed, yes, he had listed 10 items when the shop first opened. Various items were displayed in the store: a dumbbell, ramen, water, rice, eggs, milk, seaweed, canola oil, and a half-used bottle of tomato ketchup. Each item had its designated price beside it. He proudly stated, "I sold the dumbbell I used to defeat the goblins, along with various groceries and daily necessities." Suddenly, he noticed something odd in his ultimate shut-in wallet. He had lost one. Confused, he questioned whether the dignity preservation function required money to maintain. Then, realization struck. Electricity, gas, and water bills? His eyes darted toward the fridge. "This is troublesome," he muttered. Frustration built up as he cursed, "Damn those goblin bastards!" After he had eliminated them with dumbbells, they abandoned their home. Since then, he had only managed to kill 2 more. He gritted his teeth, finding prey was getting harder. He scanned the surroundings from his window. The corpse of the monster Killian had almost entirely disappeared, leaving only the head. "There isn't a single creature here," he sighed. He needed another way to hunt. Gazing at the sky, he wished for a dumb calican to fly by. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his eyes widened. Another calican appeared. Excited, he bolted inside. "The gods haven't abandoned me yet," he declared. Rushing to set up a trap, he tied a hand mirror to a drying rack, placing it on the balcony to reflect sunlight. The light caught the calican's attention, luring it in. The bird monster lunged toward him, but the ultimate shut-in system kept it at bay. It flapped furiously, trying to break through the invisible barrier. Watching its futile attempts, he smirked. "It's a done deal. I'll definitely level up if I kill this thing." Suddenly, the calican flapped its wings with immense force, generating a gust of wind. Shielding himself, he closed his eyes. When he opened one cautiously, the bird had vanished. His heart pounded. Then, he spotted it, perched just above his flat, ready to strike. Sweat trickled down his temple as the calican pecked at the blue shield protecting his apartment. System notifications flooded the screen. An unauthorized entity was attempting to enter. Panic set in. Is that thing really about to break through? He had to act fast. Opening the system store, he reviewed his listed items. The loot calculation only worked if the corpse remained nearby. He recalled how some goblins had taken fallen allies away, preventing loot registration. His eyes flickered toward an item in the store. Canola oil. His mind raced. Could this work? Without hesitation, he purchased 10 bottles. Instantly, they materialized before him. Grabbing them, he rushed to the kitchen, poured the oil into a pot, and set it to heat. He wrapped a stick with paper, secured it with tape, and dipped it into the hot oil. Then, an idea struck. He listed the boiling oil in the store. A system notification confirmed. Boiling hot canola oil has been listed. Lighting the makeshift torch, he approached the balcony. The calican still loomed above. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the boiling oil directly above the monster. A cascade of scalding liquid drenched the bird. It screeched in agony. Without wasting a second, he thrust the burning torch at it. Flames erupted. The calican writhed, plummeting to the ground. Watching from above, he grimaced at its agonizing cries. Moments later, its body stilled. A system notification appeared. You have successfully defeated a level 27 calican. Massive XP gained. New skill acquired. Loot calculation in progress. Then, 9,003,047,487 won deposited into his wallet. His jaw dropped. That's almost 10 million won. Before he could process his windfall, another system notification appeared. Requirements met. House territory expansion has begun. His apartment trembled. Panic set in. His eyes turned black. Something strange was happening. A dome-like aura expanded from his apartment to the hallway. Then, he saw them. People. His blackened eyes focused that, they're my neighbors. The main character, in a state of panic, raised his hand towards his eyes and questioned what was happening to him. He suddenly found himself able to see people, his neighbors. However, just as quickly as the change had occurred, his eyes returned to normal from their previous blackened state. Confused, he growled, recalling that he had just seen his neighbors from his apartment. The narrative then introduced the neighbors, a family of 4. The father, Choi Hyung-jun, his wife, Park Hyun, and their 2 daughters, 6-year-old Choi Naeun and 3-year-old Choi Seoyeon. A system notification window appeared before the main character, informing him that he had discovered beings who met the requirements to be taken in as citizens. The system prompted him, asking if he would like to grant them citizenship. As he studied his own feat, he questioned the system about what would happen if he chose not to grant them citizenship. The system promptly replied that beings without citizenship would be expelled from the house. It then asked once more if he was certain about refusing them citizenship. The main character took a moment to contemplate. He realized that if he did not grant them citizenship, they would be left vulnerable to the threats outside, particularly the monsters. After careful consideration, he instructed the system to grant citizenship to all 4 members of the family. The system confirmed that Choi Hyung-jun, Park Hyun, Choi Naeun, and Choi Seoyeon had been given citizenship. As he observed the system window, he speculated that he might have unlocked additional skills related to citizenship. Deciding to investigate further, he checked his abilities. He discovered that he had gained a new skill, Ultimate Eyes. The skill description indicated that nothing within the house could escape his sight. Curious, he inquired if he had any abilities related to his citizens. The system displayed another skill, Ruler's Declaration, a passive skill at level 6, which ensured that no one could enter the house without the ruler's permission. Within the same tab, he noticed an option labeled Citizenship Management. Selecting it, he saw all 4 family members listed along with their trust levels towards him. The current population stood at 4 out of a possible 600 people. He was shocked to learn that he could grant citizenship to up to 600 individuals. Opening the profile of Choi Hyung-jun, he observed that the man was at level 9, with a trust level of 24 towards him. Choi Hyung-jun had no awakened ability, and both his experience point distribution rate and money distribution rate were set at 0%. Additionally, the system allowed him to assign quests and even expel citizens. Staggering at this revelation, he pondered the meaning behind the experience point and money distribution rates. He deduced that it referred to the amount of experience and money he could share with his citizens. Grinning, he questioned whether this was how he was meant to become stronger. Curious about the quest function, he selected the option to assign a quest to Choi Hyung-jun. A system window appeared, displaying 4 parameters: quest description, time limit, reward, and penalty for failure. He was astonished to find that he could manually input the quest details. Deciding to experiment, he created a simple quest, Hunt a Goblin. The time limit was set to 168 hours, with a small amount of experience as a reward and no penalty for failure. The system prompted him to confirm whether he wanted to issue the quest. However, an idea struck him. He wondered how far he could push the penalty for failure. He instructed the system to change the penalty from none to death. The system made the change accordingly, and then asked again if he would like to issue the quest. At that moment, he hesitated. Ultimately, he chose not to issue the quest, and the system confirmed that it had been cancelled. Sitting down on the floor, he contemplated the implications of this power. If he desired, he could kill his citizens at any time. He realized that he could create an impossible task and set the penalty as death, meaning he held the power over their lives. This realization made him grow serious. Reflecting on his newfound abilities, he activated his Ultimate Eyes skill, causing his eyes to turn black. He observed the family of 4 sitting around a table, their heads lowered in despair. The wife, Park Hyun, looked at her husband, Choi Hyung-jun, and asked what they should do next. Choi Hyung-jun, deeply troubled, placed his hand on his head and stated that he had no choice but to leave the house to find water. He instructed his wife to stay with the children and wait for his return. She protested, saying it was too dangerous. He acknowledged the risk but insisted they had no other option. She then questioned whether any place would still have water. Choi Hyung-jun, looking down, mentioned that he planned to check a nearby convenience store, reasoning that a store of its size might still have supplies. At that moment, their daughter, Nayeon, voiced her thirst. Park Hyun tried to console her, while Choi Hyung-jun, steeling himself, placed his hand over his wife's and reassured her. He asked if she trusted him, promising to return with something. Though unwilling to let him go, she knew she had no choice. Meanwhile, the main character deactivated his Ultimate Eyes and realized that the family's situation was far worse than he had initially thought. They had no water. He accessed the system store and examined his item list, wishing there was a way to store more supplies. He then opened his skill window and observed 3 skills under Ultimate Shut-In: Store, Dignity Preservation, and Storage. Each required 3 points to level up. Excited, he clenched his fists as the system asked if he would like to upgrade the Ultimate Shut-In Storage skill. He agreed, and a bright blue light shimmered from the system window. The store was now at level 2, increasing the number of items that could be listed by 20 and applying a 10% discount on all items. Contemplating further, he decided to invest his remaining 2 points into Store and Dignity Preservation. With Store now at level 3, he gained the ability to restore old items to their original condition. Pleased with this function, he felt that increasing the store's level had been worthwhile. Opening the store again, the system displayed that items could now be purchased at their original price. Without hesitation, he bought water and Jeju tangerines. Determined, he resolved to enhance his other skills as well. The system prompted him about upgrading the Dignity Preservation skill, and he agreed. He realized that by providing electricity and water to his neighbors, he could request many things in return. The system notified him that Dignity Preservation was now at level 2, unlocking the ability to register vassals. Perplexed, he asked aloud what a vassal was. Meanwhile, Choi Hyung-jun prepared to leave the house in search of food and water. His wife clung to their 2 daughters, her eyes filled with worry. He reassured her that he would return soon and asked them to protect the house in his absence. His daughter, Nayeon, tearfully questioned if he was truly going outside, fearing the monsters. A flashback revealed a past moment when the two sisters had been playing before a horde of goblins appeared, forcing them and their parents to flee. As their mother consoled them, Choi Hyung-jun thought to himself that this could very well be the last time he saw his family. However, before he could leave, someone knocked on the apartment door. The family tensed. Choi Hyung-jun, gripping a golf stick, prepared to defend them. A voice called out, asking for the door to be opened. Silence followed, and then the voice repeated its plea. Choi Hyung-jun hesitated, wondering if it was a human or a monster. The door opened, and light flooded into the dim room. Shielding his family, he shouted for the intruder not to harm them. But the voice that responded was calm. "Excuse me?" Turning slightly, with suspicion, he asked for the stranger's identity. The main character finally introduced himself. "I am Kim Jae-hyun. I live next door." He continued speaking, mentioning that he had brought some water and tangerines, and asked if they could talk for a little while after they had eaten and drunk. Choi Hyung-jun looked at him in surprise. Overwhelmed, he stood up upon seeing his family. Turning towards the main character, he bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude for the water and food. He stated that he had no reason to refuse such kindness, and considered the possibility that this person might be able to help them. Leading the way into his house, Choi Hyung-jun invited the main character inside. Inside, the two sisters observed the main character with suspicion, causing him to feel uneasy. He wondered if he had shocked them too much. Noticing the blackout curtains in the room, he thought to himself that it was a wise decision by the family, as it significantly reduced the chances of being attacked by monsters. Taking a slice of tangerine, he placed it in his mouth while contemplating. As he glanced towards the dark room, he decided that they needed some light. Issuing a simple order, a blue light appeared in his pupil, illuminating the previously dark room. Choi Hyung-jun, shocked, exclaimed that the lights had returned. The main character instructed Choi Hyung-jun to first give his children some water. Choi Hyung-jun accepted the water bottle with gratitude, thanking him. Calling out to his daughters, Nayeon and Seoyeon, he handed them each a bottle of water. As the sisters drank, they suddenly choked. Their mother, Park Hee-won, immediately turned to one of them and asked if she was all right. Observing the daughters, the main character suddenly asked them if they liked tangerines. Offering one to the younger sister, she accepted it and thanked him. Park Hee-won told her daughter, Seoyeon, to wait as she would peel it for her. Park Hee-won fed a slice directly into her mouth. The moment she tasted it, her eyes glittered with happiness as she savored the fruit. Her mother asked if she liked it, to which she eagerly responded with a yes. Seeing this, the older sister chimed in, expressing her desire to have some as well. Their mother then fed Nayeon a slice, and she too was delighted by the taste. A system notification appeared before the main character, indicating that the family's trust had increased. Citizen Choi Seoyeon's trust had reached 50, unlocking loyalty. Choi Nayeon's loyalty had surpassed 30, fulfilling the requirements to be registered as a vassal. A system window then displayed Choi Nayeon's profile, showing that she was level 2 with a trust level of 57, no awakened ability, and both experience and money distribution rates at 0%. Two options were provided: give quest and expel. The main character questioned whether she had truly met the criteria to be registered as a vassal, but he thought she was too young. Unlike citizens, he could only register 10 vassals, and he needed them to be at least at Choi Hyung-jun's level to effectively carry out orders. Looking at Choi Hyung-jun, a description appeared above him, revealing that his trust level was 31 and his level was 9. The main character realized that he needed to increase Choi Hyung-jun's trust further. At that moment, Choi Hyung-jun called out to the main character, who immediately became alert and asked what was wrong. Choi Hyung-jun expressed his gratitude, stating that he did not know how to repay such kindness. The main character suggested that they talk in the corridor. Choi Hyung-jun hesitated for a moment before agreeing. The scene shifted to the corridor, where the two engaged in conversation. The main character asked if Choi Hyung-jun had received the citizenship he had granted him. Surprised, Choi Hyung-jun responded with a question, asking if the notification window he had seen was related. He mentioned that his entire family had received it about 30 minutes ago. The main character inquired whether anything unusual had happened during that time. Choi Hyung-jun recalled that they had been unable to move their bodies for a short while. The main character remembered that individuals would be temporarily frozen until they fully received their citizenship. With a serious expression, the main character assured Choi Hyung-jun that he would help him return to the life he had before everything changed. Shocked by this statement, Choi Hyung-jun listened as the main character continued, promising that he could ensure monsters would not invade their home. Still sweating and bewildered, Choi Hyung-jun asked if such a thing was truly possible. The main character confidently confirmed that it was. Closing his eyes in thought, Choi Hyung-jun reopened them and acknowledged that such help would not be free. He asked what he needed to do in return. The main character warned that it could cost him his life and asked if he was still willing to proceed. A heavy silence followed as Choi Hyung-jun contemplated the risk. However, with determination in his eyes, he clenched his fists and declared that he would do it. He explained that even without the main character's involvement, he would have had to leave the house to find food and water anyway. The main character nodded, recognizing the gravity of his resolve. Choi Hyung-jun reaffirmed that he had already put his life on the line once before. Acknowledging this, the main character suddenly shifted the conversation, asking about a golf club he had seen earlier and how much it had cost. Puzzled by the abrupt change in topic, Choi Hyung-jun hesitated before replying that it had been around 400,000 or 500,000 won. The main character thought to himself that it was too expensive to list in the store, deciding that he needed to save money for the future. Confused, Choi Hyung-jun asked why the main character had suddenly brought up the golf club. The main character casually waved his hand and dismissed the question, suggesting they set that aside for the moment. He then inquired if Choi Hyung-jun remembered the day the monsters appeared. Choi Hyung-jun confirmed that it had happened on a weekend. Recalling the goblin attack on his family, he described the experience as truly horrifying. Placing a hand on his chin, the main character noted that those who had stayed home that day seemed to have survived. He reflected that, although a single goblin was not particularly strong and had a lower level than an adult male, their real danger came from always moving in groups. However, he considered that humans had the same advantage when united. Realizing that he needed to grow his army quickly, the main character addressed Choi Hyung-jun. When Choi Hyung-jun responded, asking what was the matter, the main character declared that from then on, he wanted him to help search for survivors together. The scene shifted to the exterior of the main character's building, where the sun was setting. Inside, he lay on his couch when a system window appeared, notifying him that Choi Hyung-jun's trust had increased. He observed the system window and noted that the trust level had risen again. Within the system management interface, the trust levels of all 4 family members were displayed. As he gazed at the window, he reminisced, contemplating the possibility of eventually reuniting with his family members by gradually bringing people in. With a solemn expression, he questioned the situation, his eyes filled with sadness. At that moment, a loud scream echoed through the air, startling him. He quickly moved to his balcony to investigate. What he saw below left him both shocked and surprised. People were engaged in battle with goblins. Assessing the situation, he considered the difficulty of assisting those on the ground. The focus then shifted to the battle below, where the goblins roared ferociously. One individual wielding a baseball hurled it with immense force at a goblin, sending it flying backward. The impact was so severe that the goblin's head burst, causing blood to splatter. Observing from his balcony, the main character muttered in disbelief. Meanwhile, an archer down below skillfully fired 2 arrows simultaneously, taking down 2 goblins at once. Another man, standing on higher ground, leaped down and crushed a goblin's head with his baseball bat. Witnessing their kind being slain, the remaining goblins panicked and fled for their lives. The victorious group stood over the corpses of the goblins. At that moment, the female archer sensed something unusual and turned to identify the source. Instinctively, she drew her bow and aimed in the direction of the disturbance. However, to her surprise, what she found was merely a packet of ramen. Looking up, she noticed the main character waving from the rooftop. He continued waving vigorously in an attempt to get their attention. The archer, perplexed, wondered what he was trying to do. Frustrated, he called out to them, flailing both arms. Just then, a knock came at his door. Choi Hyung-jun had arrived. Upon realizing who it was, the main character looked through the peephole and saw Choi Hyung-jun standing outside, holding a box. He opened the door and invited him in. But as Choi Hyung-jun attempted to step inside, a blue shield blocked his entry. A system notification appeared, indicating that Choi Hyung-jun was unqualified to enter. Confused, Choi Hyung-jun read the notification aloud, questioning its meaning. The main character, looking at the system window, realized the issue. Reflecting on the situation, he speculated whether no one could enter his home unless registered as his vassal. Choi Hyung-jun then handed the box to the main character, explaining that he had brought all items that could be used as weapons. Expressing gratitude, the main character opened the box to find knives and a toolkit inside. He then commanded the system to open the store, purchasing 5 bottles of water and 5 packets of ramen. Suddenly, the purchased items materialized out of nowhere. Choi Hyung-jun, witnessing this, was taken aback. The main character placed the supplies into the box and handed it back to Choi Hyung-jun, requesting that he take them to the first floor and leave them at the entrance. Choi Hyung-jun hesitated, questioning the safety of such a task. The main character reassured him, explaining that goblins were only active in broad daylight. He then contemplated the necessity of recruiting the people who had been fighting the goblins. In his mind, he envisioned himself possessing ample food, while others bowed before him in desperation. He believed that once people realized he had food, they would have no choice but to seek him out. Returning to reality, he informed Choi Hyung-jun that he had a plan, urging him to proceed. Choi Hyung-jun, still uncertain, asked if he should simply leave the supplies and return. The main character nodded affirmatively. With a bow, Choi Hyung-jun agreed and departed. As Choi Hyung-jun left, the main character considered repaying him for his efforts. He accessed the system window and created a quest specifically for Choi Hyung-jun. The quest required him to deliver the supplies to the first floor within 24 hours, with a reward of a small amount of experience points and no penalty for failure. Seeing the quest, Choi Hyung-jun was slightly surprised. The main character explained that completing the quest would grant experience points. Choi Hyung-jun, intrigued, likened it to leveling up in a game. The main character confirmed his assumption, informing him that he was currently at level 9 and would receive valuable rewards upon leveling up. Encouraged, Choi Hyung-jun determinedly agreed to the task. Approaching the stairwell, Choi Hyung-jun glanced at the sign and began descending. He traveled from the 20th floor down to the first, eventually emerging from the building while panting heavily. Reassuring himself, he placed the box down but soon noticed shadowy figures approaching. Startled, he feared they were goblins and decided he needed to escape. However, as he turned to flee, he slipped, falling alongside the box of supplies. Wincing in pain, tears welled in his eyes. He urged his body to move, pleading with himself to get up. As the shadows loomed closer, he instinctively shielded himself with his arms. Just then, a voice called out, asking if he was all right. To his surprise, the approaching figures were not goblins, but the same people who had been fighting them earlier. The scene shifted to the main character. A system window appeared, displaying a message indicating that a subject without permitted entry was attempting to enter. The main character looked at the system window in confusion, questioning what was happening. He pondered whether it could be the people he had seen outside, engaged in battle. Activating his ultimate skill, he summoned his ultimate eyes ability. A black aura surrounded him, and his eyes turned dark. Determined to understand the situation, he used his ability to observe what was happening. Through his ultimate eyes, he saw Choi Hyung-jun among the people fighting against the goblins. Meanwhile, a female archer informed one of her companions that the apartment building before them was the one from which someone had thrown a ramen packet. A man dressed in black questioned whether this meant the building contained food. Another man, clad in a tracksuit, affirmed the possibility, pointing out that their rations were running low. The scene shifted back to the main character, who dispelled his ultimate eyes ability. He realized that these were the same people he had previously seen battling the goblins. At that moment, another system notification appeared before him, stating that individuals meeting the requirements for citizenship were approaching. It inquired whether he would like to propose citizenship to them. Contemplating the prompt, the main character recalled that in expanding his territory, he had the ability to forcefully grant citizenship to those within it, but outsiders were given a choice. He scratched his head, considering that if they had a choice, they could also reject his offer. Frustrated, he wondered what his next course of action should be. Just then, a knock sounded at his door. The main character turned to his video doorbell, which revealed someone ringing it. Muttering that he should check, he approached the doorbell monitor and saw that the visitor was none other than Choi Hyung-jun. Pressing the button to speak, the main character waited as Choi Hyung-jun greeted him from the other side, asking if he was there. The main character responded, acknowledging his presence and asking him to wait a moment. Another system window appeared, notifying him that citizen Choi Hyung-jun was in the middle of a quest. It asked whether he would like to modify the quest. The main character affirmed, and the system granted him the ability to edit the quest parameters. He altered the quest to require treating 6 guests to a meal. The system window updated, reflecting the changes. Observing Choi Hyung-jun reading the modified quest through the video doorbell, the main character confirmed that it was a new quest. He then instructed Choi Hyung-jun to inform the newcomers that they would receive food first. Choi Hyung-jun agreed and turned toward the group, explaining that they would be offered a meal. Since the main character's territorial expansion had reached the corridor, the newcomers could not yet enter. After relaying the situation, Choi Hyung-jun reassured the main character via the video doorbell that they would proceed accordingly. Pleased, the main character thanked him. He then directed the system window to propose citizenship to all 6 individuals who had entered his territory. The system displayed their names: Ha Dong-jeon, Kang Deok-soo, Kim Ga-young, Yu Hyerin, Kim Gi-on, and Moon Byung-ho. With citizenship granted, the 6 individuals were now permitted entry. A new system window appeared, stating that access to the 30th floor had been granted to all 6 individuals. As they entered, another notification indicated that the number of citizens had reached 10. This resulted in a 10% increase in the experience and money earned by the citizens. The main character, surprised and delighted, exclaimed about the bonus experience points and money. As the 6 individuals moved through the corridor, they considered how beneficial these buffs would be for their monster hunts. They welcomed the advantages wholeheartedly. The system displayed a citizen management panel, showing the 6 new citizens along with their trust levels toward the main character. The current population now stood at 10 out of 600. Examining the data, The main character noted that a level 23 individual would be as strong as the Calican bird monster he had previously defeated. He selected Ha Dongjeon's profile, observing that his trust level was 19, and that his awakened ability was baseball throw, a D-rank skill. The ability consumed stamina to triple the power of a thrown ball. The main character deduced that, depending on who wielded it, such a skill could serve as a powerful weapon against monsters. He resolved to gradually increase Ha Dongjeon's trust level over time. Directing the system, the main character adjusted the experience distribution rate for the 6 individuals to 70%. Once the system confirmed the change, he relaxed, satisfied that it was done. He concluded that he only needed to assign them quests to hunt monsters, allowing him to earn both experience and money effortlessly. It felt as if he were auto-hunting in a game. He envisioned his citizens battling monsters on his behalf. However, he reminded himself that he needed to get to know them in due time, as they could be the key to reuniting with his family. A system notification suddenly appeared, informing him that Ha Dongjeon's trust had increased. The main character, startled, wondered what had triggered this change. More notifications followed, revealing that the trust levels of Kim Ga-young and Yu Hyeon had also risen. Surprised, the main character speculated about the cause. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Choi Hyung-jun's apartment, where he welcomed the 6 individuals. They expressed gratitude for his hospitality. His wife, Park Hae-won, questioned him about the situation. He assured her that he would explain later but requested her help in preparing food. She hesitated momentarily before agreeing, instructing the newcomers to wait. Ha Dongjeon respectfully thanked her. Observing Choi Hyung-jun, Ha Dongjeon curiously asked what kind of person Jae-hyun was. Scratching his head, Choi Hyung-jun admitted that he was not entirely sure. He only knew that Jae-hyun was his neighbor. Processing this information, Ha Dongjeon contemplated what it could mean. Choi Hyung-jun directed the newcomers to the dining area, remarking that Jae-hyun was an intriguing individual. He acknowledged that the electricity, water, and other essentials they were benefiting from were thanks to Jae-hyun's efforts. Ha Dongjeon deduced that Jae-hyun must be a metahuman. He unzipped his tracksuit, revealing a ramen packet inside, and speculated about the extent of Jae-hyun's abilities. Determined to impress Jae-hyun, Ha Dongjeon concluded that his power must be extraordinary, capable of sustaining electricity, food, and water in an apocalyptic world. Choi Hyung-jun offered them the opportunity to take a shower while waiting for the meal. 2 of the girls in the group became excited at the thought of warm water. Choi Hyung-jun confirmed that warm water was available, a part of Jae-hyun's abilities. He directed them to 2 bathrooms so they could bathe simultaneously. The archer girl was taken aback, while another girl bowed in gratitude. However, another companion interjected, suggesting that they should defeat Jae-hyun. Ha Dongjeon, angered, rebuked him, emphasizing the importance of gaining Jae-hyun's favor rather than antagonizing him. He reminded his group that their primary objective was to obtain food and instructed them to act cautiously. They all agreed. Noticing Byung-ho's solemn expression, Byung-ho, a weak-looking boy, seemed distant. Ha Dongjeon reassured him, apologizing for involving him. Byung-ho dismissed the apology, stating that he had chosen to come willingly. Ha Dongjeon promised they would gather food and then visit Byung-ho's grandmother. Though Byung-ho agreed, he harbored doubts, fearing that it was already too late for his grandmother. Encouraging Byung-ho to remain hopeful, Ha Dongjeon suggested they could reach her house if they worked together. Just then, a sound caught their attention. Someone was opening the apartment door. As the silhouette of a man appeared, Ha Dongjeon instinctively tightened his grip on a baseball. Feeling a sudden intensity in the air, they realized that the figure was none other than the main character. As he stepped inside, he assured them that he would help them all. Ha Dongjeon, contemplating the situation, thought that perhaps this person could save them from their despair. The group of 6 sat at the dining table with the main character, Jae-hyun. Park Hae-won, the wife of Choi Hyung-jun, apologized, mentioning that the space was a bit cramped. However, Dongjeon reassured her that it was fine since they had arrived unannounced. Just then, Choi Hyung-jun emerged from the back, carrying several bowls of rice. With a warm smile, he announced that the food was ready. He began serving bowls of rice to everyone, and as they received their portions, their reactions varied. Some were shocked, while others were delighted. Park Hae-won hesitantly admitted that she wasn't sure if the meal would suit their taste. The dishes were laid out before them: eggs, vegetables, egg rolls, and rice. Yu Hyeon, the archer, picked up a piece of egg roll and took a bite. The moment she tasted it, she let out a delighted exclamation, declaring it to be absolutely amazing. Park Hae-won credited Jae-hyun for the ingredients, explaining that without them, she would have only been able to serve rice and tangerines. A system window appeared before Jae-hyun, displaying Park Hae-won's trust level at 50 and her current level at 5. He found it surprising that her trust had reached 50 even before Choi Hyung-jun's. As everyone at the table prepared to eat, they expressed their gratitude for the meal. The first bites astonished them, as the food exceeded their expectations. A man in a black t-shirt ate quickly, while Yu-Hiren savored the flavors, commenting on how delicious the egg roll was. Another girl in the group recognized the taste, noting that it resembled the sweet egg rolls commonly served in Japanese restaurants. She directed her observation toward Park Haiwan, who confirmed it and encouraged them to enjoy. At that moment, the youngest daughter, Seoyeon, called out to her mother, expressing her desire for an egg roll. Park Haiwan gently patted her daughter's head, promising to make more once their guests had finished eating. However, upon hearing this, Seoyeon's eyes welled up with tears. Sensing the child's disappointment, Yu-Hiren intervened, offering to share her egg roll with Seoyeon. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly climbed onto Yu-Hiren's lap. Yu-Hiren picked up a piece of egg roll with her chopsticks and encouraged Seoyeon to say, "Ah," feeding her with a smile. Seoyeon beamed with joy after tasting it. Watching the exchange, Park Haiwan hesitated, murmuring that perhaps that wasn't the best idea. At that moment, Jaehyun suggested that Choi Hyung-jun and his wife join them at the table, assuring them there was plenty of food for everyone. The couple accepted, sitting down to eat together with the rest of the group. As everyone enjoyed the meal, Jaehyun reflected on how long it had been since he had eaten a meal like this. As he took a bite of egg roll, a memory surfaced. His mother's tiffin box, filled with carefully prepared side dishes. On the lid, the words, "For my son," were written. A sense of longing washed over him as he hoped that his family was safe. After the meal, Seoyeon turned to her mother, sleepily admitting that she was tired. Park Haiwan picked her up, assuring her that it was time to rest. The eldest daughter, Nayeon, also stated that she would accompany them. Jaehyun then shifted his attention back to the group, reminding them of the unfinished discussion. He asked why they couldn't travel to their grandmother's house despite its proximity. Dongjeon explained that the area was overrun with goblins and that Byung-ho's grandmother was trapped there. Jaehyun, intrigued, inquired further. Dongjeon elaborated that the goblins had taken over the underground parking lot of the apartment complex, using it as their base. Jaehyun pondered this, recalling the underground layout. Dongjeon continued, estimating that there were at least a few thousand goblins inhabiting the area. Jaehyun, deep in thought, considered their situation. The apartment's ultimate shutting ability only worked up to the 30th floor, meaning the goblins could infiltrate via the underground parking lot. Dongjeon confirmed that all apartment entrances were connected to the underground, making it too dangerous to leave. Jaehyun then asked about possible escape routes. Dongjeon admitted that their initial plan had been to use the side roads, but they had encountered a monster far more dangerous than the goblins. Hearing this, Jaehyun was visibly taken aback. He pressed for more details, and the group recalled a creature resembling a wolf or a bear. They had only managed to escape the goblins because the beast had been engaged in a battle against them. Jaehyun contemplated the description but received no definitive answer, as the darkness had obscured their view. Leaning back, he acknowledged that they couldn't avoid danger forever. Dongjeon agreed, but pointed out their limitations. When Jaehyun asked what those limitations were, Yu-Hiren explained that they relied on bows and baseballs as weapons, and their supplies were running low. Jaehyun confidently stated that he could solve that problem and requested to inspect their bows and baseballs. Dongjeon handed them over without hesitation. Jaehyun then accessed the system window, selecting the option to list the items. The system prompted him with a listing fee of 15,300,000 won for the compound bow. Without hesitation, he confirmed the listing. He then turned to the group and asked if everyone could use a bow. Their uncertain expressions answered his question. Without wasting time, Jaehyun ordered 5 sets of bows and arrows from the system window. In an instant, the weapons materialized from thin air. He encouraged the group to practice, emphasizing that they would need to rely on them. A system window then displayed trust updates. Ha Dongjeon's trust increased by 19, Kim Ga-young's by 70, and Yu-Hiren's by 30. Jaehyun was stunned by the rapid trust growth, realizing that if they worked together, they might have a real chance at saving Byung-ho's grandmother. Another system window confirmed that Moon Byung-ho's trust had risen significantly. Dong Jaeon, recognizing the advantage of their new weapons, acknowledged that their hunting efficiency would increase drastically. One of the group members pointed out that with Jaehyun's ability, they no longer needed to risk retrieving spent arrows. Raising his hand, Jaehyun signaled for a pause. Before proceeding, he emphasized the need to significantly reduce the goblin numbers first. Dongjeon agreed and asked when they would start hunting. Jaehyun answered with determination. The hunt would begin tomorrow. Dongjeon questioned the urgency, but Jaehyun affirmed that the sooner, the better. Dongjeon acknowledged his reasoning, and Jaehyun assured them that they would save Byung-ho's grandmother the next day. Hearing this, Byung-ho was filled with hope. However, Dongjeon remained skeptical, asking how they would accomplish such a task. With unwavering confidence, Jaehyun revealed his strategy. They would use bait. All the members of the group turned their attention to the main character, considering the possibility that his plan might work. However, the man with glasses cautioned that success was only assured if everything proceeded smoothly. At that moment, A system window appeared before the main character, displaying that Choi Hyung-jun had completed his quest. The quest reward of 30,000 won had been granted. The main character gazed at the system window and questioned himself, wondering if money was required. As he pondered, he realized that if he had money, he could raise the level of his citizen. Folding his hands, he decided that unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from using it for now. Another system notification appeared, stating that Choi Hyung-jun's trust had increased, reaching level 50. Loyalty had been unlocked, and his loyalty level had surpassed 30. With all the requirements met, he was now eligible to be registered as a vassal. The system then displayed Choi Hyung-jun's profile. The main character, clicking on the screen, instructed the system to register Choi Hyung-jun as a vassal. The moment this happened, Choi Hyung-jun felt a sudden change within him. He expressed his surprise to the group, stating that something had just happened to him. A system window appeared before the main character, confirming that his first vassal had been successfully registered. As a reward, he had been granted the skill Vassal Summon. The skill's description revealed that he could summon the vassal to his house, though only once every 2 hours. Another notification displayed Choi Hyung-jun's profile, highlighting his awakened ability, Strength of a Gorilla. The passive skill, ranked C, granted him strength comparable to that of a gorilla. A subsequent notification indicated that the first vassal's experience points and gold earnings from hunting would be doubled. Additionally, the Ultimate Eye skill enabled the main character to summon his vassal within 5 meters of his house. Noticing a plus button on the system window, the main character clicked it. A notification popped up, asking if he wanted to spend 1 million won to increase his vassal's level. Stunned by the astronomical figure, he trembled in shock. Park Hye-won, noticing his reaction, asked if something was wrong. The main character quickly dismissed her concern, saying it was nothing. Turning to Choi Hyung-jun, he inquired about how he felt. Choi Hyung-jun, overwhelmed with newfound strength, confirmed that his power was surging and asked if the main character was responsible for this transformation. The main character affirmed it. Choi Hyung-jun marveled at his rejuvenation, stating that he felt 10 years younger. As he observed his growing strength, the main character smiled slightly and handed him a bow, requesting that he join the mission. Choi Hyung-jun, taken aback, hesitated before responding, "Pardon?" The main character considered that citizens gained an additional 10% experience, whereas vassals received twice the amount. The experience points Choi Hyung-jun would earn would be staggering. Holding the bow, Choi Hyung-jun expressed sadness, but ultimately accepted the mission, stating he would do it. The main character, giving him an encouraging smile, assured him, "I'll be counting on you." The party then arrived on the first floor to begin their mission. A man in a black t-shirt questioned Dongjeon about the necessity of checking the first floor, pointing out the broken windows and general disrepair. Dongjeon insisted that they check regardless, reminding him of the main character's orders. As a rescue team, their goal was to save any survivors in the building and transport them to the 30th floor. Dongjeon reflected that the core of the mission was to lure large numbers of goblins into the apartment building and eliminate them. Addressing the party, he emphasized the need to find as many survivors as possible. The black t-shirt wearing man acknowledged the plan, and Dongjeon gave the signal to begin their search from Unit 101, warning everyone to stay alert. Upon entering Unit 101, the team grew serious as they were met with a horrifying sight. Dead bodies scattered across the room. Dongjeon clenched his teeth and swiftly instructed the party to leave. They proceeded to another unit, only to find more corpses. Resting his hand on his forehead in frustration, Dongjeon lamented that there was nothing on the first floor and ordered the team to proceed to the second floor. Ascending the stairs, they encountered another gruesome scene, bloodied corpses lining the hallway. The sight made them hesitate, but Dongjeon quickly urged them to move on to the third floor. To their surprise, the third floor corridor was clean. Dongjeon began banging on an apartment door, calling out for any survivors. Yu Hiram and the others followed suit, knocking on doors and asking if anyone was inside, but no one responded. The realization that everyone might already be dead left them disheartened. Gritting his teeth, Dongjeon led them to the fourth floor. On the fourth floor, the team repeated their calls for survivors. This time, a shabby-looking man cautiously opened his door, suspiciously asking if they were really a rescue team. Dongjeon confirmed it. The man, clearly dehydrated, requested water. Dongjeon searched his bag and handed him a bottle. Slightly opening the door further, the man was still in disbelief that a rescue team had actually come. Dongjeon explained that they were fellow residents of the apartment, now working to rescue survivors. He assured the man that a safer place awaited him and urged him to come along. Shocked, the man hesitated before abruptly shutting the door in Dongjeon's face. However, moments later, he reopened it and welcomed them inside. Introducing himself as Hong Jung-soo, he apologized for his paranoia and extended his hand for a handshake. Dongjeon shook his hand and introduced himself in return, expressing his hope that they could get along. Turning to Gayung and Hiran, Dong Jian instructed them to escort the rescued survivors to the 30th floor and return. They acknowledged his command. Hong Jung-soo, surprised, questioned whether they weren't leaving the apartment entirely. Just then, his son appeared, exclaiming that he had faith in being rescued and suggesting that a helicopter was likely waiting for them. Yu Hieran clarified that there was no helicopter, but going up would provide them with a warm meal and a shower. At the mention of a shower, Hong Jung-soo's daughter excitedly emerged, eager at the prospect. Behind her, Hong Jung-soo's face fell into disappointment, seemingly regretting their situation. Yu Hieran reassured her that a warm shower awaited. Overcome with joy, Hong Jung-soo's daughter rushed to the team, urging her father to stop hesitating and move quickly. Hong Jung-soo, now convinced, conceded, expressing disbelief that they were truly safe. At that moment, a system notification appeared before the main character, indicating that the number of citizens had reached 40. Consequently, the experience points and gold earnings from his citizens had increased by 90%. The main character stared at the system window, processing everything that had happened. He now had 40 citizens. Thinking through his next steps, he decided that the children and the elderly would stay at Choi Hung-jun's house first. The scene shifted to show many elderly and children gathered inside the house. Continuing his thoughts, he determined that the rest of the people would live in the corridors. Just then, Dong Yeon approached him and reported that there were exactly 40 people. They were all they could find. The main character questioned Dong Yeon, asking if that was truly everyone. Dong Yeon confirmed, stating that they had searched thoroughly from the first floor to the 29th floor. It seemed that quite a few people had never left their homes from the start. The main character acknowledged Dong Yeon's efforts and praised him for his great work. Closing his eyes, he reflected on the situation. Choi Hyung-jun's house was nearly full, and for now, that would be enough. After a brief moment, he activated his ultimate eyes. His eyes turned black, and a dark mist formed around him. Through this ability, he observed Byung-ho carrying chairs, Choi Hyung-jun, and the man with glasses working on the wiring, and Yu Hieran and Byung-ho handling wires. He then deactivated his skill and turned to Dong Yeon, stating that they would now proceed to the second stage of the Goblin Hunt mission. The scene shifted to Dong Yeon, who gathered everyone's attention as he began his briefing. He explained their mission, to lure out the goblins hiding underground. The group would split into two teams. The first team would draw out the goblins on the first basement level and eliminate them, then move on to the second basement level to finish off the rest. The man with glasses voiced his concerns, questioning what they would do if there were far more goblins than expected. Would they risk being trapped and isolated on the first floor? He also pointed out the dangers of transporting the goblin corpses. Before he could continue, Yu Hieran confidently declared that she would kill all of them by herself. Dong Yeon reassured the group, stating that unlike last time, they had plenty of arrows, so they would be fine. The man with glasses hesitated, but eventually conceded, acknowledging their confidence. However, at that very moment, a scream echoed through the air. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. Goblins, a horde of them, were approaching. Yu Hieran swiftly drew her bow, firing an arrow that eliminated two goblins. The remaining one was struck down by the man in the black t-shirt, who swung his baseball bat with deadly precision, finishing off the goblin. With the immediate threat neutralized, the man with glasses turned to the black t-shirt wearing man and questioned why he had brought a bow if he intended to use a bat. The man suddenly realized his contradiction, responding with an embarrassed, "Oh, that's right." Before the conversation could continue, Yu Hieran pointed toward the goblin corpses, exclaiming that they were disappearing. Byung-ho speculated whether this was the main character's ability, but before he could confirm, Dong Yeon commanded the group to head down to the first basement level. Byung-ho internally acknowledged his confidence in their leader. He knew the main character had a solution. A system notification appeared before the main character, stating that the party members' trust in him had increased. Sitting in his room, he opened a bottle of water while multiple system notifications filled his vision. He thought about how, despite not intending to, he had ended up watching over everything. Another system notification informed him that Moon Byung-ho's trust had reached 50, unlocking loyalty. His loyalty had now surpassed 30. Surprised by the rapid progress, the main character mused that it had only taken a few hours. He considered this a great outcome. The more vassals he acquired, the faster his growth would be. The system displayed Byung-ho's profile, showing his loyalty at 88. The main character acknowledged that this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Clicking on the system window, he confirmed Byung-ho's registration as a vassal. The scene shifted to the first basement level, where the party battled a swarm of goblins. Suddenly, Byung-ho's body was enveloped in blue lightning and an intense light, leaving everyone in shock. The glow was so blinding that it obscured the goblins' vision. Dong Yeon, unfazed, quickly ordered the group to run. Everyone sprinted while Dong Yeon and Yu Hieran stayed back, firing arrows at the goblins. As an archer, Yu Hieran used her abilities to take down multiple goblins simultaneously. However, as the goblins fell, even more arrived, hundreds of them. While running, Byung-ho noted the overwhelming number of enemies. Dongyeon admitted that he hadn't expected to attract so many goblins. The man in the black t-shirt added that it seemed like even the ones from the second basement level had swarmed up. Urging speed, he directed everyone toward the emergency exit. The party reached the emergency exit, and the man with glasses quickly opened it, letting everyone through. Dongyeon slammed the door shut, but a goblin's hand got caught between the doorframe. The team pushed with all their strength, trying to keep the goblins out. At that critical moment, a voice boomed through the chaos, telling everyone to move aside. It was none other than Choi Hung-jun, activating his gorilla strength passive skill. With a single hand, he shoved the door closed, buying time for the team. Dongyeon called out to him, and the man in the black t-shirt urged him to escape. But Choi Hung-jun was determined. He had to stop the goblins no matter what. Dongyeon reassured him that they were safe and urged him to come up quickly. Choi Hung-jun turned to run up the stairs, but his foot slipped, sending him tumbling down. A goblin immediately approached him, ready to strike. Lying on the ground, Choi Hung-jun yelled for the others to leave him behind. Dongyeon cursed. But before the goblin could land its attack, the man in the black t-shirt lunged forward and crushed its skull with his bat. Extending his hand to Choi Hung-jun, he urged him to get up. However, more goblins rushed toward them. Just as one was about to attack, a black-purple mist enveloped Choi Hung-jun, and he vanished. The man in the black t-shirt was momentarily stunned, but had no time to process what had happened. More goblins lunged at him, and he retaliated with his bat. From the stairs above, Dongyeon and the others rained arrows down at the horde. Dongyeon shouted at the man in the black t-shirt to hurry up. The man sprinted toward the stairs as the party members yelled for him to come quickly. The scene ended with the horde of goblins closing in, just as the party was about to escape. The scene shifted to the outside of the apartment building, where the bright moon illuminated the night sky. Elsewhere, a bear monster tore a goblin's chest open with its mouth. The creature had only one thing in mind: to kill and to continue killing. As it devoured the goblin's flesh, ripping it apart piece by piece, it muttered to itself, expressing its insatiable need for more victims. The bear monster then turned its gaze backward. Its eyes locked onto a particular apartment building, the one where the main character resided. Within one of the rooms, a light was on. Fixating on the apartment, the bear monster growled, declaring its intention to kill everyone inside. The scene then shifted to Choi Hyung-jun, who was falling through a black-purple mist. He landed abruptly in front of the main character. The main character remained silent as Choi Hyung-jun gasped, admitting that he had barely escaped with his life. Adjusting his glasses, he glanced at the main character and questioned him. The main character extended a hand to help Choi Hyung-jun up. As he did so, he reflected on the situation. Through the ultimate eye skill, he had been continuously observing events unfold. In case of danger, he had hoped that the Vassal summon skill would work, and it had, successfully teleporting Choi Hyung-jun to safety, rescuing him from the goblin threat. However, Choi Hyung-jun was panting in pain. Upon closer inspection, an injury was visible on the back of his leg. Confused, he questioned how he had arrived at his current location. The main character, noticing his state, asked if he was all right. Choi Hyung-jun reassured him, claiming that he was fine and that such a wound would heal quickly. Despite Choi Hyung-jun's words, the main character thought otherwise. He decided that it would be best to list some medical supplies in the system window. Turning to Choi Hyung-jun, he asked him to wait for a moment before entering his apartment. There, he retrieved a first aid box. As he held the box, memories from his childhood resurfaced. Recollections of his mother treating wounds with medicine while he, as a child, had cried in front of her. Looking at the first aid kit, he realized the necessity of medical supplies in situations like this. He took out various items: medicine, thermometers, tape, carefully considering their importance. However, he soon remembered a limitation. The system store only allowed him to list 40 items. He could not list all of these supplies separately. At that moment, an idea struck him. Instead of listing each item individually, he placed everything back into the first aid box and listed the entire kit as a single item in the system store. After doing so, the first aid kit was priced at $77,331, and the system window displayed an option for reclaiming it. The scene shifted once again. The main character handed the first aid kit to Choi Hyung-jun and instructed him to show his injury. Choi Hyung-jun rolled up his pants to reveal the wound on his calf. Although he insisted that he was fine, the main character insisted on disinfecting the wound first. Choi Hyung-jun agreed. As the main character treated the wound, Choi Hyung-jun flinched in pain. A system window appeared, notifying the main character that Choi Hyung-jun's trust in him had increased, along with his loyalty. After completing the treatment, Choi Hyung-jun expressed his gratitude. While packing away the first aid kit, the main character pondered the well-being of the rest of the party. He stood up and told Choi Hyung-jun to rest for a while, as he had something to attend to. Choi Hyung-jun acknowledged his words. Closing his eyes, the main character focused his thoughts. He decided to check on the lower floors of the building. Activating the ultimate eye skill, he observed the ongoing battle below. Yu Hiran was skillfully using her bow, shooting arrows at the goblins. Meanwhile, Kang was desperately fleeing from the creatures. Dongjeon and Gaeon were also firing arrows at the goblins, providing cover. Amid the chaos, Dongjeon urged Kang to run faster. Kang ascended the stairs, but the goblins pursued him closely. The gap between them narrowed, but Dongjeon and Gaeon continued shooting, successfully eliminating some of the goblins. As Kang reached a barricade set up by the party members, 2 goblins lunged at him. At that moment, Byung-ho intervened, not with arrows, but with his bow as a weapon, swiftly striking down the goblins. Byung-ho then leaped over the barricade, his eyes filled with determination. From behind, Dongjun called out his name in astonishment. As Dongjun and Kang watched Byung-ho fight, they were left wondering, had he always been this skilled in combat? The scene shifted back to the main character. Observing the party's efforts, he noted that they were holding their ground well. Just then, a system window appeared, revealing that Byung-ho's awakened ability was teleport. The skill description explained that it was a rank A ability, utilizing mental strength to move between distances. However, the user could only teleport to locations within their line of sight. Additionally, the more people designated for teleportation and the farther the distance, the greater the mental strength required. The main character acknowledged that recruiting Byung-ho as a vassal had indeed been a wise decision. The battle continued. Dongjeon confirmed with Gaeon that the extension socket was ready, to which Gaeon affirmed. Then, Dongjeon checked with Yu Hiran about the water tank, and she confirmed that it was also prepared. Dongjeon instructed Byung-ho to hurry inside. Byung-ho swiftly lunged over the barricade, and at that moment a water tank materialized out of nowhere. It tipped over, unleashing a torrent of water onto the goblins. The creatures were drenched in the heavy flow. Seizing the opportunity, Dongjeon signaled Jian to activate the socket. Jian responded with a sharp Roger and switched it on. Electricity surged through the wires, and because the goblins were soaked, they were electrocuted and slain. A system window notified the main character that he had successfully hunted a goblin and gained a large amount of experience points. Additionally, 334,464 won had been deposited into his ultimate shut-in wallet. His skill level had increased, and he had acquired a new skill. At that moment, something within the main character changed. A purple energy began gathering around him, expanding outward. The energy spread across the stairs and even reached the basement, engulfing the goblins. Another system window appeared, notifying him that hostile beings had been detected and that their removal had commenced. As the goblins reacted in horror, their heads trembled violently before bursting apart. The final system notification confirmed it. Another goblin had been successfully hunted by the main character. The scene shifted as goblins attempted to enter the building. One goblin stood at the forefront, but behind him loomed a dark silhouette. As the goblin turned back, he found himself face to face with a bear monster staring at him intently. Without hesitation, the bear monster lunged at the goblin, sinking its teeth into him. The goblin's screams filled the air, causing the other goblins to panic. However, before they could react further, the bear monster swung its massive claw, attacking them. The creature tore into the goblins, shedding one with its claws while biting off the hand of another. 3 goblins launched themselves at the bear monster, but they were instantly shredded by its claws. 2 more goblins let out shrill screams and charged, only to meet the same fate. One goblin managed to latch onto the bear monster's body, sinking its teeth into its flesh. Another goblin followed suit, gripping onto the monster and tearing into its body. Frustrated by the relentless assault, the bear monster entered a frenzy. More goblins swarmed onto its body, viciously tearing at its flesh. The bear monster let out agonized screams and growls, writhing in pain. Then, in a shocking turn of events, all the goblins' heads suddenly burst open, killing them instantly. The bear monster twitched, trying to comprehend what had just occurred. As the realization of the goblins' deaths settled, a system notification appeared before it, granting it citizenship. At that moment, the bear monster began to shrink. Gradually, its massive form diminished until it was the size of a normal bear. Then, a woman emerged from within, revealing that the bear monster had been a girl all along. The woman, exhausted and weakened, lost consciousness and collapsed onto the floor. All of this was observed by the main character through his ultimate eye skill. His gaze remained fixed on the unconscious woman lying amidst the lifeless goblins. Internally, he questioned who she was. Almost immediately, a system notification provided an answer. Her name was Oh Yeonju. The notification further revealed her trust level as 9, her awakened ability as werebear, and her level as 33. Another system notification displayed the description of the werebear skill, which was ranked at A. It explained that the ability transformed the user into a beast, maximizing all physical and regenerative capabilities. The revelation made it clear that Oh Yeonju was an awakened metahuman utilizing her werebear skill. The main character's eyes widened upon realizing that not only was her level 33, but she also possessed an A-rank ability. Before he could process this fully, another system notification appeared, stating that Citizen Dong Jian's trust had reached 50, unlocking loyalty. The same applied to Citizen Yu Heron, whose trust level had also reached 50. Yet another notification indicated that Citizen Kang's loyalty had surpassed 30, making him eligible to be registered as a vassal. Finding the development intriguing, the main character took a moment to think before issuing a command. Closing his eyes briefly, he then reopened them and gestured toward the system window, instructing it to register Kang as a vassal. Instantly, a system window opened, displaying Kang's profile. His title was listed as the third servant. His trust level was 52, and his loyalty stood at 31. His awakened ability, Iron Knight, was ranked at B. The skill description revealed that Iron Knight allowed the user to summon a halberd and iron armor that covered their entire body. The main character pondered over the correlation between a vassal's level and their awakened ability. He imagined Choi Hyung-jun, whose strength of a gorilla was a C-rank awakened skill, with a level of 20. Then, he considered Kang, who possessed the Iron Knight ability at B rank and was level 25. Finally, he pictured Byung-ho, who had the teleportation ability ranked at A and was level 30. He deduced that once individuals were registered as vassals, their levels were determined based on the rank of their awakened ability. As he continued contemplating, he imagined a random box, questioning whether the ranks of abilities were chosen randomly. He further speculated that if Byung-ho had gained an A-rank ability in accordance with his loyalty value, then Choi Hyung-jun, who had a higher loyalty value, should have gained a B-rank ability instead of a C-rank one. Additionally, Kang obtained a B-rank ability with a loyalty value of 31, making the factors influencing higher rank abilities an important mystery to uncover. Realizing the significance of this information, the main character acknowledged that he could only register 10 vassals for the time being. Thus, it was crucial to register individuals capable of obtaining higher rank abilities. However, he also recognized that not knowing what might happen if a metahuman were registered as a vassal posed a problem. At that moment, another system window appeared, stating that metahumans could now freely move between stairs, elevators, and corridors. The main character then walked toward an elevator. Placing his hand on it, he activated his ultimate eye skill. Through it, he observed Oh Yeonju lying unconscious in the basement. Soon, the elevator ascended to the 30th floor. The main character turned his head and addressed Choi Hyung-jun, calling his name. Choi Hyung-jun promptly responded. The main character then instructed him to bring the unconscious woman from the basement to the 30th floor. The elevator doors opened, and the scene shifted. At another location, the party members surveyed the aftermath of the battle, noting that all the goblins were dead, their heads completely gone. Kang, shocked, questioned what had just happened. He remarked that a swarm of goblins had suddenly charged at them, to which Kong added that it felt as if someone had caused it. As Kang and Kong gathered wire, Dongjeon silently contemplated the powerful ability that had annihilated the goblins in an instant. He clenched his lips and recalled how Choi Hyung-jun had praised the main character for providing food, water, and even warm showers. Dongjeon reflected on how the main character had supplied them with all the necessary ingredients and food, leading him to a realization. Imagining the main character's face in his mind, Dongjeon looked toward Byung-ho. He recalled how Byung-ho had once been introverted but had changed significantly after meeting the main character. Dongjeon concluded that the main character's abilities were something to be feared. However, no matter how powerful those abilities were, one undeniable truth remained. In this damned world, survival depended on being chosen by the main character. The scene shifted, revealing a child playing with a toy car in a park. An unknown figure observed him from a distance. The boy, turning around excitedly, called out to his mother. That woman was none other than Oh Yeonju. She looked at her son with a warm smile as he happily waved at her, his expression full of joy and innocence. However, Oh Yeonju's expression suddenly darkened. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as panic overtook her. Behind her son, goblins loomed menacingly, preparing to attack. She screamed out to warn him, but it was already too late. As the boy turned to look behind him, he saw the creatures ready to strike. Terror reflected in Oh Yeonju's eyes as she watched helplessly, tears streaming down her face. She shouted in desperation, but in the next moment only the toy car remained, now stained with blood. With a jolt, Oh Yeonju awoke, gasping for breath. It had all been a dream, a nightmare. As she regained her senses, she turned to her side, where the main character sat. He called out to her, but she remained lying in bed, still processing her emotions. The main character watched her in silence as she slowly sat up, holding her head. Just then, he spoke, introducing himself as Kim Jae-hyun. Extending his hand for a handshake, he waited for her response. However, Oh Yeonju ignored the gesture and instead asked if he had done it. Without waiting for clarification, she pressed further, demanding to know if he had killed the goblins. Confused, Kim Jae-hyun hesitated before responding. Oh Yeonju, unwavering, repeated her question. Had he sent the goblins' heads flying? Was it his doing? With a composed demeanor, Kim Jae-hyun withdrew his hand and confirmed that, indeed, he was responsible. Suspicion filled Oh Yeonju's gaze as she studied him. The realization dawned upon her. His power was immense. If he could defeat an entire group of goblins with such ease, then perhaps he could do something else, something even greater. As this thought took root, her hands began to tremble and tears welled up in her eyes. With a shaky voice, she whispered a desperate plea. Would it be possible? Overcome with emotion, she called out to her son. Kim Jae-hyun, startled by her sudden outburst, watched as she trembled, crying uncontrollably. Begging him, she pleaded for her son's life, even if it was just for a single day. Her grief was overwhelming. At that moment, a system window appeared before Kim Jae-hyun, indicating that Oh Yeonju's trust in him had increased significantly. As she wiped her tears, though still sobbing heavily, she admitted how much she missed her son. Kim Jae-hyun clenched his lips, understanding that she must have lost him to the goblins. Watching her suffering, he pondered if there was anything he could do to help. An idea formed in his mind. He could grant a quest, a mission to slay 1,000 goblins with no time limit and no penalties. The reward? Her son's revival. Yet as he muttered the possibility, a system notification appeared, stating that the quest could not be granted. Clicking on the system window, he acknowledged the reality. Bringing the dead back to life was impossible. However, another notification soon followed. The system clarified that the quest was not denied due to its nature, but due to insufficient funds. If he acquired the necessary resources, revival might be possible. Shocked, Kim Jae-hyun realized the implications. If he had the money, he could bring someone back to life. He glanced at the room where Oh Yeonju still wept. Though uncertain of the exact cost, he now held on to the hope that her son's resurrection might be within reach. Turning back to her, he hesitated before speaking. When she responded with a tearful yes, he declared that he believed he could help her. Oh Yeonju, stunned, trembled as she sought confirmation. Could he truly bring her son back? Kim Jae-hyun affirmed it was possible, but not immediately. Even so, it was within reach. Before he could explain further, Oh Yeonju, desperate, declared that she would do anything. She begged to know what needed to be done. Kim Jae-hyun considered his options. Among Dongjeon's party, 2 members had already awakened their abilities, Kang and Byung-ho. If Oh Yeonju, who was at level 33, joined them, their battles against monsters would become significantly easier. Ideally, he wanted all 7 of them as his vassals. With that thought in mind, he encouraged Oh Yeonju to get up, wanting to introduce her to some people. The scene shifted to Dongjeon, who greeted Oh Yeonju warmly, introducing himself. She, in turn, addressed him directly, recalling his feats. He was the one who had hunted goblins by throwing a baseball. Surprised that she knew, Dongjeon hesitated, while Oh Yeonju turned her gaze toward Yoo Hirin. Identifying her as the archer, she left both in shock. Pointing to herself, she prompted them to recognize her. When they showed no sign of recognition, she gestured like a bear and insisted they had met before. However, the 3 remained confused. Then, in an instant, she activated her werebear skill. Fur sprouted across her body, and her mouth reshaped into that of a bear's. Yoo Hirin, startled, exclaimed in realization. The colossal bear now stood before them. Recognizing her, Yoo Hirin shouted that she was the beast from the side path. Oh Yeonju, now in her transformed state, clarified that she was indeed a bear. She revealed that she had helped them multiple times, though they hadn't realized it. Dongjeon, after a moment of recollection, admitted that their encounter had not been mere coincidence. Oh Yeonju confirmed it. Those who opposed goblins were her allies. At that moment, Kim Jae-hyun approached, pleased that everyone was already familiar with each other. His expression turned serious as he addressed the group. He announced that the plan to rescue Byung-ho's grandmother would be executed the following morning. With the goblin numbers significantly reduced, their chances of success had improved. The party members listened intently, but Kim Jae-hyun continued, informing them that Choi Hung-jun would not be participating due to his injuries. Recalling a previous conversation, he had asked Choi Hung-jun if he could borrow the master bedroom for Oh Yeonju's use. The injured man, teary-eyed, lamented that it had been his house and accused Kim Jae-hyun of being too much. Despite this, Kim Jae-hyun confirmed that Oh Yeonju would be joining the mission. She, in turn, assured the group that she was counting on them. Wrapping up the conversation, Kim Jae-hyun bid everyone good night, with the party members responding in unison. Just then, he called out to Byung-ho and Kang, catching them off guard. Gesturing toward the hallway, he instructed them to follow him. As night fell, the 3 stood apart from the others. Kim Jae-hyun turned to Byung-ho and Kang, posing a question. Did they know why he had summoned them? Both men exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the answer. The main character continued speaking to Kang and Byung-ho, asking if they knew why only the 2 of them had been called there. Kang appeared uncertain, while Byung-ho admitted that he did not know. However, he speculated that it might be related to the power they possessed. The main character grinned and confirmed that this was correct. He then revealed that both Kang and Byung-ho had awakened their abilities, a revelation that left them both shocked. Turning to Byung-ho, the main character explained that his newly acquired ability was teleportation, while Kang had gained an ability called Iron Mind. Kang looked at the main character questioningly, trying to process this information. Meanwhile, the main character thought to himself that they needed to understand their abilities before embarking on their mission the following day. To begin, he accessed the system window and issued a quest. The quest required them to demonstrate their awakened abilities within an hour. The reward for success was an increase in strength, while the penalty for failure was having to sleep outside. As he looked at the system window, he noted that it was a party quest and deemed it sufficient for now. At that moment, Kang addressed the main character, confirming that he was now like Dongjeon and questioning whether this made him a metahuman. The main character affirmed this, and Kang, now visibly excited, exhaled sharply through his nose and declared, "Sick!" He then eagerly inquired about his ability, Iron Knight. The main character explained that Kang would be able to summon iron armor and a halberd. Eager to test his newfound power, Kang attempted to summon his ability. However, nothing happened, leaving him frustrated. A brief silence fell between Kang and the main character. Meanwhile, Byung-ho tried using his ability and excitedly announced that it had worked. He immediately thought about how he could use this power to save his grandmother. Just then, a system notification appeared in front of the main character, informing him that Byung-ho's trust and loyalty had increased. Byung-ho bowed deeply and thanked the main character, but the latter stopped him, prompting Byung-ho to ask why. The main character warned that it would be too difficult for him to reach his grandmother at that moment. Confused, Byung-ho asked for an explanation. The main character pointed out that there was no guarantee Byung-ho could fully control his ability yet, noting that his recent teleportation might have been a fluke. Hearing this, Byung-ho was visibly saddened. The main character then suggested that it would be best for Byung-ho to first determine the range of his teleportation ability and any potential penalties associated with its use. Understanding the logic, Byung-ho agreed. Just then, a shimmering light appeared behind them. Byung-ho turned toward it, and the main character also stared at the phenomenon. To their surprise, they saw that Kang had successfully transformed into an Iron Knight, complete with armor and a halberd. Wide-eyed, Kang exclaimed that it had worked. A system notification appeared, confirming that Kang's trust and loyalty had also increased. While Kang celebrated in the background, dancing in excitement, the main character turned to Byung-ho and pointed to a nearby building, asking him to try teleporting there. Byung-ho looked at the building thoughtfully before responding that he would give it a shot. The main character acknowledged this and issued a quest for Byung-ho to teleport to the rooftop of building number 113 within 3 minutes. The reward was an increase in teleport proficiency, while the failure penalty was having to sleep outside in the hall. As Kang encouraged him, Byung-ho focused and activated his ability. A light surrounded him, and in an instant, he vanished. Moments later, Byung-ho reappeared on the rooftop of building number 113. He turned toward Kang and the main character from across the gap, shouting triumphantly that he had succeeded while waving his hand. A system notification confirmed that Byung-ho had completed the quest. Seeing this, the main character, now less worried, sighed in relief. As Byung-ho continued waving, he suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed. Shocked, the main character and Kang stood frozen in disbelief. Reacting swiftly, the main character used his ability to summon Vassal, retrieving Byung-ho from the rooftop. Byung-ho reappeared in front of them, but he remained unconscious. The scene shifted to a quiet room where Byung-ho lay on a bed. The main character sat beside him, contemplating that Byung-ho had likely overexerted himself, draining his stamina. Kang, now more composed, asked if Byung-ho was all right. Checking the system window, the main character reassured Kang that Byung-ho was merely sleeping and that his health condition was good. He further explained that Byung-ho likely passed out because he was not yet accustomed to his ability. Kang sighed in relief, grateful for this explanation. Changing the topic, the main character turned to Kang and asked if he exercised. The unexpected question startled Kang, who hesitated before responding. The main character then issued a quest for Kang to exercise while wearing his armor. The task required 100 push-ups and 100 squats within 10 minutes. The reward was an increase in strength, while the failure penalty was having to sleep outdoors. Determined, Kang began his workout. After some time, he completed the quest and loudly declared that he was done. A system notification confirmed that he had successfully completed the task. Exhausted, panting heavily, the main character observed him, wondering if Kang's exceptional stamina was due to his affinity for sports. Just then, a system window appeared in front of the main character, indicating that an evaluation was in progress. Puzzled, he questioned what was being assessed. Meanwhile, Kang asked if everything was finally over. Smiling, the main character reassured him, thanking him for his hard work and telling him to rest. The system notification then confirmed that the evaluation was complete, stating that Kang's strength had slightly increased. Another notification appeared, revealing that the main character's own strength had also increased slightly. Shocked, he noticed a purple aura surrounding him and realized with excitement that his strength had truly increased. With determination in his eyes, he thought to himself that this development changed everything. The scene shifted to the next day in one of Busan's alleys. Dongjian and his party members were running, chased by a horde of goblins. Urging his team to move faster, Dongjian led them in retreat. Meanwhile, Kang, now filled with anger, activated his Iron Knight ability. Clad in iron armor and wielding a halberd, he confronted the goblins and swiftly cut down several of them. However, some goblins managed to slip past him. Frustrated, Kang cursed at the escaping goblins, but suddenly they were struck down by arrows. Turning in shock, Kang saw that the archer was none other than Byung-ho. Byung-ho instructed Kang not to focus on the ones that got past him. Understanding, Kang acknowledged the command. Just then, the remaining goblins attempted to flee but stopped in their tracks, staring at a massive silhouette looming above them. It was Oh Yeonju, who had transformed into a powerful beast. The goblins, now terrified, uttered gibberish in fear. The party fought fiercely, with Oh Yeonju defeating several goblins. Seizing the opportunity, Dongjian called out to Byung-ho, telling him that now was his chance. Realizing what Dongjian meant, Byung-ho teleported away to reach his grandmother. He thanked Dongjian before disappearing. The scene shifted once more, displaying multiple system notifications. As the main character read through them, he casually ate ramen while using his Ultimate Eyes ability. The system confirmed that evaluations were complete and that 132,966 won had been deposited into the Ultimate Shut-In's vault. Surprised, he muttered, "Money? That's a different reward than before." He speculated that the reward might have been influenced by the quest's increased difficulty. A final system notification declared that Byung-ho had exhausted all quest attempts for the day. As the main character finished his meal, the system announced that a jackpot had been struck. Seeing this, he deactivated his Ultimate Eyes ability, stunned by the revelation. After seeing the system notification, the main character realized that a jackpot had been struck. He was stunned and questioned what kind of jackpot it was, wondering what the term even meant. A system window appeared, confirming that he had also gained 1 skill point. As he observed the system window, he thought to himself that skill points appeared here as well. Looking at the interface, he acknowledged that it wasn't bad. The scene shifted to Byung-ho, who was using his teleportation skill. He gazed seriously at something, and it was revealed that he was looking at his grandmother's house. Without hesitation, he opened the door and rushed inside at an incredible speed. Entering his grandmother's room, he called out to her. However, upon seeing something, he was shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief. He realized that his grandmother was merely sleeping. Approaching her, he tried to wake her up. She mumbled incomprehensibly, unable to form words. In the next moment, she placed her hand over Byung-ho's and, with a questioning tone, asked if it was really him. Overcome with emotion, Byung-ho began to cry, feeling both glad and relieved that she was safe. He hugged her tightly, expressing how relieved he was. While embracing her, he apologized, saying that he had taken too long to get there. As he held on to his grandmother, he silently began thanking the main character, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. The scene shifted again as the main character received a system notification. It stated that Citizen Byung-ho's trust had increased, and his loyalty had reached 100. Upon seeing this message, the main character was momentarily stunned. Another system window revealed that Byung-ho was already registered as a vassal, which resulted in an increase in the number of available vassal registrations. Shocked, the main character noted the new tab labeled Vassal Management in the system window. He then saw 3 vassals listed under his name, Choi Hung-jun, Byung-ho, and Kang. With his hand near his mouth in astonishment, he muttered that leveling up could be achieved in this way as well. He hadn't imagined such a possibility. Clicking on Byung-ho's profile, he decided to check the cost of leveling him up. A system notification appeared, informing him that he lacked the necessary funds. The message displayed the requirement. 100 million won was needed for Byung-ho's level up, and the process could only be attempted again once the money was acquired. Reading this, the main character was taken aback. He apologized to Byung-ho, admitting that he couldn't level him up yet, while slamming his hand against the table. Determined, he resolved to at least assign Byung-ho daily quests. Just then, he heard a sound. Slightly turning, he thought to himself that the noise had come from the elevator and wondered who it could be. Activating his Ultimate Eye skill, he saw a man and a woman standing in the hallway. The man was carrying a cardboard box. The pair knocked on Choi Hung-jun's door, calling out to ask if anyone was inside. Choi Hung-jun's wife Park heard them and turned around. As she opened the door, she inquired about their identities. The young woman introduced herself as Kim Dabin and introduced the man carrying the box as her brother, Kim Minho. She explained that they lived in unit number 1701. Park acknowledged their introduction and curiously asked what had brought them there. Kim Dabin explained that she needed some help. Park, slightly startled, questioned the nature of the help needed. Embarrassed, Kim Dabin hesitated before exclaiming that she wanted to take a shower. Park was stunned by the request and repeated the question incredulously. Kim Dabin confirmed that she indeed wanted to take a shower. Park, after processing the request, invited them inside, saying it was an easy favor to grant. She welcomed them in, offering them the use of the shower. Grateful, Kim Dabin thanked her sincerely. Meanwhile, Minho turned to Park and asked where he should place the box. Curious, Park asked about its contents. Kim Dabin explained that it contained canned food and various other items. Minho placed the box on the ground and opened it, revealing an assortment of canned goods. Park expressed her gratitude, commenting that they didn't need to go to such lengths. Kim Dabin reassured her, stating that it was the least she could do, considering she had entered a stranger's home with such an unusual request. At that moment, Kim Dabin's gaze landed on a baseball bat and several bows lying around. She asked Park if they belonged to the apartment's owner. Park, momentarily puzzled, explained that they did not belong to a resident of the building but to someone who had previously lived elsewhere. She admitted that the situation was a bit complicated. Unbeknownst to them, the main character had been observing the entire exchange through his ultimate eye skill. He concluded that, for now, Kim Dabin and Minho didn't seem like bad people. Standing up, he decided that he would go and speak with them later. He needed to have a conversation with them, possibly enlisting their help in rescuing survivors from other apartment buildings. As he thought about this, he looked towards another building from his apartment. At that moment, a system notification appeared, informing him that he had hunted a red tiger and had gained a significant amount of experience points. The system also revealed that 397,083,201 had been deposited into his ultimate shut-in wallet, and his skill level had increased. He had even acquired a new skill. Staring at the notification, he was bewildered and cursed, immediately activating his ultimate eye skill. The scene then shifted to Dong Jian and his party members, who had also hunted a red tiger. However, Oh Yeonju was seen lying injured. The main character, seeing this, questioned what was happening. Clenching his hoodie, he shouted in frustration. At that moment, another system window appeared, stating that he had discovered individuals eligible for citizenship. He considered the situation and decided to grant them citizenship. The system confirmed the action, displaying the names of the newly registered citizens. Another message appeared, announcing that he now had 50 citizens and that the experience points and earnings for all citizens had increased by 100%. Additionally, since the number of citizens had reached a threshold, all of them unlocked the skill Power of Trust. The main character questioned what this skill entailed, but chose to focus on the ongoing battle. He wondered if there were any severely injured individuals. The scene shifted back to Byung-ho, who was running while carrying his grandmother, followed by the other party members. Kong was seen carrying the injured Oh Yeonju on his back. The main character cursed, realizing the severity of the situation, thinking that of all people it had to be Oh Yeonju who got injured. Meanwhile, two party members, Gyeon and Gayung, fought off goblins to clear a path for the fleeing group. Gayung complimented Gyeon on his precise shot, to which Gyeon, surprised by his own accuracy, admitted that he didn't understand what was happening either. As Yu Hyeon and Dongjeon ran, Yu Hyeon mentioned that her body felt unusually light. Dongjeon agreed, stating that he wasn't even out of breath. A system window then revealed that Power of Trust was a passive skill that increased all stats by an amount equal to the trust value. The main character, realizing this, acknowledged that since Dongjeon and his party had trust values of at least 50, their physical capabilities had naturally skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Byung-ho suspected that this sudden strength must be due to the main character's power. A system notification informed the main character that Gayung and Yu Hyeon's loyalty had surpassed 30, making them eligible to be registered as vassals. Without hesitation, he registered both of them. As a result, both women felt a surge of power within them, realizing they had awakened new abilities. A system window appeared before the protagonist, displaying a message stating that Gayung had awakened the ability Poison Mist and had earned the title of Fourth Servant. Meanwhile, Yu Hyeon held the title of Fifth Servant, and her awakened ability was Piercing. At that moment, the scene shifted. Yu Hyeon raised her bow and fired an arrow at a goblin. The arrow struck its target, tearing through the goblin's head. However, instead of stopping, the arrow changed direction, piercing another goblin, then another, and continued on, eliminating multiple goblins in succession. Shocked, Yu Hyeon questioned aloud what was happening and what was wrong with her arrow. The scene then transitioned to the protagonist, who was reading a message from the system window. The message revealed that Piercing was an C-rank awakened ability that consumed mental strength to fire a penetrating arrow. Acknowledging this, the protagonist instructed the system to issue a quest for Yu Hyeon. The quest required her to use Piercing skill to hunt 10 goblins within a 10-minute time limit. The reward was an increase in Piercing proficiency, while the failure penalty was fatigue. As he contemplated the nature of abilities, the protagonist reflected that piercing seemed somewhat intricate. However, the ability that concerned him more was Poisonous Mist, a B-rank skill that consumed mental strength to generate a lethal toxin. While effective, he realized that if used incorrectly, it could pose a significant risk to other party members. Deep in thought, he placed a hand on his chin, deciding to keep that in mind and revisit it later. Just then, another system notification appeared, announcing that Yu Heron had successfully completed her quest. Furthermore, she had reached the maximum number of quests she could complete for the day, and her quest results were now under evaluation. Observing the system window, the protagonist mused that it seemed like a failure this time. However, shifting his focus, he decided to survey the citizens on the lower floors of the apartment building. Using his ultimate eye skill, the scene changed once again. He spotted a man inside an apartment standing in his bathroom, collecting water. Recognizing the foresight in this action, the protagonist acknowledged that the man had good instincts, gathering drinking water in advance. The perspective then shifted to another apartment, where a man and a woman were seen with supplies, a packet of ramen noodles, rice, and a stove. The protagonist deduced that this was why they hadn't felt the need to join Dongjeon's party. They were already capable of securing food and water on their own. However, at that moment, in another apartment, his attention was drawn to a woman lying down. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he rushed forward. The system window soon provided her details. Her name is Kim De-jung. Her trust level was 18, and her awakened ability was Heal. Heal, a B-rank skill, consumed mental strength to restore injuries. Understanding the significance of this revelation, the protagonist realized why he had instinctively rushed to her side. With urgency, he declared, "A healer has appeared." The main character arrived in front of apartment number 2902. He slightly opened the door, but upon attempting to do so, he realized that it was locked from the inside. He pondered over what to do next, but at that moment he suddenly remembered something. He had recently acquired a new skill and decided to check it out. Opening the system window, he saw the Ultimate Shut-in's Invisible Hand skill at level 1. This skill allowed him to summon an invisible hand and control it. Feeling pleased, he banged on the door before imagining breaking the lock. Instead of forming a hand, he used the skill to create a tool that could cut the lock. He then used this tool successfully to cut through the lock. Once done, he fully opened the door and rushed inside. Upon entering, he saw a girl lying unconscious on the ground. He hurried to her side and gently shook her while calling out to her, urging her to wake up. However, seeing no response, he cursed under his breath, realizing that her condition was worse than he had initially thought. Observing her symptoms, he recognized signs of dehydration and immediately started scanning the area, wondering if there was anything nearby that could help her. At that moment, he noticed a water bottle containing water. This puzzled him. If she had access to water, why was she dehydrated? However, he quickly set aside his confusion, deciding that saving her was the priority. Opening his system window, he formulated an idea and questioned whether it could be done. A system window appeared, showing that he had granted a quest for the unconscious girl to take a single breath, with the reward being dehydration recovery. Due to the simplicity of the quest, it was instantly completed by citizen Kim De-jung. The main character had unknowingly spent 1 million won on the quest, but he paid no attention to this detail. Instead, he focused on the girl, noting that the quest had worked. Soon after, she opened her eyes slightly, prompting him to ask if she was okay. The girl, still disoriented, questioned his identity. In response, he introduced himself as Kim Jae-hyun, explaining that he lived in the unit above hers. However, the girl seemed confused and asked how he had entered her apartment. He admitted that she had appeared to be in bad shape, so he had forcefully opened the door to help her. Upon hearing this, horror filled the girl's eyes and she suddenly started crying, covering her face with both hands. The main character, baffled by her reaction, wondered why she was crying. He called out her name, Kim De-jung, and apologized before earnestly requesting her help. He explained that one of his teammates had been severely injured. Kim De-jung straightened herself slightly but remained seated. As she processed his words, she questioned herself, wondering if she was truly capable of helping someone. The very idea seemed impossible to her, and she started trembling. Her hands visibly shook as she continued to doubt herself. She internally questioned how the main character knew she was a nurse. Looking at him, she assessed the situation. Since he was asking for her help, she didn't believe he posed any immediate danger. Deciding to play along for now, she asked where she needed to go. At that moment, the main character opened the system window and asked her to wait a minute. He then assigned her a quest, which she received. The quest required her to use the Heal skill to treat the injury of Oh Yeonju. The time limit was 1 hour, and the reward was improved healing proficiency. The failure penalty was none. After seeing the quest details, the main character handed her something and told her to rest for a bit while he went to bring the injured person. Kim Da-jung, in disbelief, stared at what he had given her. As he turned to leave, He reassured her to wait for a moment before pulling out tangerines. Seeing this, she was utterly shocked and stopped him, asking him to wait. When he turned back to her and asked what was wrong, she questioned what the floating window was and how the tangerines had appeared from that blue window. The main character simply told her he would explain later. Before leaving, he advised her to rest since she was still weak. As he walked away, Kim Da-jung remained seated, looking at him in disbelief before turning her gaze back to the tangerines. Picking one up, she muttered to herself, wondering if she was dreaming. Meanwhile, the main character entered his apartment and closed the door behind him. A system notification appeared, informing him that Kim Da-jung's trust in him had increased. Observing this, he thought to himself that she likely hadn't trusted him at first. It made sense. After all, no one would trust a stranger who suddenly broke into their house. Looking out from his balcony, he estimated that his party members should be arriving soon. However, at that very moment, he noticed something shocking. The scene shifted to reveal a red tiger chasing after his party members, who were desperately running away. The main character was taken aback as he processed what he was seeing. It was a red tiger. As his party members continued to flee, the red tiger lunged at them, preparing to strike. First, I would like to clarify that this is Kim Da-jung, and she has the piercing skill. And this is Yoo Hyun, who has the poison mist skill. Sorry for the confusion, guys, but always remember Gojo is the GOAT. Anyways, let's continue. Upon witnessing the red tiger lunging towards a party member, the main character was momentarily stunned, questioning whether there was another red tiger. Meanwhile, the red tiger pursued the party members with relentless determination. At that moment, Yoo Hyun's leg twitched, and she stumbled, falling to the ground while running. Ga-young and Dong-jeon immediately called out her name in concern. Yoo Hyun, in pain, attempted to get up, but her body trembled uncontrollably. Sensing imminent danger, Ga-young shouted a warning, fearing the tiger would kill her. Behind Yoo Hyun, the tiger opened its mouth, ready to strike. She turned slightly just in time to see the beast lunging at her. However, before it could reach her, a black-purple mist suddenly appeared, and she vanished from the spot. The tiger, now confused, searched frantically for its prey, but Yoo Hyun was gone. A slight mist lingered where she had disappeared. The scene shifted to Yoo Hyun, who appeared in front of the main character, panting heavily and in disbelief. She had been teleported by his skill, Vassal Summon. She coughed and struggled to catch her breath, while the main character, observing her state, thought to himself that it had been a close encounter. However, the maneuver had bought valuable time for the rest of the party, as the red tiger continued chasing them. At that moment, Byung-ho used his teleportation skill, appearing in front of the main character while carrying his grandmother. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before the main character, stating that he had discovered an entity that met the requirements for citizenship. The system prompted him to grant citizenship, and he did so for Byung-ho's grandmother. Looking at the main character, Byung-ho pleaded with him to take care of his grandmother. However, the main character, maintaining a serious expression, asked Byung-ho to wait a moment. Byung-ho, confused, questioned him, but upon seeing the resolute look in his eyes, simply agreed. Meanwhile, the red tiger continued its relentless pursuit of the party members. The main character considered using his skill, Invisible Hand, resolving to eliminate the beast with it. The tiger roared, continuing its chase, while the party members desperately ran. Dong-jeon suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and held a baseball in his hand. Charging it with immense force, he hurled it towards the red tiger. However, the beast skillfully dodged the attack and roared in response. Ga-young, witnessing the scene, called out Dong-jeon's name in worry. As the tiger prepared to lunge at Dong-jeon, he gritted his teeth thinking it was too late. Suddenly, he veered to the right and shouted for everyone to run away, intentionally drawing the tiger's attention. The red tiger chased after him, quickly closing the distance. Dong-jeon braced himself, gritting his teeth in determination. Just as the tiger was about to strike, a massive weapon materialized out of nowhere and struck the beast, smashing its face into the ground. The tiger's legs trembled as the giant weapon clutched its neck, lifting it off the ground. Dong-jeon was stunned by the sight. The other party members called out to Dong-jeon, but at that moment a system notification appeared before Ga-young. She read it with a shocked expression, though its contents remained undisclosed. The scene then shifted, showing the party members observing the trapped tiger. They soon realized that the massive weapon was a manifestation of the main character's invisible hand skill. The main character, watching from his balcony, mused that his presence wasn't required in the battle, as Ga-young's hunt would yield 4 times the rewards. Ga-young, resolute, drew her bow. The tiger, visibly terrified, watched as she fired an arrow. In the next moment, the red tiger was dead. A system notification confirmed that the main character had hunted a level 28 red tiger, granting him a substantial amount of experience points and depositing 632,117,776 won into his wallet, labeled as the ultimate shut-in. Another notification stated that Byung-ho's trust had increased, as had Ga-young's trust and loyalty. Yoo Hyun's trust and loyalty also improved, while Dong-jeon's loyalty surpassed 30. fulfilling all the conditions to be registered as a vassal. The main character, delighted, exclaimed, "Awesome!" and promptly registered Dongjeon as a vassal. The scene shifted once more, showing Dajung using her healing skill on Yeonju. The wound on Yeonju's stomach gradually disappeared, and her face was revealed. The main character reflected on their luck, grateful they had found Dajung, a healer with such an ability. Turning to Dongjeon, the main character inquired about the red tiger, asking why another one had appeared despite the first being slain. Dongjeon explained that Byungho's grandmother had been living in the red tiger's territory. Although they had managed to kill one tiger, it appeared there had been another. The main character, pondering this revelation, realized that something had felt off earlier. He deduced that the absence of goblins in the area was due to the red tiger's presence. If goblins had occupied that territory, Byungho's grandmother wouldn't have been safe. In hindsight, they were incredibly lucky she had been in the tiger's domain. Another system notification appeared, stating that Gyeong had completed her quest and that the results were being evaluated. A total of 73,312 won had been deducted for the quest expenses. Meanwhile, Dajung announced that she had finished healing Yeonju. The main character praised her efforts, to which she replied modestly and asked if she could return home. However, before she could leave, Choi Hyung-jun interjected, asking the main character if they would always be gathering at his house. Though he attempted to laugh it off, his question was serious. The main character looked at Choi Hyung-jun and the other party members, who remained speechless, before reassuring them that there was no need to worry. He stated that he merely needed to explain the next course of action. The main character then informed them that apartment unit 2901 was vacant, complete with electricity and essential utilities, and offered it to them for residence. Choi Hyung-jun, still puzzled, looked at him in question. The main character then called out to Dabin, who responded affirmatively. He informed her that units 2101 and 2102 were also unoccupied and that he would ensure they had electricity. He requested that she relay this information to the other survivors, instructing them to use those units for showers and sanitation. Dabin agreed. The main character further explained that if they wished, 2 individuals could share a unit, while the rest would be accommodated in another. Shocked by the offer, Dabin asked if he was serious. The main character confirmed but mentioned he had a favor to ask. Dabin, curious, urged him to proceed. He then asked her to serve as a messenger between himself and the survivors. Dabin, puzzled, questioned what he meant. The main character clarified, instructing her to inform the survivors that the team that killed 100 goblins the fastest would be granted an empty house with unlimited electricity, water, gas, and food. Furthermore, if a team accepted 10 survivors, those survivors would also receive the same benefits. However, he cautioned that the delivery of perks might take longer depending on their housing floor. Imagining himself as a chess player, orchestrating the movements of the survivors like pieces on a board, the main character concluded that only those who proved their worth would receive what they needed. At that moment, he issued a quest to hunt 100 goblins within a time limit of 168 hours. The reward was a small amount of experience points, while the penalty for failure was being barred from using shared facilities. All survivors received the quest, marking the beginning of their next challenge. The scene shifted to reveal a man in a red jacket, panting heavily as he ran. Chased by a goblin, he was sweating profusely and muttering under his breath, cursing his predicament. Determined, he kept telling himself that he only needed to run a little further. Just as he pushed forward, a goblin's hand nearly grabbed onto him. In a desperate maneuver, he slid across the ground and shouted, signaling to his comrades, "Now do it!" At that moment, 3 men came into view. 2 of them were twins, both wearing hoodies, while the third had striking red hair. One of the hooded twins commended the red-jacketed man's efforts, saying he had done well. The other twin, wearing a cap, remarked on the sheer number of goblins he had led to them, expressing his amazement. These 3 had devised a strategy using a stretch tactic. The red-jacketed man swiftly slid into a room, and as soon as he entered, the others shut the door behind him and wielded their spears. They began to stab at the goblins relentlessly. One goblin attempted an attack from above, but it was struck by a spear and sent flying backward. The goblins shrieked as they were pierced by the weapons. One goblin, which had been struck, managed to get up and started running. Many others followed suit and retreat. Seeing this, one of the twins pointed out that they were escaping, urging his companions to attack quickly. The red-haired man, grinning wickedly, turned to the twins and asked if they wanted to see something fun. The hooded men looked at him, bewildered. Without waiting for a response, he charged his spear backward and, with incredible strength, hurled it at the fleeing goblins. The twins watched in astonishment as the spear pierced through one goblin's back, exiting through its chest. Pleased with himself, the red-haired man boasted about his skill and asked the twins if they had seen that. One of them merely responded with an exasperated sheesh. Adjusting his shoulders, the red-haired man then inquired how many goblins they had killed this time. The golden-haired twin counted 22, while the twin in the cap smugly announced that he had taken down 23, declaring himself the winner. The red-haired man noted that they had slain over 100 goblins with just the 3 of them. The twin in the cap, surprised, confirmed if they had truly reached that number already. The golden-haired twin, reflecting on their feat, expressed disbelief, admitting that he had thought it would take much longer. Just then, the red-jacketed man, now identified as Seungmin, angrily confronted the red-haired man, Seungyeob. He reminded Seungyeob of his earlier claim that there would be no more than 10 goblins. Seungyeob, unfazed, questioned Seungmin's frustration. Seungmin, still fuming, challenged him, asking if the number of goblins truly seemed like just 10. In response, Seungyeob nonchalantly pointed out that the outcome had been favorable. They were about to get a new house. This remark only further irritated Seungmin, who shouted in frustration, accusing Seungyeob of nearly getting him killed. Seungyeob, now visibly annoyed, reminded Seungmin that he was the one who had devised their hunting method and plan. The spears had been crafted by the twins, and Seungmin himself had claimed confidence in his running abilities. Seungmin hesitated, unable to counter. Seungyeob then shot him a menacing glare and warned him that if he was so dissatisfied, he could leave the team. He asserted that Seungmin's presence made no difference to their group. At that moment, one of the twins attempted to defuse the situation, telling Seungyeob to calm down and acknowledging that Seungmin had performed well. The other twin agreed, praising Seungmin's ability to lure the goblins effectively, comparing his speed to that of a train. Seungyeob, still irritated, complained about Seungmin's attitude, expressing his frustration at being talked back to. One of the twins advised Seungmin to apologize quickly. Grinding his teeth, Seungmin relented and muttered a forced apology. Seungyeob, unimpressed, dismissed it and announced that they would head to the 21st floor to claim their new home. However, as they arrived, Dabin appeared, apologizing to the party. She regretfully informed them that another team had claimed the reward first. Seungyeob, shocked, demanded an explanation, his face darkening with anger. Dabin confirmed that another team had killed 100 goblins before them. Disbelieving, Seungyeob accused her of joking and insisted that they be given their rightful home. Dabin, maintaining her stance, assured him that she was not joking. At that moment, the victorious team arrived. Dabin pointed towards them, revealing that the ones who had completed the quest first were her brother Minho and 2 elderly individuals. Dabin questioned her brother about their agreement. Minho explained that, in exchange for giving up the house, his home and Mr. Jiho's home would receive electricity, food, and other necessities. Additionally, Mr. Jiho's daughters would be exempted from quests. Dabin, surprised, asked if Mr. Jiho's daughters were underage, reasoning that they should already be exempt. The middle-aged couple clarified that their daughters were actually adults, though they appeared younger. The mother even joked that she herself looked younger than she was. Dabin, uncertain, simply accepted the explanation. The elderly mother then remarked that their daughters were likely skilled with a bow, much like herself, but her husband worried too much about them. Minho added that the daughters had also been promised bows and arrows. Dabin, puzzled, asked if they planned to continue hunting goblins. Minho confirmed this, explaining that the main character had requested nearby goblins be eradicated, as they kept appearing regardless of how many were slain. At this, Seungyeob interjected angrily, accusing the administrators of granting special privileges. He argued that their actions were unfair. Minho acknowledged that it might seem that way, but he relayed that the main character had decided to send the 2nd and 3rd teams to the 30th floor as compensation for their efforts. Dabin confirmed this, informing Seungyeob that things had turned out well for him and his team. She told them to head to the 30th floor, where the main character was waiting. Seungyeob, his face darkening, remained silent. As the scene shifted, Seungyeob, still bitter, asked his party about the main character's name, noting that he seemed younger than them. He found it amusing how respectfully Dabin spoke of him. One of the twins agreed, questioning whether she viewed him as a god. The other twin scoffed, dismissing the idea and referring to him as a cult leader at best. The conversation continued as the other twin sneered, suggesting that the main character had been taught the wrong things. However, Seungmin, appearing frustrated, pointed out that they were benefiting from the main character's abilities and questioned if they had the right to make such remarks. His words made the twins start sweating. With an annoyed expression, Seungmin reminded them that they were all vying for the main character's favor. A tense silence fell in the elevator. Seungyeob, irritated, cursed at Seungmin, but before the argument could escalate, the elevator arrived at the 30th floor and the doors opened. As they stepped out, the twins noticed someone approaching. It was none other than the main character, exuding an imposing presence. He greeted them casually. The party members, upon hearing him, appeared as if they had just wet their pants in fear. Seungyeob introduced himself, extending his hand for a handshake. The main character grasped it firmly and, while shaking it, praised their hunting technique, noting their effective use of barriers. Seungyeob, now frightened, hesitantly asked how he knew about their strategy. The main character did not answer directly but instead announced that he would provide electricity, water, and gas to Units 1301 and 1502. Seungyeob, still skeptical, questioned if that was truly possible. The main character confirmed it with certainty, explaining that they had qualified by hunting 100 goblins. Then, with a grin, he added that he was neither a cult leader nor did he have any intention of becoming a god. At this, the party members' faces twisted in turmoil, realizing that he had overheard their entire conversation in the elevator, but the main character, unfazed, continued, stating that he had a request for them. With an evil grin, he left them wondering what was coming next. The scene shifted, revealing a group of people running in panic. It was none other than Sungyob's party, desperately fleeing from a group of giant orcs. They made a sharp right turn, but the massive creatures followed them without hesitation, continuing their relentless pursuit. At that critical moment, Sungyob urgently instructed Dongjian to throw it. Dongjian acknowledged the command, gripping a spear in his hand. He began channeling energy into the weapon, preparing for an attack. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, identifying Dongjian as the sixth servant, a knight, and a spearman. These three were his designated titles. His awakened abilities were revealed as throw and stab. With determination, Dongjian continued charging the spear, gritting his teeth. The system further elaborated that throw was a B-rank skill consuming mental strength to increase an object's attack power by 5 times, while stab was an A-rank skill temporarily manifesting a sword aura at the moment of impact. Without hesitation, Dongjian hurled the spear towards the giant orcs. Another system notification stated that the Knight title granted a physical boost based on loyalty stats, while vassals would gain 3 times the experience points and money from any monster they defeated. Additionally, Knights could grow stronger by allocating experience points to them. Another system notification described the title Spearman, indicating that attack power would scale based on the user's proficiency. The spear, infused with energy, struck a giant orc in the back, piercing it deeply. However, another giant orc, wielding a bladed weapon, charged forward. Just as the creature was about to strike Dongjian, an arrow soared from behind, piercing the orc's head and killing it instantly. The shooter was none other than Kim Gayong. Dongjian retrieved another spear from his back and swiftly hurled it at another giant orc, successfully striking and killing it. A system notification then appeared, confirming that an orc of level 90 had been hunted. Experience points were obtained, and 32,011,098 Vaughn was deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in. The party quest of hunting 100 orcs was now complete, and this notification was shown to the main character. The scene then shifted to a boy wearing a school uniform, along with a middle-aged man and woman, all of whom appeared terrified. Dongjian approached them and guided them to safety. At that moment, a system notification appeared before the main character, stating that a subject without permission was attempting to enter. However, beings who met the requirements for citizenship were also approaching. The main character then granted them citizenship. Dispelling his ultimate eye skill, the main character acknowledged that 3 more individuals had joined him. Opening the system window, he remarked that this now made 200 citizens. Proposing citizenship to the 3 newcomers, he watched as a system notification confirmed their acceptance, officially increasing the number of citizens to 200. As this milestone was reached, a new skill, tax collection, was unlocked. The main character was startled as a system window explained the skill. It allowed him to collect 10% of his citizens' current balances as tax. However, it did not deduct from their actual balances, and it had a cooldown of 30 days. He contemplated the implications, realizing that the skill redirected a portion of the citizens' earnings back to him. However, he had no control over the percentage collected. At this rate, it would take 10 months to amass the needed amount. Time was running out. In order to save his parents, he had to send Dongjian and his team to Nambamindong as soon as possible. Clicking on the system, he decided to adjust the distribution rate. Settling on 30%, he rationalized it as an investment. A system notification then appeared, confirming an increase in his skill level. House Declaration had reached level 10, and 3 skill points were awarded. Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through him as his territory expanded to encompass an entire apartment building. A system notification announced that he had declared ownership of the entire structure and had been granted 1 billion won in funds. Additionally, a new function, construction, had been unlocked. Curious, the main character examined the construction function. A system panel displayed a list of facilities available for construction. A solar energy electricity generator costing 130 million won, a store facility for 219 million won, and a gym for 300 million won. The available funds amounted to 1 billion won, while the yearly production stood at only 30 million won. Shocked by the low yearly production, he considered the implications. Even though the electricity generator cost 130 million won, it would take at least 5 years to break even. The system panel prompted him to confirm construction of the solar generator, but he declined. He believed the funds could be better utilized to strengthen Dongjian and the others. However, a sudden realization struck him. Opening the system window, He confirmed that the 1 billion won fund was restricted to facility construction. This meant he could not use it to level up anyone. Acknowledging the distinction between these funds and the money in his shut-in wallet, he decided to proceed with the solar generator's construction. A system panel indicated that completion would take 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The remaining funds stood at 867 million won. Still unsatisfied, he considered constructing another, but the system notified him that only one generator could be installed per apartment building. Turning his attention to the store function, he investigated its capabilities and was pleasantly surprised. The store was linked to his ultimate shut-in store skill, allowing him to register and sell items. Notably, the store did not require staff to operate, as items were materialized in real time upon payment. He realized this would significantly reduce the effort needed to distribute relief supplies. Determined, he ordered the system to construct the store immediately, designating Unit 101 as its location. A system notification indicated that completion would take 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. He then shifted focus to the gym, reading its description. The facility would serve as a basic training center, increasing training efficiency by 200% or 300% for citizens below level 15. Recognizing its value, he designated the second floor for the gym. A system notification displayed the construction time, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Now, with 3 skill points in hand, another system notification informed him that the ultimate shut-in store skill had reached level 5, increasing the registration limit to 500 items. A new function, commodification, was added. Examining the function, he discovered that items previously sold in bundles could now be purchased individually. Testing it, he noticed a wide variety of water bottles available in different sizes. He then checked other items and found many types of ramen packets. Realizing the utility of this update, he felt satisfied. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Kang, who was battling the orcs with his halberd. One of the creatures attempted to stab him, but Kang's armor was so durable that the blade chipped upon impact. Seizing the moment, Kang retaliated, swiftly slaying the orc. From behind, Dongjun called out to Kang, who turned to ask what was wrong. Dongjun then pointed at Kang's halberd and asked what would happen if it were thrown. Taken aback, Kang questioned the sudden request. Dongjun insisted on borrowing it for a moment, eager to test something. Clenching the halberd, Dongjun charged it with energy and hurled it at full speed. Kang was shocked to see his weapon fly so far. Frustrated, he demanded to know why Dongjun had actually thrown it. However, Dongjun calmly instructed him to cancel the summon and then resummon it. Realizing what he meant, Kang summoned his halberd back to his hand. Astonished, he exclaimed in excitement, calling Dongjun a genius. Dongjun, unfazed, dismissed it as nothing special. At that moment, Kim Gayong appeared, warning that they needed to move as she was running low on arrows. Just then, multiple arrows materialized behind her, replenishing her supply. The protagonist had received a skill called Omnifocus. The description indicated that he could use another skill while observing an area with his Absolute Eyes skill. The scene shifted to Kim Gayong, who was firing arrows in the direction of the orcs. Suddenly, the system notification panel appeared before the protagonist, informing him that he had hunted an orc at level 19. He had obtained experience points, and 21,338 won had been deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in. The party members had completed their quest, with 23,325,881 won being used for the mission. As a result, Citizen Kim Gayong's level had increased. The protagonist reflected on his recent actions, realizing that he had been right. It was possible to increase stats through quest rewards. He found himself holding on to a glimmer of hope. Turning toward the balcony, he estimated that his parents' house was about 10 kilometers away. It would take roughly 3 hours of walking to reach them. Leaving his apartment, he entered the lift and ascended to the rooftop of the building. Standing there, he gazed at the surroundings, feeling the cool breeze ruffle his hair. His eyes took in the devastating sight before him. The city lay in ruins, buildings reduced to rubble, smoke rising from the destruction. Debris was scattered everywhere. The sight was horrifying. Determined, he resolved that he had to hurry and save his parents. Opening the system window, he considered his next move. His first priority was Dongjion's party. The system window displayed Glassguy's title, labeling him as the 7th servant. His awakened ability was Crow's Covenant. The protagonist acknowledged that, although Glassguy only had a C-rank skill, it was being effectively utilized for reconnaissance. At the moment, it would be best for him to join forces with Yeonju and Dejung. As he reminisced, the protagonist noted a difference. Unlike Dejung, whom he had registered as a vassal, Yeonju still lacked the necessary loyalty to qualify. The system window displayed Dejung's skills: Blessing, an A-rank ability that consumed mental strength to temporarily increase physical abilities by 70%, and Magic Armor, a B-rank skill that used mental strength to create protective magical armor. The protagonist seriously reflected on the advantage held by those with awakened abilities from the beginning. His thoughts drifted toward Yeonju's son. The only viable option he had was to issue a quest, with the reward being the revival of Yeonju's son. However, just as he was about to proceed, a system notification appeared, informing him that he did not have enough money to grant the quest reward. He would need to obtain more funds before trying again. Realizing his current financial limitations, the protagonist decided to increase the quest difficulty as much as possible. He edited the quest to require hunting a level 40 or higher monster. Such a challenge would certainly be formidable, but it would guarantee significant rewards. He set a time limit of 24 hours, with the penalty for failure being death. As he imagined Yeonju's lifeless body, another system notification appeared, once again stating that he lacked sufficient funds to provide the quest reward. Frustrated, he acknowledged that his available money was still too little. At that moment, another notification appeared, informing him that he had hunted an orc at level 18, gaining experience points. His shut-in wallet now contained 27,088,221 won. Upon noticing this, an idea struck him. He could issue a party quest. If he used that option, the reward might become feasible. He edited the quest parameters once more. The objective remained hunting a level 40 or higher monster. The time limit was 24 hours, and the reward was the revival of Yeonju's son for 1 day. The penalty remained death. With that, he granted the quest. Understanding that he first needed to secure Yeonju's full loyalty, the protagonist was soon interrupted by a loud banging on his door. A desperate voice pleaded for him to open it. Walking over, he slightly opened the door, revealing none other than Yeonju. She had rushed to him, her face streaked with tears. She explained between sobs that she had just received the system notification about the quest. The protagonist confirmed its validity, stating that while there was a time limit, the goal was possible. Overcome with emotion, Yeonju collapsed, placing both hands over her mouth. Tears streamed down her face as she expressed her gratitude. To her, even 1 day with her son was enough. She simply wanted to see him again. At that moment, a system notification appeared, indicating that Yeonju's loyalty had surpassed 30. She had now met all the requirements to be registered as a vassal. The scene shifted to the protagonist in his room. He looked up, switching on the light without touching it. Turning back toward the tap, he focused on it, watching as water droplets began to form and then steadily stream down. He had been using his dignity preservation skill. He sighed in satisfaction, acknowledging that he had gotten used to using the skill to a certain extent. Imagining himself as a mage, he felt a newfound sense of control. He could now properly manipulate electricity, water, and gas. A system notification appeared, reporting that the store's revenue for the day was being calculated. A total of 320,981 won had been deposited into his shut-in wallet. Clicking on the system window, he calculated that at a 20% profit margin, the store's sales for the day had exceeded 1.5 million won. Activating his absolute eye skill, he observed the store on the first floor. People were gathered there, purchasing items and engaging in routine activities. The scene shifted to two individuals, one of whom was wearing a winter cap. The cap-wearing man questioned how much more they needed to save. His companion, holding a bow, responded that the bow cost 150,000 won, and with their daily earnings of 10,000 won, it would take about 15 days to afford it. Scoffing, the cap-wearing man pointed out that they also needed to consider their expenses for ramen and water over the next 2 weeks. Frustrated, his companion retorted that if he was so smart, he should calculate everything himself. Observing this interaction, the protagonist reflected on how much the atmosphere had changed simply because he had shared the money from quest rewards. The appearance of the mysterious store on the first floor had dramatically altered their circumstances. The small earnings from hunting goblins had now fueled a desire among everyone to hunt more. But with the goblin population within the apartment complex dwindling, they would soon have to venture outside. The protagonist considered their progress. Level-ups were proceeding smoothly, and the number of new citizens had increased. The system window displayed a current population of 789 out of 11,000, with bonus experience points and reward money both at 100%. Things would accelerate rapidly from this point onward. Another system notification appeared, confirming that he had hunted an orc and earned more experience points and money. Meanwhile, Yeonju, in her werebear form, was relentlessly hunting goblins, slashing and tearing through them with raw ferocity. Blood splattered across the battlefield, her glowing red eyes reflecting the carnage. As she reverted to her human form, she sighed, surveying the corpses around her. At that moment, Dajung called out to her, asking if she was all right and whether she was injured. Yeonju assured her that she was fine, dismissing any minor wounds as insignificant. Dajung urged her not to push herself too hard, pointing out that she was finishing off the monsters before anyone else had a chance to act. Yeonju apologized if it seemed like she was hoarding kills. Kim Gayong interjected, questioning why she was apologizing. She insisted that Yeonju's strength made them feel safer and their task much easier. Yeonju merely scoffed, sadness lingering in her gaze. The protagonist, watching everything unfold through his absolute eye skill, noted that pairing Yeonju and Dajung together had been a wise decision. We see the profile description of Yeonju, where her awakened ability is Warrior Bear, Ancient Lifeblood, and Primal Frenzy. We see the description of the awakened skills Warrior. Damages are increased by 50%, and when injuries are inflicted, Ancient Lifeblood and A-rank skill will greatly increase regeneration, and the primary Frenzy skill, S-rank skill the user uses. The user eyes will turn red upon seeing blood, and physical abilities will be increased by 300%. Just as he was reflecting on their abilities, a monstrous scream echoed from the distance. Turning toward the train tracks, the three warriors saw the silhouette of a giant leg. A massive green orc, clad in leather armor and wielding a menacing weapon, approached. Dajung, Gyeong, and Yeonju stood frozen in terror as they faced the captain of the orcs, who held a massive spear, resting it on his shoulder. At that moment, Yeonju called out, her voice breaking the tense silence. As she began transforming into a bear, she urgently called Dajung's name to use her magic armor skill on her. Fully transformed, Yeonju now stood in her bear form, facing the formidable orc captain. Without hesitation, she strode toward him, while behind her, Dajung and Gyeong called out her name in alarm. A confrontation was inevitable. The battle between Yeonju and the orc captain was about to begin. The orc captain swung his spear, preparing for an attack. Yeonju lunged at him, but he skillfully dodged each of her strikes. The skirmish continued, each side countering the other's moves. From behind, Gyeong readied her bow, her eyes filled with determination. She released an arrow at an incredible speed, nearly striking the orc captain. However, at the last moment, he deflected it with his spear. The distraction provided Yeonju with an opportunity. In a frenzy, she launched a powerful assault, pinning the orc captain to the ground. As she opened her mouth, her massive teeth became visible, striking fear into her opponent. Moments later, blood dripped from Yeonju's mouth. She had killed the orc captain. A system notification appeared before the main character, confirming that the orc captain, who had been level 28, was successfully hunted. Experience points were gained, and a sum of 73,263,099 won was deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in. The system further announced that Yeonju had slain the leader of Jeonpo Station, thus fulfilling a requirement. As a result, an outpost base was now available for construction. The system provided a description of the outpost base, explaining that it was a safe zone that could be built outside a designated house. Once activated, the area would receive the same protective effects temporarily. However, the base would only function if a citizen with the title of knight or higher was present. Additionally, if an unpermitted individual remained in the zone for more than a day, the zone would be destroyed. Constructing the outpost base required an investment of 1.3 billion won. Upon reading this information, the main character was stunned. The cost was immense. However, with the recent defeat of the orcs, there was now an abundance of funds available. He contemplated whether the investment would be worthwhile. A system notification then appeared, stating that constructing the facility would take 7 days and would require 3 citizens holding the title of knight or higher. The main character was given the option to proceed with construction, yes or no. As he considered his decision, he hesitated. If he chose to build the outpost base, Yeonju, Dajung, and Dongyeon would be required to remain there for an entire week. Time was the greatest cost. He reflected on the situation. Most of the monsters around Jeonpo Station had already been eliminated by Dongjeon's party and the other citizens. There was no urgent need for an outpost base in that location. His gaze shifted to the system window as he prepared to select the no option. However, he hesitated once more. The base was still a valuable asset. If he could establish it near his parents' home, it would provide them with greater security. Images of his family filled his mind, his father, mother, and himself. As long as they were within his territory, he could ensure their safety. Looking out from the balcony, he pondered the challenges of relocating his grandparents. The journey would not be easy. Closing his eyes, he silently wished for their safety. Determined, he resolved to send Dongjeon's party to his parents' place the following day. The scene shifted to Jeonpo Station, where Gyeon observed the battlefield. His gaze was fixed on Yeonju, who was tearing the orc captain apart. In disbelief, he muttered to himself, astounded that a human could rip an orc apart with their bare hands. Then, realization struck. Yeonju was no ordinary human. Given her immense strength even before receiving the protagonist's blessing, her current abilities were unsurprising. Yet Gyeon wondered how the main character had managed to bring her to their side. Yeonju had once been obsessed with goblins. Had she gained a new ability? At that moment, the main character issued a party quest. The objective was simple: return within an hour. The reward was a small amount of experience points, and there was no penalty for failure. Dongjeon's party soon arrived, and Dongjeon announced that they were leaving. Jeon acknowledged the order and whistled. summoning a crow. The bird immediately responded, landing on Gion's outstretched hand. Petting the crow, he spoke softly to it, addressing it as Blackie. Dongjeon approached Gion and instructed him to conduct reconnaissance. Gion agreed without hesitation. Leaning toward the crow, he whispered a command, instructing it to be careful. In response, the crow took flight, soaring high above the city. Through his skill, Gion connected his vision to the crow's, allowing him to see from the bird's perspective. After scanning the surroundings, he reported to Dongjeon that no threats were detected and that they could proceed. Dongjeon thanked him and turned to the rest of the party, signaling them to move. As they navigated Jeonpo Station, Gion suddenly sensed something unusual. Turning around, kneeling, he examined the ground, feeling an ominous sensation. However, after scanning the area again, he found nothing. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes observed the group from the shadows. The eyes belonged to a mouse, which remained hidden, silently watching. Without making a sound, the mouse leaped onto the platform, fixating its gaze on the stairway. It watched intently, biding its time in complete silence. The scene shifted to the main character, who was speaking to the party members, explaining the reason why he had sought their help. As he bowed respectfully before them, all the party members watched him in silence. They exchanged glances with each other as he continued speaking. He acknowledged that he was well aware of the slim chances of his family members being alive. At that moment, Dongjong questioned him, asking if his family members were also in that apartment complex. The main character responded that there was no way to be certain. Just then, Byung-ho interrupted loudly, declaring that they would help. The other party members turned to look at Byung-ho as he continued, insisting that they should be allowed to help. Dong-jeong, looking at Byung-ho, agreed, stating that it was all thanks to the main character that they had survived up to that point. Turning to the main character, Dong-jeong asked him to simply tell them what needed to be done. The main character expressed his gratitude to all the party members, thanking them repeatedly. He then explained that since all the orcs in Jeonpo Station had been eliminated, they could follow the subway railway to Seomyeon Station. He continued, mentioning that Jagalchi Station was the nearest station to his parents' house, and that they would need to exit through exit number 2 upon arrival. Once outside, he would guide them to where his parents should be. He reassured them that he was not asking everyone to leave immediately, acknowledging that this was something he personally wanted. He described it as a selfish request, but asked them to focus on taking over Seomyeon Station first. Dong-jeong affirmed his support, and the main character once again bowed respectfully, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. He then advised them to rest as much as possible before executing the plan the next day. At that moment, Yeonju spoke up, requesting a moment. The party members turned to her questioningly. She addressed the main character, stating that she had a question. Continuing, she inquired whether he was unable to bring his family members to their location using his ability. Hearing this, the main character was rendered speechless. He recalled that he had indeed tried. He had once hoped that having a target teleported as a quest reward would be possible. This was why he had been so excited upon seeing Byung-ho's awakened ability of teleportation. He had believed there was a chance Byung-ho could bring all of his family members there in an instant if things went well. However, a system notification had appeared, stating that such a reward was not possible. The result had been a complete failure. He speculated that this was due to his influence not reaching Byung-ho's grandmother's location. Scratching his head, he thought that if this were truly the case, there was nothing he could do. Even his parents were on the verge of death, all because they were outside his range of influence, his territory. Frustrated, he cursed internally. Finally, he responded to Yeonju, admitting that he was not all-powerful and that there were limitations to his abilities. However, he assured her that she need not worry. He vowed to keep the promise he had made to her, the revival of Yeonju's son. At that moment, a system notification appeared, stating that Yeonju's trust had increased. She smiled and thanked the main character for his honesty. All the party members bowed respectfully to him, and he, smiling, thanked them in return for their time, advising them to rest for the day. As the party members began to leave, Dongjong turned back to the main character, bidding him a good rest as well. However, just then, a system notification appeared, informing the main character that an individual who had not been granted entry was attempting to enter. The notification further stated that a being who met the requirements for citizenship was approaching and asked whether he would like to propose citizenship to them. Activating his ultimate eye skill, the main character instructed the system to propose citizenship. A notification confirmed that citizenship had been proposed, and Seo Yejin had accepted the offer. Her profile appeared, revealing that she was at level 31 and possessed an awakened ability called the Queen of Rats. The main character pondered whether she was truly an awakened individual. The scene then shifted to a squeaking mouse. The main character was taken aback upon realizing that Seo Yejin was, in fact, a rat. An hour earlier, the mouse had been observing Dongjong's party members, wondering who they were. It was astonished that humans were capable of slaughtering orcs. Contemplating the situation, the rat considered the possibility that all of them were awakened, but found it difficult to believe. Deciding to follow them for now, the rat reasoned that uncovering the truth could prove useful. As it continued trailing Dongjong's party, it arrived in front of an apartment building. Just then, the rat heard the laughter of children and a child calling out to their mother. Witnessing the children playing, the rat was utterly shocked. It questioned why there were children in the playground and why so many people were gathered only inside the building. Looking up at the apartment, the rat was bewildered. Determined to uncover more information, it rushed toward the building at an astonishing speed and climbed the lobby stairs. However, the moment it attempted to enter, it hit its head against an invisible barrier and was denied entry. A red bump formed on its head, and a system notification appeared, stating that entry was forbidden. Confused, the rat pondered the nature of the restriction. Suddenly, another notification appeared, asking whether it would like to obtain citizenship with the options yes or no. Without hesitation, the rat chose yes, but nothing changed. Frustrated, it wondered whether becoming a citizen was impossible in its current form. Just then, a system notification confirmed that citizenship had been granted. The rat was overjoyed, exclaiming that it had worked. Entering the apartment building, it was immediately met with alarm as people noticed it. Panic ensued, with everyone shouting about a rat's presence and attempting to stomp on it. The rat desperately dodged each attack, tumbling and running to escape. Eventually, it stumbled into the gym, where Dongjong's party members were exercising. Inside the gym, Kang and Dongjong were doing dumbbell exercises while Jian was performing bench presses with Byungho's support. Gayung was lifting weights, damn her got cute, and damn mommy Yeonju, she was stretching. Hello Manhwa Munch here. Can I be her son instead for one day only? Anyway, let's continue simping. Let's continue the story instead. Witnessing this, the rat was overwhelmed, struggling to comprehend what kind of place this was. The scene then shifted, revealing a girl wearing a black cap. This girl is the actual Seo Yejin. She clutched her head in pain before sneering slightly, a small smile forming on her lips. Laughing softly, she declared that she had finally found a way to survive. However, she acknowledged that the real challenge would be reaching her destination. She bit her thumb in contemplation, realizing that reaching Jeonpo Station was her only option. Though the subway railway offered a path, she knew that the monsters at Seomyeon Station posed a significant threat. Still, she saw an opportunity precisely because of their presence. Determined, she resolved to move forward, confident that there was no place she couldn't infiltrate. Behind her, a swarm of rats gathered, ready to follow her lead. The scene shifted as the main character received a system notification stating that he had hunted a tamed rat and obtained a small amount of experience points. This indicated that someone had killed the rat that had entered his apartment building. Another system notification appeared, revealing that the Queen of Rats was an A-rank awakened skill. The skill's description explained that all rats encountering its wielder would swear their loyalty to her as their queen. Once tamed, the rats could be controlled, and their senses could be freely shared. Seo Yejin possessed this ability. The main character contemplated the nature of her ability, realizing that it granted her control over rats. While activating his ultimate eye skill, he mused that an A-rank awakener had come to him voluntarily. Determined, he resolved to make her his vassal at any cost. Using his skill, he scanned his entire territory but was unable to locate her. Puzzled, he acknowledged that she was not in the vicinity and concluded that he needed to lure her to him first. At that moment, he granted a quest titled, Visit the Apartment Unit. The quest had a time limit of 48 hours, with a reward of a cola and a chocolate bar. However, it carried no failure penalty. As he was about to finalize the quest, he recalled a conversation with Yeonju, where she had inquired if he could bring his family members to his territory using his ability. Reflecting on this, he admitted to himself that he had attempted multiple times, but each effort had ended in failure. He theorized that if his family was outside his influence, a target granted citizenship should technically fall within his domain. He confirmed this assumption since he received money and experience points regardless of his citizens' locations, whether inside or outside his territory. With this realization, he edited the quest, reducing the time limit to 10 seconds while keeping the rewards unchanged. After implementing the modification, he considered it a success. He marveled at his ability to exploit the failure penalty in such a manner. The failure penalty, in this case, was a forced summon. And given that Seo Yejin was far outside his territory, she would inevitably fail the quest within the allotted time. This meant that she would be summoned directly to him. He acknowledged that he was essentially using the failure penalty as a cheat code. He resolved to test the system, believing that if he could summon citizens from outside using this method, he could potentially bring his family to safety. He hypothesized that if an outpost base was activated, it should temporarily function as an extension of his main territory. He considered the idea of sending Dongjion's party there to establish an outpost base, grant his family citizenship, and then use the system's quest function to summon them. Recognizing that the outpost base functioned as a safe zone outside his main influence, he understood that it required citizens holding the title of knight or higher. Since Dongjian's party met this requirement, the base could be set up where his parents resided. His plan was to grant them citizenship and then summon them using an impossible-to-complete quest, thereby ensuring their arrival at his location. While the plan seemed solid, he questioned how much money it would cost to create a quest with a failure penalty leading to summoning. Clicking on the system window, he decided to test it and granted the quest. As the system countdown began, 10, 9, 8, and so on, he anxiously hoped that the cost wouldn't be too excessive. Moments later, a system notification appeared, indicating that citizen Seo Yejin had failed the quest and that the amount spent was precisely 31,067,494 won. Sighing in relief, he acknowledged that the quest had cost 30 million won. Just then, Seo Yejin was summoned before him, appearing terrified and confused. As she looked around, bewildered, she questioned her whereabouts. The main character glanced to his left, confirming that his plan had worked. While he observed her, Seo Yejin was alarmed upon seeing an unfamiliar person before her. In an attempt to calm her, he greeted her with a simple, hello. Panicked, she demanded to know who he was and asserted that he should already know who she was. He responded, identifying himself as the person who had granted her citizenship. Confused, she hesitated before realizing where she was. Before she could fully articulate her thoughts, he clarified that they were at the top level of the apartment complex she had previously observed through her rats. Casually, he retrieved a can of Coca-Cola and some chocolates from his system window and presented them to her. Bro is flexing food at this point. Apologizing for the sudden summoning, he acknowledged that she must be surprised. Introducing himself formally, he stated his name, Kim Jae-hyun. He handed her the cola and chocolates, which she accepted. Seo Yejin then questioned whether he had just brought her there and mentioned a strange quest that had appeared before her. He confirmed that he was the one who had issued the quest. At that moment, Seo Yejin clasped her hands together in hope, and, despite acknowledging the shamelessness of her request, pleaded for the acceptance of the people she was taking care of. Confused, the main character asked her to clarify. She explained that she had intended to bring everyone with her, but the distance made it impossible. She had therefore taken a gamble. When asked how many people she was referring to, she answered that there were 35. He considered this information and realized he had not anticipated her having others with her. Apologizing, he stated that bringing all of them would be difficult. Seo Yejin, with sadness in her eyes, questioned his response. He elaborated that it would be impossible for him to transport all of them with his current ability. Desperate, Seo Yejin grabbed his jacket and pleaded, explaining that her mother and younger sibling were still there. She begged him to help, insisting she would do anything to save them. Seeing her desperation, he paused to think and requested a moment to consider the situation. He then recalled that he had granted Seo Yejin citizenship without her physical presence, implying that his territory recognized the rat as part of her. This revelation suggested that his plan could work. A system window appeared, displaying Seo Yejin's details. Her trust level was at 37, and her awakened ability was Queen of Rats. Observing this, he noted that her trust level was already high, perhaps due to her dire circumstances leaving her no choice but to trust him. Addressing her directly, he questioned whether she was truly willing to do anything. Seo Yejin nodded without hesitation, confirming her resolve. He then informed her that he had a way to help but required her complete trust. Raising his hand slightly, he emphasized that if she placed her full trust in him, he would ensure her family's safety. Swallowing hard, she considered his words before urgently shouting her agreement, expressing her willingness to do whatever it took. At that moment, a system notification appeared, indicating that Seo Yejin's trust had significantly increased. Her trust level reached 50, unlocking loyalty. Since her loyalty had surpassed 30, she had met the requirements to become a vassal. The main character promptly registered Seo Yejin as his vassal through the system window. As he did, a blue aura began swirling around her. Seo Yejin, surprised, looked around in shock. The system displayed her new title, 10th Servant, Knight, and Tamer. Her Tamer title enhanced tamed creatures' stats based on her loyalty value and accelerated their growth according to her trust level. It also allowed tamed creatures to evolve upon reaching a certain threshold. The main character inquired whether Seo Yejin had any tamed rats near her family's location. Still enveloped in the blue aura, she urgently nodded. He instructed her to send the rats directly to her family. Complying, Seo Yejin sat in a meditative pose and focused. Simultaneously, he activated his ultimate eye skill, which now allowed him to see through the eyes of the rats she controlled. The scene shifted to her family's location, where people noticed the rat's arrival. Recognizing it as Seo Yejin's, they watched as a system panel appeared above it. Supplies, including food and water, suddenly emerged from the system panel, astonishing everyone. An elderly woman speculated that Seo Yejin had sent the provisions. Observing this, the main character noted that everything was proceeding as expected. He realized that Seo Yejin's ability, combined with his ultimate eye, provided him with an unparalleled reconnaissance advantage, thousands of rats navigating sewers as his eyes, making them the ultimate scouting force. The scene shifted to the protagonist's room where Seo Yejin was present. She asked the protagonist if when referring to Nambu-Mindong he meant the area near Songdu-si. The protagonist confirmed that she was correct, thinking coincidentally about Seo Yejin. He reflected that she had been to Nambu-Mindong because her parents had lived there, and it would naturally be more advantageous for her to go on the first reconnaissance trip over Dongjin's party. He reasoned that all she needed to do was send her rats as well. As Seo Yejin sat in front of him, the protagonist continued to think that by using that alone, he could confirm whether his family was still alive, and it would be far easier for him to send rescue supplies. At that moment, Seo Yejin smiled and told the protagonist to just leave it to her. Right then, a system window notification appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that Seo Yejin's trust had increased, followed by another indicating that her loyalty had also risen. The protagonist questioningly asked her if she could start right away. While playing with her rat, Seo Yejin replied that of course she could. Looking down at her, the protagonist suggested that since she was doing this, it would be nice if she could go along the subway rails. Seo Yejin, looking at him questioningly, asked if he was talking about Busan Line Number 1. He confirmed that he was, explaining that he planned to use that line as a route for rescue operations in the future. Suddenly, Seo Yejin's facial expression darkened, and in a tone of panic and terror, she told him that he couldn't do that. Surprised, the protagonist asked for clarification, questioning why that was. She replied that there was a monster at Seamyeon Station. The protagonist, looking at her with curiosity, repeated the word monster, and began thinking that there was indeed a monster at Seamyeon Station. He then asked Seo Yejin if she could send one of her rats to where the monster was. She agreed, and as she responded, her squeaking voice accompanied a mouse traveling toward Seamyeon Station. The mouse soon encountered a horrifying sight. A giant snake-like monster had grabbed a captain orc with its body and was biting the orc's head. Using the head, the snake monster pushed the orc captain's body upward and swallowed it whole. The mouse squeaked and the snake monster noticed it. Quickly, the mouse hid behind a pillar while the snake monster stared in its direction. Suddenly, the snake monster appeared in front of the mouse, leaving it terrified and staring in shock. The snake opened its mouth, heightening the mouse's fear, and lunged to eat it. At the last moment, the mouse dodged, and the snake's menacing eyes followed it. The mouse ran away as quickly as possible, with the snake monster staring after it. Using his ultimate eye skill, the protagonist observed all of this. A drop of sweat appeared on his face as he thought that it was a huge monster and wondered what its level might be. Based on what he had seen, he speculated that it could be even higher than level 40, questioning if that was possible. He looked towards Seo Yejin but said nothing. She, however, asked him if he had seen it, the monster, and stated that Seamyeon Station couldn't be used. She continued, recommending Bayamnigal Station one stop away, noting that she had seen how skilled his teammates were and that they wouldn't have an issue getting past that place with their skills. The protagonist reminisced that what she was saying wasn't wrong and agreed with her, saying they would do that. Smiling at her, he told her she could head to apartment unit number 2701. When she questioningly said pardon, he clarified that it was where she would live from that day onward, though the place would need some cleaning. Standing up, Seo Yejin told the protagonist she understood and thanked him, adding that she would get going. He reassured her to rest well. As she turned, he looked at her and thought that if he were in the same situation, he would have probably come up with the same plan if it had been before they met. At that moment, he opened the system window and instructed it to install a solar energy electric generator. The system window displayed that the construction of the solar energy electric generator would take 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, and solar panels began appearing on the roofs of the apartment buildings out of thin air. Observing the construction, the protagonist thought that its efficiency was actually quite good, but it was far from enough electricity for a population close to 800 now. He imagined that to save money and install more facilities, he needed to increase the number of people working, considering that a 3-shift system was something he would have to create at the very least, along with new public facilities. After thinking for a moment, he opened the system panel and declared that it was time to get started. The scene then shifted to Dongjin and his party members running in the subway. Dongjin shouted to the party that something was coming. The party members stopped running and prepared to attack as bat-like monsters approached, making noises. Byung-ho and Gaeyoung launched arrows shimmering with blue energy, hitting many bats and causing blood to splatter. With many bats dead, Gaeyoung remarked that it was nice and asked if anyone was hurt. A party member replied that they were all good. Yahello then asked Gaeyoung about the Seamyeon Station snake that the protagonist had mentioned, questioning if they could really defeat it by themselves. Gaeyoung responded that it would probably be fine, as the protagonist could summon them if things looked grim. Smiling, Yahello agreed that there was nothing to worry about. A dog with a flashlight on its head chimed in, saying there was no need to be too anxious and urging them to go. The scene shifted again to Seamyeon Station, where a party had approached and was shocked by what they saw. Many goblins killed, their corpses lying around, some eaten and others missing legs. A train was flipped over as well. Seeing this, Yo Hiren gagged, feeling like vomiting, while Dongjin urged the group to keep going and bear with it for just a bit longer. As the party members walked through the subway, Dongjin noticed something and told everyone to stop. They became cautious, but what Dongjin saw terrified him, the snake monster glaring at them with a menacing look. Kang started trembling and shouted, questioning how they were supposed to kill a monster like that. At that moment, the whole subway began trembling. Dongjin, covering Gaeyoung in his arms, instructed everyone in the party to get down. The party members knelt on the ground as the subway rails shook with dust and tremors. Dongjin's party was seen covering each other while the subway shook violently and dust flew through the air. Dongjin and Gaeyoung opened their eyes slightly, confused by the situation. Kang questioned what was going on. Yeonju appeared distressed and Kimjin asked, seemingly puzzled, whether it had been an earthquake. At that very moment, a system notification appeared in front of Dongjin, surprising him. The panel displayed that a party quest had been assigned to Dongjin and Yeonju. The objective of the quest was to hunt a giant snake. Dongjin looked at the system window in disbelief, wondering what kind of quest involved hunting a giant snake. Just then he noticed something that shocked him. A giant snake lay destroyed, its body blasted in the middle, lying in a pool of blood. Dongjin exclaimed in disbelief, questioning what had happened. Gaeyoung was seen beside him, kneeling and observing the scene. Dongjin wondered aloud why the snake was behaving that way. The snake's midsection had been blown apart, with blood and smoke pouring from the wound. Dongjin looked back at Yeonju and she seemed to understand his intention and nodded. Dongjin thought, though he didn't understand what was happening with the snake, he needed to act. He pulled out his rod from his back and lunged at the snake. The rod hit the center of the snake's head, causing blood to splatter as the snake screamed in pain. The scene shifted to moments earlier, offering context about the giant snake. It was revealed that the snake was capable of swallowing its prey whole, but doing so was dangerous because a living organism inside its stomach could fight back. To counter this risk, the snake would usually use poison or constrict its prey before swallowing. However, this applied only to large prey. For something small like a rat, the snake wouldn't be concerned and might swallow it whole while still alive. The rat, shown jumping onto the snake's body, lunged toward its mouth, sacrificing itself. The snake opened its mouth and swallowed the mouse. No one could have predicted the consequences of this action. The scene then shifted to the protagonist, who smiled while facing the system window to access storage. He thought to himself that he had two skills he could use. Meanwhile, inside the snake's stomach, the mouse enabled the protagonist to activate his storage. He summoned gas inside the snake using the rat's presence. Because the rat was inside the snake, the protagonist had full control and released gas in the snake's stomach. As the stomach expanded, he also summoned burning tissue. The ignition of the gas caused a massive explosion inside the snake. The scene then cut to Seo Yejin, who felt a sudden pain due to the severed connection with the rat. The protagonist asked if she was okay. She replied that she was fine, just a little surprised. He commended her, though she seemed uneasy and simply responded affirmatively. The protagonist observed the scene using his ultimate eyes and realized he could never defeat the snake monster himself. The scene returned to Dongjin's party, where Yeonju also received a system notification indicating that they had killed the giant snake monster. The protagonist concluded that it had to be the knight vassals, Dongjin and Yeonju, who delivered the final blow, allowing him to gain 6 times the experience and gold. The scene replayed Dongjin's attack as he hurled the rod into the snake's head. Simultaneously, Yeonju used her bear-wear skill to transform into a bear. With a menacing red aura forming in her hand, she lunged at the snake monster and delivered the killing blow, piercing its face before landing gracefully. After killing the snake, Yeonju looked back at its corpse. A system notification appeared in front of the protagonist, stating that he had hunted a king snake level 40 and had gained a massive amount of experience. Another notification revealed that over 1.8 billion won had been deposited into the ultimate shut-in wallet. A further panel confirmed that Dongjin and Yeonju had defeated the boss monster of Seamyeon Station, unlocking the ability to build an outpost base there. The protagonist's skill level increased, and his house declaration skill reached level 15. He gained 3 skill points. Following this, he experienced a sharp pain as his territory expanded beyond the apartment building. A system notification stated that he had discovered beings eligible for citizenship. He winced in pain and noted that 200 individuals met the criteria. He instructed the system to grant them citizenship. A new notification appeared, indicating that the number of citizens had reached 1,000. This milestone unlocked a skill called Baseline for all citizens. Baseline, a passive skill, provided a 100% bonus to experience and money acquisition. The protagonist was shocked and delighted by this development. He noted that it matched the description and viewed the system window of a citizen named Kim Min-ho. He realized that even if he set his distribution to 0%, he could still receive 100% of the experience and gold. At that moment, Seo Yejin approached him from behind and addressed him. He turned to face her. She asked if he could bring the people she was previously with to the current location. He paused, resting a hand on his chin, then agreed, saying it was the least he could do. Seo Yejin responded with joy and gratitude. The protagonist then asked if she could control the rat again. Seo Yejin, determined, assured him that she could. He instructed her to guide the others by having them follow the rat she controlled. She acknowledged the request. The scene shifted to the dead body of the snake monster, where the rat controlled by Seo Yejin was leading the party members. They carefully followed the rat. Dongjin was shocked upon seeing many dead orcs lying around. Yeonju greeted him and Dongjin, confused, asked if she had killed all the orcs. Yeonju clarified that it wasn't her, they were already dead when she arrived. Realizing someone else had killed the orcs, the party looked on, stunned and terrified. Dongjin speculated whether this had originally been the orcs' territory. The subway was littered with bodies and splattered with blood, yet the party continued to follow the rat. Looking around, Dongjin remarked that though the boss monster was gone, they couldn't lower their guard. Gaeyoung added that there might still be hidden monsters lurking. At that moment, the rat gestured urgently, urging them to hurry. Ken commented to Kang that the rat was remarkably smart. Byung-ho asked if the rat was also part of the protagonist's abilities. The protagonist observed all this through his ultimate eye skill, thinking that for now there was no major threat. He then noticed he had 3 remaining skill points. Looking at the system window, he considered where to invest them. Since his activity range had expanded, he decided the first investment should be in the ultimate eye skill, which synergized well with Seo Yejin's ability. He invested a skill point and as before experienced pain as his eyes twitched and he held his head. After enduring the pain, he gained the ability to see the levels of monsters. A system notification appeared describing a goblin, level 8, 103 cm in height, living in groups, possessing basic intelligence, able to use tools, and having excellent eyesight, capable of seeing in the dark. The protagonist observed this and thought it was perfect. It was exactly the ability he needed. He planned to find monsters of appropriate levels and assign quests to others, saving resurrection costs. He then focused on his next skill upgrade, dignity preservation. Knowing he would meet many people, he understood that earning their trust and loyalty was crucial. He upgraded the dignity preservation skill and immediately afterward his eyes widened in shock. He turned suddenly, hearing a loud sound. He wondered to himself, was that a gunshot? The protagonist was seen looking back in horror after hearing a gunshot. He panicked, thinking that this wasn't the right place. At that very moment, the scene shifted to reveal many goblins dressed like humans, wielding revolvers in their hands and firing them. The protagonist was baffled, wondering what the hell was going on and questioning why goblins were using guns. A horde of goblins appeared, armed with blades, swords, and revolvers. Standing before them was their leader, who was also wielding a revolver and firing shots. Dongjin's party watched the scene unfold, and it became clear that the goblins were targeting them. Dongjin then shouted for everyone to run, prompting all party members to flee as bullets rained down on them. The group quickly entered a nearby non-functioning train and observed the goblins from within. Gaeyoung expressed her disbelief, asking how those creatures had managed to acquire guns. Dongjin, sweating, admitted that they couldn't face the goblins head-on. However, a sudden smile formed on Dongjin's face as he spoke again. Byung-ho appeared behind a goblin using his teleportation skill, and Dongjin's voice echoed with confidence, stating that they had Byung-ho. Byung-ho, eyes full of determination, stabbed a goblin from behind. The goblin's revolver flew into the air as it screamed in agony. Byung-ho continued to slash through multiple goblins, beheading several in a single swoop. At that moment, more goblins aimed their guns at Byung-ho. Suddenly, one of those goblins was struck by an arrow, causing its revolver to fly away as blood splattered from its hand. Gaeyoung, having fired the arrow, demanded to know how the goblins dared. In front of her stood Kang, clad in armor, and Yeonju, mid-transformation with her werebear ability. Fully ready, Kang and Yeonju shouted and charged into the goblins, killing them one by one. Kang swung his halberd, beheading goblins, while Yeonju tore through them with her jaws. All of this was observed by Yo Hyerin and Jin, who were shocked at the devastating power of the trio's assault. The protagonist also watched the scene through his ultimate eye skill. He noticed a revolver and a bullet, and immediately registered them as items. A system notification panel appeared in front of him, revealing that the revolver was an S&W Mu, priced at 476,321, and a set of 100.38 caliber bullets cost 158,401. Looking at the system panel, the protagonist thought about the gun. He reflected on the significance of acquiring such a weapon. He then contemplated the implications of displaying a firearm in the store. Though it had many advantages, he believed it would make people more proactive about hunting monsters. He imagined civilians in his domain using guns to fight off goblins. He further considered that even regular people below level 10 might occasionally take down orcs. This would lead to a massive increase in experience points and monetary rewards for the citizens. The protagonist envisioned the joyful expressions on the faces of his people. However, his thoughts grew grim as he realized that trusting every citizen was not a viable option. He admitted to himself that he had been accepting people randomly without any proper standards. He had believed that he could control any situation, regardless of who entered his domain. Although more people meant more benefits, the introduction of guns changed the dynamics entirely. He feared that with so many people, there was a chance someone with malicious intent could be among them. He imagined citizens becoming envious, jealous, and turning against one another. He thought that something terrible was bound to happen eventually, and in the worst-case scenario, someone could be killed. The protagonist concluded that only trusted individuals should be granted access to firearms. He continued looking at the system panel and thought that those with high loyalty were the only ones who should be considered. He already knew exactly who should receive the revolver first. The scene shifted, showing the goblins lying dead in pools of their own blood. Above Byung-ho, a revolver and a box of bullets suddenly materialized and fell before him. Byung-ho, surprised, picked up the items, joy evident on his face. He silently thanked the protagonist. The scene transitioned to Dongjin's party following Seo Yejin's rat and eventually stopping in front of a large door. Dongjin approached the door, held the handle, and opened it. Inside, many frightened people were revealed. A mother and daughter hugged each other in fear, while a man trembled nearby with many people behind them. The scene then shifted to a bright sunny sky. The protagonist thought it was nice that the walking trail was now included within the domain. He was walking along the trail with Seo Yejin, hands tucked in his jacket pockets. Seo Yejin thanked him for meeting her, and the protagonist responded that he simply thought it was a good time for a walk. Suddenly, a system notification panel appeared, stating that subjects without permission had entered. The protagonist informed Seo Yejin that the guests had arrived and granted them citizenship. Someone then called out Seo Yejin's name, surprising her. She turned to see her mother and her sister, Yojin. Seo Yejin ran to hug them both. Her mother, emotional, asked why she had left without saying anything and how worried she had been. Seo Yejin apologized to her mother. Yojin backed away from the hug and with shining eyes commented on how good her sister smelled, asking if she had showered. Seo Yejin replied that there was warm water now and she could shower properly. Yojin expressed her amazement and the protagonist quietly observed the heartwarming reunion. Seo Yejin told her sister that she even had a bed and warm meals. At that moment, the protagonist called out to Seo Yejin, and she turned to face him. He told her that Unit 2701 had been assigned to her. While she could use it however she liked, he noted that it might be too cramped for more than 30 people. Seo Yejin turned around and saw not just her mother and sister, but many more people behind them. Her mother and sister looked slightly shy and hesitant. Seo Yejin, looking down, narrowed her eyes and asked what they should do. The protagonist casually replied that he would add 3 more vacant rooms for her, saying she had earned them. Seo Yejin turned around, shocked, and thanked him. She then approached the others and told them they could use units 2402, 2301, and 1092, assuring them she would work hard. Behind her, her mother and sister appeared overjoyed. A system notification panel appeared in front of the protagonist, indicating that Seo Yejin's trust and loyalty had increased, along with that of many other citizens. The protagonist read the system message. However, something in it surprised him, and he exclaimed, remembering that he had leveled up but hadn't checked his new skill. A system notification then announced a skill called Beast Management, which had 10 slots. Looking at the panel, the protagonist wondered what Beast Management was. The system then revealed that summoning a beast would cost a staggering 10 billion won. Stunned, the protagonist questioned whether the system had actually said a billion won. Suddenly, someone called out to him and he turned to see who it was. A voice asked if he had a moment. The scene shifted again, showing the protagonist inviting someone into his room, to which the person responded with thanks. It was revealed to be Yo Hyerin. The protagonist asked what had brought her there. Yo Hyerin, looking uneasy, stated that she had something important to say. The protagonist encouraged her to speak freely. After some hesitation, Yo Hyerin bowed deeply and apologized, saying she wanted to leave the party. The protagonist was shocked and asked her to repeat what she had just said. Yo Hyerin appeared slightly uncomfortable and apologized to the protagonist, telling him that she wanted to leave the party. The protagonist looked at her with a hint of worry. Yo Hyerin hesitated before continuing, saying that she felt her abilities didn't really have a place in the party and things might be just fine without her. She looked down as she spoke, unsure of herself. She went on, her voice wavering, expressing that she felt useless and that she couldn't meet the expectations set for her. The protagonist, still concerned, urged her to be honest with him. Yo Hyerin gritted her teeth, hesitating even more before suddenly shouting that she was scared. The protagonist was shocked by her outburst. She continued, explaining how terrified she was of the goblins, the orcs, and the huge snake they'd encountered that day, which had made her blood run cold. She also mentioned the fear she felt when they were being chased by the Crimson Tiger, and her face showed the horror she had experienced. Tears welled up in her eyes as she recalled the terrifying moments. She looked as though she was reliving those scenarios, her emotions overwhelming her. She apologized repeatedly, saying she was so sorry and that the protagonist had always been the one to save them. The protagonist simply watched her, silent. Yo Hyerin wiped her tears away, trembling as she said she felt useless. She confessed that she didn't feel she could meet the expectations placed on her. The protagonist thought to himself that he had noticed this for a while. Rescuing Byung-ho's grandmother, exterminating the orcs, and fighting the Crimson Tiger were all missions that had put lives at risk. He didn't blame her, though. He thought about Yo Hyerin's ability, Poison Mist, and how dangerous it could be if not handled properly, potentially harming their allies. He knew that Yo Hyerin must have felt awful about her lack of success, though she had put her life on the line. Standing in front of her, the protagonist placed a hand on his neck, still silent, watching Yo Hyerin tremble and cry. Finally, he spoke, telling her that they had recently become short on hands. Yo Hyerin, wiping her tears, looked at him questioningly as he continued, mentioning Kim Dabin from the 21st floor, who had been trying to handle everything on her own but was exhausted. He explained that he was thinking of building communal facilities throughout the complex and was looking for someone trustworthy to handle the work. He told Yohyren he thought he could trust her and asked if she would be willing to help. Yohyren clenched her left hand with her right, trembling but remained silent. The protagonist didn't speak either, scratching his face nervously before telling her that if someone was willing to move forward, they were far from useless. He assured her that her ability was powerful, that handling poison was no easy task, but it would shine one day. He suggested that if going into the field was difficult for her right now, she could work internally. He promised that when they needed her ability, he would ask for her help again, and he bowed to her. Yohyren looked at him, startled, but the tears stopped, and a small smile appeared on her face, her cheeks blushing slightly. The protagonist noticed a system notification panel in front of him, indicating that Yohyren's loyalty had increased to 100, and her vassal capacity limit had increased as well. Yohyren wiped away her remaining tears and smiled at him, apologizing for showing him her weak side. With a cheerful, happy expression, she promised to do her best. The protagonist, seeing her happy, smiled slightly and thanked her, saying they would continue working together. The scene shifted to the protagonist, who saw a system notification panel announcing a summon costing 1 billion won. He looked at the panel, thinking to himself that he should try using the ability now. He decided screw it and clicked yes on the panel. The system notified him that 1 billion won had been consumed for the beast summon. At that moment, a strong wind blew out of nowhere and a shimmering yellow light appeared before him. A magic circle formed on the floor and the light crackled as the protagonist shielded his eyes from its brightness. Then a golden egg appeared, its scales gleaming. As the egg began to crack, the protagonist watched in awe as bright yellow light poured from the cracks, blinding him for a moment. Suddenly, a creature emerged from the egg, with round eyes, a small tail, and feathers. The protagonist activated his ultimate eye skill and analyzed the creature, discovering that it was a divine bird born with the power of the sun, still young and in need of protection. To grow, it needed to absorb high-quality sunlight. The protagonist greeted the creature and the three-legged crow chirped at him in response. After some thought, the protagonist decided to name the bird Blackie. The crow chirped happily at the name and flapped its wings. As the protagonist observed the crow, he asked if it was hungry. The crow chirped in reply. Later, a bag of chips appeared and the crow happily munched on them, letting out a satisfied burp afterward. Once the crow finished eating, it lay down, seemingly asleep. The protagonist bent down and mused about how carefree the bird seemed. Then a system notification appeared, showing that the crow's level had increased and that the efficiency of the solar energy electric generator had increased by 100%. The protagonist looked at the system panel, realizing that he had not yet built solar generators in the 10 new buildings. Though the cost of investing in the facility seemed wasteful, he smiled, knowing that the increased efficiency would make it worthwhile. He decided to build solar generators in all the buildings, confident that the return would be worth it. The system notified him that the construction of the solar generators would be completed in 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The scene then shifted to Unit 3005, where the protagonist pressed the bell. From the other side of the door, a voice asked who it was. The protagonist replied, and the door opened to reveal Choi Hyung-jun, who asked what brought him there. The protagonist explained that he had something to ask of him, and Choi Hyung-jun, curious, asked what it was. With a serious expression, the protagonist told him that he wanted to entrust him with his money. Choi Hyung-jun was shocked by the request. A few moments earlier, the protagonist had been staring at the system panel, deeply contemplating the scale of tax collection. After some thought, he concluded that entrusting money to trustworthy citizens would make it profitable, despite a 10% fee being applied the first time it was granted. He noted that this generated a 10% profit margin agreement. He then wondered who he should entrust the money to. At that very moment, a profile description of Choi Hyung-jun appeared. His level was 25. His title was displayed as the first servant. His trust rating stood at 89, loyalty at 98, and his awakened ability was the strength of a gorilla. The scene shifted to the present where Choi Hyung-jun was seen trembling, filled with fear. The protagonist looked at him and thought that it had to be Choi Hyung-jun without a doubt. He recognized that Choi's trust and loyalty were on an entirely different level. Just then, a system panel appeared stating that 1 billion won had been given to Vassal Choi Hyung-jun. 10,030,000 had been used for the quest, with a 10% fee and a base cost of 30,000 won. Another system panel appeared before the protagonist, stating that Choi Hyung-jun's trust had increased. It also indicated that his loyalty had increased. Choi Hyung-jun's loyalty had now reached 100. At that moment, Choi Hyung-jun, stammering, asked the protagonist if he really wanted him to hold on to that kind of money. The protagonist, smiling, confirmed and added that he could use a portion of it if necessary. Inwardly, the protagonist admitted that this had been his original plan, though he hadn't expected Choi to reach 100 loyalty. Choi Hyung-jun bowed repeatedly to the protagonist, expressing deep gratitude and saying thank you many times. The protagonist, reassuring him, said it was nothing and added that he would be counting on him. He then turned his attention to the next matter. The scene shifted to Dabin. Dabin asked the protagonist if she could really choose freely. The protagonist affirmed, saying it didn't matter, and encouraged her and Hyeren to go ahead and form the team. He reminded Dabin that since she was the team leader for 2023, he would double her weekly compensation. Upon hearing this, Dabin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a system panel appeared showing that her loyalty had increased. She promptly pulled Hyerin towards herself and, saluting the protagonist, promised to do her absolute best. Hyerin, shocked by Dabin's sudden kindness, looked surprised. As Dabin hurried off, she suggested they start with the handle, but Hyerin urged her to slow down, visibly annoyed. The protagonist silently observed their banter. He then turned his head and thought that it was time to discuss more difficult matters. At that moment, the scene shifted to Unit 2109, where the protagonist addressed everyone, acknowledging their hard work and asking if they were okay. He was speaking to Dongjin's team. Dongjin responded that they were totally fine, but wondered why the protagonist had come to see them. The protagonist explained that thanks to the monster at Seamyeon Station, the surrounding area had become a monster-free zone. He mentioned that the subway tracks in particular no longer had any monsters, and there were hardly any left near the stations. He listed Bayamnigal and Bayamil as nearby areas and emphasized that this was their chance to act before a monster swarm occurred. Recalling Hyerin's tearful pleading, the protagonist realized the people before him were risking their lives to carry out his requests. He acknowledged that thanks to Seo Yejin's early warning about the monster at Seamyeon Station, they had avoided a major disaster. He thought that it could have been extremely dangerous if they hadn't known in advance about the snake monster. But he also accepted that in this world, dying at any moment wasn't a surprise. He reflected that wanting to protect and save his family might seem selfish. As he imagined his family photo, he admitted that even so, he couldn't give up. He instructed Dongjin's party to head straight to Jagalchi Station the next day, saying this with determined eyes. Inwardly, he repeated to himself that he couldn't give up on his family. The scene then shifted to the protagonist, who saw the three-legged bird Blackie waking up from its slumber while he sipped his coffee. A system panel appeared, stating that the solar energy electric generator's efficiency had increased by 100%. Blackie's level had risen. The protagonist noted that Blackie was already at level 5. Another system panel revealed that Blackie had unlocked a portion of the power of the sun and that the protagonist had partially inherited the summon beast's power. He had now awakened basic elemental magic. The protagonist questioned if magic truly existed in this world. Looking at his finger, he wondered if that was how it worked. A small flame appeared on his finger and the protagonist said it worked, recognizing that the sensation was familiar. He felt it resembled using the dignity preservation skill. He then decided it was time to test it out. He went to the garden of the building and noted that no one was around. Closing his eyes, he began to imagine unleashing a barrage of fire as large as a house. A fireball appeared before him, but to his disappointment it was very small. He remarked that this seemed to be his current limit. He admitted it wasn't an amazing skill by itself, but then he summoned gas. When the gas met the fireball, a huge explosion occurred. The protagonist thought that combining the gas created from dignity preservation with fire became a significant threat. After deactivating the fireball, he acknowledged that while the skill was still low level, its potential was limitless. Blackie, he thought, would continue to grow. He sighed and decided it was time to wrap up the experiments and eat. A system panel appeared, declaring that the construction of the solar energy electric generator facility was now complete. As he ate a bowl of rice, the protagonist reflected that Blackie had already grown 3 levels since morning. Thanks to that, the generator's efficiency had increased 8-fold. While eating, he considered that even after supplying all the electricity, there was still a surplus, something that might be directly converted into money. Just then, someone entered his house. The protagonist recognized the visitor and said she was here. It was none other than Seo Yejin. Seo Yejin expressed her gratitude for the rest she had received, saying she had a proper break. The protagonist approached her and said he simply offered compensation fitting her abilities. Inwardly, he admitted that thanks to Seo Yejin, the range of their abilities had greatly expanded. Looking at her, he thought he couldn't help but take care of her. He then told her that they should do their best again today. He mentioned that Dongjin's party was currently at Seamyeon Station and asked her to escort them. Seo Yejin informed him that she had already sent some rats along the subway route. She continued that they could reach as far as Choryang Station without issues. Startled, the protagonist asked if there was a problem beyond that station. Seo Yejin confirmed, saying the issue was at Busan Station. She suggested it was better for him to see it himself. She activated her ability and connected with her rat, and the protagonist activated his ultimate eye skill to connect as well. He saw debris everywhere and water flooding the station. Using his ultimate eye, the protagonist remarked that at that rate they couldn't get through. Seo Yejin explained that due to the track conditions, she had tried sending rats above ground instead. But what the protagonist saw next shocked him. He saw the entire city devastated and destroyed. He was stunned, thinking there wasn't a single intact building. Everything had collapsed, and he wondered what could have happened. He then saw a large footprint on the road. Realizing the cause, he gritted his teeth and cursed, now understanding why no buildings remained standing and every road was destroyed. Just as he was about to say something, the building shook violently. The protagonist and Seo Yejin quickly became alert. The entire building trembled and Seo Yejin covered her head. The protagonist thought with a growl that if it continued at this rate, the building would collapse. The entire apartment building was trembling and shaking. The protagonist asked Seo Yejin if she was okay. Seo Yejin, while panicking, replied that she was fine but quickly added that the more important question was what had just happened. The protagonist was equally panicked and began thinking. He questioned internally about the tremors just now. At that moment, someone began banging on the protagonist's apartment door and calling out to him. The protagonist and Seo Yejin looked toward the door, trying to identify who was knocking. The person banging on the door called out that the protagonist needed to see something. The protagonist told Seo Yejin that they should get out first. Seo Yejin agreed, and just then they realized it was Choi Hyunjun who had been banging on the door. The protagonist questioned Choi Hyunjun about what was going on. Choi Hyunjun, scared and panicked, apologized and suggested they head to his apartment first. The protagonist and Choi Hyunjun were then seen running toward Choi Hyunjun's apartment. While running, the protagonist thought that this was ominous. He considered that whatever had caused the building to tremble must be visible from Choi Hyunjun's apartment, which had a clear view of the Seommyeon station area. As they ran, tension was visible on the protagonist's face. He recalled the loud explosion from earlier and reflected on how urgently Choi Hyunjun was pulling him along. He thought there was no way this was something minor. As soon as they entered Choi Hyunjun's apartment, Choi Hyunjun directed the protagonist toward the balcony, saying, "This way." Protagonist cursed under his breath and looked out from the balcony window. What he saw horrified him. He questioned why it always had to be like this and what the hell that thing was. It was revealed that a giant monster bigger than buildings and anything imaginable was destroying the city. It had 4 hands, a tail, and the protagonist, observing this disaster, thought bitterly that his bad feelings were always spot on. The scene shifted, showing the monster lunging with its claws and destroying everything in its path. The protagonist, witnessing this horror, activated his ability Vassal Summon, and Dongjin's party was summoned. Because they were summoned suddenly, Yeonju thought to herself, asking what this was. Dongjin questioned why they were there, and Byung-ho guessed it must have been the earthquake just now. Before they could continue their discussion, they saw the horrendous monster from the balcony window. Everyone looked horrified and asked, "What is that?" It was a disaster-walking monster. They continued watching, and the monster seemed to be looking at their building from the balcony window. The monster stomped its hand on the ground and gripped something from the road. Choi Hyunjun, panicking, said it was coming. He repeated, "It's coming over here." Dongjin also expressed confusion, asking what was going on. The protagonist, looking at the one-eyed monster, said they had to stop it, but inwardly he wondered how. He continued thinking, wondering if his ability could withstand the monster's attack. Trembling, he gritted his teeth, feeling powerless. At that moment, someone called out to the protagonist. It was Yeonju. With resolute eyes, she requested, "Please let me do this." The protagonist looked back at Yeonju and thought to call out her name. He noticed the determined expression on her face, confident that she could handle it. He reflected on how her fighting spirit was blazing against the giant. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled slightly and asked her if she thought it was possible. Yeonju, like a soldier, replied that she would make it possible. A system panel appeared, and the protagonist granted the quest to everyone. The quest description was to hunt the Cyclops with a time limit of 24 hours. The reward was the resurrection of Yeonju's son for 1 day, while the penalty for failure was extreme pain for a day. The protagonist announced that he would now give the mission briefing and asked everyone to listen carefully. After giving the briefing, he asked if everyone had understood. They all responded with a yes. The scene shifted to the apartment building's lobby, where the protagonist stood in front of Dongjin's party. He divided the members into 3 teams. Team 1 consisted of Yeonju, Dongjin, Kang, and Dajung. The second team included Jin, Gaeyoung, and Byung-ho. The third team was made up of the protagonist and Seo Yejin. After forming the teams, the protagonist declared that he would handle things there and asked everyone else to quickly move to their assigned positions. The other teams dashed to their posts as the protagonist said he was counting on them. All the protagonist's vassals wore determined expressions. At that moment, someone called out to the protagonist. He turned to see Hyerin. Hyerin informed him that, as instructed, those who had completed military service were sent to the front gate, and the rest of the residents had been guided to the underground parking lot. The protagonist smiled at Hyerin and thanked her, suggesting that she should also head to the underground lot. Hyerin expressed her desire to help, even if it was just a little. Though trembling, she insisted on wanting to assist. The protagonist noticed her shaking hands and asked if she would be okay. Hyerin admitted she was scared but said she would try to be brave. Her face showed her honesty. The protagonist smiled and responded positively, suggesting they head to the front gate together. The scene shifted again. The protagonist was counting 96, 97, 98, 99, and 100, and one more. He stood in front of his residence and thought that out of over 1,200 people, only 101 had completed military service. Those 101 stood in front of him. He found the number ridiculously small. Just then, Seomin raised his hand to speak. He asked what they should do. The protagonist first asked him where Baek Seunjob and the twins were. Seomin hesitated and didn't answer. From Seomin's silence, the protagonist inferred the truth. They had run away. Baek Seunjob and hundreds of others had pretended not to notice anything and escaped to the underground parking lot. It was shown that Baek Seunjob and the twins were indeed there. The protagonist gritted his teeth and called them cowards inwardly. He thought that the people gathered in front of him weren't fools blindly risking their lives. They understood that they would all die if they didn't fight. They had come to protect their precious families and themselves. He recalled that someone once said courage isn't about not feeling fear. It's about not yielding and taking action despite fear. To survive in a world consumed by fear, he believed people with great courage were needed. At that moment, the protagonist expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for being here, everyone." He resolved to give his 100% to support them. Opening the system panel, he decided to purchase 101 handguns and ammunition. He also adjusted the experience points and loot share rate for everyone to 100%. Immediately, many handguns and ammo appeared from thin air. A system panel confirmed that the experience and reward share rates had been adjusted to 100%, meaning they would keep everything they earned on this mission. One of the residents picked up a handgun. The protagonist told them to pick up the guns and ammo placed in front of them. The residents were in awe. One of them said this was real hope. Another said that maybe they had a chance. The protagonist watching them thought that those who chose to face fear would be rewarded. Just then, a loud bang sounded. The protagonist turned toward the noise and activated his ultimate eye skill. He thought, now the war begins. The scene shifted to the one-eyed giant monster. It roared as it walked toward the territory of the protagonist. At that moment, it was observed that inside one of the buildings, Dongjin was seen holding a projectile spear-like weapon in his hand. He cautiously looked at the giant one-eyed monster with a determined expression. Then he prepared to take action. In a flash, he hurled the spear toward the monster. The spear flew at an incredible speed and managed to injure one of the monster's legs, causing blood to splatter. The monster, growling in pain, turned toward the building to identify the source of the attack. It loomed over the structure where Dongjin had been hiding. Its one eye stared directly at Dongjin, who panicked upon making eye contact. Upon spotting him, the monster charged its punch, ready to strike. Just then, it was noticed that Yeonju in her bare form was running toward the monster's leg. She launched a swift attack with her claws, managing to slash the same injured leg. This caused the monster to stumble, losing its balance. It looked down at Yeonju, then lifted the injured leg and slammed it to the ground where she stood. Yeonju was sent flying from the impact, growling and screaming. She crashed into the wall of a building and lay there unconscious. The one-eyed monster loomed over her, staring at her with its massive eye. Then it charged its fist and pulled its arm back. At that moment, someone called out to the monster, shouting, "Hey you, look over here." The monster turned its head toward the sound and saw someone yelling through a microphone, "You dumb monster, look here." It turned out to be Kang, who held a microphone in one hand and a halberd in the other. Kang continued taunting the monster, calling it a lardass and demanding its attention. The monster stared at Kang and noticed the spear that had previously been thrown by Dongjin and was still embedded in its leg. It looked down at the spear. Kang wondered what the monster was doing. At that point, it became clear that the monster had mistaken Kang's halberd for the same spear that had injured it. Enraged, the monster assumed Kang was the attacker. A vein visibly popped on its face. Kang, noticing the monster's expression, questioned why it looked that way. Suddenly, the monster began charging toward Kang. Holding his halberd, Kang froze and started sweating. The monster gained speed, destroying the road as it sprinted. Realizing the monster was chasing him, Kang panicked and ran in the opposite direction. The protagonist, watching all this with his ultimate eye skill, recognized that the monster was heading their way. He turned to the residents and warned them to get ready. He announced that the monster would arrive soon. Meanwhile, Kang, exhausted from running, continued fleeing as the monster pursued him. Finally, in a last effort, Kang jumped and entered the protagonist's territory, shouting a signal to Gaeyong and Jin. Jin's bird soared through the sky, approaching the one-eyed monster. It scratched the monster's only eye with its claws. Meanwhile, Gaeyong, perched on a building with determination in her eyes, observed the monster groaning in pain. She charged her bow. Gaeyong swiftly released her arrow. The monster attempted to defend itself by raising its hand, but the arrow pierced through and continued, striking its eye. Despite the hit, it wasn't enough. Byung-ho then appeared midair, having used his teleportation skill. As the monster groaned in pain with its mouth wide open, Byung-ho released several of Seo Yejin's rats into the creature's mouth. He then called out to the protagonist. The protagonist thought that everything had gone according to plan so far. At that moment, he summoned gas inside the monster's body. The monster's eye widened as gas began puffing from its mouth. As the excessive gas escaped, the protagonist extended his hand and decided it was time to end things. He inwardly monologued and used his basic attribute magic, fire. A powerful blast erupted inside the monster. The blast proved to be deadly. Smoke surrounded the now burned monster. It knelt and leaned over the barrier that protected the protagonist's territory. The residents wondered what had happened as they watched the giant lean toward them. The protagonist instructed everyone to hold their positions. He believed everything was unfolding perfectly and hoped the final blow would be dealt by his vassals. Ideally, he wanted Dongjin or Yeonju to finish it, though they had not yet arrived. He considered that even Seo Yejin, who held the knight title, could be suitable. Suddenly, Choi Hyunjun called out to the protagonist and, trembling, urged him to look behind. The protagonist replied that it was fine, believing the monster would fall over the defensive wall. However, the horror on Choi Hyunjun's face suggested otherwise. The protagonist turned and was shocked and terrified by what he saw. The one-eyed monster was still alive, staring directly at him from behind the defensive wall. It was as if the ground had vanished beneath the protagonist's feet. He muttered in disbelief that there was no way the creature could have withstood the fire and gas attack. But it remained very much alive, looming above the wall. At that moment, the monster raised its hand and with immense force delivered a powerful smack to the defensive wall's barrier. After hitting the defensive wall barrier of the protagonist, a system notification appeared indicating that a subject without entry permission was attempting to enter. The protagonist looked at the one-eyed Cyclops and grew worried, noticing the creature staring directly at him. He believed that the Cyclops' attack had been successfully blocked. At that moment, Choi Hyun-jun instructed the residents to open fire. Following his command, the residents began shooting at the Cyclops, aiming at its face. The Cyclops, struck by numerous bullets, growled in pain, covering his face and howling. Observing the situation, the protagonist reflected that although they managed to stop it this time, there was no guarantee they could endure further attacks of similar strength. He knew that a single breach could result in catastrophe. Thinking quickly, the protagonist raised his hand and summoned an invisible hand, enlarging it through gigantification, a feature unlocked by investing saved-up skill points. He had prepared this for emergencies. Meanwhile, the Cyclops, now enraged from the earlier attack, raised its hand again, attempting to strike the defensive wall. The residents in panic exclaimed that it was coming again. The Cyclops mustered all its force and punched the defensive wall once more. A system panel appeared again, noting the same entry violation. However, the Cyclops failed to break the barrier. The residents rejoiced and resumed firing, proclaiming that the defensive wall was withstanding the giant's assault. The Cyclops, once again hit by a barrage of bullets, growled in pain from the accumulating minor injuries. The protagonist observed that while the attacks weren't futile, even the mouse bombs and citizen pistol fire were gradually dealing damage. Determined, he thought that if they kept this up, they might be able to bring the Cyclops down. Still, he realized they needed a decisive blow. Just then, a large spear came hurling at an incredible speed, piercing the Cyclops and causing a severe injury. The creature screamed in pain, and it became clear that the spear had been thrown by Dongjin. The protagonist acknowledged their arrival as Dajung Yeonju and Dongjin appeared to aid in the battle. After taking the hit, the Cyclops grew furious and screamed. The protagonist expressed his trust in the newcomers and summoned standard supply spears. Multiple spears materialized around Dongjin, who grabbed one and with determination hurled it at the Cyclops. He then threw all the spears at once and they closed in on the Cyclops. The Cyclops attempted to defend itself using its forearms while Dongjin continued the relentless attack. Amidst this, Gaeyang charged her bow and declared that they would also provide cover. From atop a building, Yeonju shot arrows at the Cyclops one after another. A system panel then appeared before the protagonist, indicating that the level of the three-legged crow had increased. The solar generator's efficiency had doubled, and it had reached maximum efficiency. Surprised, the protagonist read further as the system notified that the three-legged crow had partially unlocked the power of the sun and that a part of its power had been inherited. Basic fire magic had evolved into intermediate fire magic. Another panel stated that the crow had detected an enemy intrusion and requested a power release, prompting the protagonist with a choice to permit it. Puzzled by the term power release, the protagonist thought of Blackie, the three-legged crow. He assumed that the Cyclops was being referred to as the intruder and questioned what such a small creature like Blackie could possibly do. Contemplating whether to proceed, he noticed the cost of the power release, 300 million won. However, it was too late. Blackie had already initiated the power release. Energy from all the rooftop solar generators converged on the protagonist's apartment where Blackie resided. The protagonist watched as all the energy was channeled into his apartment. A sudden blast of energy erupted from the apartment. Turning to look, the protagonist saw a black crow with massive feathers and a giant beak, Blackie in a phoenix-like form, roaring menacingly in the sky. Blackie opened its mouth, gathering energy, and the Cyclops, noticing the massive creature, turned in alarm, but it was already too late. Blackie unleashed a beam of energy, striking the Cyclops and piercing through it. Blood poured from the Cyclops' mouth as it screamed. Dongjin witnessed the attack just before someone zoomed past him at incredible speed. It was Yeonju, now in her bare form, lunging to deliver the finishing blow. The Cyclops looked at her approaching figure. With a menacing expression, Yeonju struck and killed the Cyclops instantly. A system panel then appeared before the protagonist, stating that he had hunted a level 51 Cyclops and received an enormous amount of experience. A sum of 31,925,374,089 won was deposited into the ultimate shut-in wallet. Another system panel revealed an increase in the protagonist's skill level. He groaned in pain as his territory expanded, now encompassing various buildings, roads, and facilities. A congratulatory panel announced the declaration of dominion over the apartment complex, along with a 10 billion won construction grant. The protagonist collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Blackie, now back in his small and cute form, appeared before him, striking a smug JoJo pose. Annoyed, the protagonist scolded Blackie for using 300 million won without permission. Blackie avoided eye contact, trying to dodge the confrontation. Still, the protagonist smiled, recognizing that Blackie's final blow had been decisive. He patted Blackie's head in appreciation, acknowledging a job well done. Reflecting further, he realized that although summoned beasts seemed restricted to his territory, using 300 million won to gain 30 billion was incredibly cost-effective. Opening the summon system panel, the protagonist considered summoning all 10 beasts. With performance like this, there was no reason to hesitate. But the new price to summon a beast was now 10 billion won, which shocked him. Just then, the protagonist noticed something and glanced at Yeonju. A notification from the status window revealed that she had completed her quest and that 324,576,089 won had been consumed for it. Yeonju cried tears of joy, and the protagonist recognized it as the fulfillment of her wish. The scene transitioned to a dilapidated room where someone was conjuring water from thin air, directing it into a water bottle held by a girl. The bottle was almost full. The girl holding it thanked the man with purple hair who continued using his ability to produce water. He called out for the next person and while distributing water thought to himself that their food supplies had run out. Although he could create water, the food they had obtained by fighting nearby monsters had completely vanished. A line of people had formed to receive water from him. As he continued filling bottles, he internally admitted that this was their limit. In the end, they would have to leave. Biting his lip in frustration, he stood silently. Suddenly, the entire place shook, throwing everyone into disarray. The purple-haired man stumbled and questioned if it was an earthquake. Panic spread among the people. At that moment, someone called out his name, Junhyuk. It was revealed that the purple-haired man's name was indeed Junhyuk. A silver-haired boy came running in panic, urging Junhyuk to come upstairs immediately. Junhyuk was shocked by the urgency in his voice. The silver-haired boy shouted that something terrible had happened. A monster. Junhyuk and the boy rushed up the stairs to the rooftop of a destroyed building, where Junhyuk laid eyes on a horrifying sight, a one-eyed cyclops roaring loudly. Junhyuk cursed and instructed the silver-haired boy to tell everyone to stay hidden underground and not to move. The silver-haired boy trembled with fear and asked what they should do now. Scratching his hair, Junhyuk muttered in despair, questioning what they could possibly do against such a creature. He emphasized that it was evident they couldn't do anything. While they conversed, a beam attack suddenly appeared behind the cyclops. In the next moment, the cyclops was devastated by a single attack. Junhyuk said all they could do was pray that the creature didn't come their way. That was the best they could hope for. As the explosion from the attack echoed around them, both were left baffled and shocked in the middle of their conversation. Junhyuk gasped in disbelief. Internally, he acknowledged that the moment he saw it, he knew it was an awakened one on a level far beyond his own. Calling out to the silver-haired boy, Junhyuk thought to himself with certainty. He told the boy to gather some people. The silver-haired boy, clearly alarmed, asked if Junhyuk was thinking of going over there. His face was full of panic. Junhyuk inwardly admitted he didn't know what that was, but to survive in this godforsaken world, he had to stay close to that awakened person. He confirmed to the silver-haired boy that he was indeed going. The scene shifted, showing Junhyuk and the silver-haired boy traveling through a ruined city with a group of people. The boy asked Junhyuk if he was sure about this, questioning what would happen if the people they were going to meet turned out to be dangerous. Junhyuk replied that they didn't have a choice, they had no home. Someone in the group added that staying behind would have meant death, and another supported Junhyuk's judgment, saying they had to leave the rest to fate. Soon, Junhyuk and the group arrived at the location where the Cyclops had been slain. Junhyuk remarked that he thought it was around there. They stood in front of the protagonist's complex. The silver-haired boy attempted to enter but was stopped as his head struck an invisible barrier, causing him to cry out in pain. Junhyuk noted that a system panel had appeared, stating that access was restricted. Another system panel appeared in front of both Junhyuk and the silver-haired boy, asking if they wished to obtain citizenship with the options yes or no. Confused, Junhyuk decided to proceed. They gained citizenship and a party quest was issued to them. The quest instructed them to locate the 30th floor of Building 114 within an hour. The reward was a small amount of experience and failure carried a penalty. The scene transitioned to the corridor of the 30th floor, where the protagonist welcomed them warmly, extending his hand and introducing himself. Junhyuk thought to himself that this was the man who had brought that giant monster to its knees. Junhyuk saw the protagonist as a completely different being. He felt his instincts scream at him to grab the offered hand. He shook the protagonist's hand and introduced himself, saying he was pleased to meet him. The protagonist casually responded with a simple greeting. Internally, Junhyuk resolved not to let this opportunity slip by. The scene shifted again to the protagonist's apartment room. Yeonju sat there, surrounded by a warm, bright light and many delicious food items, egg rolls, fried eggs, meat, and vegetables. Yeonju appeared very happy and called out to Siwoo, asking if the food was tasty. Siwoo, sitting on her lap, responded joyfully that it was yummy. At last, Yeonju had her son back. Siwoo innocently asked if someone had a birthday and Yeonju, smiling, told him no. He then asked why they were having seaweed soup and she hugged him tightly, saying it was because he liked it. Siwoo, delighted, exclaimed his happiness. At that moment, the apartment door opened, revealing the protagonist. Yeonju called out to him and Siwoo joyfully referred to him as the wizard uncle. Yeonju asked how things went with the new arrivals. The protagonist replied that he had helped them settle in and gave them food. Scratching his neck, he apologized. Yeonju and Siwoo looked at him in curiosity and Yeonju asked why he was apologizing. He admitted that he hadn't expected it, but they wouldn't be able to leave his house. Yeonju, unbothered, smiled and said that being with Siwoo was enough for her. She patted Siwoo's head and kissed his forehead, expressing how content she was in that moment. A system panel appeared stating that Yeonju's loyalty had increased and had reached 100. As she was already registered as a vassal, the vassal capacity limit increased. The protagonist, observing the wholesome moment between mother and child, thought to himself that even without the system notification, he could see her loyalty from her expression and attitude. Siwoo then asked Yeonju to play Dino. She agreed. The protagonist watching them sensed what Yeonju was feeling. A laptop and TV had been turned on and a cartoon was playing, making Siwoo happy. The protagonist, sitting by the window, sighed and gazed at the scene in silence. He thought about his own family and wondered how they were doing, whether they were eating well, if they were hurt, or if anything had gone wrong. Catching himself thinking negatively, he frowned. At that moment, Blackie arrived, making bird-like sounds as if asking Siwoo for a hug. The protagonist reminded himself not to panic or overthink. It was just one day. He knew how much Yeonju had worked to bring her son back, even for just one day. Yeonju, Siwoo, and Blackie embraced warmly. The protagonist looked at them and thought about a mouse from Seo Yejin headed to his parents' house. Once it arrived, it should deliver the necessary supplies. For today, he decided they should simply witness the shining moment of Yeonju, the fulfillment of her one and only dream. The protagonist told Yeonju that she could sleep with Siwoo in the bed in the main bedroom. Upon hearing this, Yeonju appeared slightly startled. She responded, saying it was fine and that they could sleep outside. However, the protagonist insisted with a smile, asking her to rest comfortably with Siwoo. He emphasized it by saying it was an order. When Yeonju heard that, she replied that if he was putting it that way, then all right. She then thanked him for his consideration and bowed down to him. She also gently lowered Siwoo's head in a bow, and Siwoo expressed his thanks as well. Yeonju then took Siwoo's hand, and as they walked toward the bedroom, Siwoo called the protagonist wizard uncle and said goodbye. The protagonist simply looked at Siwoo and gave a relaxing smile. As night arrived, Yeonju and Siwoo were seen sleeping in the main bedroom. Yeonju was singing lullabies to her son. The door to the bedroom remained slightly open. From the sofa, the protagonist could hear the soft lullaby. Lying there, he began to reminisce. In that moment, Yeonju's gentle lullaby quietly echoed through the door. The protagonist thought that he was too old for lullabies, but for some reason, as he listened, his eyes began to droop. He imagined his mother singing lullabies to him when he was a small child and pictured himself resting his head on her lap. Gradually, he drifted off to sleep to the sound of the lullaby. The scene shifted to the next day, which passed uneventfully as the protagonist narrated. They ate the food Yeonju had made, spent time with Siwoo, and watched the comics he liked. However, because Siwoo kept chasing after Blackie, who was trying to bask in the sun, Blackie became annoyed. They all took a nap together and played with the toys the protagonist had bought from the store. In this peaceful routine, time flowed by. As the sun began to set, Siwoo was seen hugging his mother, Yeonju. The protagonist, visibly saddened, observed the moment, with Blackie perched on his shoulder, also sobbing. The protagonist reflected that it was only one day, that was all the time he could give to them, to Siwoo and Yeonju. While hugging her mother, Siwoo called out to her, but Yeonju held him tightly, not letting go. Siwoo then asked her if she was crying. Yeonju, with tears dripping down her face, denied it. Siwoo, with genuine curiosity, lifted his small hand and gently stroked her face, wiping away her tears. He softly said, "You are crying." With a worried expression, he added, "Mom, don't cry." Despite his words, Yeonju continued crying, calling out to her son, and in her emotional state, she confessed while hugging him tightly, "I'm scared. I'm terrified of a world without you." At that moment, Siwoo wrapped his small arms around her and reassured her by saying, "I'm right here." After hearing those words, Yeonju clutched him even tighter as she broke down in tears. The protagonist narrated that upon hearing Siwoo's warm voice like sunlight, Yeonju finally let her emotions overflow. Siwoo then backed away slightly from the tight hug and called out to his mom. He said, I'll always stay right by your side. You know that, right?" After those words, Yeonju completely broke down, looking at her son with an expression that words couldn't capture. Her tears rained down her face, knowing what was about to happen. She called out to her son one last time, her vision blurred by tears. She said, "No, not yet. There is still so much I couldn't do for you." Siwoo looked at his mother while his body began to fade away. Tears welled up on his face as he smiled at her and said, "I love you more," while fading like petals with tears of happiness on his face. Yeonju watched her son fade away, and the protagonist monologued about yet another inevitable farewell. Yet, trembling, Yeonju clenched her lips and whispered to her son, "I love you too, my dear Siwoo." The tears on her face, once filled with sadness, now turned into tears of happiness as she bid farewell to her son. The protagonist noted that she smiled through the tears. Siwoo gave one last goodbye with a smile, and in the next moment he completely faded away like petals, calling out to his mom for the last time. After Siwoo had disappeared, Yeonju, now trembling, knelt down and cried with deep emotion. The protagonist, standing behind her with a saddened expression, witnessed it all. He narrated that Yeonju remained there until the very last trace of Siwoo's warmth had vanished. He then reflected, "Hope. Hope is a flower that only blooms in the depths of despair. So those who can grasp hope must always be surrounded by despair. It's so cruel." At that moment, the protagonist reached out his hand to Yeonju and told her not to be too discouraged, assuring her that this wouldn't be the last time. Once again, he instilled hope in Yeonju's heart. Sniffling, she looked up at the protagonist and trembling asked, "Is that true?" Her tear-streaked face searched for comfort. The protagonist replied that if given the chance, he would always make it happen. Yeonju then took his hand. As she listened to what seemed like a devilish temptation from the protagonist, a system panel appeared in front of him stating, "Citizen Yeonju's trust level has increased. Citizen Yeonju's trust has reached 100. You have acquired ancient vitality. Hello." Manhwa Munch here. While recapping this part, I literally cried. This part was so emotionally well written I can't even express with mere words, because I have been recapping this story from the start. This moment left me with a bittersweet feeling that Yeonju can see her son again, but it's the time to say goodbye now. To all my viewers, I genuinely want you all to comment heart on this video please for this particular moment. Anyways, let's continue with the recap. The scene shifted to Seunjob, who appeared visibly furious as he shouted, "Damn it!" His voice echoed with frustration as he continued ranting, declaring that his supply spear, his orc spear, and everything he had were all gone. His anger flared even more as he stamped his foot, exclaiming that it had all been stolen. In front of him stood the two twins, watching the furious Seunjob. One of them responded when Seunjob turned to question them, asking about their belongings. The twins simply replied that everything was gone and mentioned waking up to find everything missing. The other twin with golden hair explained that after investigating, he discovered several others had experienced the same situation. Then he posed a question, hinting at a shared pattern. They all had one thing in common. When Seunjob asked what that was, the golden-haired twin revealed that none of them had responded to the call for veterans to fight the giant monster at the front gate. He added bitterly that what made it worse was that those who did go and returned seemed completely fine. The other twin lamented that he should have gone back then. Seunjob's anger boiled over at this, and he glared at the twin menacingly before grabbing him and demanding in a threatening tone if he was now trying to say that all of this was Seunjob's fault. The twin quickly clarified that it wasn't what he meant. Still furious, with veins bulging on his face, Seunjob shouted in rage. He reminded them that they had all agreed not to join the battle and accused the twin of being the one who had said that anyone who followed those orders was just a puppet of their protagonist. The twin quietly admitted, "Yeah, sorry, Seunjob." Seunjob let go of the twin, still visibly seething. He then voiced his concern that they could get kicked out. He recalled a past incident where, according to rumors, a citizen had attempted to assault a minor and was immediately expelled. That same man, he remembered with a scowl, had ended up being found dead on the streets, killed by goblins. He reflected on how, after the giant subjugation, survivors had begun gathering at their apartment complex. With the growing number of residents, going against the protagonist now seemed far too risky. He realized that if he opposed him, he might be the next to get kicked out. Seunjob cursed under his breath, venting his frustration about Suman, the only one who had responded to the draft call from their protagonist. That bastard, he muttered, was the only one who had gained anything and had even received a gun. With a sigh, Seunjob questioned aloud how things had come to this point. Unbeknownst to him, someone had been silently observing everything, none other than the protagonist himself. Using his ultimate eye skills, he watched the entire exchange between Seunjob and the twins. The protagonist quietly reflected that Seunjob likely still didn't understand that everything he had endured so far was just the beginning. He mused about what kind of treatment Seunjob could expect from the survivor groups after being punished by him. At that moment, a quest panel appeared behind Seunjob. Noticing it, Seunjob turned and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" The protagonist narrated with cold clarity that Seunjob would soon learn the kind of responsibility required to remain within the safe zone. In front of Seunjob, the quest panel displayed its message. The objective was to hunt 20 goblins within 24 hours. The reward was a small amount of experience points. The penalty for failure, however, was brutal 1 minute of intense pain. Seunjob stared at it in horror, exclaiming, "What the hell, extreme pain?" He was completely unprepared for the kind of burdens he would have to shoulder, just to survive within the so-called safe zone. The protagonist narrated that one of the A-rank skills possessed by Yeonju was called Ancient Vitality. This skill drastically increased regeneration in proportion to the severity of injury received. He expressed disbelief at the reward he had received for hitting 100 trust with Yeonju, realizing that the reward turned out to be a skill she actually owned. However, he admitted that it wouldn't be useful at the moment. Since he wasn't going to be involved in combat and rarely left the house, he found it unlikely that he would get hurt enough to use the skill. Still, he acknowledged that gaining a skill as a reward for Yeonju's trust reaching 100 was certainly noteworthy. Soon, he noted, Byung-ho's trust would also reach 100. If he could obtain Byung-ho's awakened ability, teleportation, the power to move to any location within sight, he contemplated its potential. He theorized that if he activated the outpost and then used his ultimate eyes to teleport, he could travel as long as he had sufficient mental strength. It should be possible to teleport to that location. The system panel then presented a description of the outpost base. The base was a safe zone that could be built outside of the house. When activated, any designated area marked as part of the house would temporarily receive the same effects. However, activation required a citizen with the title of knight or higher to be present. If an unpermitted subject remained in the zone for more than a day, the zone would be destroyed. Reflecting further, the protagonist realized he needed to increase his mental strength. From now on, instead of skill proficiency, he decided that mental strength boost should be the rewards for his quests. That way, his mental resilience could be strengthened through daily tasks. Around that time, Yeonju, after bidding farewell to her son, stopped crying and called out to the protagonist. With a determined expression, she told him that things had significantly stabilized and asked to be allowed to leave. The protagonist simply looked at her. With a resolute gaze, Yeonju declared that she would personally rescue his family. The protagonist looked at Yeonju with a worried expression and called out to her. Yeonju acknowledged that the operation to rescue his family had been scheduled to start the previous day but was delayed because of her. She thanked him for giving up his precious time and said she wanted to repay his consideration. Internally, the protagonist admitted that Yeonju was expressing exactly what he had been thinking. Scratching his face, he asked if he had been showing too much impatience. Yeonju assured him that he hadn't and that she would have felt the same in his place. He felt grateful yet slightly embarrassed. Yeonju continued, her face solemn, saying that everyone values their family above all else and she deeply appreciated the day he had given her with her son. Once again, she thanked him. The protagonist wondered if it was because Yeonju had been able to see Siwoo again, even if only imperfectly, that her eyes now held trust instead of anger. Looking down, he thanked her for understanding and told her to wait in unit number 2901 with Dongjin's party, adding that he would join them shortly. Yeonju bowed her head before him and agreed. The protagonist then explained that there was a reason he hadn't sent the party out to Seomyeon Station immediately after gathering them. It was because the giant cyclone had damaged parts of the tracks at Seomyeon Station. Not only the subway tracks, but much of Seomyeon's underground area had been destroyed. With a worried expression, he considered the need to dig a new route. For this purpose, Seo Yejin had been diligently commanding her mice since the previous day. After a full day of exploration, they had roughly secured a path. Activating his ultimate eye skill, the protagonist focused his vision on Seo Yejin and immediately connected with one of the mice she was sharing senses with in real time. However, something seemed off about the mouse. It was running at full speed as if being chased and had grown as large as a small dog. The mouse was revealed to be level 7 and was now named Team Giant Rat. The protagonist was a bit shocked and noted aloud that the rat had evolved, as indicated by the name change shown by his ultimate eye skill. He questioned if this evolution was due to the new ability Seo Yejin gained upon becoming his vassal, but then he noticed entities chasing the evolved rat. These beings had vacant eyes, limp limbs, blood-drenched bodies. They were walking corpses. He wondered aloud what was chasing the mouse. It was revealed to be a horde of zombies. Among them were level 11, 13, and 9 zombies. The protagonist was shocked by the sight. The zombies weren't merely chasing from behind, they were closing in from all sides, naturally forming a blockade around the rat. The rat stopped and glanced around. The protagonist thought it was over for the mouse. There was no gap in the thick crowd of zombies for it to escape. If it had been smaller, it might have been able to slip away using the darkness, but its evolved form left no viable escape route. He wondered if killing rats like this was pointless and considered summoning a gas explosion to sweep away the zombies. But at that moment, the giant rat suddenly sprinted towards a zombie. It appeared to be making a desperate final attack, but then twisted its body through the gaps between the zombie's legs and successfully broke through the encirclement. The protagonist was a bit shocked by the display of intelligence and continued to watch the mouse speed away from the zombies. He praised the little creature, calling it a tough little guy. As the mouse wore a smug expression, it coincidentally found an exit in the area it had escaped to. The protagonist commanded the rat to go straight up, pointing out the exit. As the mouse ran up the stairs and looked toward the light at the end, the protagonist encouraged it, telling it to keep going just a little more. As the mouse leapt toward the exit, a sudden threat emerged. A monster appeared to the side of the giant evolved rat, resembling a shark with menacingly protruding teeth. It was a land shark, and it was ready to pounce on the rat. The shark growled, and both the rat and the protagonist noticed the terrifying creature. The monster, now introduced as the land shark, was revealed to be level 23. It opened its mouth to devour the rat, and the protagonist, alarmed, shouted in his mind, questioning what the hell this new threat was. In the next moment, the rat was killed by the land shark. The sudden death of the rat caused the protagonist to experience a sharp pain in his head. He immediately shut off his ultimate ice skill and, clutching his head in pain, growled in frustration. Still gripping his head, he thought to himself, questioning what had just happened. He repeated the name Land Shark and noted how familiar the surroundings had felt. Then it clicked, it was Nampo Station. Frowning, the protagonist realized that this location was only a few kilometers from his parents' house. The odds were high that similar monsters could be roaming nearby. Urgency filled his thoughts. He had to rescue his parents quickly. The scene then shifted to a corridor where Dabin was hard at work. She appeared exhausted, wiping sweat from her face as she carried out her duties. At that moment, she noticed the protagonist and called out to him. He responded with a compliment, acknowledging that she had been working hard. Dabin stood up and modestly replied that it wasn't hard since she was getting paid for it, then asked what was going on. The protagonist hesitated, struggling to speak, and his reluctance didn't go unnoticed by Dabin. She questioned him, noting that he seemed hesitant. Suddenly, panic flashed across Dabin's face. She urged him to speak freely, while inwardly she began to worry, wondering what serious request he was about to make. The protagonist, still hesitating, finally revealed his request. He asked if he could borrow Hyrin for a while. Stunned, Dabin responded in disbelief, asking what he was saying. Her eyes went blank as she processed the request. She pointed out that if he borrowed Hyrin, she would have to handle everything alone. The protagonist, giving a forced smile, told her that he was counting on her for the next 2 days and addressed her formally as team leader Kim Dabin. In that moment, Dabin called out to the protagonist by name and with a spark of excitement, asked if she would receive overtime pay for the extra work. The protagonist smiled and raised 2 fingers, signaling that he would double her pay. Seeing that, Dabin's eyes lit up with the gleam of money. The scene transitioned as green smoke began filling the protagonist's storage space, emanating from Hyarin. She was seen closing her eyes, utilizing her poison mist ability, and then opening them again. Moments earlier, Dongjin's party sat across from the protagonist at a table. The protagonist addressed the group, stating that it was time to officially begin the operation briefing. Beside him, Seo Yejin sat holding a piece of paper. He continued, reminding everyone that the appearance of the giant Cyclops had made passage through Seamyeon Station difficult. However, he insisted that abandoning the subway line entirely would be a shame. He then prompted Seo Yejin to continue the briefing. Seo Yejin acknowledged with a yes, and looking at the paper in her hand, informed the group that the path from Seamyeon Station to Bayamnigal and Choryang Station was still intact. Using her tame rats, they had confirmed that no monsters were stationed along that stretch, essentially making it a free pass. She placed the paper on the table and continued, stating that their first objective was to secure the route to Bayamnigal Station. On the sheet of paper was a hand-drawn map that she was referencing. Seo Yejin explained that the current recommended route involved moving along the main road. However, the party seemed more interested in the map itself than her explanation. At that moment, Kang interrupted her, flustered, and commented that she was really good at drawing maps. Seo Yejin thanked him, but the protagonist's reaction to the map was less impressed. It looked to him only slightly better than an elementary school summer project. Regardless, Seo Yejin pointed to the map and resumed her explanation, indicating a specific area and noting it as a danger zone due to active orcs around a large supermarket. She estimated their numbers to be at least 500. Dongjin then asked if they truly needed to clash with the orcs. Seo Yejin responded that there was no need, explaining their goal was simply to enter Bayamnigal Station and use the subway line. Dongjin expressed concern that there might be monsters in Bayamnigal Station itself. Seo Yejin reassured him, saying there was no need to worry. Her rats had already scouted the path and they found a route with no orcs. She advised clearing any minor monsters encountered and entering the station swiftly. The protagonist recalled that before the giant subjugation operation began, he had invested heavily in leveling up Dongjin's party. Now, nearly everyone had reached level 30, with only Choi Hyunjun and Hyarin still below that threshold. At this point, goblins posed no real threat to the party. Seo Yejin pointed to the map again and explained that once they entered the subway line, reaching Choryang Station should be trouble-free. However, the real problem lay at the next stop, Busan Station. At this point, Kang panicked slightly and asked if there was another giant at Busan Station. Seo Yejin replied that there wasn't, not yet at least. Kang expressed relief and Seo Yejin continued, stating that only the remnants of the giant's destruction remained. She believed it was the same one that had previously attacked their apartment building. However, her expression grew grim as she pointed out that the true problem was the tracks between Choryang and Busan stations. She revealed there was a massive horde of zombies packed within that stretch. Unless they had a power capable of clearing monsters in confined spaces, taking that route would be a serious setback. Upon hearing this, everyone in Dongjin's party turned to look at one person, Hyarin. Taken aback by their stares, Hyarin hesitated, gulped nervously, and called out to Seo Yejin. With a determined gaze, she declared that she believed her ability might be useful. Following the discussion, the scene shifted. A system panel appeared in front of the protagonist stating, "Storage poison mist 100 kg. You have exceeded the storage weight limit." Hyarin, having used her ability, was seen exhausted and wiping sweat from her brow, saying, "Finally, it's over." At that moment, the protagonist and Seo Yejin entered the room. The protagonist praised her, saying she did great. Hyarin, acknowledging the compliment, thanked him. He then asked if she was feeling all right. Hyarin replied that she was completely fine, though it had been super exhausting at first. She suddenly felt a surge of strength and now felt good. The protagonist expressed relief. He then reflected internally, noting that Hyarin looked so worn out that he had secretly accessed the Vassal management window and leveled her up mid-operation while she was using her poison mist ability. It had cost a good deal of money, but considering he had made billions by now, he felt it was the right decision. A slight smile formed on his face. Just then, Hyarin, looking worried, asked if it was really all right for her not to participate in person. The protagonist reassured her, saying it was fine. She only needed to stay and continue producing poison mist that alone was more than enough. Flipping his hair aside, he declared that with all preparations in place, it was time to begin. He then activated his ultimate eyes skill and stated, "Let's begin the operation." The scene shifted to the underground subway, where a horde of zombies growled and made eerie, guttural noises. From afar, they noticed a rat, Seo Yejin's level 3 tamed rat, sprinting toward them at high speed. As the zombies caught sight of the rat, they began rushing toward it, still growling and making strange sounds. At that exact moment, the protagonist, who was using his ultimate ice skill, opened the storage space above the rat that was darting toward the zombie horde. As the storage opened, poison mist started to engulf the entire area. The rat continued moving through the swarm, effectively spreading the poison mist. The rat then escaped the horde, leaving behind a trail of poisonous mist. The protagonist explained that Hyarin's poison mist had a paralysis effect. Once inhaled, it would first slow movement, hinder motor control, and eventually paralyze the diaphragm and intercostal muscles, leading to suffocation. Zombies began falling to their knees, some collapsing completely. They dropped one by one. The protagonist remarked that since zombies were already dead, suffocating wasn't much of an issue. That was why they had a plan B ready. Right then, the protagonist commanded Seo Yejin to proceed. She responded with an okay, and a horde of rats emerged from the shadows, their eyes gleaming as they charged at the paralyzed zombies. One rat approached a zombie, which continued to groan upon seeing the rat. As the rat opened its mouth to attack, its reflection appeared in the zombie's eye. In the next instant, the rats pounced on the fallen zombies, mercilessly tearing them apart. Zombie blood splattered everywhere. A system panel popped up, notifying the protagonist that a level 11 zombie had been hunted, awarding him 120,000 experience points and depositing 85,000 into the ultimate shut-in wallet. Then came another notification. A level 12 zombie had been hunted, granting 212,112 experience points and more money deposited into the wallet. Dozens of rats were now slaughtering the paralyzed zombies who had fallen due to the poison mist. Suddenly, Seo Yejin called out to the protagonist in panic. As he looked at her and asked what was wrong, she replied that something was off with the rats. The rats now looked zombified, their eyes glowing a fierce red. Some of the rats had even evolved into tamed giant zombie rats and were now at level 9, looking ferocious. The protagonist observed all this with a serious expression, acknowledging that it had been too close for comfort. He reflected on the danger. Getting hit by zombie blood could turn someone into a zombie. This was especially risky for frontline fighters like Yeonju, who fought with claws and teeth and were more susceptible to infection. Yeonju could have been infected through bites or claw wounds. He sighed with relief, thinking that they had narrowly avoided the worst-case scenario. In his mind, he pictured Yeonju slaying a zombie, only to be splashed with its blood and turning into a zombie herself. The protagonist then asked Seo Yejin whether the mutated rats were still following commands. She replied that they were, although they appeared slightly more aggressive. Among the horde, the smaller rats seemed fearful of the zombified ones. The protagonist considered it a good sign that they were still obedient. He reflected that everything was progressing smoothly. If they could safely reach Jagalchi Station, he might finally reunite with his family. At that very moment, a system panel appeared, notifying the protagonist that a subject without permission was trying to enter. He was stunned by the sudden notification in the midst of the operation. The system panel continued, stating that a nearby group met the criteria for citizenship and asked whether to grant it. The system displayed the number 157 people. The protagonist was taken aback and repeated the number aloud. Then without hesitation, he granted citizenship to all 157. Another system panel appeared, indicating that the citizen population had reached 3,000. A new skill, Economic Activity Subsidy, had been unlocked. As he looked at the panel and the newly acquired skill, a bit of sweat formed on his face. In the next moment, the protagonist smiled and said that this could be a pretty good skill. The system panel appeared in front of the protagonist, explaining the skill known as Economic Activity Subsidy. It was detailed that this skill assigned titles to citizens and provided them with subsidies. These subsidies were distinct from the funds in the ultimate shut-in wallet. The breakdown was as follows. A daily wage of 100,000 won for staff, 150,000 won for assistant managers, 200,000 won for managers, 250,000 won for deputy general managers, and 300,000 won for general managers. The protagonist examined the panel, reading the description of the Economic Activity Subsidy skill. Smiling inwardly, he thought that assigning titles to Kim Dabin and the Public Facility Management team would be ideal. He noted that the previously planned weekly wage of 700,000 won and the daily wage of 100,000 won for employees matched perfectly. There was now no need to deduct any fee when distributing the money. However, he realized this wasn't the only benefit of the skill. Given the current situation, he felt it necessary to significantly increase the number of personnel managing public facilities using the Economic Activity Subsidy funds. It was effectively free money and not a small amount at that. Even the 100,000 won daily wage paid to staff added up significantly. If all 300 staff positions were filled, that alone would total 30 million won per day. If every available role was completely filled, the total would exceed 50 million won daily. Imagining the enormous sum of money made the protagonist happy. He continued to think that as this money accumulated, the amount gained from the tax collection skill would also increase. Additionally, a portion of it would return to him through spending at the stores. It became clear that assigning titles to as many citizens as possible would be advantageous. Beyond public facility management, he also considered roles such as infrastructure maintenance, cleaning, and security. As he reflected, he thought that was all he could come up with for the time being. Security roles, he decided, should primarily go to those who had previously gathered at the main gate. With that, he resolved to begin the process. The overall picture started to take shape. He then appointed Kim Dabin as one of the general managers. Her title was now displayed as General Manager Kim Dabin, yet the protagonist continued to ponder. He questioned who the people were that Kim Dabin had accepted as her team members. Trying to recall, he thought of names like Choi Hyunjun and Hyerin but couldn't immediately remember the others. While he was attempting to recall the remaining names to assign to the vacant roles, a system notification appeared beside him. Looking to the side, he read that Citizen Kim Dabin's loyalty had reached 100. As a result, she had been registered as a vassal and his vassal capacity had increased. The protagonist acknowledged that, as expected, reaching 100 loyalty meant the individual instantly became his vassal. This also meant that upon hitting 100 loyalty, a special ability would be awakened. He questioned this to himself. He then focused on the system panel to check Kim Dabin's newly awakened ability now that she had become his vassal. Just as he was about to inspect her skill, a loud snore disrupted his thoughts. He turned his head toward the source of the sound and saw Hyerin sprawled out on the sofa fast asleep. She was clearly exhausted from overusing her poison mist ability. She snored deeply, lost in a deep sleep. The protagonist quietly observed her. At that moment, Seo Yejin approached and asked whether she should wake Hyerin, pointing at the sleeping girl. The protagonist responded, saying no. He believed that Hyerin had already done her part. Although she had pretended to be fine, she had clearly endured a lot. He felt she had pushed herself to the brink of exhaustion and deserved a proper rest. He told Seo Yejin to let her sleep. Using his invisible hand skill, he created a large, unseen hand to gently lift Hyerin and move her to the bed in the bedroom. Once there, he wrapped a blanket over her. She looked adorable while sleeping and remained deeply asleep throughout the entire process, not waking even once. Her loud snores continued undisturbed. At that moment, Seo Yejin commented that Hyerin must be extremely tired. The protagonist agreed. He then turned to Seo Yejin and asked if she was okay. Seo Yejin smiled and assured him she hadn't done anything that would make her tired. She said she was completely fine. As they moved into the Nampo station tracks, the protagonist told Seo Yejin to continue with her work. Seo Yejin happily responded, saying he could count on her. However, before she could finish her sentence, her expression shifted to one of grim seriousness. Concerned, the protagonist asked what was wrong. Seo Yejin hesitated for a moment before revealing with a horrified expression that the link wasn't working anymore. She looked down at herself. The protagonist questioned what she meant. Had it suddenly been cut off? Seo Yejin asked him to hold on and closed her eyes, focusing and testing a few things. She tried to understand what had gone wrong. It had been working fine earlier. Seo Yejin explained that if one moved while the link was active, it could be pushed slightly beyond its typical range. That meant if she first established the link and then moved, she could extend the range a bit. However, the area where the link could actually be initiated was restricted to a zone near the central station. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist contemplated what to do in such a critical moment. His expression turned grim as he thought about his plan to use Seo Yejin's rat to check on his parents after passing Jagalchi station. Clenching his fist, he muttered in frustration. With the plan now in shambles, he called out to Seo Yejin, acknowledging the inconvenience but asking if she could try re-establishing the link from central station. Seo Yejin agreed, and blue energy began to gather around her as she focused deeply. She started the process again from central station, attempting to share her senses with the rats as she directed them toward Jagalchi station. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to grit his teeth, thinking that they had to try every possible method for now. Until something came through, he silently wished for everyone to be safe and sound. The protagonist continued to observe Dongjin's party through his ultimate eye skill. Their current location was near Choryang Station, while Seo Yejin's scout rats were positioned at Central Station ahead of them. The scene then shifted to Choryang Station, where Kang, Gaeyoung, and Jin were seen exiting. Although it was just before 6 p.m., the surroundings were already pitch black. Jin and Gaeyoung looked at something in the distance and were completely terrified. Above the city, without any artificial light, the sky radiated with vivid colors like the night sky in a quiet countryside. As a result, the devastated cityscape became clearly visible. Giant footprints were imprinted in various places, buildings leaned sideways, and heaps of shattered concrete were scattered around. The scene of utter destruction, bathed in moonlight, resembled a surreal painting. The remaining members of Dongjin's party also exited Choryang Station. Jin remarked that it was all unbelievable. At that moment, Gaeyoung instructed Jin to scout the area and he complied. Jin's tamed crow flew into the sky to scout from above, and by sharing its senses, Jin confirmed that there were no monsters nearby. Kang noted that not even a single goblin had been seen at Choryang Station. Jin attributed this to the chaos caused by the giant, suggesting that it would allow them to pass through easily. He commented that, considering the state of the place, no sane person would try coming there now. At that moment, Dajung, with a worried tone, expressed concern as night approached. She questioned whether they would be all right and suggested finding a safe place to stay until morning. Gaeyoung reassured her, stating that there was no need to worry. According to the behavioral patterns of goblins, it was actually safer at night since goblins tended to hide during that time. She recalled how they used to move around at night in apartment complexes because they understood the goblins' habits. After contemplating for a moment, Dongjin made a decision. He stated that they were going to move out immediately and assured the party that if things became dangerous, the protagonist would summon them back. Everyone nodded in agreement, showing how much they trusted the protagonist. Even if the situation worsened, they believed he would find a way to handle it. Suddenly, a rat appeared before them, squeaking. Jin identified it as one of Seo Yejin's rats and suggested they follow it. The rat, which was connected to Seo Yejin through shared senses, led Dongjin's party along a pre-explored path from Central Station to Jagalchi Station. The rats he had trained were intelligent and capable of guiding the party on their own. Eventually, the party arrived at Busan Station following the rats' guidance, only to find a massive lake before them. Jin questioned how Busan Station had turned into a lake and wondered if it was the giants' doing. Gaeyoung, observing the scene, suggested that buildings might have crashed into the ground and formed the gaps that now held water. Suddenly, there was a splash and something emerged from the lake. It was a woman with unusual hair and skin color. The sound of water drew Jin's attention, and as he looked at the lake questioningly, the others asked him what was wrong. Jin replied that he had heard a sound. Just then, he appeared frightened by what he saw. At first glance, it looked like a person. Pointing toward the shadow, he said there was someone over there, probably a woman. But in the next moment, he hesitated and said, "No, wait, no way." The upper body resembled a woman, but the lower body was not human. It was covered in blue fish scales. The creature was half human, half fish. Jin shouted in disbelief, and then the creature laid its beautiful eyes on the party. In the next moment, it began to sing. However, it was not a song but a high-pitched scream. Everyone in the party immediately covered their ears. Dajung shouted to everyone, instructing them to cover their ears, identifying the creature as a siren. The creature continued its eerie scream. After the siren began to scream, everyone was seen covering their ears in pain, visibly disturbed as they questioned what the hell was happening. The deafening noise forced all of them to raise their hands to block out the sound. Kang was shown gritting his teeth, enduring the terrible experience. Meanwhile, Yeonju, also covering her ears, expressed her struggle by asking through clenched teeth what was happening. She then revealed in alarm that her body was moving on its own. Simultaneously, both Kang and Yeonju were engulfed by a purple glowing light. In the next second, their bodies stiffened as they were pulled and dragged into the lake. They screamed as they were forcefully submerged. Bubbles formed around them as they sank deeper into the water. Yeonju was seen looking at Kang, who was also drowning. Terror overtook her expression as she gasped for air while Kang continued to sink slowly. Realizing the danger, Yeonju started swimming with urgency. She thought to herself that Kang would be in danger at this rate. As she swam faster, numerous fish-like creature hands emerged, grabbing her waist and legs. She struggled to escape the lake as horrifying underwater creatures pulled her back while she tried desperately to swim to the surface. Back on land, the remaining party members were also covering their ears. Dongjin cursed the situation, and behind him, Dajung was shown similarly affected. In response to the chaos, Dajung reacted by using her magic powers, creating a golden glowing armor that engulfed everyone. Once the magic armor surrounded them, Dongjin noted that the situation had improved, saying he could bear the scream now. Dongjin then questioned Dajung about the nature of her power, but she was in no condition to explain. She collapsed to her knees and urged everyone to hurry up and save Kang. With a worried expression, she added that they also needed to save Yeonju, but she seemed to sense something unusual. Her expression shifted from concern to horror as she noticed a fish-like creature with golden eyes and many scales observing them. It wasn't alone. There were many such creatures, each armed with spears, acting like guards for the siren. These trident-wielding creatures prepared to attack and dove into the water one after another, swimming swiftly beneath the lake. Dongjin and the party prepared for defense as Dongjin warned them of the incoming attack, shouting with a worried expression that they were coming. A disturbance in the lake water followed, and a creature emerged into the air with its spear aimed at the party. Dongjin readied himself and clashed with the creature. Their spears collided, but in the next second the fish-like creature was shot in the head by someone. Despite the kill, more creatures appeared to continue the assault. It was revealed that the arrow had been fired by Gaeyoung, who expressed her frustration, saying these bastards just kept coming. The next moment, all the creatures appeared on the ground and surrounded the party. As they fought back, Dongjin thought with a horrified expression that they couldn't afford such delays and needed to hurry to save Yeonju and Kang. Amid the chaos, two fish-like creatures were suddenly thrown back by a powerful burst from the lake. All the creatures turned to look. It was Yeonju in her bare form, carrying Kang in her arms as she launched herself from the lake to the ground. She was huffing, her eyes glowing red with fierce resolve, clearly having dealt with the underwater monsters. At that moment, Kang awoke and coughed up a large amount of water. After nearly drowning, he admitted he thought he was going to die. The party was visibly relieved upon seeing Kang and Yeonju safe, calling out their names. Kang gave a thumbs up to Yeonju and thanked her, saying she had saved him. Yeonju, still in her bare form, smiled and said it was alright since he had helped her many times before. Just then, one of the fish-like creatures growled, triggering a renewed attack by all the others. Kang noted with exasperation that the bastards weren't giving them a break. He transformed into his armored state, halberd in hand. Dongjin and Yeonju also prepared to finish off the attackers. In an instant, Kang used his halberd to behead and kill several creatures, declaring they should handle this. Yeonju too readied herself as two creatures approached her. She fought one off with her claw, sending it flying into a wooden pillar. The impact caused the pillar to crack. As it broke, a goblin strangled up inside was revealed. The damaged pillar began to fall toward the party. Kang shouted in alarm while Dongjin urged everyone to move away. The pillar crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of choking smoke. Byung-ho checked on Dongjin, asking if he was okay, to which Dongjin replied he was fine but questioned what had just happened. Kang looked at the wooden pillar, then at the monster on it, and identified it as a goblin. Just then Jin urged everyone to look up. The party turned their heads and saw another goblin strangled atop a wooden pillar. But it wasn't just one, there were many. Dongjin, horrified, admitted that they had been so focused on what was below that they hadn't noticed what was above. Seeing the grim sight, he cursed the perpetrators, wondering aloud whether they cared if it was monsters or humans had killed so many. In front of them was a graveyard of wooden pillars, each strangling either a human or a monster. Dongjin, shaken, repeated his question, just how many had they killed? At that moment, Gaeyong dropped her bow. Words failed her. Trembling and unable to speak, she covered her mouth, devastated by what she saw. With horror in her eyes, she whispered, "Dad." But there was no time to rest. Fish-like creatures began approaching. Dongjin noticed them just as one lunged at Gaeyong, its claws ready to strike. Frozen in fear, Gaeyong couldn't move. Dongjin shouted to Yeonju to warn her, and just as the creature was about to attack, a gunshot rang out. A bullet pierced the fish-like creature's head before it could reach Gaeyong. While Gaeyong remained in shock after seeing what she believed to be her father, the creature collapsed to the ground. The shot had come from Byung-ho, who asked Gaeyong if she was okay. Dongjin praised him with a nice one, but quickly turned to Gaeyong, noticing something was wrong. She fell to her knees, covering her face. Jin called out to Dongjin, who turned to him. Jin revealed that he believed he had found a way to handle the situation. He had been watching through Blackie the entire time and explained that the siren appeared to be commanding the fish-like creatures. Dongjin was shocked at this revelation. Jin continued, saying that although he couldn't understand her words, every time she opened her mouth and gritted her teeth, the fish-headed creatures responded. He speculated that taking down the siren might cause the others to retreat without their commander. Dongjin looked toward the siren, his face filled with worry. He said it was worth trying, but doubted they'd be given the chance as the creatures were ready to attack the party. At that moment, Kang spoke up, asking if all they needed to do was take out the siren. Dongjin looked at him, questioning what nonsense he was talking about. But Kang continued confidently, declaring he would take that piece of shit down himself. He had a plan. The scene then shifted to the siren, who kept moving her mouth. In response, the fish-like creatures began shifting formation. Dongjin, gritting his teeth, cursed their movement. Jin, while loading his gun, observed that they must have realized the party was targeting the siren. Dongjin then called out to Kang, asking if he could truly trust him. Kang, standing tall and wearing a smug expression like a true knight, assured him that he could. He added that drawing aggro might work in their favor and instructed them to just clear a path for him. With that, he smirked. Dajung stepped in front of Gaeon to protect her, stating that she would guard her for now. Meanwhile, Kang began slashing through the fish-like creatures with his halberd. He turned to Dongjin and said it was time to move. Dongjin, along with the rest of the party, Jin and Byung-ho included, began moving, clearing the way for Kang. They eliminated every fish-like creature in their path. During the chaos, Jin shot one that was about to attack Byung-ho, and Dongjin drove his spear into another. Suddenly, Dongjin stopped and looked back, calling out Kang's name. Kang, his eyes gleaming with determination, charged his halberd with a blue aura. Then, with all his strength, he hurled it forward. The halberd was seen traveling through the air between the party members, and it was clear that the siren had noticed its rapid approach. It was mere inches away from her. The reflection of the halberd was visible in her eyes, but at the very last moment she managed to dodge. Despite this, the halberd grazed her hair as it flew past, leaving her in a state of shock. The weapon continued to fly at an incredibly high speed, ultimately missing its intended target, the siren. Observers noticed a dramatic shift in Dongjin Byung-ho Jin's expression. However, amidst the tension, Kang appeared to have a plan. His eyes began to glow. At that moment, the siren erupted into laughter, pouring her heart into it. Her laughter carried a mocking tone as the party questioned Kang, asking if he hadn't told them to trust him. The fish-like creatures that were her minions joined in, laughing at the party as well. Just then, Kang's smile widened into a smirk as he turned to Dongjin and asked if he had forgotten something. Dongjin, clearly agitated, snapped back, demanding to know what Kang was talking about all of a sudden. But almost immediately, Dongjin seemed to understand. Kang then posed a rhetorical question, asking if they knew the best way to deal with a fish. Right at that moment, Kang used his ability to control the trajectory of the halberd, which was still flying above the lake. The sharp end of the halberd picked up speed as it zeroed in on the siren, ultimately piercing her through the back. Blood gushed from the wound. Kang then finished his sentence. The best way to deal with a fish was to get a hook through them. After being struck, the siren groaned in pain. A system panel appeared stating that a level 33 siren had been hunted. Experience points were gained, and 350,376,203 was deposited into the ultimate shut-in wallet. The siren's lifeless body fell, and Kang caught the returning halberd in his hand like Thor wielding his hammer. The fish-like creatures were thrown into confusion and began to retreat. Byung-ho sighed in relief and thanked the goddess, saying it was one less thing to worry about. In the background, Kang's nose had grown large and pointy with pride as he asked the others how that was, boasting about being a total genius. Jin responded with a thumbs up. At that moment, Dongjin ran towards Gaeyong and urgently asked if she was okay. Dajung then turned to Dongjin and questioned what she should do. Dongjin looked at Gaeyong, who was now down on her knees. Gaeyong, trembling, called out to Dongjin and revealed that her dad was hanging up there. Upon hearing this, Dongjin's expression darkened with fear. He questioned in disbelief, asking what she meant and saying, "No way." He quickly turned around, frantic to see for himself, while internally rationalizing that it couldn't be. Why would his father-in-law be up there? He told himself it must be a mistake, yet disbelief filled his thoughts. As Dongjin processed all this, Gaeyong, crying, called out to him again and asked what she should do. The scene revealed a man who had been strangled and tied to a wooden pillar. A badge on his chest bore the name Kim Dia-kun, Gaeyong's father. Seeing this, Dongjin also fell to his knees, and together they looked upon the lifeless body of Gaeyong's father, hanging from the wooden pillar. The scene abruptly shifted as the protagonist granted a quest change, targeting Gaeyong with the reward being the resurrection of her father. However, when he attempted to issue the quest, a warning appeared from the system, stating that beings who die outside the ultimate shut-in's territory could not be resurrected. Frustrated, the protagonist desperately clicked on the system panel, but it turned red. Despite the rejection, he didn't give up, sweat rolling down his face. He continued clicking, hoping the quest would still go through, but the system refused to accept it. Seo Yejin called out to him in worry, but he lowered his gaze, dejected, realizing he couldn't do anything for Gaeyong. A heavy silence fell upon him as he reflected inwardly. He admitted to himself that he had trusted Dongjin's party. If it had truly been a life-threatening situation, he would have summoned them without hesitation. But summoning them without an outpost base would have meant starting over from scratch, a risk too great. He convinced himself they had no choice. Yet seeing his reflection, he couldn't help but feel disappointed in himself. He questioned if he really had no choice. Scenes of Dongjin's party members being dragged underwater by weapon-wielding merfolk flashed before him. He wondered if that wasn't life-threatening, then what was? He acknowledged that deep down, he already knew the truth, that worrying about one's family and wanting to see them again soon wasn't a desire unique to him. Everyone had families, everyone worried. He had just chosen to ignore it because he was focused solely on saving his own. He admitted that everyone had given in to him and he had always known it. Trembling, he issued a new quest. His hands shook as he granted it on the system panel. This time it was a party quest, to make a grave for Gaeyong's father. The time limit was 1 hour. The reward was a small amount of experience points and there was no penalty for failure. Upon seeing the quest, Gaeyong cried even harder, devastated by the fact that she had to make her own father's grave. Dongjin knelt beside her, trying to comfort her. Meanwhile, the protagonist slammed his hand against his forehead, helpless and unable to change the situation. A grave eventually formed for Gaeyong's father, and Dongjin's party stood silently in front of it mourning. Dongjin then asked Gaeyong if she was sure about this. She replied that her father would have liked it there. He had been a workaholic with a lot of pride and often sang about wanting to be buried along the railroad tracks even in death. Gaeyong placed her father's name badge on the grave and reflected that she used to think it was an absurd wish, but life had come full circle. Though sorrowful, she found solace in having fulfilled her father's last wish. Tears streamed down her face as she accepted the situation and his death. She stated that his wish had come true. The protagonist narrated that with every word Gaeyong spoke, his heart ached. He feared that one day it could become his story too. He resolved that their grief should never become his and vowed never to make them grieve again. For that, he realized stronger allies were needed. Determination overtook his expression as he considered who currently held the most potential. The scene shifted, showing a splash of water cutting through goblins. It was Junhyuk, using his water abilities in battle. A system panel appeared, stating that Citizen Junhyuk's loyalty had exceeded 30 and that he had met the requirements for Vassal registration. Junhyuk's fierce figure stood in the midst of battle as the system confirmed his registration as a vassal. At that moment, a party member behind him called out, and Junhyuk looks behind, and the woman noted that Junhyuk's body is glowing. Confused, he looked at himself, feeling a new surge of power rise within. A system panel described Junhyuk's stats. He was level 40, titled the 12th Servant, and held dual roles as a knight and a mage. His trust level was 59, loyalty 31. His awakened abilities included create water, water bomb, and control water. Descriptions followed. Mage class skills gained a 100% power boost. Water bomb ranked A summoned highly compressed water and detonated it with power scaling based on mental strength consumed. Water control ranked S consumed mental strength to manipulate summoned water freely. At that moment, the protagonist granted Junhyuk a quest to try using water bomb and control water. The time limit was 10 minutes. The reward was enhanced mental strength while the failure penalty was mental fatigue. Junhyuk read the quest and called out the protagonist's name. Someone behind him asked if he was okay and what had just happened. Junhyuk told them to wait a moment. Then with a grin he said he understood now there were plenty of targets to test his new abilities. Junhyuk activated his powers. Water conjured itself in his hands, swirling to form a massive water ball. The goblins, seeing this, were terrified. He shouted water bomb and launched the attack. The massive water ball dashed forward, burst upon impact, and sent goblins flying. Water droplets from the explosion fell gently and a crater formed on the road. All goblins lay dead looking at his hands. Junhyuk then activated water control. The cascading droplets from the sky froze midair as he manipulated them. His party members watched in awe at the beauty of the scene. One of them asked if he had done that. Junhyuk stood amongst the suspended droplets and burst into laughter, overwhelmed by his newfound power. He dropped to his knees, praising the protagonist, vowing never to forget the favor. From behind, party members watched in confusion. One questioned what was wrong with him. Another suggested maybe it had something to do with that light. A system panel appeared before the protagonist, indicating that Junhyuk's trust level had significantly increased. It was noted that Citizen Junhyuk had completed the quest, and a fee of 70,251 won had been deducted. The protagonist reflected on Junhyuk's awakening and the fact that he had both A-rank and S-rank abilities. He was recognized as the second S-rank after Yeonju. The protagonist admitted that he hadn't expected this, especially since Junhyuk's first kill had only been a B-rank. He hadn't anticipated things would progress this smoothly and wondered if it was due to Junhyuk's already high level. However, it didn't seem like it was just luck. Regardless, the outcome was favorable. Contemplating his next move, the protagonist questioned how he should utilize Junhyuk. He imagined a chessboard, mentally placing all his vassals on it, pondering different strategic arrangements. He considered having Junhyuk join Dongjin's party but dismissed the idea, recognizing that the party was already well-balanced. Simply inserting Junhyuk into that group didn't appeal to him. Junhyuk's current group revolved tightly around him, and removing him now could plunge them into chaos. He concluded it would be best to let Junhyuk continue with his current team for the time being. At that moment, a system panel informed the protagonist that he had hunted a level 6 goblin. He had gained 7,151 experience points, which were deposited into the ultimate shut-in wallet, along with an additional 6,920 points from killing multiple goblins. He noted that it was quite late, yet even beyond Junhyuk's party, other citizens were still diligently hunting. Suddenly, the protagonist felt something from within. A system panel notified him that his skill level had increased. The House Declaration skill had reached level 20. He gained 3 skill points and learned a new skill, leaving him shocked. His eyes widened as another system panel appeared, declaring that his territory was expanding. A surge of pain overcame him, causing him to scream loudly. Seo Yejin, who was in the room, observed everything with concern. The protagonist continued shouting in agony, and since Seo Yejin was witnessing this for the first time, she called out to him, worried. As his territory expanded to cover a vast area, he lamented the pain, crying out that it hurt. We see his vision got blurry, but he was still in great pain. He thought to himself that the pain was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It felt as though large needles were stabbing him all over his body. Seo Yejin, panicked and worried, shouted at him to breathe. The protagonist writhed in agony while Seo Yejin repeatedly called his name in a state of panic. Unsure of what to do at that moment, the protagonist opened his eyes slightly, confused, and wondered if he had collapsed. He then noticed a large face looming in front of him. It was Seo Yejin, who seemed about to kiss him, blushing all the while. Internally, the protagonist reacted with a firm hell no and questioned her, asking what she was doing. Startled by his sudden awakening, Seo Yejin apologized profusely, blushing, and explained that she thought he was unresponsive and had been attempting a form of CPR. The protagonist stood up and reassured her, saying he was all right and there was no need to worry. In the background, Blackie was seen bawling his eyes out due to the protagonist's collapse. The protagonist gently patted Blackie, saying he was fine, which calmed the creature. Holding his head, the protagonist activated his ultimate eye skill and assessed the massive expansion of his territory. It now included the original deployment area, the entire west and north zones, and all the roads within a 1-kilometer radius centered around the apartment complex. No wonder it had hurt so much. The area had reached its largest scale yet. While he processed all of this, Seo Yejin remained beside him, still blushing from the earlier incident. The protagonist checked the system window, thinking to himself that he was tired and wanted to sleep for 5 more minutes, but recognized it wasn't the time. He had received 3 skill points upon reaching level 20 and had already decided which skill to upgrade. He focused on the ultimate eye skill, identifying it as the most crucial for the current operation. He selected it for the upgrade, and a system panel confirmed that the ultimate shut-in's ultimate eye skill had reached level 4. A 3-eyed symbol appeared, and a new notification informed him that the multivision function had been added. His eyes sparkled with a purple light as if they could see everything. Internally, he acknowledged that he could feel his field of vision expanding. It was like being in a security room surrounded by CCTV monitors. However, maintaining this suddenly broadened view felt mentally draining, and he noted that 3 simulation views remained his current limit. With 2 skill points remaining, he chose to upgrade the Dignity Preservation skill next. The system panel notified him that the ultimate shut-in's Dignity Preservation skill had reached level 5 and that the Mystic Draw feature had been added. Upon receiving 300 crystals of some kind, the protagonist was confused at first. He then understood that 1 Mystic Draw cost 300 crystals and that these had likely been given for a trial draw. Seeing no reason to decline, he initiated the Mystic Draw. a large magical circle appeared on his apartment floor, emitting a blinding golden light that dazzled both Seo Yejin and Blackie. The golden light rose into the air and eventually transformed into a ring. A system panel appeared describing it as the Ring of Communication, a ring that delivered the voice of the ultimate shut-in to his vassals. The protagonist put on the ring, questioning its purpose. A ring that conveyed one's voice, he thought it wasn't bad at all. In fact, it would be perfect for Dabin. He remembered that Kim Dabin was registered as one of his vassals. Opening the vassal management system, he viewed Dabin's profile. She was level 25, held the title of 11th servant, had 77 trust and 100 loyalty, and her awakened ability was telepathy. The protagonist smirked slightly, acknowledging that it was an insane and perfect skill for this kind of task. Right at that moment, the protagonist heard someone shouting that 50 people were sharing one unit to sleep. He stood there in a daze, trying to comprehend the situation, then began observing the ongoing commotion using his leveled-up ultimate eyes skill. He saw Dabin speaking to a group of people, explaining that the arrangement was only a temporary measure. However, a fat man among the group began arguing, questioning what Dabin meant by temporary. The man angrily asked if they were being treated like chickens. Continuing his protest, the fat man pointed out that they had seen plenty of vacant homes earlier and claimed they had already checked around. He demanded to know what Dabin was talking about and insisted that everyone should at least be able to sleep together comfortably. The voices of the citizens rose in agreement. Some pleaded that the children should be allowed to sleep comfortably. Others requested access to just a few empty rooms, stating they would only use them to sleep. Dabin, clearly overwhelmed, tried to calm the agitated crowd, saying that it was against their policy. Witnessing this, the protagonist grew increasingly angry. While Dabin attempted to console the raging crowd, apologizing and reaffirming that the policy did not permit the request, a notification appeared for the protagonist. He had gained a new skill upon leveling up. The skill was called Ultimate Shut-In Door, Level 1. And its description stated that he could now connect doors within his declared territory, effectively allowing him to teleport using doors. The protagonist noted internally that the new skill had appeared when he hit level 20 and was surprised to be using it so soon. Meanwhile, the fat man continued to argue with Dabin, accusing them of trespassing into others' homes even in such an emergency. He insisted they should be helping each other and questioned Dabin's entitled behavior. At that moment, a voice echoed, claiming to be the one who supposedly trespassed. The fat man was startled to hear it. The protagonist had appeared in the corridor using his ultimate shut-in door ability. Dabin called out to him. The protagonist stepped forward and declared that if anyone didn't like the policies he had established, then they were welcome to leave his house. His sharp gaze fixed on the fat man, and with authority he told him to get out. The fat man, enraged, asked what the protagonist had just said and questioned how a mere kid could speak that way. But before he could finish, the protagonist pointed at him and commanded, "Evict Sung Yoon Sik." In the next moment, the fat man disappeared as though he had never been there, forcefully ejected from the protagonist's domain. The crowd erupted into commotion, but the protagonist, with a terrifying expression, stated that things had quieted down now. He then asked if anyone else had any complaints. The crowd fell silent. Continuing his declaration, the protagonist informed them that from that moment onward, electricity, water, and gas would be shut off for their entire unit. One woman from the crowd protested, saying he couldn't be serious. The protagonist retorted by asking her what she thought was really happening. He pointed out that their arrival coincided with the group's defeat of the giant Cyclops, a total of 157 people. He accused them of coming there because they saw the group as capable and sought protection. He explained that hundreds of people with the same idea showed up every day wanting protection. He asked if they understood what he was saying, then laid out the consequences of giving in to their demands. First, empty rooms would run out quickly, making it impossible to accept new arrivals. Second, existing residents would begin to feel resentment. And third, once they gave in, there would be no end to the demands. He made it clear that the basic rights and welfare they expected did not exist there. He urged them to look around, reminding them that the South Korean government had already collapsed and that he was not its representative. Internally, the protagonist acknowledged that some might view him as a tyrant abusing his power. But he believed that in the brutal world they now lived in, naive ideas like rights and welfare were no longer practical. Fuming, he declared that if they wanted privileges, they needed to prove they were worth it. He reflected on how other survivors were enduring harsh conditions and adapting. They took turns sleeping in shifts, optimized space, and sought guidance from those who had adjusted earlier. Even amid discomfort, there were those who looked out for the children and strove to survive together. Yet the people before him now had chosen to make demands instead of seeking solutions. Boiling with anger, he pointed at the crowd and ordered them to return to their assigned accommodation immediately. Internally, he concluded that they had likely grown too comfortable. With a menacing expression, he repeated his warning, "Return to your assigned accommodation immediately, unless you want more things taken away from you." Hey everyone, welcome back to Manhwa Munch. So while I was recapping this story, something unexpected happened. The publisher decided to switch up the art style. I know it feels a little strange at first, kind of like when your favorite character's appearance suddenly changes and you need a few chapters to adjust. I'll be honest, I was a bit sad too because we've grown attached to the old look. But don't worry. The heart of the story is still beating strong, and in the end, it's the journey and the plot twists that really keep us hooked. So let's enjoy this together because the artwork may change, but the story is what truly matters. So now, let's get into the story. As soon as the scolding from the protagonist ended, the citizens lowered their heads and shuffled away in defeat, casting glances at the protagonist. The protagonist also looked at the citizens heading back into their units while Dabin watched them walk away. At that moment, Dabin sighed and thanked the protagonist, saying that he had saved her. The protagonist inwardly thought for a moment before communicating with Dabin through telepathy, telling her there was no need to thank him as it was only natural. He even said that he should be the one thanking her. The communication ring on the protagonist's finger glowed as he spoke telepathically. Dabin, confused by the telepathy, listened as the protagonist asked if she found it fascinating. She replied that she did. Continuing the telepathic exchange, the protagonist suggested that Dabin might be able to do something similar. Concentrating, Dabin listened as the protagonist instructed her to think of the person she wanted to communicate with and speak in her mind. A bluish energy surrounded her, and she successfully used telepathy, exclaiming like this. The protagonist heard her voice in his mind and congratulated her, advising that she still needed to learn the exact usage, conditions, and limitations through practice. Dabin thanked the protagonist telepathically, finding it strange to use telepathy when the person was right in front of her. Just then, someone extended a hand and called out to the protagonist, saying, "Excuse me." The protagonist and Dabin turned toward the voice, seeing a middle-aged man raising his hand. His expression showed slight worry and he was sweating a little. The protagonist asked if he still had something left to say. Sweating heavily, the man hesitantly admitted that it was shameless of him, bowed, and requested that the person who had just been expelled be forgiven. The protagonist sternly asked why he should do that. The man explained that while Yunsik had been the loudest in voicing the complaints, it had been the collective opinion of the people. He insisted it was everyone's fault and that Yunsik should not be the only one punished. Bowing repeatedly, he said they would accept any punishment if only the protagonist would show mercy. The protagonist reflected inwardly, thinking that he had already been considering when to allow Yunsik back, as taking someone's life just to set an example felt wrong. Fortunately, Yunsik had not left and was still knocking at the territory's barrier. Looking at the system panel, the protagonist asked the man for his name. He introduced himself as Han Kyung-hoon. The protagonist agreed to restore Yunsik's citizenship and resume electricity and water supply to his unit, but excluded gas. Hearing this, Han Kyung-hoon asked in surprise if he was serious. The protagonist explained that it was out of respect for his sincerity, but it was a one-time exception and he should inform the others. Han Kyung-hoon bowed deeply, expressing heartfelt thanks. Moments later, a system panel appeared, confirming that Yunsik's citizenship had been restored and that Han Kyung-hoon's trust level had greatly increased. The protagonist considered restoring gas for the children's sake but decided against it, thinking they should still experience the discomfort of cold showers and floors as punishment. At that moment, Dabin called out to the protagonist via telepathy. She smiled warmly and told him he seemed to have a really warm heart. Surprised, the protagonist asked aloud, "Me?" Dabin replied, "Yes." The protagonist coughed shyly, looked aside, and thanked her for her kind thoughts. She teased, asking if he was flustered. With an awkward smile, the protagonist changed the topic, saying that regarding the shared facilities currently placed in Building 3, he was considering assigning one to each of the 25 buildings. Dabin was shocked, starting to sweat. The protagonist asked how many team members she had. Despite the looming workload making her tear up inside, she replied that including Hyerin and Choi Hyunjun, there were 15 people. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist asked if she could expand to 100 members and run operations with them, suggesting that 4 people per building should be enough for proper management. Dabin's eyes sparkled at the thought, realizing she wouldn't be overworked, and she confirmed excitedly, 100 members. The protagonist reaffirmed the plan, adding that everyone would be paid 100,000 won per day, ensuring stable operations. The elevator reached the 21st floor and opened as the two continued their conversation. Dabin remarked that her influence in discussions would also become stronger. While they spoke, someone stepped forward and a voice echoed, "Hello." The protagonist and Dabin turned to look behind them upon hearing the voice. They saw a man wearing glasses with a slight mustache and beard. The protagonist questioned this man, asking if he was new there and if he had come for something. The man confirmed, replying that it was true. It became clear that he was not alone as behind him stood 2 women. The man then asked the protagonist if they happened to need a medical team. His face was now visible, and he introduced himself as Dr. Lee Sung-min, Associate Professor of Nephrology at Busan Park Hospital. Moments later, the scene shifted to the protagonist speaking with Dabin. Dabin told the protagonist that she had sent the doctor back for now, but asked what they should do. The protagonist replied that skilled personnel must be treated accordingly. He then suggested giving them a room and turning that area into a hospital. Dabin agreed, saying it was a great idea. The protagonist continued, stating that if they searched, they should find a good number of nurses as well, and that he would leave the setup and operations of the medical team to Dabin. She saluted and assured him to leave it to her. At that moment, the protagonist opened his apartment door and began walking towards Seo Yejin. Seeing him, she asked if everything had gone well. He replied that there had been no issues. Then he activated his ultimate eyes skill and inwardly questioned whether Dongjin's party had left. Observing through the skill, he confirmed they were en route to Jagalchi Station without any problems. The protagonist opened his system panel, thinking that he should finish what he had started earlier. Looking at it, he decided to invest his final skill points and opened his storage, upgrading it to ultimate storage. A system panel appeared, indicating that the ultimate shut-in's ultimate storage skill had reached level 2, with its capacity increased to 200 kilograms and a preservation function added. Another panel described the preservation function as a passive skill, explaining that items stored would maintain their exact physical state from the time they were stored. Reading this, the protagonist thought that the capacity had doubled, allowing him to use it more flexibly. Then another thought struck him: if used correctly, this could be significant. He opened the store and purchased an S&W revolver with 100 rounds of bullets. While loading them, he reasoned that preserving the physical state meant the item's condition would remain exactly as it had been upon storage. He pointed the gun blankly and asked Seo Yejin to cover her ears, warning that it would be loud. Startled, she panicked upon seeing the gun, exclaiming that it was indeed a firearm. The protagonist pulled the trigger, thinking the command to store the live round, and fired the revolver. Rapid shots followed, and the bullets entered the system panel, storing the live rounds in ultimate storage. A system panel confirmed that the live round had been stored. He thought that it had worked perfectly. He walked to the balcony, opened the glass door, and looked outside, questioning his theory. From behind, Seo Yejin called out in confusion, asking why he had started firing all of a sudden, but he did not respond. With a determined expression, he extended his arm and commanded, "Summon live round." A system panel appeared, and the previously fired rounds emerged in the same physical state. The barrage of bullets shot out with the same speed and force as when fired from the revolver. Realizing his success, a shiver ran down his head as he thought this was incredible. He declared that this was a perfect way to support Dongjin's party. The scene shifted to Jagalchi Station, where a goblin's head was blown apart by a bullet from Dongjin's party. Another goblin fell to the ground, and the rest fled in fear. For them, goblins had become nothing more than small fry. At that moment, Dongjin announced their arrival at Jagalchi Station, with the party ready for whatever awaited them. Using the ring of communication, the protagonist employed telepathy to reach out to them, greeting everyone and asking if they could hear his voice. Dongjin's party was shocked, and even Dongjin himself was taken aback. Dongjin asked if it was really the protagonist. Through telepathy, the protagonist confirmed that they could hear him clearly. Dongjin replied that he could hear just fine. The protagonist then stated they would communicate like this from now on and instructed them to proceed through Exit 2. Dongjin acknowledged with an understood. Dongjin's party exited through Exit 2 and emerged from the underground subway, only to be stunned by their surroundings. The destruction was brutal, an intersection filled with overturned cars and buses, a scene straight out of a post-apocalyptic era. The protagonist reflected that, from this point onward, they were in uncharted territory. Seo Yejin had tried to re-establish a link with the rats back at the central station, but failed due to the excessive distance. Unlike before, where they had scouted and cleared the path ahead, they were now entering completely unprepared terrain. The scene shifted to Dongjin, who asked the protagonist where they should go next. The protagonist instructed them to follow the big road to the left for about a kilometer, which would bring them near their destination. Dongjin agreed, saying he got it, and the party followed the given directions. Suddenly, the sound of a massive footstep echoed, the foot of a monster stomping rapidly. Dongjin became alert, sensing danger. In the eyes of the approaching creature, the reflection of Dongjin's party appeared. Dongjin quickly turned back and told everyone to step back. The creature emerged. It was none other than a land shark, crushing the earth beneath its immense weight. Dongjin's party readied themselves for battle. Holding his spear, Dongjin remarked that they had barely fought their way past the fishermen, and now they had to deal with a shark. The menacing land shark loomed before them, its sharp teeth and 4 piercing eyes locked onto the party. Opening its massive jaws, it prepared to strike. Dongjin gritted his teeth, ready for what was to come as the shark lunged toward him. At that moment, Jian called out Dongjin's name while opening fire on the shark. Bullets struck the creature, halting its advance and giving Dongjin the chance to act. He leapt forward, sprinting toward its weak point, and hurled his spear with full force, stabbing the shark. In the next instant, Yeonju in her monstrous bear form leapt from above. Though the shark noticed, it was too late. Flipping midair, Yeonju dashed toward the shark with a fierce gaze and smashed it into the ground using her immense weight, crushing its head and killing it instantly. A system panel appeared, announcing that they had hunted a level 24 land shark. The rewards included 13,813 experience points and 758 won deposited into the ultimate shut-in wallet. Standing over the corpse of the land shark, Yeonju's bear form exuded a menacing presence, as if slaying the creature had been effortless for her. At that moment, Dongjin called out to Jian, instructing him to scout the area. Jian agreed, connecting to his crow, which then flew above the vicinity. Through the crow's eyes, Jian spotted something shocking. He muttered in disbelief and quickly called out to Dongjin, saying he thought the area was swarming, though they still didn't know with what. Suddenly, a massive creature emerged, a giant crab monster blocking the path in front of Dongjin's party. It was the size of a large truck. Jian warned that this was not the only threat. Kang then alerted the group to something above them. They soon noticed fish-like creatures hovering in the sky, locked onto the party. It wasn't just one, a whole swarm had gathered. Kang questioned in alarm what those creatures were. Their predator's gaze left no doubt about their intent. Without warning, the fish-like creatures struck first, diving with their blade-like snouts toward the group. The party readied themselves. Dongjin called out to Kang, instructing him to stop them. Kang transformed into his silver-clad armored form, summoning armor from thin air. With his halberd, he delivered a powerful strike, cutting one of the creatures clean in half. A system panel announced that a sky blue marlin level 16 had been hunted, granting experience points and depositing 785,231 into the ultimate shut-in wallet. The battle raged on. Jian and Byung-ho fired their revolvers while Gaeyang supported them with skill-infused arrows. Her attacks worked, piercing 2 marlins and spilling their blood. However, she expressed concern that taking them down one by one was too slow. Her worry deepened when she saw a marlin bypass the party's defenses and head straight for Dajung. Dajung, firing a revolver for the first time, missed every shot, her eyes shut tight in panic. The creature was mere inches away when the protagonist summoned his storage. Bullets materialized in front of Dajung, hitting the marlin in the head and killing it. A system panel reported the hunting of a level 17 marlin, more experience points, and 231,733 one added to the wallet. The protagonist thought bitterly that sniping creatures himself yielded low payouts. To earn more, he'd need to use a vassal. He called out to Seo Yejin, handing her a revolver and telling her to stop linking with the rats and shoot instead. Confused, Yejin asked where to aim. The protagonist replied that anywhere was fine. Urged to hurry, she fired blindly, the bullets being stored as she shot. He told her to keep going and she complied. Extending his hand, he summoned the bullets she fired, deploying them into the battlefield where Dongjin's party fought the Marlins. System panels appeared announcing kills, experience gains, and money earned. Yejin soon called out that she was out of bullets and the protagonist ordered her to reload quickly. Though he felt sorry for her, he knew it was necessary. She continued firing, while he stored and deployed the bullets toward the enemy. The moment was interrupted when Hyrin burst into the protagonist's room, panicking at the gunshots. Seeing Yejin firing the revolver, she grew confused, questioning what was happening and wondering why she wasn't waking up, thinking she was still dreaming because she had been asleep moments before. The scene shifted back to Dongjin's party as the massive crab monster's claw struck toward them. Dongjin and Yeonju narrowly dodged the attack, now face-to-face with the towering creature. Sweating, Dongjin muttered in disbelief, wondering how they were supposed to defeat such a monstrosity as it loomed, ready to crush the entire party. The giant crab, level 35, raised its claw to attack Dongjin and Yeonju. They warned each other that the claw was approaching. The massive claw of the crab monster descended on the ground, destroying part of it, while Dongjin and Yeonju dodged the strike by moving in opposite directions. Yeonju slipped into the crab monster's blind spot and readied her claws to attack. At that moment, she shouted at Dajung, telling her to buff her. Dajung accepted the command and used her skill, buffing Yeonju. With the buff, Yeonju started approaching the crab monster at a very high speed, her gaze fierce. She grabbed onto one of its legs tightly and with a huge roar twisted the leg from its joint. Blood spilled as one of the legs shattered, throwing the crab monster off balance. Because the crab monster was off balance with one joint gone, Dongjin called out to the protagonist. The protagonist summoned a spear into Dongjin's hand. Dongjin gripped the spear, infused it with his skill, and readied himself. In the next second, he launched it with all his strength. The spear struck the crab monster in its mouth, piercing through, but it did not end there. From behind, Yeonju lunged, her scary figure looming over the monster. With a fierce gaze, she prepared to destroy everything in her path. She landed a critical hit on the crab monster's back with her huge claws, but only a few scratches appeared on its hard shell. Seeing this, Yeonju began panicking and sweating in confusion, wondering why the crab was unharmed. At that moment, Byung-ho commanded everyone to get back and shouted at his team members. He appeared above the crab monster, having teleported with a revolver in hand. He began firing, but the bullets bounced off the crab's shell, which seemed like an impenetrable defense. Both Dongjin and Yeonju were in awe at the creature's insane defense. Dongjin questioned what they should do now since the crab was not down yet. He wondered aloud if there was truly no way to fight it. The protagonist observed everything, realizing that the shell was no ordinary defense. It looked like they needed a certain level of impact, like the force of a hammer's strike, to break it. An idea struck him, and he began searching frantically within his territory, certain he had seen something before. Finally, he found what he was looking for. He summoned his storage and, using the ring of communication, called out to Yeonju. He told her that when he gave the signal, she should jump onto the crab's shell. Yeonju understood and agreed. The protagonist extended his hand, recalling something that could break the shell. He summoned a barbell which materialized outside the apartment building. Closing his eyes, he thought of Minyu, apologizing silently and promising to buy him a new one later since the barbell belonged to him. For now, he decided to maximize the barbell's kinetic energy through gravity. He let it fall, gaining energy as it descended. Before it could hit the ground, he summoned his storage and captured it, preserving its state at the peak of its kinetic energy thanks to his upgraded storage. With a determined expression, the protagonist extended his hand and summoned the barbell into the battlefield between Dongjin, Yeonju, and the crab monster. Through a system panel, the barbell reappeared with the same stored kinetic energy and descended above the crab monster. The protagonist called out to Yeonju to act now. The barbell struck the crab monster at a very high speed, shattering its once impenetrable shell. At that moment, Yeonju dashed toward the crab at the weakened spot where the barbell landed. She reared back her claw in midair and with a fierce roar and saliva dripping from her mouth, twisted her body and pierced through the crab monster, tearing out from the other side. Green liquid and blood splattered everywhere as Yeonju unleashed her full strength. A system panel appeared declaring, "You have successfully hunted giant crab level 35. Experience points acquired. 931,732,266. One has been deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in." The scene shifted as the protagonist narrated that after the defeat of the giant crab, the road leading back to his parents' house felt like walking through a seafood market. He explained that there were all kinds of fish and strange monsters they had to defeat along the way. Dongjin's party was shown defeating the bizarre monsters one by one. The protagonist continued his narration, stating that there were several moments where, without his support, the situation could have turned deadly. He clenched his teeth as he thought to himself, admitting that he had a vague feeling all along about Dongjin's party. He reflected that this place was overwhelming for them even with their current strength. Despite being a party composed entirely of awakened ones, armed even with guns, after moving only 1 kilometer, everyone was already exhausted. He admitted to himself that it was time to face the truth. After a long pause, he continued thinking that the probability of his family still being alive was close to 0. His body started to tremble, his legs shaking uncontrollably as he thought further. The closer he got to his parents' house, the heavier his fear grew. But he resolved that even if there was only a 1% chance, he could not let go of that thread of hope. While narrating, the party arrived at a place where a massive tree stood in the middle of the road out of nowhere. The protagonist noted that the streets were in ruins but still familiar. Just beyond that alley lay his parents' house. At that moment, he noticed the tree in the middle of the road and grew confused. Using the ring of communication, he instructed the party to stop, and they immediately did so. He thought to himself that this was the city he was born and raised in, a city he knew perfectly well. He recalled that there had never been trees along this boulevard, and even if there had been, the city would never have left one standing like that. He concluded that the tree was a monster, and it was revealed to be a tree giant level 38. The protagonist reflected that the tree must have appeared after the world collapsed just as he thought. Using the ring of communication again, he alerted everyone. He told them to listen, and when Dongjin confirmed they were listening, the protagonist asked if they all saw the enormous tree in front of them. When Dongjin confirmed that they did, the protagonist, stuttering in hesitation, declared that the tree was a monster and ordered them to attack it. Following his command, the party got into battle stance, ready to fight the monstrous tree. At that moment, a crack appeared on the tree. The crack began to move, and within seconds, an eye emerged from it. Soon after, a mouth appeared, and the roots acted like legs while the branches writhed like tentacles. The party was startled and shocked at the sight. After the protagonist commanded the attack, Gaeyong fired an arrow infused with her skill at the giant tree monster. The arrow zipped past and struck, destroying part of it. However, the trunk of the tree then shifted, acting like hands, and the monster rose from its spot as though Gaeyong's attack had done nothing. Its single eye glared menacingly at the party. Without wasting time, Dongjin hurled his spear toward the monster, but the roots lashed out like tentacles, blocking the strike. The tree then stomped the ground with its massive root leg, as if announcing its arrival, leaving the party staring at the monstrosity. Dongjin appeared confused after his attack failed, but Byung-ho quickly teleported behind the tree and opened fire with his revolver, bullets striking the trunk. In the next moment, Yeonju sped toward the monster with killing intent. The giant tree sensed her approach and whipped its tentacles to attack, but Yeonju swiftly dodged each strike as she closed the distance. She delivered a critical blow, creating a massive hole in the trunk, yet immediately more root tentacles emerged from the ground, showing her attack had been ineffective. While Yeonju was still in midair, the tentacles coiled around her, gripping her tightly. The party cried out her name in worry as she struggled against the crushing hold. The giant tree then raised another tentacle high above, preparing to strike down on her. The tentacle descended at deadly speed, aiming to pierce her. Panic filled Yeonju's face as she realized she was about to be struck. At that moment, Byung-ho teleported behind her, shielding her with his own body. He shouted for Yeonju to get away as the tentacle closed in mere inches away from impaling him. But then the tentacle suddenly stopped just before making contact, leaving Byung-ho in confusion. Dongjin snapped at him, urging him to act now. Responding, Byung-ho used his teleportation ability again, instantly moving from behind the tree back to the party while taking Yeonju with him, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The protagonist observed the unfolding scene in uncertainty, wondering what was happening. For a brief moment, the wooden monster stopped its attack. At that instant, he gained a faint realization and questioned whether it could really be what he was thinking. In the next moment, communicating through the ring of communication, he instructed the party, telling Dongjin to have Yeonju fall back and revert into her human form while the rest continued the assault. Dongjin, however, was puzzled and questioned whether only Yeonju needed to rest. The protagonist confirmed this, and though Dongjin appeared hesitant, he still complied, acknowledging the command with an understood. Turning to his party, he told them to follow the protagonist's orders and instructed Yeonju to fall back and protect. Gaeyong and Dajung Kang's group then moved forward. Kang replied with an all right, though doubt lingered within him as he wondered whether he would truly be able to do this. Dongjin reassured him, reminding him of his solid defense, saying he would manage. Kang, with a blank face, accepted and responded with all right then. At that very moment, the tree stirred once more, turning back and moving, which left Kang and the party confused. Kang cursed at the giant tree monster, demanding to know what was happening. Dongjin, equally baffled, asked the protagonist what had just occurred. The wooden monster, however, simply returned to its spot. The tree reverted to its normal state, standing in the same place from where it had first emerged to attack. It was then that realization struck the protagonist. He questioned aloud whether it meant the monster did not attack humans. Reflecting on the events, he recalled that ever since Yeonju had transformed into her beast form, the monster's attacks had been solely directed at her, attempting to trap and kill her. This led him to deduce that it was Yeonju's beast form that had provoked the creature. Yeonju too was uncertain, but in that moment she pointed out that the monster was getting up again. The giant tree monster began to rise once more. The reason soon became clear as a land shark appeared nearby. The shark opened its jaws and lunged at the giant tree monster. In response, the monster lashed out with its tentacles, striking the land shark. Within moments, multiple tentacles pierced the shark, killing it instantly. Seeing this, the protagonist became certain of his deduction. The giant tree monster did not attack humans. Without hesitation, he communicated once again through the ring, instructing the party to ignore the wooden monster and advance since it posed no hostility. The party acknowledged with an understood. As the monster reverted to its dormant form, the group cautiously and slowly moved past it. Just then, they noticed something unusual. Dongjin was struck with shock, trying to speak but unable to find the words. Finally, he called out to the protagonist, whose expression had turned into one of horror. Dongjin asked if the place where the giant tree monster stood was in fact his parents' home, as an apartment building came into view. What they saw was a massive tree with impossibly thick trunks standing exactly where the protagonist's parents' apartment should have been. The protagonist questioned whether they had come to the wrong place, though deep down he knew the truth. He admitted there was no mistake and trembled, declaring that the place should indeed be his parents' home. A mix of anger and emptiness filled his eyes as he thought of his father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother who should have been there. Overwhelmed by uncontrollable rage, he believed the enormous tree was responsible for whatever had happened to his family. He thought the monstrous tree had no right to be there and vowed to kill it, certain that only then would he feel satisfied. At that moment, he emanated the aura of an absolute being, his eyes burning with rage and a single purpose: to destroy the tree. He began devising ways to kill it, considering filling it with gas and blowing it up. He reasoned that Dongjin's group could be summoned back through their vassal summons and insisted that they would destroy the monstrous tree right then. Yet in his fit of rage, his eyes went blank as a system panel suddenly appeared before him, stating, "Detected presence of the ultimate shut-in, blood relative nearby." The chilling system message silenced his burning fury, leaving him frozen. In that tense moment, an old man's voice suddenly rang out, shouting fiercely, "Who's there?" A flashlight beam cut through the darkness, directed toward Dongjin's party as the man demanded to know who they were and accused them of daring to bully their little pea-poppy. From the shadows emerged three senior citizens, leaving Dongjin's party on guard. The three elders, an irritable old man, an old lady, and a bald old man, appeared visibly furious. The elderly group had walked towards the tree, and one of them, wearing a cap, looked at the condition of the tree. He expressed his concern, saying, "What on earth should they do about this?" The elderly people then discussed among themselves, noticing that there was a hole where the tree had been pierced right through. They remarked that it must have hurt and asked Poppy if he was okay. Together, the elderly examined the state of the giant tree, Poppy. They discussed how heartbroken the chief would be once he found out about its condition. At the same time, the party was sweating nervously, knowing they were the ones who had pierced a hole into the tree. They felt guilty in that moment. The elderly man wearing a cap shouted at the party, questioning if this was their doing. The party admitted that it was. The grumpy old man in the cap then demanded to know why they would do such a thing to Poppy, who wasn't harming anyone. The party members bowed and in unison apologized. Just then, someone called out to the elderly man in the cap, telling him to look over there. The man turned and saw another middle-aged man calling out, saying that Poppy had done them a great favor once again. The elderly man in the cap reacted with surprise, asking if that was really the case. He then walked over to see a group of middle-aged men cutting apart the land shark that Poppy had previously defeated, slicing it into pieces with large knives. Seeing this, the man in the cap muttered that his blood pressure had just shot up. Another elderly person complained that the meat didn't taste very good. The man in the cap scolded him, asking if this was really the time to complain about taste and told him not to eat if he didn't like it. The other replied that wasn't what he meant. Meanwhile, the party observed this argument, amazed that these people were casually tearing apart a land shark monster. Their protagonist, watching everything, began to understand. He reflected internally, realizing that suddenly everything became clear. He thought about the existence of a tree monster that didn't attack people and the enormous tree that had only grown at his home. He remembered how their house had always been filled with plants, with flowers changing with the seasons in the yard and many kinds of trees bearing fruit on the rooftop throughout the year. After his grandfather retired, a small farm had been built on the rooftop, and sometimes the vegetables from it appeared on their dining table. He considered that if the tree that didn't harm people and the gigantic tree rooted in their house's spot were manifestations of someone's awakened ability, and if that person's ability was similar in level to his, then he could only think of one person. He assumed aloud that it must be his grandfather. He then asked directly if his grandfather had awakened. Overcome with relief, he said out loud how thankful he was, confessing that he had thought his entire family had perished. After all, high-level monsters around level 20 roamed the ground freely, and flocks of monsters at high-level 10s wandered the skies. He had often wondered how humans could survive in such a place. At that moment, he laughed. Seo Yejin noticed this and asked what was wrong. The protagonist simply smiled and said it was nothing, explaining that he was just relieved that everyone was safe. He then turned his attention back to observing the party, as the elderly people praised the younger ones, commenting on how wonderful youth was. Containers filled with cut parts of the land shark were being packed, and the party helped the elders dismantle the monster. Dongjing asked if what they had gathered would be enough. A middle-aged man reassured him, saying it was more than enough, and thanked him warmly. At that moment, the protagonist used the ring of communication to call Dongjing. Hearing his voice, Dongjing responded immediately, and the protagonist asked him to find out the name of the village chief. Dongjing agreed and turned to one of the middle-aged men, asking politely what their chief's name was. The man asked if they knew the chief, then revealed that the chief's name was Li Bongyul. The protagonist's assumption was confirmed, it really was his grandfather. The scene then shifted. A middle-aged man led the party somewhere, saying that before heading to the village chief, they should stop for a moment. The group followed and arrived at a place where more people began to appear. Unlike the crumbling city around them, there was proper infrastructure here. They discovered that the parking lot of the protagonist's original home had been converted into a storage area filled with corpses of land sharks and other monsters. People were busy cutting, dismantling, and organizing the remains. Middle-aged men carried parts of the land sharks on their backs, while very old people sat comfortably, happily talking, frying fish in oil, and enjoying their meal together. Witnessing this scene, the entire party was left amazed, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. Our protagonist observed everything and internally thought that there were so many people. At a glance, he felt it looked like more than 100, and it seemed almost as if the bustling Jagalchi market itself had been relocated here. It was revealed that most of the people present were middle-aged men, women, and elderly folk, since the town had very few young people. These middle-aged and elderly individuals had originally worked in the fishing industry, and because of that, their cutting skills were rivaled by none. A bald middle-aged man was seen cutting up a land shark. At that moment, someone called out to him, addressing him as Old Man Park. The bald man turned around to the voice and responded that he had heard the news, adding that Poppy had once again done them a big favor by helping kill the land shark. Another middle-aged man replied, telling him not to even get started, explaining that the land shark had been so big that he had needed the help of young men to clean it up. He admitted that he would have been done for without their help. That was why he wanted to treat them to a plate of sashimi and asked the bald man to slice it up quickly. The bald man, holding his sashimi knife, accepted the order with a nod and said he got it. Within seconds, he skillfully laid out a beautifully prepared plate of sashimi, announcing that it was ready. Seeing this, the party members' mouths watered in shock and delight at being treated to such a dish. The bald man encouraged them to eat plenty. Gaeyong then asked if they perhaps had chopsticks. The bald man replied that there were no chopsticks there and told her to use her hands. At that moment, Gaeyong called out to the protagonist, but he acted swiftly, summoning chopsticks in front of her and the other party members. Gaeyong thanked him while both the bald man and the other middle-aged man were left stunned, jaws dropping and sweat forming as they struggled to comprehend what had just happened. They questioned in confusion what on earth they had just witnessed. Gaeyong then took a bite of the sashimi and immediately exclaimed that it was delicious. Following her lead, the party members began eating, all remarking on how good and amazing it tasted. After working so hard, they finally felt at ease, commenting that it had been ages since they last had sashimi. The protagonist also felt happy for his companions. Extending his hand, he summoned water and cola in front of Dongjin. Witnessing this, the two men were once again shocked, exclaiming in disbelief that it was cola and wondering how such a thing could appear. One of them also questioned in astonishment how cider could appear. Dongjin then asked the men if they would like some. The bald man hesitated but asked if it was really okay. However, the protagonist did not stop there. He went further, summoning a bulk supply of food items, rice, eggs, milk, ramen, and other essentials that were nearly impossible to obtain in the apocalyptic era. Seeing these supplies materialize out of thin air, the bald man was left speechless, questioning what all of this was and asking if it was meant for them. Dongjin smiled and replied that it seemed so, explaining that the protagonist had prepared these as gifts for them. The bald man then wondered aloud if the protagonist could be some kind of god. The other middle-aged man questioned whether they should at least refuse politely, but before they could decide, a voice from above interrupted, asking why it was so noisy. Hearing the voice, the old middle-aged man turned and saw a menacing figure standing above them on a massive tree root tentacle. The bald man immediately acknowledged the figure, addressing him as the village chief. Upon hearing this, the protagonist was shocked, realizing that the man was none other than his grandfather. A system panel appeared before him displaying the words, World Tree's Guardian. It listed attributes: passive, mythical, chosen by the World Tree, life force of the World Tree, blessing of the World Tree, protection of the World Tree. Another system panel appeared in front of the protagonist, announcing that the Vassal had encountered the bloodline of the ultimate shut-in. The power of the bloodline was being unlocked. The panel revealed the name Li Bongyul, level 55, with titles including Bloodline, Relative, Druid, and Trust at 88. His awakened ability was Guardian of the World Tree. The condition had been fulfilled, and an annex building was added to the available construction options. The figure of the protagonist's grandfather was seen standing above, watching over the party members. In the next moment, the grandfather jumped and slid swiftly down from the top of the root-like tentacle, landing with a thud on the ground and showcasing his physical abilities. The protagonist was shocked after observing this. He thought to himself that his grandfather looked much healthier and stronger than before. He reasoned that this was not his imagination. Just from the way his grandfather walked, it was clear. His grandfather had grown old, his brain had weakened, and his legs had almost lost much of their strength before. But now, the strength he possessed must be the result of his awakening. The protagonist then used the ring of communication to call out to everyone in the party, saying that this was his grandfather and asking them to greet him. Dongjin agreed and greeted the grandfather, saying it was an honor to meet him, addressing him as the village chief. The previously middle-aged man bowed to the chief and explained that these were the new people who had come recently. He described them as talented, capable of creating tools out of nothing, and mentioned that all the supplies, food, water, and everything else were made by them. Introducing the party, he directed his words to the village chief, the protagonist's grandfather. The chief expressed surprise and said that water had been a serious problem, and he was truly thankful they had come. He then shook hands with Dongjin. Dongjin, however, clarified that those supplies had not come from them. The village chief questioned him, asking where they had come from then. Dongjin paused briefly before answering that they were all the result of Jae-hun's ability. Upon hearing that name, the village chief was shocked and asked again in disbelief. Dongjin then formally explained that they had come at the request of Kim Jae-hun. The chief's expression turned to shock and disbelief as he questioned, asking if this Jae-hun was the one he knew, his grandson. Dongjin confirmed, saying yes, Kim Jae-hun, who lived in Seomyeon Apartments. The village chief staggered, unable to believe that his grandson Jae-hun was alive. Overwhelmed, he declared that if it was true, they should come with him immediately. Approaching the root-like tentacles, he was followed by the observing party. They soon saw the massive world tree, towering and immense with destroyed city buildings in view. The party and the grandfather Bongyul climbed onto the tree root tentacle, which began to move toward the world tree. Inwardly, the protagonist questioned if his family members were all up there, thinking that soon he would get to see his mom, dad, and grandma again. A slight smile appeared on his face as he thought further. Though there was no direct way yet, once the outpost base was complete, he could use the ultimate shut-ins door skill to reach them directly. Opening a system panel, he reflected that when he had met his grandfather, a new construction option was unlocked, so he began to examine it. The system displayed that the condition had been fulfilled, and the annex building had been added to the available construction options. The annex building was described as a safe zone built outside the ultimate shut-ins territory, with its area expanding in proportion to the territory. When activated, it temporarily granted the same influence as House Declaration, but it would only activate if a blood relative of the ultimate shut-in resided there. The protagonist read all of this, thinking that although the cost was 8 times more than an outpost base, it did not state that it could be destroyed. He also recalled receiving 10 billion won in construction support after securing one apartment complex, and even after installing solar panels on every building, he still had over 7 billion left. Since the annex building cost 3 billion to construct, he concluded that this amount of money was not something he needed to worry about anymore. He then commanded the construction of the annex building, affirming to himself that the amount was insignificant now. As soon as he made the decision, a shimmering light appeared. projecting a blue image of the world tree and the annexes range beneath his feet spreading across the room. The projection revealed the world tree and all the surrounding area near his original house. Looking at this projection, the protagonist questioned if it was showing him the scale beforehand, noting how the area looked almost identical to where he was now. He wondered if the annex expanded as he grew stronger and realized it was far more valuable than the outpost base, which had limited range despite costing 10 billion won. Smiling, he said aloud that there was no need to hesitate. A system panel then appeared before him, stating that the facility required the presence of one blood relative of the ultimate shut-in for 7 days of construction and asking if he wished to build it. He answered yes, and another system panel appeared, showing the time remaining until annex completion, 167 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Looking at the system window, the protagonist thought that now he just needed to ask his grandfather to stay within range until the construction was complete. At that very moment, the protagonist noticed something unusual. Another system panel appeared before him, declaring that the vassals had encountered the kin of the ultimate shut-in. The message continued, stating that the power of the bloodline was being unlocked. Soon after the kin's identity was revealed, the name was Kim In-shim. The details listed her as level 21, with the title including bloodline and relative, her trust level at 99, and awakened ability recorded as none. Through his absolute eyes skill, the protagonist realized that In-shim was none other than his grandmother. The party, along with Grandpa Bongyul, had entered the world tree, which contained a room at its center. There, the protagonist saw his grandmother lying unconscious on a bed. Grandpa Bongyul took hold of her hand and spoke gently, urging her to listen to what was being said. In the next instant, he activated an ability, causing a green light of life energy to cover him and flow into his wife In-shim. He explained that the people who appeared had claimed Jaehyun had sent them, which meant their grandson was alive. The protagonist, overwhelmed, began to sweat as he processed everything. Unable to contain himself, he called out to the party, asking them to inquire what had happened. Yeonju stepped forward and relayed the question, asking Grandpa Bongyul on Jaehyun's behalf. Startled, Grandpa Bongyul turned frantically and questioned how Jaehyun could possibly know. Yeonju clarified that Jaehyun was sharing sight through them. Grandpa Bongyul almost responded but stopped, glancing at his long unconscious wife. With a consoling tone, he told Jaehyun it was all right, assuring him that Grandma was only emotionally overwhelmed and nothing more. Through Yeonju, the protagonist asked since when his grandmother had been unable to wake. Closing his eyes, Grandpa Bongyul recalled the grim past, explaining that ever since the apocalyptic day when monsters appeared and the world began to collapse, his wife had been asleep. The protagonist reflected inwardly that this was the first time he had seen his grandfather look like that, and it made his heart ache. Though he tried to hide it, tears welled up and soon he was crying uncontrollably. He was relieved, however, to see both his grandparents alive together, even though his grandmother had been in a coma for nearly a month. On the outside, she looked peacefully asleep, a condition maintained thanks to his grandfather's awakened ability. He thought to himself that if only he could assign quests to blood relatives, he would spend whatever it took to heal her. Unfortunately, the system forbade giving quests to kin. Just then, Dajung attempted to heal In-shim with her power, but admitted sorrowfully that even with her ability it was too difficult. Grandpa Bongyul reassured her, saying it was fine and nothing could be done. The protagonist observed in silence but questioned inwardly why it was so quiet. 7 people had arrived, yet no one came out to check. Expecting his parents, he began to worry, dreading the opposite possibility. Using the ring of communication, he asked Yeonju to inquire about his parents. Yeonju relayed the question, asking Grandpa Bongyul about Jaehyun's parents. Without turning around, Grandpa Bongyul asked if Jaehyun was truly watching through them. He then chose to speak as if addressing him directly. He explained that on that day, Jaehyun's mother had gone to work and his father had gone out to earn money. He added that Jaehyun's father would never leave his mother alone, so they must have hidden themselves somewhere. The protagonist listened but felt his hope slipping away. Inwardly, he acknowledged that even his grandfather did not truly believe they had survived, and he himself knew it too. Covering his face with his hand, he thought bitterly that unless one of his parents had gained powers as transcendent as his grandfather, their survival was nearly impossible. Still, determination filled his expression as he clung to the belief that his parents might be alive. Calling out to the party through the ring, he declared that their next target was Yuihuang Nursing Hospital. The others responded with concern, calling his name, but he pressed on, reasoning that even if there was only the smallest possibility, even if he was grasping at straws, he had to try. Through the ring, he told the party they had all worked hard and since it was late, they should sleep at his place and depart tomorrow. Before he could finish speaking, a new system panel appeared, announcing the presence of a blood relative of the ultimate shut-in nearby. Shocked, the protagonist froze. He repeated his words to the party, but they came out hollow as his eyes remained fixed on the system message. Sweating, he called out to Seo Yejin, instructing her to command the rats. Seo Yejin asked what orders she should give, and the protagonist answered firmly. They were to search the area and find any survivors nearby. Seo Yejin agreed, and inwardly, the protagonist thought that the system was not pointing to Dongjin's side but directly here. A blood relative was heading toward him, and he did not need to check to know it was his mother and father. Soon, footsteps echoed as a couple in ragged clothes appeared, their figures coming into view, a man and a woman approaching. The scene transitioned to the storage area, where the old and middle-aged folks were busy cutting and dissecting the monster parts, each person diligently doing their share of the work. At that very moment, an old man wearing a hat looked exhausted. He spoke to a bald old man, remarking that the work still wasn't finished, even at this late hour. The bald old man laughed and called out the man with the hat, before pointing out that it simply meant they had an abundance of food, which was a good thing, wasn't it? Old man with the hat agreed, saying that was true. But before he could finish, he noticed something in the distance. Various shadows of creatures loomed over the storage area, and the middle-aged folks turned their eyes to the sky. The old man with the hat stared at the dangerous and strange shapes above and questioned what in the world that could be. Countless creatures hovered in the sky beneath the moonlight. Suddenly, the sound of an alarm bell echoed as someone rang it frantically. A man stationed on a tower shouted warnings, cautioning everyone that monsters were swarming in. At the signal, the villagers ran for their lives, while others commanded to move everything to the seafood storage and to lower the shutters quickly. At that moment, an old man wearing a red cap hurried into the room where Grandpa Bongyol and the party members were gathered. He urgently delivered the bad news to the village chief, addressing Grandpa Bongyol with. Everyone turned to him in alarm as he insisted that the chief must come out immediately. Grandpa Bongyol questioned what was happening, and the old man explained that a massive horde of monsters was charging in. The scene shifted to reveal the horrifying sight of innumerable monsters swarming into the village. Grandpa Bongyol and the party soon arrived, witnessing the swarm of monsters approaching. Dongjin worriedly questioned if all those creatures were truly coming their way. Grandpa Bongyol extended his hand and cautioned everyone to fall back. As his hand moved, giant tree monsters were summoned through his power, rising up to protect the village. Grandpa Bongyol then noticed Poppy's condition and questioned why he was so badly injured. Gaeyoung and Yeonju were drenched in sweat, knowing the wound had been inflicted by their own party. Dongjin stepped forward from behind Grandpa Bongyol and announced that they would help as well. But Grandpa Bongyol, the true aura farmer, firmly told them to stay back, explaining that the horde wasn't actually targeting them. Dongjin, confused, asked what he meant. Grandpa Bongyol clarified that, from his perspective, the monsters seemed to be fleeing from something rather than directly attacking. Still, he acknowledged that they wouldn't pass through without causing damage. With that, he activated his powers, summoning glowing, root-like tentacles of the world tree from beneath the ground, ready to meet the threat. The horde of monsters advanced, facing the towering tree monsters summoned by Grandpa Bongyol, while the party watched the creatures that hovered in the skies above. Strangely, the airborne monsters simply passed by without attacking, which left Dongjin sweating and realizing the truth. However, those charging across the land were inevitably bound to collide with them. Dongjin worried that there was no way Grandpa could deal with such overwhelming numbers alone. Land sharks surged forward, ready to clash with the tree monsters. Concerned, Dongjin called out again, offering their aid. Grandpa Bongyol, growing irritated, sharply commanded them to stay inside the building, insisting there was no need for their help. Dongjin argued that Grandpa would struggle alone, but Bongyol dismissed them entirely. He stomped his right leg on the ground with sheer force, summoning root-like tentacles that erupted from the world tree and pierced the incoming monsters, killing them instantly. In anger, he warned the group once again to remain inside. His overwhelming display of power left the entire party stunned, jaws dropping in shock. The monstrous bodies hung lifelessly, pierced and suspended by the roots. Yet more creatures came rushing toward the village. Grandpa Bongyol responded by raising a massive wall of root tentacles. Monsters slammed into the barrier, piling up against it, but driven by whatever pursued them, they tore through the wall. Bongyol then infused the roots with green life energy, unleashing countless sharp thorns that shot out in all directions, instantly killing swaths of monsters. System notifications appeared before the protagonist, stating, "You have hunted a land shark, level 24. You have gained experience. You have hunted a saw stingray, level 23. You have gained experience. You have hunted a blue crab, level 29. You have gained experience." The notifications continued endlessly. Another system panel appeared, describing the bloodline title. It explained that all stats increased by Trust X 10%. Experience gained from monsters hunted by the bloodline title holder increased tenfold and was shared evenly, though settlement rewards were monopolized by the hunter, the title holder of bloodline. The protagonist carefully read through the notification. He then reflected in awe, realizing that Grandpa Bongyol was level 55 and that this was the standard of someone at that level. Grandpa Bongyol himself looked puzzled at the strange blue system panel hovering before him, while in the background, Dongjin's party trembled in fear after witnessing his power. The protagonist thought that at first he had assumed his grandfather was being reckless, but with just a single stomp, Bongyol had wiped out hundreds of monsters. Helping him was pointless. They should just be glad not to get in the way. Right now, his grandfather was a monster in his own right. More system panels appeared, describing the hunting of giant crabs, lobsters, sawtooth crabs, and countless other monsters, as Grandpa Bongyol's overwhelming power continued to unfold. In the next second, a system panel appeared, announcing to the protagonist that his skill level had increased. After reading the message, he was shocked and unprepared, questioning aloud whether he was already leveling up. In the next moment, a surge of pain coursed through his body, forcing him to scream at the top of his lungs. His dome-like territory expanded even further, covering an immense distance. After some time, he was finally relieved of the pain, though exhausted, and he exclaimed in frustration that the pain felt like his entire body was bursting apart in slow motion. He continued to think that no matter how many times he experienced leveling up and the accompanying agony, he never grew accustomed to it. Right at that moment, another system panel appeared before him, stating that he had discovered beings eligible to be taken in as citizens. It asked whether he would like to grant them citizenship. The protagonist frantically gritted his teeth, realizing that among those beings his parents might be included. He rummaged through the list of citizens within the system, checking the newly registered names, but he could not find his parents. He thought to himself that the number of newly added citizens was far too great to check individually. Judging from what had happened with his grandfather and grandmother, he reasoned that if his parents were within range, the system would have shown a bloodline message rather than a citizenship one. This meant they were outside the range. He looked towards Seo Yejin, thinking that since she was working hard to locate his parents, he would know as soon as she found them. The protagonist acknowledged the pain from leveling up, feeling as though his body was in pieces but recognized it was no time to rest. Using his absolute eyes skill, he checked how things were on his grandfather's side. He observed Grandpa Bongyul adjusting his glasses. Dongjin's party, sweating nervously, asked what was wrong. Grandpa Bongyul replied that their treatment of him had certainly changed, and it was only natural given the monstrous strength he now displayed, for he was the true aura farmer. He then pointed out that back then, the monsters he killed would vanish but leave some remains. However, now not even bones were left behind, they disappeared completely. Dongjin clarified that this was likely due to Jae-hun's ability, since ever since they had come under his influence, corpses no longer remained. Grandpa Bongyul asked if that was so, and then added that the strange letters appearing in the air must also be the protagonist's doing. Dongjin confirmed this, and Grandpa Bongyul remarked that it was indeed a peculiar ability. Turning to Dongjin's party, Grandpa Bongyul stated that since the situation seemed under control, they should head to the warehouse and bring some people. The group seemed puzzled and asked why. Grandpa explained by pointing at monsters still trapped alive within the roots. If they intended to eat the monster's meat, someone had to kill them fresh so that the flesh remained suitable for consumption. Dongjin and his party agreed and promised to bring them right away. Observing this, the protagonist thought that he had never considered such inconveniences since he had never thought about eating monsters before. At that moment, he noticed the corpse of a swordfish-like monster slain by ordinary old folks. Since it was not killed under his influence, the corpse remained. Wrapped in ropes, it was being dragged by old and middle-aged people into the storage area along with other monsters. Seeing this, the protagonist grew curious and wondered if he should try something. Extending his hand, he registered the swordfish as an item. The corpse began to disappear and was successfully registered, with the system panel confirming the creation of a new category called fish. The protagonist was delighted that it had worked, though he noted the price was rather steep. Still, since the swordfish was so large, it could feed 100 people. Just then, Seo Yejin called out to him, shouting that she had found survivors. Hearing this, the protagonist was stunned. Immediately after, another system panel appeared, declaring that Seo Yejin had encountered the bloodline of the ultimate shut-in and that its power was being unlocked. The scene then shifted to the destroyed city, where someone pointed to the protagonist's apartment building, saying to their partner, "Darling, look over there." Among a group of survivors, a couple was leading the way. The woman remarked in relief that their apartment was completely fine, and the man agreed as they walked toward the building with the others. It was then revealed that these were the parents of the protagonist. His mother, Lee Jisuk, was introduced with a level of 50, holding the titles Bloodline and Relative. Her trust level was 97, and her awakened ability was the One Who Rules. His father, Kim Dong-hyuk, was introduced with a level of 42, bearing the titles Bloodline, Relative, and Escort Warrior. His trust level was 93, and his awakened ability was Enhanced Defense Aura. At this point, the whole family is Aura. They have the royal blood in them, truly the rulers of this apocalypse. One of Seo Yejin's rats encountered them, and through it the protagonist saw them and, overcome with emotion, burst into tears of happiness, exclaiming that it was truly his mother. The long-awaited reunion between the protagonist and his parents was now very near. A system panel appeared, declaring that citizenship would be granted to 23 people subordinated under Lee Jisuk, the one who ruled the bloodline. At that moment, the protagonist narrated that the place where his parents were located lay at the very edge of the expanded domain. Without hesitation, he used his ultimate shut-in door ability to teleport there. He ran frantically wildly, while continuing to narrate that, judging from his parents' path, they would soon enter his domain. Since the power of the bloodline had already awakened, they would not be blocked by the transparent wall. Right then, a group of survivors entered his domain. The protagonist, still running, suddenly stopped when he spotted the group. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw something truly precious, his parents. At last, their figures appeared clearly, and the protagonist shouted with all his strength, calling for his mom and dad. Hearing this, Jisuk, his mother, called to her husband in shock, asking if what she thought could be true. His father questioned aloud whether he was dreaming, astonished that their son was alive. Both parents looked at their son, who was waving at them from a distance, and declared joyfully that it was indeed their son. The protagonist cried tears of happiness, calling again to his mom and dad, insisting it was him. Overcome with emotion, the couple began running toward him, calling his name with deep affection. The next moment, they embraced him warmly. His mother sobbed, asking in disbelief if this was truly their son. He reassured her, saying yes, it was him. His father immediately asked if he was hurt anywhere, the natural question of a parent reunited with a child after so long. The protagonist assured them that he was fine and had been doing well. His father, relieved, expressed his gratitude over and over, thankful that his son was safe. Their reunion was filled with tears and joy, but the protagonist soon noticed something behind his parents, a group of survivors. He recognized many as nurses from the hospital where his mother had worked. He realized that all 23 of them were awakened, or rather granted abilities by his mother. At that moment, he also noticed 2 dogs unable to enter his territory. A woman holding their leashes questioned in confusion what was happening to the animals. The protagonist thought to himself that she likely possessed a beast-controlling skill. Animals like dogs and cats could not be granted citizenship, which was why they had been unable to enter until now. Granting them permission, he watched as the dogs finally crossed into his domain. The protagonist then reflected on his mother's skill, which resembled his own vassal registration system. A system panel explained her ability, the contract of subordination. It allowed her to form contracts with up to 100 subordinates and awaken their abilities, an overwhelmingly powerful gift. He realized that when she formed such a contract, their abilities awakened as a result. Considering how crucial awakening was for survival in the early stages, his mother's ability was unbelievably powerful. His parents continued to express their gratitude to the heavens, his mother thanking God, Buddha, and anyone else she could name, endlessly repeating her thanks. Observing them, the protagonist thought that his father's ability too must have been granted through his mother's contract. His father's awakened ability was revealed, enhanced defensive aura, an S-rank skill that consumed mental strength to cloak the body in a protective aura while tripling physical abilities. The protagonist marveled at the absurd power of this skill. He reasoned that its strength lay in the word triple. Unlike simple percentage increases, a tripling effect multiplied other buffs to staggering levels. He explained that if 2 abilities increased stats by 200% and 300%, stacking them would yield 500%. But if combined with a tripling skill, the 300% would be multiplied, resulting in 900%. His father therefore already benefited from the buffs of citizenship, 93%, and the bloodline effect, which added another 930%. This brought him to 1123% efficiency. When tripled by his aura, the total reached an astonishing 3369% efficiency. The protagonist could only think that it was insane, a level of enhancement capable of surpassing several stages at once. He then observed the rest of the survivors, deducing that most of the 23 awakeners under his parents were ranked around B to C still, compared to non-awakeners. They were on a completely different level, which explained how they had survived thus far. But now he thought it was enough of that. Extending his hand, he resolved to bring everyone back with him, knowing they must be exhausted from the journey. He spoke aloud, promising to provide each of them with supplies equivalent to 5 households. If they needed rice, ramen, or anything else, he would provide it. He urged them to take warm showers and rest in heated rooms. Shock spread through the group, including his parents, who were baffled by his words. In this apocalyptic age, the mention of rice, ramen, and hot showers seemed impossible. His mother began crying again, telling her husband in despair that their son must be pretending, acting fine when he was not. His father grew worried as well, wondering if their son had lost touch with reality due to the shock, unable to distinguish between the apocalypse and the past. Hearing this, the protagonist quickly denied it, sighing as he prepared to show them the truth. He asked his mother if she had noticed the lights in their apartment. She admitted she had, recalling how unusual it had seemed to see so many lights on, and explained that was why they had come there. The protagonist exuded an aura of an absolute being as he raised his hand. He proudly declared and announced that in a world where electricity and water had been cut off, everyone should wonder how the lights had come on. In the next second, he snapped his fingers and told everyone to take a good look. Instantly, all the lights in the surrounding destroyed buildings turned on. The lifeless buildings once again emitted bright lights, and the survivors, along with his parents, gazed at the sight. They were shocked and in awe as they looked at the glowing buildings under the moonlight. The scene resembled a candle in darkness, a symbol of hope in this apocalyptic era. His mother was shocked, while his father was equally taken aback. In the next moment, the protagonist summoned a bottle of Coca-Cola. He then summoned multiple bottles and held one out, asking the survivors if anyone was thirsty. The survivors were stunned, exclaiming in disbelief that it was truly Coke. One survivor took a bottle in her hand and asked if they could really drink such a precious thing. The protagonist assured her that they could, and she began to drool over the Coke, as did the other survivors. They thanked him gratefully. The protagonist then asked everyone to have a glass of Coke and told them to follow him, promising to guide them to the house. The scene shifted inside the apartment building, where the survivors bowed to him in gratitude. He narrated that by using the ultimate shut-in door, he transported all the survivors, his parents and himself into the apartment complex. He first showed his mother's subordinates the homes they could use. They bowed and thanked him. He also stocked them with supplies: ramen, rice, eggs, milk, and everything else they could imagine. As his parents walked with him, his mother voiced her concern. She called out to him, questioning if it was right to let others live in houses that belonged to someone else. The protagonist smiled at her concern and said that those who owned the houses never returned, and there was no need to worry about such things anymore. Reaching his apartment door, he reassured them once again and prepared to open it. The door opened slightly, revealing two figures inside. Turning to his parents, he told them to come inside. As the door opened fully, two girls bowed and greeted his parents respectfully, addressing them as mother and father. The girls were Seo Yejin and Hyerin. His parents were shocked to see them in their son's home. His mother asked if they were his girlfriends. He quickly cleared the misunderstanding, insisting that it was not what they thought. Hyerin warmly welcomed his parents, saying they would serve them, and Seo Yejin shyly added her words with sincerity, completing each other's sentences. The protagonist, frustrated, asked why they would be serving his parents. His parents, however, quietly chattered among themselves about the situation, much to his irritation. He then thanked the girls for their efforts and asked them to return. Seo Yejin agreed, and both girls returned to their assigned houses. The protagonist and his parents entered his home and sat around a table. He narrated that after his parents had calmed down, they shared their story. His father had been working as a taxi driver and always picked up his mother from work. That day, as usual, he had gone to fetch her when the monsters appeared. They protected each other and, as a result, survived safely. Just as the protagonist had thought, it was his mother who awakened. After hearing their story, he explained to them everything that had happened to him so far, the abilities he had gained, how he had been living, his grandmother's condition, and that his grandfather was watching over her. His parents were saddened by the news, but as they blended their stories into the night, they shared a warmth they had long missed. Though unresolved problems still lay ahead, the simple fact of being together again made the house feel warm and alive. As the night blended for the protagonist and his parents after a long-awaited reunion, elsewhere in Nagasaki Prefecture, Japan, dark clouds gathered with heavy rain and thunderous storms flashing across the sky. Two men stood near the shore as the waves crashed aggressively and retreated, restless and violent. One of the men suddenly noticed something amidst the stormy darkness, and peering into the distance, he called out aloud in shock, asking what in the world that thing was. His face turned pale with dread as the rain poured relentlessly around him. In front of him, a massive, shadowy presence loomed, a creature of impossible scale. Horrified, he muttered under his breath, unable to believe what he was seeing. As lightning crackled above, the creature's monstrous form was briefly illuminated. It looked like something out of another world. When it turned, its massive body came into full view, gliding through the ocean waves under the raging storm. The man could do nothing but watch, frozen between fear and awe, as the creature continued its slow passage across the water. Internally, he thought that wherever this monster was headed, destruction and ruin were bound to follow. Soon after, the enormous being disappeared into the deep ocean, its colossal wings slicing through the waves as it departed. The scene shifted to the next morning, where a bright sun shone across the land. The protagonist was seen recording a message on his phone for his grandfather, informing him joyfully that his parents had returned safely. The recorded message reached Grandpa Bongyol, who was overwhelmed with happiness upon confirming the survival of the protagonist's parents. His face lit up with joy, as if he could leap from his chair in celebration. Both the protagonist's mother and father were alive and well. The scene then returned to the protagonist's house, where Jisuk called out to her son, asking if they could also see a recorded video of Grandpa and Grandma. The protagonist replied that he would ask them to record one soon. Soon after, Dongjin recorded a video of Grandpa Bongyol and Grandma, which the protagonist and his mother watched together. As Jisuk watched the video, tears welled in her eyes, tears not of sadness but of joy and relief. The protagonist gently comforted her, assuring her that they would be able to meet Grandpa and Grandma soon. Internally, the protagonist thought that once the annex building was completed, he could use his ultimate shut-in door ability to cross over to his parents' house where his grandparents lived. In the meantime, he asked Dongjin's party to continue hunting monsters using the main house as their base until the annex construction was finished. His reasoning was simple: time. The system had notified him that 3 vassals with the title of knight were assisting in the construction, increasing efficiency by 50%. Because of this, just having Dongjin, Yeonju, and Dajung nearby boosted the project's progress immensely. A project that would normally take a week was now estimated to finish in only 5 days. Furthermore, after the previous day's monster wave, the number of monsters near his parents' house had skyrocketed. Since the monsters in that area were higher level, it was much more efficient to continue hunting there rather than return to his own territory. However, due to the expansion of his territory, citizens had stopped hunting nearby. Many wandered into their old hunting grounds only to discover that those areas were now part of the expanded territory, where no monsters remained. The goblins and other creatures that once roamed those lands had been wiped out instantly when the protagonist leveled up, as his territory expanded and annihilated everything within it. Because of this, the citizens now had to venture beyond the newly expanded borders to hunt. Using the ring of communication, our boy contacted Dabin. When she answered, he told her there was something he wanted her to announce to the people. Dabin listened attentively and asked what it was. The protagonist instructed her to explain to the citizens that the territory had expanded and that they would now need to go beyond Siamyon Station if they wished to hunt. Dabin confirmed her understanding. Then he gave his next command to establish a relief team. He emphasized the need for people capable of rescuing survivors within the territory and instructed that those from Busan Park Hospital be included as well, believing they would prove useful for the mission. Dabin acknowledged the instructions given by the protagonist, while he internally reflected on the state of his newly expanded territory. He realized that thousands of survivors were scattered throughout the area, most of them in dire condition. Even within his own proclaimed safe zone, more than 10 people had died since the previous day, and that wasn't because of monsters. The biggest reason was the lack of drinking water. No one could step outside due to the lurking threats, and though relief supplies were distributed whenever citizens were found in danger, it was still far from enough. He thought to himself that he wanted to save as many as possible. They had to rescue as many as they could, and if necessary, he was ready to use his ultimate shut-in door to go directly to those in need or find other ways to treat them. Amidst these thoughts, Jisuk called out to her son, the protagonist. She asked him what was wrong and why he was wearing such a serious expression. The protagonist then explained the situation to his mother. Once she understood, she calmly replied that she could help. Her offer surprised and shocked him. He recalled that among the people his parents had brought, some possessed healing or care-type abilities, which were particularly effective against dehydration, fainting, or poisoning. His mother believed that if she formed a contract of subordination with the relief team, many of them would awaken similar powers. Just as she predicted, more than 80% of them gained healing-related abilities. Most were D rank or C rank, so their overall level wasn't high, but once the relief team started moving, the situation stabilized quickly. After 3 days and nights of tireless efforts and with the help of Seo Yejin's rats scouting for survivors, they visited every house within the territory and managed to save countless lives. Exhausted, the protagonist lay down on his sofa, finally able to breathe. He muttered to himself that the last few days had been so busy he hadn't even had time to rest. But just as he was about to relax, a system notification appeared, interrupting his rest. The system stated that beings meeting the requirements for citizenship were approaching and asked if he wished to propose citizenship to them. The protagonist, tired from his efforts, replied in a low voice to offer it. He thought about how ever since the expansion of his territory, new citizens kept arriving. The population had already reached nearly 10,000 people. As he sat there, heavy rain poured outside his house. He got up from the sofa, walked to the balcony, and gazed at the downpour, wondering aloud what was with all that heavy rain. Just then, Dabin contacted him telepathically. When he responded, she informed him that the relief team had suggested rescuing people outside their territory. The protagonist questioned her in concern, asking if she meant outside the territory, as that was too dangerous. He explained that he had tried to talk them out of it, but they insisted it was the golden time to rescue survivors. He understood their reasoning. When his territory had just expanded, only a few people were on the brink of death, mostly from hunger or thirst, but now every survivor outside was at their limit. This was the best chance to save as many as possible because once he leveled up and expanded his domain further, they might only find corpses instead of living survivors. He understood the relief team's intentions, but the outside world was no longer what it once was. It wasn't just goblins anymore, even sea monsters that should have remained in the ocean were invading the land. It had become an environment where ordinary people couldn't even imagine stepping outside. Despite that, he acknowledged that the people still trying to rescue others were incredible. Many of them were former firefighters. He admired them for their bravery. Using the ring of communication, he told Dabin to wait for now and said he would assign a hunting team as their escort. Dabin understood and followed the command. Soon after, the protagonist received a system notification saying that a giant crab of level 33 had been hunted. He noticed this and realized there was no settlement gold reward this time. It means the person who hunted the giant crab is one of my bloodline, my father. He questioned aloud if his father had really gone out hunting despite the heavy rain. Realizing how much his father's physical abilities had grown, he thought perhaps his father had grown fond of hunting. Still, he wasn't too worried about him since he was strong. However, what happened next left him stunned. A flood of system notifications appeared one after another stating that a hammerhead shark had been slain, a saw stingray had been killed, and a blue crab had been hunted. The notifications kept coming, and the protagonist was shocked by the speed of the kills. He thought to himself that such rapid hunting couldn't be his father's doing and wondered who else it could be. Activating his ultimate eyes skill, he looked toward his grandfather's side, and what he saw shocked him even more. His grandfather was using the root tentacles of the world tree to hammer, pierce, and slaughter every monster that came near. The true powerhouse behind the ongoing massacre wasn't his father, it was his grandfather. The protagonist quickly contacted Dongjin, asking what was happening. Dongjin replied that it was a monster wave. The protagonist was puzzled, questioning how another wave could already be happening. He realized that at this rate, even inland areas would soon be overrun by marine monsters, and their numbers were far greater than before. Frustrated, he wondered why these things kept happening and questioned his luck. Meanwhile, Grandpa Bongyol observed that something felt off about this particular wave. He remarked that the monsters seemed to be running in terror, as if they were desperately fleeing from something. Watching through his ultimate eyes, the protagonist questioned what could be causing the monsters to feel fear. Suddenly, thunder crackled through the stormy night, lightning illuminating the rain-soaked battlefield. In that flash of light, the silhouette of a monstrous being appeared, the same one seen earlier at Nagasaki Prefecture in Japan. It loomed ominously over Dongjin's party and Grandpa Bongyol. Everyone froze in shock at the terrifying sight. The protagonist screamed as smoke rose from the creature's mouth. Its eyes glowed with death, and its massive blade-like teeth shimmered through the darkness. The protagonist could only question in horror what the heck that monstrous being was. In the next second, a massive creature appeared beneath the dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The ground trembled as the creature roared, its voice echoing through the storm. It was revealed to be a white dragon level 63, its body covered with shimmering scales that reflected the lightning flashes. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, commanding attention and dread alike. Dongjin's party and Grandpa Bongyol stood frozen, gazing up at the colossal being before them. Grandpa Bongyol was utterly shocked by the sheer scale of the monster, while Dongjin's party stood horrified and speechless. Smoke rose from the ground as the dragon exhaled, its glinting eyes scanning the area with a deadly gleam. Their protagonist, witnessing the scene, questioned in disbelief if the being before them was truly a dragon. He felt both terrified and awestruck. Thinking quickly, he considered using his Vassal summoning ability to save Dongjin's party by bringing them instantly to his side. But another thought struck him. Grandfather, the guardian of the world tree, could not leave its side. Doing so would put him in great danger, forcing him to face this white dragon alone. He realized that as the guardian of the world tree, Grandpa Bongyol had to remain within a certain range of it, unable to flee without consequence. The protagonist clenched his fists, refusing to let that happen, yet he also couldn't command Dongjin's party to fight such a monstrous opponent. It would be sending them straight to their deaths. However, a small glimmer of hope appeared. The system panel displayed that the time remaining for the annex building's completion was still 38 hours, 21 minutes, and 19 seconds. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that once the annex was complete, the territory's expansion might just allow him to cut off the dragon's head. Even with the construction boosted by 50% efficiency due to his 3 vassals, there were still 38 hours to go. That meant they needed to survive for more than a day facing this monstrosity, an impossible task by any measure. As he looked upon the white dragon, he noted its sharp fangs, deadly eyes filled with killing intent, and gleaming white horns. Panic set in as he desperately searched for another way. At that moment, he noticed something. The dragon began to move, each heavy step shaking the earth as it approached Grandpa Bongyol and Dongjin's party. The sheer size difference between them was immense. If it wanted to, the dragon could crush them all like insects. Grandpa Bongyol's expression hardened, not with fear but with determination. He resolved to protect everyone, even in the face of this monstrous creature. He instructed Dongjin's party that even he would struggle to take the dragon on alone. He ordered them to take everyone and escape while he held the beast back, but Dongjin's party refused to abandon him. They declared they would fight together. Yeonju transformed into her bare form, Kang donned his silver armor and wielded his halberd, while Byung-ho, Jian, and Dajung raised their guns. Dongjin readied his spear and Gaeyang notched her bow, prepared to strike the dragon. Seeing their resolve, Grandpa Bongyol looked back at them with a faint smile and a bead of sweat on his face. He finally agreed, saying, "Fine then." The air tensed as the dragon advanced toward them, but the unyielding Grandpa Bongyol ordered everyone to strike first. In an instant, he summoned massive root-like tentacles from the world tree to attack the white dragon. Dongjin's party followed, their spirits fired up as they prepared for the inevitable battle. Just then, before the fight could begin, the protagonist's voice rang out through the ring of communication, commanding everyone to stop immediately. Hearing this, Dongjin questioned him in confusion, but the protagonist insisted, telling them to trust him just for a moment. He called out to Byung-ho, asking him to relay the message to Grandpa Bongyol and tell him not to act. Without hesitation, Byung-ho used his ability to teleport in front of Grandpa Bongyol, stopping him just before he attacked. Grandpa Bongyol, startled, demanded to know what Byung-ho was doing and if he realized how vital it was to strike first. Byung-ho apologized and explained that it was the protagonist's message urging restraint. Grandpa Bongyol froze in disbelief. His mind reeled as he processed the command. Meanwhile, from the protagonist's perspective, he had just discovered something crucial. As he analyzed the dragon's status window, he read, White Dragon Level 63, a deep-sea monster that dwells in the ocean depths. Having just laid its egg, it is in an extremely weakened state. The white dragon's egg can only hatch beneath the roots of the world tree. The realization hit him, the dragon might not be here to fight at all. Perhaps it had come seeking the world tree to hatch its egg. Just then a voice echoed in Bongyol's minds. The dragon spoke, saying,
Do not fear.
It leaned closer toward Grandpa Bongyol and Dongjin's party, continuing,
Guardian of the world tree.
Grandpa Bongyol stiffened, hearing the voice resonate inside his head. The dragon's tone remained calm as it observed the tree, remarking,
So, this is the world tree. I didn't expect it to be this small. I must be careful.
Still wary, Grandpa hesitantly asked what it wanted. The dragon's eyes glowed faintly as it said,
Guardian of the world tree. Make a contract with me.
Grandpa Bongyol, both puzzled and hesitant, asked what kind of contract. The dragon's voice replied within his mind,
Yes. If you form a contract with me until the world tree helps me regain my power, I will and I shall protect it.
Suddenly, a searing pain erupted on the back of Grandpa's right hand. He clutched it tightly as glowing markings began to form, burning like molten blue light. The dragon's voice echoed again,
When you are in danger, use it to call me. I will come.
Then the dragon produced something from within, a shimmering, radiant egg. It handed the egg gently to Grandpa Bongyol, who received it with utmost care and reverence. The dragon's voice softened as it said,
And please take care of my child.
With a final glance filled with hesitation, the dragon departed away from the group. And then the white dragon spread its majestic wings and took flight, soaring into the dawn sky as light pierced through the clouds, leaving everyone in awe of the moment that had just unfolded. As the morning arrived following the departure of the white dragon, Kang was seen shivering, as if he had faced death itself upon seeing the majestic creature. Trembling, he admitted that if they had attacked, they would have been dead by now. Byung-ho, however, remained calm and remarked with devotion that they survived because they obeyed the protagonist's command to do nothing. Meanwhile, Grandpa Bongyol gazed curiously at the egg that the white dragon had entrusted to him, thinking about the contract that the creature had formed with him. At that very moment, a flood of system panels appeared, announcing that Citizen Kang's loyalty had reached 100. Since Kang was already registered as a vassal, the maximum vassal limit had increased. Similar notifications followed, revealing that Gaeyong's loyalty had also reached 100, and the same applied to Dongjin. Because all three were already registered vassals, the overall capacity to register new vassals had expanded. The protagonist looked at the system notifications and thought to himself that with Kang, Gaeyong, and Dongjin all reaching full loyalty simultaneously, his vassal capacity had increased by 3, now totaling 18. He realized that at this rate, he could eventually command over 100 vassals. He reflected on how convenient it would have been if he could register the people his mother had turned into awakened using her ability. But after attempting, he found it impossible. Those who had entered a contract of subordination with his mother fell under her command and could not be registered by him. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist wondered if there was any way for him to create awakened individuals himself. However, he knew that naturally born awakened were extremely rare. Just then, his eyes widened as a new system notification appeared, stating that Citizen Byung-ho's trust had reached 100, unlocking the skill Teleport. Another panel congratulated him on acquiring the item Awakening Pill, Teleport. A pill materialized in front of his hand, leaving him baffled. He wondered how he could be this lucky every single time, even to the point of scaring himself. The purpose of the Awakening Pill was clear. It could grant the teleportation ability of Byung-ho to whoever consumed it. The protagonist contemplated who should receive this gift and quickly decided on the best candidate. Using his communication ring, he contacted Dabin and asked her to bring his father to him. Moments later, his father, Kim Dong-hyuk, appeared before him, looking puzzled as he called out to his son and asked what was happening. The protagonist extended the pill toward his father, explaining that it was a gift. Dong-hyuk took the pill and asked in confusion if it was truly a gift. The protagonist told him to swallow it. With a smile, Dong-hyuk said his son was thoughtful for bringing him supplements so he wouldn't get tired, but the moment he swallowed the pill, a blue glow filled his eyes. A radiant aura surrounded him as new sensations coursed through his body. Startled, Dong-hyuk asked what was happening and questioned whether his son had fed him something strange. The protagonist chuckled and told his father to imagine teleporting instantly from one place to another. Still confused, Dong-hyuk repeated the word teleport, as the protagonist assured him. Closing his eyes, Dong-hyuk concentrated on the idea, sweat dripping down his face. In the next instant, he vanished from his spot and reappeared behind his son. Shocked by what just happened, he shouted in disbelief while the protagonist turned around, equally amazed. The protagonist thought that for someone like his father who fought with his body and possessed great strength, gaining teleportation would be like giving wings to a tiger. He imagined his father as a tiger with wings and unstoppable force. Donghyuk, overwhelmed with excitement, called out to his son, asking if this power was because of the pill he had given him. At that moment, a new system notification appeared, revealing that Kim Donghyuk's trust had reached 100, granting the protagonist a new skill, Enhanced Protection Aura. Staring at the system panel in awe, the protagonist realized that even blood relatives' abilities could be obtained when their trust reached full capacity. A sudden thought crossed his mind. If he could raise his mother's trust to 100, he could obtain her ability too, the contract of subordination. He quickly checked the system panel and found that her trust was currently at 97. With only 3 points left, he grinned mischievously, thinking there was no need to rush. He still had a secret method to raise her trust quickly. As he spoke those words, the image of an annex under construction appeared, his secret plan. Once completed, it would allow him to reunite his mother, Jisuk, with Grandpa Bongyul, fulfilling the 3 required points of trust. As the scene transitioned to the next morning, a system notification appeared before the protagonist, announcing that the construction of the annex building had been completed. Soon after, a dome of light formed around the world tree, enveloping the nearby vicinity. The dome now protected the area surrounding the world tree, signifying that it had become an extended part of the protagonist's main territory. With the completion of the annex, his new territory as well as the main territory was clearly visible. Another system notification soon appeared, stating that hostile entities had been detected. The system declared its intent to eliminate them, and instantly all nearby monsters around the world tree were slain as their heads burst apart. Because of this massacre, the protagonist's main territory expanded even further. A flood of notifications followed, informing him that he had hunted a land shark, a sky swordfish, a giant lobster, and a sawtooth crab. Finally, a message confirmed that his skill level had increased, verifying the main territory's expansion. The protagonist winced in pain, enduring the familiar agony that accompanied his level-ups. Due to the annex's construction, all surrounding monsters had been defeated, allowing him to level up and extend his main territory even more. Exhausted from the intense surge of pain, he sat down on his couch, reflecting that leveling up first thing in the morning, right after the annex was completed, had cleared every monster from the newly added area. Although the experience points gained were minimal, every kill counted as his, and he noted that the total accumulation was still significant. Blackie looked at him with concern, but the protagonist reassured his companion that he was fine. Just then, another system message appeared, indicating that beings meeting the requirements to become citizens had been discovered. As always, the protagonist granted them citizenship. Soon after, another message announced that the citizen count had reached 10,000. Since a certain threshold had been met, the citizens could now acquire professions. A new facility, the Profession Research Lab, was unlocked for construction. Though the notifications were important, the protagonist felt something even more urgent required his attention. Rising from the couch, he opened a door and called out to his mother, Jisuk. She turned to him, asking what was wrong and if he had something to tell her. Smiling faintly, he extended his hand toward her and gently said that she had waited long enough. Like an angel granting a wish, he told her that they could now visit Grandma and Grandpa together. He urged her to get ready right away. Jisuk's eyes widened in shock and amazement, her emotions overflowing as tears of joy streamed down her face before she even realized it. Trembling, she asked if it was really true, her desperation clear in her eyes. Moments later, a door appeared inside the World Tree's room. The protagonist opened it, revealing that it connected directly from his apartment to Grandpa Bongyul's room. The protagonist called out softly, telling his grandfather that he was there. At first, Bongyul didn't notice, his attention focused on caring for his wife. But upon hearing the familiar voice, he turned in surprise, asking who was there. When the protagonist stepped forward, Bongyul was left stunned to see his grandson suddenly appear through a mysterious door. Before the old man could react, Jisuk ran forward, calling out to him not as Grandpa Bongyul but as Dad. Shocked, Bongyul realized that his daughter was standing right behind his grandson. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jisuk lunged forward and embraced her father tightly. Bongyul, his eyes welling with tears, called out her name in disbelief. The two wept as they held each other. Between sobs, Jisuk apologized repeatedly for being late, saying she should have come sooner. Her tears flowed freely as she expressed her regret. Bongyul, crying as well, comforted her, saying that she and her husband had suffered enough. He thanked her for staying alive, their reunion radiating warmth and sorrow that could move anyone to tears. At that moment, a system notification appeared before the protagonist, declaring that Jisuk's trust level had reached 100, granting him a new skill, the contract of subordination. Watching the touching scene, the protagonist thought about his father, who couldn't join them yet because he was still out rescuing survivors with the relief team. He felt content, knowing that bringing his mother to meet her parents was enough for now. A faint smile formed on his face as he watched the heartfelt reunion before him. Later, Grandpa Bongyul was seen watering various plants on the rooftop. The protagonist joined him and remarked that the world tree had completely grown around and enveloped the house. Bongyul admitted that he too had been shocked when he first saw it. The protagonist then asked about the state of water and electricity, pointing out that they shouldn't be functioning normally. Bongyul explained that electricity was running on backup generator power, and water came from what little remained in the tanks, though both were nearly depleted and the gas had long run out. Standing up, the protagonist confidently told his grandfather that he might be able to fix that. Bongyul, puzzled and skeptical in this apocalyptic world, watched curiously as his grandson looked toward the water tank above. With a calm smile, the protagonist asked if his grandfather wanted to see how it was done. Within seconds, the nearly empty tank refilled itself with water. Shocked, Bongyul climbed the ladder to confirm it and was astounded to find it full again. The protagonist explained that he had done it himself, restoring both electricity and gas as well. From now on, he assured his grandparents could live normally again, free from monster attacks. Amazed, Bongyul asked if all of that had been his grandson's ability. The protagonist nodded, confirming it. Impressed, Bongyul praised him warmly, saying it was truly an incredible power. Meanwhile, the protagonist thought that he wanted to explain his ability and the citizen registration system properly to his grandfather. However, he found it a bit complicated for now, knowing that old folks usually had a hard time understanding such things. He decided to take it slow. Waving goodbye, he told Grandpa Bongyul that he would go downstairs first. Descending from the ladder of the water tank, Grandpa Bongyul reminded him to be careful. The protagonist, who was climbing down the terraced ladder, agreed. Once he reached the ground of the terrace, he decided to use his ultimate eyes skill. Thinking to himself he should test this new ability that he had recently acquired. Using his ultimate eyes, he observed the space where his mother and grandma were. Then he activated his teleporting ability, the one unlocked when Byung-ho's trust had reached 100. In the next second, he teleported behind Jisuk in a blink. He was amazed that the ability worked and thought that it could even be used in this way too. He was really amazed. He realized he could teleport through the sight of his ultimate eyes. This discovery excited him as it added great versatility. Within his territory, he could use his ultimate eyes to teleport anywhere, though he noted the drawback that the farther the distance, the more mental strength it consumed. Despite that, he found it to be an extremely powerful and useful ability. Noticing his sudden arrival, his mother, Jisuk, looked back and questioned if he had not been on the rooftop just moments ago. The protagonist explained that Grandpa was still working up there and then asked about how Grandma was doing. Jisuk replied that she seemed to be just asleep, her complexion thankfully looking better. The protagonist sighed in relief, but right at that moment, a system panel appeared before him. The notification stated that a beast summon required 10 billion won, and an option was given to activate it. Taken aback, the protagonist noticed that the 10 billion summon button was active. He smiled happily, thinking that after witnessing the full power of his first summon, the three-legged crow, there was no reason to hesitate for another. Without hesitation, he activated his next summon. Another system notification appeared, confirming that 10 billion won would be consumed to summon the beast. A magic circle appeared on the ground beneath them, glowing with green energy. Jisuk, seeing this for the first time, was startled and asked worriedly what was happening. The protagonist calmly explained that it was his ability and told her not to be alarmed, asking her to close her eyes for a moment. The glow from the magic circle intensified by the second, and both he and his mother closed their eyes. Despite doing so, Jisuk screamed as the light grew even brighter. In the next second, an egg made of fresh green leaves and vines appeared, surrounded by flickering green lightning. It rose from the glowing circle, levitating in the air. Soon the leaves began to uncoil, revealing a small, cute creature inside, a fairy dressed in a peach-colored outfit with delicate wings, peacefully asleep. This was a level 1 fairy. Slowly the fairy opened her eyes as if entering a new world. Then with an angelic smile she woke fully and began to fly with her tiny wings, scattering luminous particles around her. Jisuk, still shocked, asked what the creature was. The protagonist extended his hand and the fairy flew to perch on it. He explained that she was like Blackie, a beast he had summoned. His mother finally understood. At that moment, Grandpa Bongyul entered the room and Jisuk greeted him, saying he was back. Grandpa replied affirmatively, mentioning that the protagonist had taken care of everything. Surprised, Jisuk asked if he really had. Grandpa confirmed, saying that the kid was something else. Then he walked toward the unconscious grandma and began channeling life energy. As the green energy flowed from Grandpa Bongyul's hand into Grandma, the little fairy near the protagonist suddenly noticed something. Her eyes widened and she swiftly flew away from him, leaving the protagonist momentarily startled. The fairy positioned herself between Grandpa Bongyul and Grandma, catching Grandpa off guard. Before he could react, the fairy began absorbing the green life energy he was emitting. A system notification appeared, announcing that the fairy's level had increased and that the natural recovery rate within the territory had risen by 100%. The fairy now radiated a bright green glow as she happily hovered over Grandma, scattering luminous particles around her. Grandpa Bongyul, shocked, demanded to know what this creature was. Then anger flared within him and he shouted for it to stay back, scolding that cute little thing and beginning to say, "You brat, that power," before being interrupted by a familiar voice. It was Grandma. Sleepy but awake, she said, "Old man, what did I tell you?" Everyone turned in shock as she continued, asking how many times she had told him to wash his hands after coming down from the rooftop. Grandpa Bongyol was left speechless, staring at his wife who was finally awake. Grandma Inshim, noticing his expression, teasingly asked why he was looking at her as if she were a ghost. Behind her, the smiling fairy hovered, her glow indicating that this miracle was her doing. Overcome with emotion, Grandpa Bongyol softly called out to his wife, addressing her as dear. After Grandma Inshim woke up, she felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over her within moments. She yawned softly, covering her mouth as her eyelids grew heavier with every passing second. In a tired voice, she wondered aloud why she felt so sleepy before eventually drifting back into slumber. Grandpa Bongyol, witnessing the sudden turn of events, stood in utter shock. His wife, who had been asleep for so long, had woken up only to fall unconscious again within seconds. In a panic, he rushed to her side, gently shaking her while calling out desperately, "Darling, darling, wake up." But Grandma Inshim remained unresponsive, her breathing calm as before. Turning toward the small fairy nearby, Grandpa Bongyol demanded, his voice trembling, "What did you do?" The fairy, startled by his sudden outburst, remained silent, her expression confused and uneasy. Desperation flooded Grandpa Bongyol as he transferred his green life force energy once more into the fairy, urging her frantically to try again. "Please, just one more time," he pleaded, "wake her up." But the fairy, exhausted and distressed, closed her eyes wearily even as he continued channeling energy into her. "I said do it," he shouted, refusing to stop. At that moment, their grandson intervened, calling out to his grandpa and asking him to calm down. Hearing his grandson's voice, Grandpa Bongyol slowly composed himself, lowering his head in regret. Looking at his wife lying unconscious once more, he apologized softly to his grandson for losing his temper. Meanwhile, the fairy appeared visibly fatigued from absorbing so much life energy. Tears welled in Grandpa Bongyol's eyes as he murmured an apology, sorrow evident in his trembling voice. Their grandson, however, assessed the situation carefully. He concluded that the fairy's level was still too low to sustain Grandma's awakening for long. He advised his grandpa to continue supplying life force energy to the fairy regularly, explaining that as the fairy's level rose, Grandma would be able to stay awake for longer periods. Internally, he felt hopeful. Perhaps he had truly found a way to bring Grandma back. Grandpa Bongyol, upon hearing that increasing the fairy's level could extend Grandma's consciousness, asked in disbelief, "Are you serious?" The grandson reassured him with quiet confidence, and Grandpa Bongyol sighed in relief, whispering, "Thank goodness." His eyes softened as he looked at the tiny fairy who had fallen asleep, snoring softly like a child after exhaustion. Observing her, the protagonist thought that beast summoning wasn't just an ordinary ability. This fairy, for example, seemed connected to the world tree, a deeper link than he had initially realized. Perhaps every summoned creature had its own summoning condition. Though uncertain of the specifics, he felt content for now, knowing that he had found a way for his grandmother to awaken again. Just then, he was startled by a sudden system notification. Turning to Grandpa Bongyol and his mother, he excused himself politely, saying he was a bit tired and would rest in his room. Grandpa Bongyol nodded, telling him to go ahead and call them if he needed anything. Once inside his room, he closed the door and finally checked the notification. It stated that a citizen named Shim Kuntik had died. Concern flickered across his face. He thought it was likely one of the new citizens who had just moved into the annex building. With rescue teams working tirelessly across apartment complexes, treating the injured, many more deaths were inevitable. Clenching his teeth, he reflected bitterly on the apocalyptic state of the world. People were dying everywhere, whether from monsters, hunger, or entrapment within their homes. Survival depended purely on where one happened to be when it all began. He realized it wasn't just their nation's suffering, the catastrophe was global. People perished in countless ways, some surviving only by luck or by obtaining powerful abilities, while others died helplessly without any at all. In the heavy silence that followed, he thought about the saying, "With great power comes great responsibility." Maybe that was how it went. He didn't know why monsters had appeared or why only his family had received such extraordinary powers, but he had long since accepted that the world never provided answers. He would have to find them himself once again. Clenching his fists with determination, he vowed to save his country, or at least as much of it as he could. That was the answer he had resolved upon. Later, the system revealed that he could currently grant citizenship to 220,000 people, though he had only managed to reach 10,000 so far. He decided to continue expanding and leveling up by constructing more buildings like annexes. If he persisted, perhaps he could truly save Korea. He also recalled that surpassing 10,000 citizens had unlocked something called professions. The system had stated that citizens could now obtain professions, yet no new management options were visible in the interface. Pondering this, he speculated that he might need to build a professional research lab first. Switching into construction mode, he reviewed the details. The lab would cost 2.5 billion won and was described as a facility where citizen professions could be researched, allowing individuals to freely acquire them upon completion. The currently available profession was hunter, obtained through hunting prey. Reading through the information, he realized this was a new type of construction. Though the lab required a large piece of land, he already had the perfect place in mind, the flattened ground left behind by the giant Cyclops. With renewed determination, he prepared to build it, setting his plans in motion once again. But then a new system notification appeared, stating that the facility required 30 citizens for 7 days to complete its construction. The project was identified as the Professional Research Lab, and each participating citizen would receive a daily wage of 20,000 won. Following this, the system asked whether to proceed with the construction. The protagonist envisioned the layout of the Professional Research Lab and noted the available option to confirm the project. After some thought, he decided to have Dabin gather 30 laborers for the task. Moments later, he reflected internally, acknowledging that ruling the world began with self-discipline. He reminded himself of the principle to cultivate one's character, maintain order within the household, govern the state wisely, and ultimately bring peace to all under heaven. He reasoned that one must first set oneself right before saving a nation, and thus his immediate priority was to locate the families of his loyal vassals. As this thought formed, he pictured Dongjin's party in his mind, remembering how they had risked their lives for him countless times. It was now his turn to take action for their sake. Activating his ultimate eye skill once more, he focused on Dongjin's party and observed their current situation. He noted that Dongjin's group had advanced close to Jagalchi Station on their mission to find Gaeyong's mother, who was located in Dishendong. During the annex building's construction, the team had steadily made progress toward that area. Using the ultimate door shut-in ability again, the protagonist connected his apartment door to a nearby one positioned at the edge of his newly expanded annex territory. However, he realized that due to the constant monster waves, the creature density had increased to such an extent that even advancing by 1 kilometer had become nearly impossible. Accepting this limitation, he decided that this was as far as he could proceed for now and stood at the border of his domain. He then used the ring of communication to contact Dongjin's party, asking everyone to retreat momentarily. Almost instantly, Byung-ho appeared near him through teleportation and expressed surprise at the sudden meeting. He questioned how the protagonist had managed to arrive there so unexpectedly. The protagonist acknowledged that it had been quite some time since they had last met in person. Byung-ho then asked if the protagonist was the cause of the sudden mass monster deaths in the area. The protagonist responded affirmatively and inquired about the rest of the group. Byung-ho explained that the others were on their way and would arrive shortly. After some time, every member of the party assembled. Dongjin then sought clarification, confirming that the newly developed area surrounding the World Tree was indeed part of the protagonist's expanding territory. The protagonist affirmed this, and Dongjin noted that if the safe zone had expanded this far, their operations would become significantly easier. However, the protagonist added that there was more to it. While Dongjin appeared puzzled, the protagonist reflected internally that his true motive for stationing Dongjin's party in this region had not been solely to expedite the annex construction. With the ongoing monster waves, traveling to Dishendong had become perilous, and even the subway tunnels, once considered their best alternative, were now completely obstructed by dense monster clusters. Now that the annex building was complete, the situation had shifted. With a faint smile, the protagonist concluded that they would be able to reach Dishendong, where Gaeyong's family resided, by the end of the day. This revelation left Gaeyong astonished, her disbelief evident at the thought of achieving such progress even with the new safe zone. Before she could voice her doubts fully, the protagonist reassured everyone that there was no need to worry, as they now had a viable method. He then mentioned that he had one additional proposal to present to the group. Meanwhile, his mother entered his room carrying a plate of freshly cut fruits, only to discover that he was no longer there. The protagonist explained that once the annex building was completed, the territory extended directly to the front of Jagalchi Station, granting immediate access to the subway. He noted that with Seo Yejin's rats deployed, the poison gas strategy could once again be implemented. The professional research laboratory had also finalized its staffing with Kim Dabin, marking the completion of all necessary preparations. The only step remaining was a crucial command given to Seo Yejin, after which she began scouting the tracks from Jagalchi Station to Dishendong Station. Her rats sped along the path, surveying and uncovering the route ahead, though numerous gigantic monsters obstructed the way. Observing this, the protagonist reflected that sending Dongjin's party directly would have ended in disaster, as the situation underground was far worse than he had anticipated. Although he had expected few monsters underground due to the monster wave pushing them to the surface, he soon considered that this actually worked in his favor. The confined space was ideal for executing the poison mist plan. Moving through the subway station, the rats released poison mist, which the massive monsters inhaled. The protagonist anticipated that Yohairen's poison mist ability would devour everything, and moments later, system notifications confirmed his prediction. Creatures such as the ironclad eel and the darkness octopus were defeated, granting experience and depositing money into the ultimate shut-in wallet. Satisfied, he recognized this outcome as a gold mine, especially since Yohairen's poison mist increased settlement money. He recalled that the ability inherited from his mother empowered the subordination contract, granting Yahello the knight title and further boosting settlement rewards. Her updated status revealed level 34 with titles including Fifth Servant, Knight and Poison Mage, Trust at 94, Loyalty at 100, and the awakened abilities Poison Mist and Poison Dust. Turning his attention to Seo Yejin, he noted that she too had transformed. Her new status showed level 37 with titles 10th Servant, Baron and Tamer, Trust at 72 and Loyalty at 76. Her awakened abilities included Queen of Rats, Evolution and Enchantment. He understood that her previous knight title had evolved into Baron, maintaining the same multipliers for experience and settlement money. All of her abilities increased by loyalty multiplied by 2%, and monsters defeated by her rats yielded triple experience and rewards. Additionally, her new ability, Enhancement, had strengthened her rats, enveloping them in a shimmering glow. The protagonist concluded that these enhanced rats moved significantly faster and rarely perished. Once Seo Yejin announced that the subway track sweep was complete, signaling that all monsters had been eliminated, the protagonist thanked her internally, while acknowledging that Yahello and Seo Yejin were not the only ones bound to him by the subordination contract. The scene shifted to the past, where the protagonist had gathered Dongjin's party to present a proposal, his offer for them to enter a subordination contract with him. Moments later, the contract was completed with all members. With preparations finished, the party was ready to ascend and search for Gaeyong's family. Each member's stats had improved through the contract. Dongjin and Dajung received Baron titles like Seo Yejin, while Yeonju received an even higher rank. Her status revealed level 45, with the titles Ninth Servant, Viscount and Warrior, Trust and Loyalty both at 100, and awakened abilities including Werebear, Ancient Lifeblood and Primal Frenzy. The protagonist described the Viscount title as similar to Baron but superior due to its ability to raise limits. This title increased all abilities by loyalty multiplied by 3, granting triple experience and settlement money from monsters hunted by vassals. It also expanded the vassal registration limit by 3, raising the protagonist's maximum number of vassals to 21. At that moment, Kang prompted the party to proceed. His updated status displayed level 32 with titles Third Servant, Knight and Commander, Trust at 93 and Loyalty at 100. Testing his newly acquired ability, he uttered the command just like Sung Jin Woo, "Arise," that summoned multiple knights from the ground, each armed and intimidating. His awakened ability, Steel Knight Order, allowed him to summon not only his silver armor but also armored golems. The golems effectively carried out their tasks, fighting through hordes of monsters, slashing, piercing, and eliminating them instantly. After observing this, Kang encouraged the group to move swiftly and everyone agreed. The party advanced at full speed while the night golems continued to hold back the remaining monsters. Soon after, they reached their destination. Dongjin informed the protagonist that they had arrived at Jagalchi Station Exit 2. Using the Ring of Communication, the protagonist confirmed that the path was clear and instructed them to continue towards Seo Dishin Station. The party complied without hesitation. The protagonist estimated the track length to be approximately 3 kilometers, a distance the party, now far stronger than ordinary humans, could traverse within minutes. As expected, they reached the destination in a single day, leaving the protagonist astonished. When Jian inquired about their next direction, Gaeyong explained that Exit 2 led directly to their apartment complex. However, the group soon discovered a horde of goblins blocking the path, producing strange noises as they obstructed the way. Dongjin cautiously warned everyone about the goblin horde ahead, yet it became evident that Gaeyong had no intention of allowing any more goblins to approach her family. Preparing her bow with unwavering resolve, she expressed her refusal to let the creatures draw near. As she drew back the string, her arrow shimmered with a vibrant blue light gathering force. With a fierce battle cry, she released it with immense power, the arrow propelling forward with such intensity that even the goblins appeared overwhelmed with fear. They barely had a moment to comprehend the threat before they were instantly annihilated, swept into the heavens by the devastating force of Gaeyong's shot. Moments later, a series of system notifications appeared, confirming the defeat of multiple enemies. Level 7 Goblin, Level 8 Goblin, and others. Meanwhile, the protagonist observed the party moving through the fallen goblins that Gaeyong had just vanquished. During this, the protagonist reflected on her newly awakened skill, the Arrow of Light, a technique in which the arrow's radiant energy exploded before impact, splitting into numerous piercing projectiles, each functioning as a fatal weapon. Though the power was extraordinary, the protagonist soon noticed something troubling, a barrier. The entrance to the apartment complex was blocked, signaling that survivors were inside. Dongjin immediately began breaking through the obstruction before instructing the party that he and Gaeyong would proceed upward while the rest held their position. The others acknowledged his command and, apart from the pair, remained vigilant. They formed a circular defensive formation while Kang summoned night golems to fortify their stance. As Gaeyong and Dongjin ascended the stairs at remarkable speed, they raced toward Gaeyong's home. Upon reaching her floor, she abruptly stopped in front of her door and began pounding on it, calling for her mother. However, no response came from within. Overcome with dread, she questioned the silence, fearing the worst as panic overtook her. Weakness surged through her legs, bringing her to her knees as she pleaded for nothing more to be taken from her. Tears streamed down her face as sorrow overwhelmed her. The protagonist, witnessing her anguish, wondered if this situation could be tied to the king's desperate wish for her family to ascend to the heavens. Just then, the once unmovable door creaked open. A small figure appeared in the doorway, Gaeyong's younger sibling. Recognizing the boy, the protagonist noted the blend of relief and sorrow in Gaeyong's eyes, as she softly acknowledged her brother Myungwon. As soon as Gaeyong saw her brother, she reportedly questioned him about their mother's whereabouts. Her brother responded that their mother was inside and appeared startled to see that Dongjin had also arrived. Moments later, their mother came running frantically while shouting Gaeyong's name. When she reached her daughter, she embraced her with overwhelming relief, expressing how grateful she was that Gaeyong was safe. Gaeyong, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears as she called out to her mother. Being a caring parent, her mother immediately began checking on her, asking whether she was physically unharmed, if she had been injured, and whether she had eaten. However, Gaeyong could only sob uncontrollably, tears flowing endlessly as she felt immense relief at seeing her family alive and well. Her mother, noticing her tears, attempted to comfort her, wondering why she was crying on such a reassuring day, though the truth about Gaeyong's father weighed heavily in the background. When Gaeyong hesitantly mentioned her father, her mother's expression shifted to dread, shocked by her daughter's tone. She began to plead in denial, trembling as fear consumed her. Unable to speak the full truth, Gaeyong let out a wail, indirectly conveying that their father was gone. Her mother struggled to accept this reality, while the rest of the family began crying upon understanding the unspoken truth. Without any explicit words, her brother and mother grasped what had happened, and the family was thrown into despair by his absence, weeping bitterly as their sorrow echoed around them. The protagonist observed this scene with a subdued sadness, though he acknowledged that he had no time to dwell on grief. His next objectives involved addressing the needs of the families of Dongjin, Kang, and Jian, who were all located in Jangjiandong. Determined, he resolved that he would never again allow others to suffer as they had. Afterward, he moved Gaeyong's family into a safe area, used vassal summons to locate missing individuals, and then continued toward Jangjiandong to find the remaining families. At that moment, he received a telepathic report from Kim Dabin, informing him that the communal facility had reached full capacity. She confirmed this when he mentally acknowledged her update. Dabin then asked if he could expand the facilities, but he instructed her instead to send residents who own nearby homes back to their houses. When she asked whether that was acceptable, he explained that he intended to establish additional shared facilities outside the complex, such as community centers and district offices, and was already setting up small shops in multiple locations to make living outside the main area more manageable. Internally, he reflected that reaching maximum capacity had been inevitable. Fortunately, many of the newest arrivals already owned homes within the expanded 1-kilometer safe zone, which included numerous vacant houses. Sending these residents back would ease the burden. He also planned to establish several perimeter bases to support hunting teams and open additional shops around the area. Using the ring of communication, he instructed Dabin to recruit staff for the new bases. She assured him she would handle it. He then opened the system panel and accessed the construction menu. The system prompted him to confirm the establishment of stores at selected points, including essential utilities such as electricity, water, and gas. He approved the construction, and new shops immediately began forming. He then wondered how far Dongjin's party had progressed and used his ultimate eyes skill to observe them. He noticed they had already reached Jayati Station and noted that their pace was impressive. However, he acknowledged that Hyarin's poison mist formation only extended up to that point. Beyond it, the group would need to clear the path themselves, especially since the line from Jayati to Dongni rose above ground midway. Still, there was encouraging news. Jian commanded his crow to tear apart a monstrous blue marlin, and the crow, now larger and stronger due to Jian's new skill, efficiently took it down. A horde of goblins appeared but was swiftly eliminated by Gaeyong's arrows. Byung-ho emerged unexpectedly to shoot the remaining monsters, supported by the invisibility skill he gained after forming a subordination contract. Jian's rapid growth skill further strengthened the team. Dongjin's party had become significantly more powerful than before. Kang summoned his iron golem knights to crush nearby monsters, while Dongjin instructed the group to stay behind the summoned knight unit. The party advanced with minimal conflict and soon began sprinting forward, slipping past monsters as the golem knights held them off. However, they eventually halted when Dongjin ordered a stop. The party found themselves facing a dead end, completely cut off. Dongjin decided they had no choice but to descend below. The protagonist noted that most buildings in the area were only 3 stories tall, and with the party's average level in the mid-30s, the drop would not pose a problem. The greater concern was determining what had destroyed the bridge blocking their way. He questioned what kind of being possessed the strength to crush a concrete bridge. Imagining ferocious monsters, he continued assessing the situation. There were no large footprints nearby, indicating it was not a cyclops, yet something capable of such destruction was clearly nearby. He concluded that they would need to remain cautious and alert moving forward. The protagonist, using the ring of communication, instructed the party to proceed cautiously, and they understood his command. As he reflected on the situation, he considered how Dongjin's party had likely traveled down toward Dongni Station. To reach their destination in Jangjiandong, they would need to pass through several subway stations, beginning from Myeongryun, Onchunjang, and Busan University, leaving a remaining distance of approximately 4 kilometers to Jangjian. He also recalled that they had mentioned living in the same apartment complexes, which suggested that their arrival should be smooth and without difficulty. He silently hoped that everyone would reach safely. At that moment, he heard a ringing sound that caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily confused. It resembled a doorbell chime, yet there was no doorbell in his current location. Activating his multivision, he checked the interior of the apartment complex and discovered a group of men standing together in front of his own apartment unit. He wondered in puzzlement if the ringing sound was coming from his residence. He then considered whether incidents like this began happening after he had delegated various tasks to Kim Dabin. While many citizens had approached him for different reasons, Dabin usually handled those encounters, so occurrences like this had become rare. He informed Seo Yejin that he would briefly check his apartment, and after she acknowledged him, he teleported directly to his home using his teleportation skill. Curious about the situation, he prepared himself to see who had gathered and what issues awaited him. Upon arrival, he saw a man repeatedly knocking on his door, asking if anyone was inside. Another member of the group questioned whether they had the correct apartment. Their leader expressed confusion, stating that it should indeed be the right place. Before the group could deliberate further, their expressions shifted to shock as the protagonist opened the door in front of them. Their mouths hung open as he appeared, prompting him to ask what the matter was. The leader hesitated, but at that moment the protagonist noticed that the trust levels of 3 individuals had risen significantly the moment they saw him. The group's leader then nervously asked if he was Jaehun, to which the protagonist confirmed his identity. The leader explained that they needed a favor before hastily revealing their request. They wanted him to lend them firearms. The protagonist was taken aback, questioning why firearms were necessary. The leader insisted that the weapons were not intended for use inside the safe area. With visible hesitation, sweat forming on his face, and a resolute expression settling in, the man finally disclosed their intention. They were planning to go outside. The man leading the group once again expressed that they wished to go outside, prompting our boy to wonder if their intention was to hunt monsters. The leader clarified that it was not for hunting, but for rescuing their families, speaking with earnest sincerity. Observing them closely, the protagonist listened as they pleaded for help. In that moment, the protagonist reflected that these individuals were just like him, people lying awake at night, consumed with worry about their loved ones, and weighing every possible option until desperation pushed them toward action. Moved by this realization, the protagonist stated that he could not assist them with everything, and the leader lowered his gaze in disappointment. Before the mood could sink further, the protagonist activated his item summoning ability, causing multiple pistols to materialize and rain down from thin air. The group watched in stunned disbelief. He explained that if they were determined to rescue their families, they would need weapons. The group bowed deeply in gratitude, and the leader voiced their thanks, admitting they did not know how to repay such generosity. The protagonist then revealed that he had a proposal. When the leader reacted in surprise, he clarified that they would need to enter a contract with him. He elaborated on the contract of subordination, an absurdly powerful ability allowing him to choose 100 awakened followers with no conditions. However, he mentioned that there was one peculiar requirement involved. Curious, the leader asked what needed to be done. Internally, the protagonist considered why his mother had never filled all 100 slots despite the advantage. The answer became clear as he informed the group that they must kneel. Shock rippled among them and they hesitantly questioned the request. The protagonist awkwardly reaffirmed that kneeling was necessary. While wondering if he was some authoritarian figure, the leader nevertheless knelt first, seeking confirmation. The protagonist shyly thanked him and stepped forward, raising his hand above the leader's head. With visible embarrassment, he declared that from this moment onward, the leader must obey him. Confused, the leader called out to the protagonist, who explained that he merely needed to voice his intention to submit. The leader complied, and a magical aura enveloped him. The system revealed his details. His name was Jang Sung-jun, with a trust level of 48 and an awakened ability of telekinesis, an A-rank power that used mental strength to exert physical force. Sung-jun awakened to this power and stared at the glowing energy around him, bewildered by the sensation. The protagonist, after reading the skill description, was astonished by the discovery of such a high-ranking ability. The group crowded around, questioning the strange light and asking if Sung-jun was all right. He answered that he felt fine, though somewhat different. The protagonist felt he had stumbled upon an incredible stroke of luck, something far beyond expectations. Immediately, he opened the system store and purchased a single tangerine. He then issued Sung-jun a quest to lift the tangerine using his ability within 10 minutes, with mental power enhancement as the reward. Confused at the mention of telekinesis, Sung Joon listened as the protagonist instructed him to lift the tangerine without touching it. As Sung Joon concentrated, an aura wrapped around him once more, and the tangerine began to glow before slowly rising into the air. In awe, he marveled at its levitation, celebrating his success, until the tangerine abruptly burst, splattering juice all over the protagonist. Frightened, Sung Joon apologized for losing control. The protagonist reassured him that it was fine, explaining that this was the power granted through their contract. He then called for the next person. A system notification appeared, announcing that Sung Joon's trust had reached 50 and that loyalty had been unlocked. It also stated that he met the requirements for Vassal registration. The protagonist asked the remaining members of the group if they wished to proceed with the contracts as well. After registering Sung Joon as a vassal, the rest completed their contracts, awakening with average abilities ranging from D to C rank. Regardless of their rankings, the protagonist found the results acceptable. As the group prepared to depart in search of their families, he felt that obtaining Sung Joon alone was already a tremendous gain. Now officially a vassal, Sung Joon could receive basic support. Before leaving, the protagonist asked Sung Joon to confirm that his home was at the OO apartment complex in Yeonjidong. Sung Joon affirmed it, and the protagonist wished the entire group good luck. Once they departed, he remarked to himself that it was time to return. He immediately activated his teleportation ability and reappeared behind Seo Yejin, startling her. He announced his return and asked if anything had happened during his absence. Seo Yejin informed him that things had taken a bad turn. At Dongjin's party, a massive creature, a twin-head ogre level 45, had appeared. The beast towered over the party, glaring fiercely. The protagonist recognized its enormous size and realized it was the same monster that had destroyed the bridge. The ogre launched an attack, forcing the party members to dodge. Jeon's crow struck swiftly, injuring one of the creature's eyes. Byung-ho used teleportation followed by invisibility, then fired his gun at the already wounded head, and Kang commanded his armored knight golem to strike at the ogre's leg. However, the twin-head ogre retaliated by smashing its leg down and destroying the golems. Still unfazed, it glared menacingly at the party. Kang clenched his teeth, realizing the creature had not even flinched. Dongjin wondered what they could possibly do and thought that if they could create even a small opening, they might stand a chance. At that moment, the protagonist used item summon to conjure a barbell above the ogre and sent it crashing down. The heavy impact drove the beast to its knees. The protagonist contacted the party through the communication ring, apologizing for his late arrival. The shift in the party's mood was immediate, lifting their spirits. He assured them that from this point onward he would support them fully. The scene opened with the twin-headed ogre lying on the ground after being struck directly by a barbell dropped by the protagonist from above. Although the attack landed cleanly, the absence of a monster elimination message made the protagonist realize that the creature was still alive. Using the ring of communication, he warned the party to remain cautious. And in the very next moment, a sudden force surged outward, pushing everyone back as the furious ogre rose again, clearly enraged and very much still capable of fighting. The protagonist quickly contacted Yeonju, asking her if she could slow the creature's movements. Unsure but willing, she said she would try, prompting the protagonist to rely on her as she sprinted toward the ogre while calling for Dajung to buff her. Dajung activated her support ability immediately, and Yeonju lunged forward, closing the distance between herself and the ogre. At the same time, the protagonist activated his item summon, causing multiple system panels to appear simultaneously as a barrage of bullets shot toward the monster, inflicting continuous pain. With the bullets distracting it, Yeonju reached the ogre and swiftly struck its left leg, causing the creature to collapse to the ground. The protagonist then turned to Gaeyong, who was already aiming her bow at the weakened monster. As she drew her arrow, the protagonist believed that just one arrow of light would finish the fight, until the ogre suddenly grabbed a nearby dilapidated car and prepared to hurl it. The protagonist alerted everyone, though the party was already aware of the incoming threat. The ogre hurled the car toward them, but Gaeyong countered by releasing her arrow of light, destroying the vehicle midair. The attack, however, was only the beginning, as the enraged creature began throwing multiple vehicles at the party. Amid the chaos, the protagonist anxiously called out to Yeonju, who attempted to close the distance once more. But now aware of her presence, the ogre threw another object directly at her. A massive truck then barreled toward the party, and Gaeyong called out to Yeonju in alarm. Fear filled her eyes as the truck came mere inches away, while the protagonist, terrified and helpless, felt himself break down at the thought of losing someone precious again. Desperate for a solution, he agonized over finding any possible way to save them. In that critical moment, a sudden pulse of purple-black energy shot toward the truck, blasting it away entirely. The beam pierced the vehicle and stopped it from harming Gaeyong. A massive hole formed in the truck's body, leaving Gaeyong standing unharmed as she stared at the destruction and questioned the black flames she had witnessed. The whole party turned around in shock when they saw Dongjin emanating black flames, his fierce figure emerging with overwhelming intensity. Dongjin urged everyone to move aside, declaring his intent to kill the monster. Pure rage and immense power radiated from him, leaving the protagonist collapsing to the ground in disbelief. Confused about what was happening, he barely registered Seo Yejin's concerned question from the room. He assured her he was fine, claiming his leg had simply given out, though his mind was consumed with confusion over what he had just witnessed. He was certain that the ability Dongjin used was not part of Dongjin's awakened skills, raising questions about the true nature and origin of the black flames. Meanwhile, Dongjin summoned his spear, immediately drawing the ogre's attention. As the creature roared and hurled more cars, Dongjin gripped his weapon tightly, black flames swirling around both him and the spear. When another car approached, he dismissed it as ineffective, threw his spear, and cleaved the vehicle in half before the weapon continued toward the monster. The spear struck its target, and in the next instant, the ogre was overwhelmed as a massive explosion obliterated its upper body completely. A system panel appeared, confirming that the level 45 twin-headed ogre had been hunted, granting a substantial amount of experience and depositing money into the protagonist's ultimate shut-in wallet. Dongjin stood tall and victorious, prompting Kang's surprised yet joyful reaction as he celebrated their victory. Dongjin smiled at the party while Gaeyang checked on Yeonju, who gave a trembling thumbs up to indicate she was fine. Byung-ho then questioned Dongjin about the ability he had used. Dongjin, still confused, admitted he had not been the one to activate it and suggested that perhaps the protagonist had somehow helped. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued thinking about the black flames, wondering whether the ability appeared only under certain conditions, or whether it even belonged to either of them at all. Everything remained a mystery, though he knew that was not the immediate concern. Another system panel appeared, indicating that the protagonist's skill level had increased. As his territory expanded once more, an intense surge of pain overwhelmed him, and he screamed as the effects took hold. The protagonist endured the familiar agony that always accompanied his level-ups, clutching his chest as low growls escaped him under the weight of the pain. Seo Yejin noticed his condition and called out to him in concern, but he reassured her that he was fine and had grown accustomed to the sensation to some extent. As always, his territory expanded, monsters within it were slain and converted into experience points, and the people inside the newly expanded area were granted citizenship. However, this time was different. A system panel appeared before him, announcing the discovery of a dungeon and informing him that, as the first discoverer, he had acquired a reward of 100 crystals. After reading the notification, he was left astonished, questioning the sudden appearance of a dungeon. He reasoned that since the reward involved crystals, the location must be closely related to them. The system indicated that the dungeon was located behind an apartment complex around the mid-slope of Hwangryeo Mountain. He decided that Junhyuk's party should be sent to investigate. He considered that forming a contract of subordination with Junhyuk and all his party members would result in combined combat power more than sufficient for the task. A thought crossed his mind about Lee Junhyuk's current whereabouts, prompting him to activate his ultimate eyes skill to locate him. Through this, he saw Junhyuk and his party facing several goblins, only for the goblins in front of them to be killed suddenly and without warning. Junhyuk was left confused, unable to understand how the monsters had died on their own. While observing this, the protagonist realized that during the territory expansion, the monsters Junhyuk's party had been hunting were eliminated under his influence. In the next moment, he used the ring of communication to contact Junhyuk, startling him with his sudden voice. Through the ring, the protagonist instructed Junhyuk to gather his party members and come to his house, explaining that he had a request. The protagonist returned to the apartment using the ultimate shut-in door. By then, Dongjin's party had nearly reached their destination, and Seo Yejin's assistance was no longer necessary. The protagonist expressed his gratitude to Seo Yejin for her hard work. She hesitated, feeling that there might still be something she could help with, but he smiled and assured her that she had already done everything she could. He added that if anything else came up, he would call her again, but for now she should rest well with her family. Though hesitant, Seo Yejin accepted his words and with a bright smile announced that she would be leaving. The protagonist told her to get home safely, and as she thanked him, a smile appeared on his face. Turning away, he thought that Dongjin's party should be reaching their destination by now. The last time he checked, there was nothing he needed to assist with. Their overall abilities had improved enough for them to achieve a breakthrough on their own, and the most troublesome issue, the elimination of one of the dominant bosses in the territory, had already been resolved. All that remained was a straight sprint toward the finish. The scene shifted to Dongjin's party as they ran relentlessly toward their destination. Observing this, the protagonist thought that the timing was perfect, as they were closing in on the apartment complex where the Dongjin, Kang, and Jian families were gathered. Tears welled up on Kang's face as he realized that he could see his house. Dongjin and Jian were filled with hope, determined to rush in, rescue everyone, and bring them back safely. Kang shouted in excitement, urging everyone to push forward with every bit of strength they had. The party continued running toward the apartment complex, believing that they were just a little closer to seeing their loved ones again. Excitement surged through the group as Kang imagined all of them heading to the safe zone together and living happily. However, before he could complete the thought, his eyes widened in horror as he noticed something ahead and abruptly stopped. Dongjin questioned why Kang had suddenly halted, but Kang's face was drenched in fear. Cursing under his breath, Kang grabbed Dongjin and Gaeyoung's attention, his hand trembling as he warned the party. Anxiety spread among them as Kang admitted that they might be too late. Dongjin's expression also shifted into horror as he noticed what stood before them, terrifying figures approaching from ahead. Silhouettes of newly arrived monsters emerged, revealing black orcs at level 31 and black orc warriors at level 35, along with numerous others wielding various weapons, all standing in their path. As the protagonist observed the situation, he was struck with terror. High-level monsters in the 30s were pouring out from the underground parking area. He could hardly believe it, yet the implication was undeniable. There was zero chance that anyone inside the complex was still alive, which meant nothing but disaster. At that moment, Kang announced a command, invoking the word associated with summoning, and multiple armored night golems appeared to confront the orc monsters. The protagonist thought that Dongjin's family, Kang's family, and the Jeon family had likely all met the same fate, with none of them surviving. Kang, consumed by fury, ordered the armored night golem cavalry to annihilate the enemies. The golem knights charged forward to face the grotesque monsters head-on. Meanwhile, Gaeyoung watched Dongjin closely, worried about him, as the thought that his family might be dead weighed heavily on the situation. Dongjin's rage flared, darkening the atmosphere around him. His eyes reflected a singular intent to kill the orcs before him. His gaze darkened further as black flames enveloped his body. As the golem knight cavalry clashed with the orcs, a spear wrapped in black flames appeared in the sky. The blinding flames descended with it, and in the next instant the spear crashed down upon the orcs, triggering a massive explosion that wiped out many of them. It became clear that the spear had been thrown by none other than Dongjin himself. Smoke rose from his body as he stood with a darkened expression, fully locked in. With unwavering resolve, he declared the commencement of battle. Dongjin was seen charging toward the orcs, his spear engulfed in black flames. As the orcs closed in, he zipped past them in a flash, moving faster than their eyes could follow. The orcs only realized what had happened when it was already too late, as Dongjin had pierced their heads and killed them instantly. Nearby, Kang, clad in heavy armor, fought alongside Jeon, who fired live rounds into the orcs. Kang advanced with his halberd and with a single powerful swing obliterated the orcs in his path. Fury burned in Kang's eyes, and every strike carried the rage boiling inside him. The protagonist soon joined the battle as well. He activated item summoning, causing multiple system panels to appear and live ammunition rained down on the orc army. As he observed the battlefield, he concluded that the black orc grunts themselves were not the real problem. They were no match for Dongjin and his party, who had grown far stronger than before. However, the moment this thought crossed his mind, one of the armored night golems was attacked and its head was brutally split apart. It became clear that the black orcs were not the true threat. The real danger lay in the black orcs of the warrior rank. These warrior-ranked orcs were fundamentally different, far stronger, and completely incomparable to the regular black orcs. As the protagonist recognized this, a menacing black orc warrior revealed itself. Using the ring of communication, the protagonist informed everyone that he would provide support and warned them to be cautious of the armored orcs while adjusting their formation. At that very moment, a warrior orc drew its bow and fired an arrow toward the party. The protagonist watched in shock as the arrow flew straight toward their healer, Dajung. Although the protagonist urgently warned Dajung to move away, it was already too late. The arrow struck her and her eyes went blank for a moment as she registered that she had been shot. The party cried out her name in alarm. The arrow had pierced her stomach, and she struggled to suppress her scream while enduring intense pain. Dongjin witnessed this and stood frozen in shock, unable to speak. The protagonist observed that Dongjin, who usually assessed situations calmly and issued orders without hesitation, was now completely unable to give a single command. Of all possible targets, the enemy had aimed for the weakest point in Dongjin's party, the healer. With the arrow embedded in Dajung's stomach, healing magic would be ineffective, and her support could no longer be relied upon. Yeonju, possessing strong regenerative abilities, could endure to some extent, but as the battle dragged on, the balance would inevitably tilt against them. The protagonist realized that the battle's beginning and end had effectively already been decided. If they were going to retreat, this was their final chance. He resolved to use a vassal summon to help them escape, believing that was the correct course of action. However, at that critical moment, a black orc warrior prepared to attack Dongjin. The protagonist shouted Dongjin's name to warn him. Just then, Dajung did the unthinkable by pulling the arrow out of her own stomach with her bare hands and throwing it aside. The protagonist was stunned as she declared that she was fine, her voice reaching every party member. She urged everyone to snap out of it and keep going and immediately began healing her wound. She then reminded them that they would not know anything until they checked the complex and confirmed the safety of their families. At the same time, Dongjin regained his focus as the axe of the black orc warrior descended toward him. He successfully parried the blow and struck the orc in the chest. The protagonist reasoned that even though Dajung had managed to remove the arrow, she would be overwhelmed by pain for a while. Ordinarily, the logical decision would have been to order an immediate retreat. Yet, just like the others fighting on the battlefield, the protagonist found himself consumed by the same rage. Fury ignited within him as he opened the status window, and instead of choosing to flee, he decided to empower his allies. The protagonist called out Dongjin, Kang, and Jian by name and issued a command to the system to raise all of them to level 40. A warning appeared in the system window, stating that leveling them to that point would require 1 billion won per level. Without hesitation, the protagonist proceeded. Instantly, Dongjin, Kang, and Jian reached level 40, and Dongjin immediately sensed that something had changed. The protagonist informed them that he had raised their levels and declared that they would crush every last enemy standing before them. The leveled-up party now faced the Black Orc warriors head-on, with the protagonist providing support from behind. Kang invoked his power and summoned far more armored golem knights than ever before. The protagonist reflected that even if the cost exceeded 10 billion won for the level-ups alone, he did not care. The armored golem knights charged toward the Black Orcs, and when one orc warrior attempted to strike a knight with an axe, the blow failed to even scratch its armor. In return, the knight cleanly beheaded the orc with a single seamless strike. As the battle intensified, the protagonist reflected that he had previously used the party's earnings to reclaim territory, cover utilities such as electricity, gas, and water, and construct new facilities. At that moment, Jian raised his hand and summoned multiple crows, ordering them to attack. The crows swarmed the orcs relentlessly. The protagonist concluded that if that was the case, then at the very least he could do this much for the party. He proceeded to raise Dongjin, Yeonju, and Kang to level 45, spending 18 billion won in the process. The protagonist reasoned that if such an amount ensured the party's victory, then it was worth spending for Dongjin's sake. Empowered by their newfound strength, Yeonju, Kang, and Dongjin charged forward toward the orc warriors, determined to slaughter them after reaching level 45. The protagonist narrates that the fighting continued for quite some time. Over the course of the battle, the protagonist levels Gaeyong, Byungho, and Dajung. All three reach level 40. The protagonist further explains that he adjusted all the remaining members to level 40 as well, resulting in everyone now being level 40 or higher. Among them, the three individuals who demonstrated the greatest efficiency in battle, Dongjin, Kang, and Yeonju, reached level 45. The protagonist explains that level 45 is the same level as the twin-headed ogre they had previously fought. With power of that magnitude, once the party began rampaging, it did not take long for the battle to end. In the next scene, black orcs are shown lying dead in pools of blood. Dongjin is seen walking forward, clearly exhausted from the prolonged battle. The only people still standing are members of Dongjin's party. The party members begin climbing the stairs, but Dongjin remains in a very serious mood. He looks down the hallway of his apartment complex's lower floor, which is littered with blood, scattered shards of glass, rocks, and various debris. On the lower floors, Dongjin continues moving upward, leading his party, as the aftermath of the brutal bloodbath becomes increasingly evident. As he climbs the stairs, his body is covered in bloodstains. At that moment, small droplets of water begin to fall from the sky and the clouds grow dark, as if the world itself is mourning and signaling that something tragic has occurred. Dongjin walks through the corridors of his apartment complex and eventually stops in front of his own apartment. He extends his hand toward the doorknob, but just then, Gaeyong catches his arm and calls out to him. Despite this, Dongjin remains trapped in a sad and grim state of mind. Kang also understands the situation, realizing that Dongjin's parents are most likely no longer alive. In the next instant, Dongjin opens the door and is confronted with bloodstains covering the floor. He enters his apartment and notices massive footprints, bloodstains smeared across the bookshelves, and signs of violent destruction throughout the room. As Dongjin moves further inside, the scene remains soaked in blood. His expression stays completely blank despite what he sees. Kang, Jian, and the others are visibly devastated by the sight. Dongjin continues checking the remaining rooms, clinging to even the slightest hope that his family might still be alive, but all he finds is disappointment. He eventually steps back outside and tells everyone that they should leave. Although sadness is clearly etched across his face, Dongjin insists that he is fine. In the next moment, Gaeyong hugs him tightly and begins to cry, urging him to cry as well. Dongjin, however, states that this was something he had already expected. After a brief silence, he repeats that he is fine. The party proceeds to check other houses, but the results are the same everywhere. Jian collapses onto the ground, and beside him, Kang asks whether it has been confirmed. Jian responds that it has. Jian remarks that this is simply the reality they live in, and that this is how things usually are. Kang observes Jian, who looks completely hollow as if his soul has been drained from him. The protagonist narrates that they have failed. Unlike Kim Gaeyong, who still had family to grieve with, there was not even anyone left for the others to mourn alongside. No matter how hard they tried or how much effort they put in, they had ended up completely alone in the world. The protagonist reflects that while he once believed he could save the country with his abilities, he could not even save the people right in front of him. Inside the apartment complex, Dongjin addresses everyone, stating that he did not find any bloodstains in their homes, meaning their families might still be alive somewhere. Even if that were not the case, he insists that they still have to keep living and that there is no reason to give up hope. The protagonist notes internally that even fragile hope made their situation slightly better than Dongjin's, who had already lost his family. Soon after, Dongjin calls out to the protagonist, asking whether he is there. The protagonist confirms his presence. Dongjin apologizes and asks if the protagonist could summon them, explaining that he wants to rest a bit. In the next moment, the protagonist activates his vassal summon, and every party member appears in front of him, as if materializing from thin air. As this happens, the protagonist reflects internally that a single thought keeps forcing its way into his mind. He wonders whether his greed in wanting to save his own family first caused them to arrive too late to save the families of the others. He questions whether going to save them even slightly earlier might have changed the outcome and whether he could have saved them. While the protagonist is lost in these thoughts, Dongjin states that he will be heading off to rest. The protagonist continues his internal reflection, realizing that he might not have needed to struggle hard at all. His parents survived using their abilities and made it here safely, and his grandfather also survived thanks to his strong abilities. This leads him to believe that even if he had not gone to find his family, they likely would have been fine. Although the party members do not say anything, the protagonist feels that they might be resenting him for bringing about this outcome. To them, he believes he is essentially the person who caused the deaths of their families. The protagonist begins to shiver, then bows deeply. He apologizes, acknowledging that it was his fault. He admits that his greed to save his own family first led to this tragedy. He confesses that because of him and his selfishness, he threw away their chance to save their precious families. Kang and Jian listen silently as the protagonist continues bowing and expresses his sincere remorse. Dongjin listens to everything in silence, then suddenly turns and begins walking toward the protagonist, his face completely expressionless as he looks down at the protagonist still bowing before them. Dongjin, instead of placing blame on the protagonist, made it clear that the fault was not his. Even so, the protagonist continued to cry, overwhelmed by regret, believing he could have done more. Dongjin then urged him to lift his head and look around, emphasizing that everyone present, including himself, had been saved by the protagonist's abilities. He gently consoled him, explaining that their ability to live without constant fear of hunger, thirst, or monsters was entirely because of him. Without his actions, it would have been impossible to save Byung-ho's grandmother or Gae-young's family. Dongjin firmly declared that the protagonist was a savior, and those words struck deeply, leaving the protagonist stunned. Dongjin continued, explaining that without the protagonist, they would never have known whether their families were alive or dead, nor would they have had a chance to take revenge on those responsible for their suffering. As the protagonist listened, he sensed a brief tremor in Dongjin's voice and could feel how tightly he was clenching his teeth, enduring his own pain just to appear composed. Dongjin went on to state that there was no way ordinary people like them could have defeated the monsters through their own strength alone. He reflected that the world was filled with sorrow, but those tragedies were not aimed at anyone intentionally. They were scattered randomly, like water splashing everywhere, and the protagonist did not need to bear responsibility for all of it. This was the world's fault, not his. Dongjin urged him not to shoulder everything himself and said it was enough for him to remain standing like a huge tree, simply by creating shade where people could truly rest. He expressed sincere gratitude before turning away to leave. As Dongjin departed, the protagonist reflected that Dongjin was far tougher and more mature than he had expected. He realized that he should have been the one comforting others, yet instead he was the one being comforted. At that moment, Kang and Jian called out to him, telling him to cheer up and assuring him of their gratitude. Gae-young encouraged him to hang in there, while Byung-ho admitted that without him, he would never have been able to save his grandmother. Dajung the healer acknowledged that she would have died in her house back then if he had not saved her. Yeonju added that she would likely have gone insane without his help. One by one, everyone in the party thanked him, leaving the protagonist standing there alone. He found the situation strange. Until now, he believed he had only acted for his own sake. Even when he helped others, he saw it as simple give and take. They helped him, so he helped them, yet they were calling someone like him their savior. He questioned whether he truly deserved that title. Dongjin's words echoed in his mind, reminding him that it was enough for him to stand like a huge tree. He imagined a massive tree that provided shade where everyone could rest without fear. Filled with resolve, he thanked everyone and decided to try becoming that one tree, the huge tree Dongjin believed he could be. At first, the protagonist reflected that his goal of saving all of South Korea had only come from feeling burdened by the immense power he had been given. He thought he had to do at least that much, but it was never a goal he desperately wanted, nor one he felt confident he could truly achieve. His original plan had been to continue hunting monsters, raising his skill levels, placing outside bases, and gradually expanding his territory. Now he decided to abandon the grand ambition of saving the entire nation. Instead, he chose to become a huge tree, creating a place where anyone who stepped into his shade could rest more securely. At that moment, he felt certain that this was what he needed to do. Soon after, a system panel appeared before him, indicating that Dongjin's trust had increased and reached its maximum level. He obtained a new throwing skill, while Kim Dajung's loyalty also rose to its peak. Since Kim Dajung was already registered as a vassal, his vassal limit increased further. Not long after Dongjin's party left, Junhyuk arrived at the protagonist's house with his group. Junhyuk explained that he had brought everyone together as instructed. The protagonist stepped outside to greet them and thank them for coming all that way. Junhyuk dismissed the thanks and asked what the protagonist wanted them to do. The protagonist suggested that they move somewhere else. He thought about how no one except his vassals could enter his house and how ordinary citizens could only approach as far as the front door. That was precisely why he had called them all there. At that moment, he activated his ultimate ability, the shut-in door. When he opened his apartment door, the entire party was left in shock because the door now led directly to their own house. A pink-haired woman in the group was baffled and could not comprehend how such a thing was possible, while another man voiced his confusion at what was happening. As expected, the trust levels of everyone present increased. The protagonist smiled, thinking that the most direct and reliable way to raise trust was to demonstrate his abilities firsthand. He then announced that he would explain what he wanted from them. He stated that he wanted everyone present to sign a contract with him. The group was stunned by the mention of a contract, but soon after they all knelt before him to form a contract of subordination. Once it was complete, the pink-haired woman asked whether they were the last ones and if it was finally over. The protagonist, wiping away sweat, confirmed that it was done and acknowledged how exhausting it was to contract with multiple people at once. With that, the preparations were complete. He then called Junhyuk forward and explained the main point. As his territory had expanded, the entirety of Hwangryeo Mountain had now become part of it, and it appeared that a dungeon had emerged there. He asked Junhyuk and his party to explore the dungeon. After a brief moment of thought, Junhyuk agreed with a smile, thanking the protagonist for trusting them with such an important task. Before the protagonist could continue, a telepathic message reached him. It was Kim Dabin, informing him that the item he had instructed her to prepare was ready and asking him to come immediately. The protagonist responded that he would head there right away. We see our protagonist heading toward the 21st floor. In the elevator, he reflects that thanks to Junhyuk readily agreeing to take on the dungeon raid, matters related to the dungeon have finally eased up for a moment. It feels like the first real breath he's had in a while. What struck him as unusual, though, was that even after being bound by the contract of subordination, Junhyuk's skills didn't change. Just like Yeonju, his knight title simply shifted to Viscount. Among Junhyuk's party, the ones who could truly be called the core team were Lee Hyunchun, Shin Ah-hyung, and Kim Jidi. They ended up receiving B rank abilities, whereas most of the others received D or C ranks. Somehow, as the number of people he contracted increased and more data accumulated, he felt like he was starting to understand the pattern. To be granted higher rank abilities, there was something innate involved. Potential. Talent. The limit of subordinates was only 100 for him, so from now on, it would be smarter to contract with the most talented people possible. As that thought settles in his mind, the elevator doors slide open on the 21st floor. Dabin spots him immediately and lights up with happiness, calling out his name. He praises her for her hard work, and she just chuckles, brushing it off and saying it wasn't that difficult. He promises he'll make sure she gets a bonus, then quickly shifts focus to the crowd gathered in front of him. A line of people stands waiting. He asks if these are the ones. Dabin confirms that, as instructed, she gathered 10 people who are good at getting things done. He introduces himself cleanly and confidently as Kim Jae-hun. The entire group bows and greets him in unison. A man with golden hair steps forward and asks what kind of work he plans to have them do. Jae-hun answers without hesitation. He's thinking of granting all of them the same position as Dabin, a manager position. The air practically freezes. Everyone looks baffled by the declaration. The golden-haired man blurts out a shaky question, asking if he really means it. Even now, with the population having grown quite a bit, there are only a few people holding manager positions. Lee Sungmin, the medical team leader, and Baek Suman, the relief team leader. 12 manager slots are still open. He could hand them out to these people, sure, but there's no way he's giving them away for free. The golden-haired man quickly swears that if it's entrusted to him, he'll work hard. Jae-hun lays out the condition. There are rules. The reason he selected them is simple. As new people keep coming in, more and more problems of every kind are going to appear. He's only giving manager positions to those who can propose solutions to those problems. Extending his hand, he asks if they're ready and tells them to begin one by one. For a long while, the candidates keep presenting proposals for the manager post. They bring up issues like trash disposal within the territory, organizing and maintaining internal roads, and systems for handling all kinds of daily mess. Solutions pour out non-stop, and most of them are solid. Good ideas just keep flooding the room. As expected of Dabin, she really did pick the most capable people. Then someone in the crowd raises his hand and says he'll give it a try this time. Jae-hun nods and tells him to go ahead. The man proposes creating an organization to maintain internal public order. Nothing major has happened yet, but without a stabilizing presence, an incident feels inevitable. Jae-hun clarifies if he means a department similar to how the police used to work. The man agrees immediately. Another man wearing a red jacket cuts in, apologizing for the interruption, saying that talk about police reminded him of something. Jae-hun gives him the floor. The red-jacketed man asks if they know police station armories contain firearms, including rifles. That thought slams straight into Jae-hun's brain. Rifles at a police station? Aren't those for the military? The man explains that South Korea is technically still in an armistice state, and in emergencies, certain police stations keep a sufficient stockpile of weapons. Of course, it has to be a station of a certain size. Jae-hun sinks into deep thought. If they could obtain those weapons, wouldn't it help massively in creating a department that maintains order? The nearest station would be the Busanjin police station in Seomyeon. He asks the red-jacketed man for his name. The answer comes back, Nam Jae-ho. Jae-hun immediately tells Jae-ho to form a team himself and head out. Jae-ho startles, asking if he personally has to go. Jae-hun reassures him not to worry too much. Their territory expanded this time, so the station will probably fall inside their range. If it turns out to be outside, he's not to push himself. Jae-ho accepts and says he'll give it a shot. Smiling, Jae-hun tells him to depart as soon as he's prepared. The rest are ordered to continue suggesting solutions. Internally, one word loops in Jae-hun's mind: rifles. It's tempting as hell. By the next day, the manager selection ends successfully. Jae-ho's party, which went out to secure firearms, actually comes back with guns after confirming everything with the ultimate eyes skill and registering them in the store. The haul isn't huge: 2 rifles, 3 bullets, and a box of empty cartridges. Quantity isn't the real issue, since he can register them and purchase more through the store. The real problem is what Jae-ho reports next. When his team entered the police station, someone had already swept away most of the firearms from the armory. Judging by the size of the storage, the missing weapons number in the several hundreds, which means somewhere out there a survival group is armed on a massive scale. It's the kind of group that screams future headache. Jae-hun scratches his head, already annoyed. Still, a group that large would stand out. News would have reached them whether they wanted it or not, which means they're not near the territory yet. I am guessing our protagonist will encounter this group in the near future. But for now, he decides to shelve the problem for later. For now, he activates Ultimate Eyes and announces he'll start issuing rifles to the places that need them most. The scene cuts hard to a battlefield crawling with orcs. Sang-joon and his party are hiding, completely surrounded. One teammate panics and asks what they're supposed to do. Orcs are everywhere. Sang-joon curses, wondering how the hell they even pushed this far in. The same teammate admits they're almost out of bullets. The mood nosedives. This is bad. They pressure Sang-joon for a decision. He runs through the situation in his head. After a brutal fight, everyone's exhausted, weapons are nearly gone, and with his current abilities, he can't handle something like this. He swears under his breath, desperate for any way to solve the situation. Then a voice echoes directly in his mind, calling his name. A system panel materializes out of nowhere, and in the next second, rifles and boxes of bullets drop out of it like a miracle care package. It's all Jae-hun. Watching from afar, he smiles and says it looks like he made it just in time. Weapons support has arrived. Sang-joon's party scrambles at the sight of rifles and ammunition, staring in disbelief. The despair that was choking the air gets replaced by raw, electric relief. Sang-joon actually laughs at the sight of the weapons and shouts his thanks, genuinely grateful. The squad instantly rearmed and ready to throw hands again. We see Sang-joon's party assembled, weapons ready, and Sang-joon himself calmly equipping a rifle. He scans his team and questions them, making sure no one is hesitating. In perfect unison, everyone answers yes. Good, that's all he needs. The next second, they rush the orcs without another word. The orcs turn at the noise. Sang-joon roars a battle cry and opens fire. Bullets tear through the air and punch through orc bodies one by one, dropping them instantly. The party joins in, rifles spitting a relentless barrage. It's not a fight, it's a massacre. The orcs absorb round after round and collapse in piles. Some try to run, panic overriding pride, but Sang-joon's cavalry and the rest of the team gun them down too. Watching the retreat, Sang-joon laughs, hyped and breathless, shouting that they're running away, that they can do this, that they're going to save their families. At the same time, the protagonist receives a system notification confirming monster kills. Through his ultimate eyes, he observes Sang-joon and the party in real time, analyzing the situation. So this is the power of rifles. Without using a single skill, they're overwhelming an orc horde with firearms alone. Even basic firearm proficiency translates into insane firepower, enough to grind ordinary monsters into dust. Good. Sang-joon's party should hold for a while. He decides to leave the rest to them. His attention shifts to Jun-hyuk's party. He wonders how they're doing and tracks them with his ultimate eyes. Elsewhere, Jun-hyuk announces they've finally found it, the Lizardmen's Swamp Dungeon. His party stands at the entrance, staring into a flooded interior. One member points out the obvious: there's a ton of water inside. This is bad. If it's like this, they can't go in. Jun-hyuk cuts the worry short. No need to panic. He raises his hand and activates water control. The flood splits cleanly to both sides, forming a walkable passage like the water itself is obeying him. The party stares, stunned by their leader's ability. Jun-hyuk glances back and asks if everyone's ready. They're going in. A system panel appears for the protagonist. Jun-hyuk's party is the first to enter the dungeon. Double experience points and settlement money will be obtained. Still, the protagonist knows a dungeon's interior is unknown territory. You never know what kind of bullshit danger is lurking inside. After supplying rifles to Sang-jun's party, he immediately armed Junhyuk's team as well. Now they have serious firepower too. Clearing the dungeon shouldn't be a huge problem, but what's that number next to the dungeon info? At first he assumed it was a capacity limit, apparently not. Maybe they'll find out after clearing it. Inside, Hyunchin gawks at the scenery, saying the whole place is filled with water. It feels like they're walking through an aquarium. Ahyung agrees it's basically an underwater tunnel. Then Hyunchin freezes. Enemy spotted 11 o'clock, 3 of them. The party snaps into alert mode instantly. They're approaching. Weapons rise. Junhyuk processes the angle. If it's 11 o'clock, that means the attack is coming from inside the water. Right on cue, a violent splash erupts and a lizardman bursts out. Hyunchin warns him, behind you. The creature raises its claws to strike, but Junhyuk is already moving. With water control, he slices the lizardman clean in half. Hyunchin yells for everyone to stay focused. 2 left. The party fires into the water, but the bullets keep missing. The lizardmen move freely underwater like it's their home turf. Hyunchin curses, these bastards are impossible to hit like this. If only they could drag them out of the water, and then the water around the lizardmen suddenly vanishes. The creatures panic, disoriented. The party is shocked, but the reason is simple. Junhyuk states it plainly, water is his domain. He orders a volley, gunfire erupts. The remaining lizardmen are shredded. A system notification reaches the protagonist, 1 level 21 lizardman and 2 level 22 lizardmen hunted. He admits they got lucky. Normally, in a flooded dungeon like this, the terrain advantage belongs entirely to the lizardmen. Moving would be hell in dark water where visibility is garbage. Enemies that swim freely would feel like grim reapers stalking from every angle. But Lee Hyunchin's minimap ability, which maps terrain within 100 meters and distinguishes allies from enemies, combined with Junhyuk's water control, flips the entire board. Right now, there's nothing the protagonist even needs to support. Honestly, at this level, Junhyuk's full party isn't even necessary. Junhyuk and Hyunchin alone, plus a few rifle carriers for raw firepower, would be more than enough to bulldoze the dungeon. Deep inside, lizardmen corpses litter the path while Junhyuk's party stands tall over the aftermath. Without slowing down, they push further in. Eventually, they stop in front of a massive gate. Junhyuk wonders if they've reached the boss room. They open it and step inside. Junhyuk immediately notices something off. What is this? Ahyung blurts out that there's no water here. She jokes that maybe just reaching this room is the dungeon's clear condition since there's no boss in sight. Hyunchin shuts that down fast, telling her not to say shit like that because whenever someone says it, disaster follows. The next second, his expression changes. He feels it, something terrible. He warns everyone that something is approaching and it's coming fast. A massive surge of water explodes into the chamber. Junhyuk throws up a defensive dome with water control and orders everyone behind him. Even then, he strains, teeth clenched, muttering a curse as he realizes the pressure he's fighting. Out of the chaos emerges the dungeon boss, standing atop the water with a trident in hand, looming over the party like a nightmare-given form. Junhyuk confirms it through gritted teeth. It appeared. The dungeon boss has arrived, and its presence alone crushes the air with pure menace. The dungeon boss, the level 30 lizardman chieftain, suddenly appears right in front of Junhyuk's party. Without hesitation, Junhyuk orders everyone to open fire and his teammates immediately comply, unloading a relentless barrage of bullets toward the monster. But the very next moment, the dungeon boss casually swings his trident. Water surges up at his command, forming a fluid shield that blocks every single bullet coming his way. Ahyung blurts out in disbelief that it actually blocked the bullets with water, while Hyunchin panics, realizing their attacks aren't working at all and asking what they're supposed to do now. That's when Junhyuk simply smiles and says that if the boss can use water like that, then so can he. He calmly orders everyone to stay right where they are and not move an inch. Hyunchin is confused and asks what he's doing, but Junhyuk dashes forward, saying he'll finish it quickly and come back. Hyunchin calls out Junhyuk's name in worry, but Junhyuk has already begun manipulating the water beneath his feet. The water hardens under him like solid ground, letting him slide forward at insane speed. In seconds, he closes the distance between himself and the lizardman chieftain. With a fierce gaze, Junhyuk activates his water control ability in earnest. He hurls compressed water like deadly projectiles toward the boss. The lizardman chieftain swings his trident wildly, physically deflecting the incoming water attacks. But in the very next second, his expression shifts to shock. Junhyuk smiles and points out the flaw. If the boss is blocking the attacks physically, that means he can't move the water Junhyuk controls. That's when it's revealed the previous assault was just a distraction. Junhyuk has already appeared behind the dungeon boss. In the next instant, Junhyuk uses water control to completely block the lizardman chieftain's breathing. He bids farewell to the boss and then activates his water bomb. In a brutal instant, the dungeon boss's head explodes. The party members are left stunned, completely shaken by their leader's overwhelming ability. They believe the dungeon has finally been cleared. Junhyuk lands on the ground in a heroic pose and a system panel appears. It announces that Junhyuk has hunted the lizardman chieftain and obtained experience points. Citizen Junhyuk has killed the leader of the Lizardman territory and obtained 10 crystals as a reward. He has successfully cleared a dungeon for the first time and obtained an additional 100 crystals. Later, when Junhyuk's party exits the dungeon description has changed slightly. Where there were once 10 slots, now only 9 remain. The protagonist realizes that this number represents how many times the dungeon can be cleared. That means 9 more runs remain. If they clear all the remaining runs and gather enough crystals, a mystic draw becomes possible. In other words, it would allow another divine item to be drawn, just like the Ring of Communication. Using the ring, the protagonist contacts Junhyuk just as his party finishes clearing the dungeon. He asks about Junhyuk's condition, and Junhyuk replies that aside from being a bit tired, he's fine. Relieved, the protagonist makes a request, asking if Junhyuk can proceed with a dungeon clear once a day. At first, Junhyuk is shocked, but then he grins and says it's a piece of cake. The scene jumps forward 10 days, and Junhyuk's party has cleared the dungeon 10 times in total. After defeating the boss one last time, Junhyuk declares that this one was the final run. They didn't miss a single dungeon clear. A system notification appears for the protagonist, stating that all 10 slots of the D-rank dungeon Lizardman Swamp have been filled. All available dungeon clears have been used, and Mystic Draw, which consumes 300 crystals, is now available. The protagonist currently has 400 crystals. Using the Ring of Communication, the protagonist praises Junhyuk's party for their great work and tells everyone to return and get some well-earned rest. Now that there are enough resources, all that's left is to activate the Mystic Draw. He extends his hand and says out loud, "Mystic Draw." Instantly, a golden magic circle appears on the floor, flooding the room with blinding light. Jae-hun complains that it's way too bright, but then his eyes widen when he notices something unusual. Within the golden light, a crown begins to materialize. The magic condenses into a distinct shape, and soon a fully formed crown rests in Jae-hun's hand. The system reveals its description, the ultimate shut-in S crown. When equipped, all effects granted to citizens are amplified by 2 times. Jae-hun realizes there are currently 6 effects being granted to citizens, including a 100% increase in experience points and settlement money, power of trust, tax collection, basic salary, economic activity subsidy, and profession effects. If he wears the crown, all of those effects will double. He mutters that he guesses he has no choice but to keep wearing it. As he places the crown on his head, he thinks it's a bit cumbersome, but the effect is way too good to ignore. Since he barely goes outside anyway, wearing it at home all the time isn't a problem. The moment the crown settles on his head, a cool energy sweeps through him. He remembers that the cooldown for tax collection should be almost over and decides to test the crown's ability. If the efficiency doubles, then instead of collecting 10%, he'd be taking 20%. He activates the skill tax collection, thinking that at 20% he could be pulling in tens of billions. A system panel appears, announcing that 15 billion won has been deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in through tax collection. Jae-hun is completely shocked by the number. That means the citizens are holding around 75 billion won in total. They had more money than he expected, which explains why store sales have been looking unusual lately. Their purchasing power has clearly skyrocketed. Still, this is good news. With citizens' assets increasing and the crown in his possession, Jae-hun decides he needs to level up quickly and expand the number of item categories in the store. Just then, the doorbell rings. A voice calls out Jae-hun, saying they're back. He opens the door to find Sung-joon standing there. Sung-joon greets him and explains they've come to return the items they borrowed. Jae-hun says they must be exhausted and thanks them for the trouble of bringing everything back. Sung-joon replies that it's only right. Then, hesitating, Sung-joon asks what Jae-hun is wearing on his head. Jae-hun startles and almost drops the crown, brushing it off and saying it's nothing. He quickly changes the subject, congratulating Sung-joon on safely reuniting with his family. Sung-joon says it's all thanks to Jae-hun. If they'd been any later, he might never have seen his family again. Thanks to the firearms Jae-hun supplied, they were able to save them miraculously. Jae-hun responds that all he did was provide support and that they're the ones who saved their family. Sung-joon insists that they desperately needed that chance. In the next moment, Sung-joon and his party bow deeply in front of Jae-hun, thanking him once again. Jae-hun simply smiles and says he's glad he was able to help. A system panel appears stating that Jang Sung-joon's trust and loyalty have both increased. After some more conversation, Sung-joon's party leaves together with their families. Jae-hun then organizes the firearms they returned and wonders if that's everything. Suddenly, an alarm goes off. A system panel appears announcing that many citizens have died. Jae-hun is shocked. More than 10 citizens died in an instant, something that has never happened before. Then another strange system panel appears, leaving him stunned. It declares that a low-grade vampire, level 18, has been hunted. Only later would Jae-hun understand that this alarm was the starting point of something enormous that was about to unfold. Elsewhere, bodies are scattered across the ground, lifeless, painting the area with death. In the middle of it all, a woman is crying and pleading, desperation tearing through her voice. A man clings to her, his grip tight, his intent obvious. In the very next second, he sinks his fangs into her neck. Her scream cuts the air, then abruptly dies. Almost instantly, her body looks completely drained, like all life has been sucked straight out of her. The man casually tosses her corpse aside, and without hesitation, his lackeys pounce on the remaining women. With a grin, the man orders his vampire lackeys to eat up, openly calling the place a total gold mine. The narration shifts into his point of view as he reflects on how he first discovered this so-called safe zone entirely by luck. A transparent wall blocked his path one day, then suddenly offered him something called citizenship. Without thinking much, he accepted. The moment he entered, he was stunned, completely shocked beyond belief. Everywhere he looked, it was nothing but food. By food, he meant people. Humans packed densely inside the protagonist's territory. He continues narrating, explaining that it wasn't just the sheer number of humans that made this place insane, the quality was leagues above anything he had hunted outside. Feeding here would be far more efficient. With this kind of hunting ground, it was possible. If he devoured everyone here and grew strong enough, he could become one of them, a powerful vampire like the bastard who once tossed him aside as if he were worthless. In his imagination, the image of that powerful vampire looms large. He believes he could rise to middle tier soon, just a little more time and he'd have power equal to that bastard. But equality wasn't enough. He needed more human blood, far more to surpass him. And for that, not only did he need to grow stronger, but his swarm had to evolve as well. At his current level as a low-tier vampire, he could command 5 of the lowest-tier vampires. One of them died during this hunt, but he doesn't care. It doesn't matter. This place is crawling with humans, and creating another lowest-tier vampire would be easy. He smiles devilishly as he thinks ahead. Once he becomes a middle-tier vampire, his underlings will evolve from lowest-tier into low-tier vampires one by one. When those guys start producing lowest-tier vampires like they're breeding nonstop, his hive will grow explosively. Then he'll devour every human in the area without discrimination. After that, he'll hunt down that bastard. By then, he'll have more than enough power to completely overwhelm him. When that time comes, he'll finally achieve it, his blood vengeance. Bro needs to chill. Just then, a door suddenly emits a strange purple light. The vampire's attention snaps toward it immediately. His eyes light up as he mutters, almost amused whether another piece of prey has arrived. He commands his lackeys to attack, mocking whoever is about to step out, wondering if they came here just to die. His lackeys rush forward without hesitation. In the very next second, everything goes wrong. All of their heads explode instantly. Blood gushes everywhere as their bodies collapse onto the ground. The vampire freezes, completely baffled. His entire swarm is wiped out in a single moment. He stares at the corpses, unable to believe what he's seeing, muttering in disbelief about what the hell just happened. And then it's revealed this is none other than our boy Jae-hun. Jae-hun calmly walks through the remains of the fallen lackeys, his gaze locked onto the vampire with pure menace. The vampire can't even process what's happening as Jae-hun approaches. Panic floods his mind. Without warning, without a fight, his entire swarm was erased instantly. His brain refuses to accept reality, but one truth becomes unavoidable, that human is a monster, something far beyond his current level of understanding. He knows he has to run, immediately, but Jae-hun isn't letting that happen. Jae-hun activates his invisible hand skill. An unseen force grips the vampire's neck, lifting him as he screams in agony. The vampire desperately gasps out a single plea, "Spare me," his voice breaking. Jae-hun tightens the grip, furious, demanding how dare he. The vampire realizes it's over. There's no miracle coming, no forgiveness. He's going to die a meaningless, empty death without ever getting his revenge. But instead, Jae-hun suddenly drops him to the ground. The vampire crashes down, coughing violently as his neck burns from the crushing pressure. Jae-hun looms over him and coldly issues a command. From now on, he will answer every question honestly. The vampire, trembling uncontrollably, agrees. Jae-hun's first question is simple: how did he get in here? The vampire introduces himself as Yeagle Sunkyu, a low-tier vampire. Hearing how absurdly easy it was for him to enter the territory gives Jae-hun a headache. When the system granted citizenship, it didn't specify humans. It said any being that met the requirements could be accepted as a citizen. Jae-hun never imagined that monsters could be granted citizenship too, especially monsters that eat humans. Jae-hun asks if Sunkyu was originally human. Sunkyu confirms it. He was an ordinary human until he was bitten by a vampire named On Sang-hyuk. Jae-hun realizes that might be exactly why citizenship was granted, because Sunkyu had once been human. He tells him to keep talking. Sunkyu explains that during his early days as a lowest-tier vampire, his memories were hazy. By biting humans, he eventually grew from lowest tier into a low-tier vampire. Jae-hun presses further, asking about the difference between lowest tier and low tier. Sunkyu explains that vampire ranks exist. Lowest-tier vampires are essentially beasts, driven only by instinct, retaining just enough intelligence to follow orders. Starting from low-tier vampires, however, their human sense of self returns, and they gain the ability to create and command a swarm. Jae-hun then asks what rank Sang-hyuk was. Sunkyu answers that he was a middle-tier vampire. Jae-hun processes this information internally. Sunkyu is currently a low-tier vampire at level 28, meaning a middle-tier vampire would be at an even higher level. Jae-hun doesn't know how far the hierarchy goes, but at the very least it reaches high tier. That means the level scaling is probably insanely bloated. Finally, Jae-hun asks one last question. Jae-hun stares him down with a deathly gaze and delivers his demand: "Tell me where he is." Sungkyu is still on his knees, trembling and broken, right on the edge of spilling everything about Sanghyuk. The tension is suffocating, the atmosphere heavy, and finally he caves in. He reveals the location of Sanghyuk, that is Deondong. Sanghyuk is hiding in an apartment complex there. Just like that, the last piece of the puzzle drops. Jae-hun acknowledges it, but Sungkyu suddenly panics, begging him to wait. He insists he will personally guide them, swearing he wants to see divine punishment fall on that bastard who ruined everything, his desperation painfully obvious. Right then, a system notification pops up, stating that Sungkyu's loyalty has increased. Instead of relief, Jae-hun feels pure disgust. Watching someone's loyalty rise out of sheer fear and survival instinct has never felt this revolting. Whether Sungkyu was once human or not doesn't matter anymore. To Jae-hun, he's just a monster who devoured innocent citizens, and he has zero intention of valuing that loyalty. He has already heard enough. If Sungkyu wants revenge that badly, then he can earn it himself. Jae-hun immediately issues a quest. The mission is simple: kill An Sang-hyuk. The time limit is 24 hours. The reward is a small amount of experience points. The failure penalty is death. It's basically a death sentence disguised as an opportunity. Standing over him with cold, suffocating pressure, Jae-hun tells Sungkyu to do it himself. Internally, he has no intention of sparing him. There is no mercy here. His voice carries a threatening edge as he orders Sungkyu to go find Sang-hyuk and kill that bastard on his own. Sungkyu completely freaks out and begs to drink human blood. He claims that if he just reaches the middle tier, taking down someone like Sang-hyuk would be easy. Jae-hun instantly shuts that down. If Sungkyu even lays a finger on a human, his head will explode on the spot. The terror hits immediately. Sungkyu is basically shitting in his vampire pants. Jae-hun knows the quest is almost guaranteed to kill him, but he also knows he can't let this guy become desperate and start attacking random people, so instead he opens the store. In front of Sungkyu, an M16 rifle and 100 rounds of ammunition materialize out of thin air. The vampire is completely stunned. Jae-hun wonders if planting even a tiny bit of hope will push him forward. He tells Sungkyu this is his chance, a chance to take revenge on the one who turned him into this. Sungkyu grips the rifle tightly. With this, he believes it's possible. He accepts the mission. Jae-hun then gives a final warning: do your best and wipe out every last vampire. But if he uses that weapon against anyone who isn't a vampire, Jae-hun will kill him instantly. The message is crystal clear. Sungkyu nods frantically and runs, fear driving every step. After that, Jae-hun uses the ring of communication and contacts Seo Yejin. He confirms she can hear him and tells her he wants her to attach a surveillance rat to a certain man. He asks her to come to his house soon. She agrees without hesitation. Standing among the corpses of his fallen citizens, Jae-hun reflects on the reality of the situation. If there are monsters nearby feeding on humans, the only correct answer for everyone's safety is extermination. Vampires must be wiped out. He needs to form a dedicated team to hunt them. Looking at the bodies lying in pools of blood, the weight of failure crushes him. Only one word escapes his mouth: damn it. Soon after, people arrive and begin closing the eyes of the victims, giving them what little dignity remains. Jae-hun had already asked Dabin to dispatch a relief team, and together they begin clearing the horrific scene. The scale of the tragedy is overwhelming. Dabin reports that everything is ready, but they found nothing to confirm the identities of the victims or locate their families. Without the internet or communications, tracking them is nearly impossible. Jae-hun knows it can't be helped, but the guilt still burns. This is a tragedy that could have been prevented if vampires had been filtered out from the start. At the very least, he wanted to find their families. He apologizes to the dead for failing to protect them. Then he activates his middle-tier elemental fire magic and burns their bodies, promising revenge. He vows to carry their anger and grief in their place. He asks them to rest in peace as the flames consume the scene, his hatred for vampires growing even stronger. The scene shifts to Deondong. A dilapidated apartment complex stands. Sungkyu is charging through the area, screaming, clutching the M16 as he opens fire on every lowest-tier vampire in sight. Bodies drop one after another as he rages. He shouts that he has come back to kill Sang-hyuk, his voice echoing through the building. Meanwhile, Seo Yejin's rat provides real-time surveillance to Jae-hun and Seo Yejin. Jae-hun calmly observes everything. Using his ultimate eyes, he realizes something ridiculous. Sungkyu is spraying bullets non-stop. He was only given 100 rounds, yet he is wasting them on lowest-tier vampires. Sungkyu claimed that low-tier vampires have their intelligence, but watching him now, Jae-hun can only think that Sungkyu is just a dumb fuck. From the start, Jae-hun never expected him to succeed anyway. Right then, the rifle runs out of ammunition. At the exact same moment, Jae-hun opens his storage and dematerializes the weapon entirely. Sungkyu is left empty-handed and immediately starts begging for more bullets. 100 rounds, no, 50 would be enough. Before he gets an answer, a voice cuts through the air. Sungkyu freezes. A woman stands in front of him. She heard the commotion and came to see what was happening. She quickly realizes who he is. It's Sungkyu, the one who got kicked out, returning alone like an idiot. The woman is clearly a vampire. Sungkyu explodes with rage and charges at her with his claws. She only smiles and mocks his filthy mouth. With a simple gesture and glowing red eyes, she orders the low-tier vampires to attack. They swarm him instantly, piling on and restraining him. Sungkyu struggles, screaming and cursing as they cling to him. The woman yawns, calling the situation boring. She asks if he even knows why he was thrown away in the first place. It's because he's stupid. He demands an explanation while struggling under the weight of the dumb monsters. She mocks him. He can't even handle low-tier vampires. He can't even take care of himself, yet he wastes food. Even while pinned down, Sungkyu continues cursing her, calling her a fucking bitch. She demands honesty. She noticed the marks on the walls and the noise earlier. She knows he brought a gun and wants to know where he hid it. Instead of answering, Sungkyu spits in her face and tells her to frick off. The woman's expression turns cold. This is why stupid bastards don't live long. She orders the lowest-tier vampires to kill him. Their mouths open wide as they loom over him. In the next moment, blood spills, meaning Sungkyu is dead. Sungkyu dies in the very next second, just like that, gone. Our protagonist, Jae-hun, receives the system notification confirming Sungkyu's death. Just then, the lowest-tier vampires who killed Sungkyu begin to change. Their bodies start trembling, steam rising and leaking from their skin as if something inside them is boiling over. The vampire girl watches this and realizes something insane is happening, thinking their nutritional condition was better than expected, and she didn't even know their kind could evolve. The vampire woman immediately takes control and orders them to search around and see if there is anything like a gun. The vampires obey without hesitation, sprinting through the area to find weapons. But suddenly she notices something strange, an unusual smell lingering in the air, something that doesn't feel right. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jae-hun is already prepared. He remembers what Sungkyu demonstrated, that vampires can die if they get shot, meaning bullets work on them. This realization changes everything. Jae-hun orders Seo Yejin to get ready, and as he extends his hand, she agrees without hesitation. Internally, Jae-hun thinks about how the vampires being fixated on finding guns bought them precious time. Above Seo Yejin's rat, a system panel appears and gas starts leaking from it, slowly filling the entire floor. The vampire woman realizes it too late. The whole place is already saturated. Panic sets in. She understands the trap, but there is no time to escape. Jae-hun shouts for Seo Yejin to cut the link with the rat. In the same instant, Jae-hun summons burning tissues. Because the entire floor is filled with gas, the result is completely predictable. The space erupts in a blinding flash, and in the next moment, the entire floor explodes, wiping out everyone there. System notifications flood in front of Jae-hun, confirming he has hunted a low-tier vampire, level 28, hunted lowest-tier vampires, level 18, and more. The biggest confirmation is that the vampire woman has been successfully killed. Jae-hun exhales in relief, thinking, damn vampires, they were way closer than he thought. He realizes that if he levels up and his territory expands, there is a high chance their area will become part of his territory. That would make things complicated because they would be considered citizens. He is thankful he discovered vampires now. He decides he will wipe every last one of them out before that happens. Seo Yejin suddenly wonders if vampires might already exist inside their territory. Jae-hun confirms this, which is why the situation is such a headache. Even now, he cannot rule out the possibility that vampires are harming people under his rule. Seo Yejin suggests assigning quests to everyone and imposing sanctions, but Jae-hun immediately rejects the idea, saying it is too extreme. If innocent people are affected, it will destroy public trust. She realizes her mistake, while Jae-hun internally acknowledges that such an action would cost him public support and create chaos. He knows there is a limit to what he can do alone and wishes there were a way to sort citizens by their tendencies. Right at that moment, a system panel appears. The number of citizens has reached 30,000. Because of this, the achievement system has been unlocked. Jae-hun is shocked and curious. He checks the feature and learns that when a specific achievement is completed, he can grant titles with custom effects. Immediately, he realizes how insane this is. He sets the achievement condition as killing a person with citizenship. The system confirms the setting and asks him to choose a title and effects. This will help filter vampires because they are the ones most likely to kill citizens, though there is still a small risk of citizens killing citizens, which he believes he can manage. Jae-hun asks if he can delete titles whenever he wants, and the system confirms he can. Relieved, he names the title Murderer and the effects. All stats reduced by 80%, both hands sealed, and a visible murder brand appearing on the forehead. The system shows the cost, 40 million won to set and 4 million per activation. Jae-hun proceeds without hesitation. The achievement is successfully registered. One of his biggest worries is now solved. He can punish violent crimes like murder instantly and visibly. Criminals can be branded in a way everyone will see. He also realizes he can create positive achievements too, like monster hunting, which opens endless possibilities. Seo Yejin then suggests sending a message instead of sanctions, asking vampires to reveal themselves. Jae-hun tells her it is fine now because he has already found a solution. She is relieved and smiles brightly like a light bulb going off. She praises him, saying she doesn't know what he did, but he is amazing. Seeing that smile, Jae-hun blushes hard. Turns away, thanking her, while internally realizing he has been so focused on work that he never noticed how pretty Seo Yejin really is. Suddenly, someone rings the doorbell. The person says they came as soon as they got his message. Jae-hun lets them in. The door opens and the person steps inside. Jae-hun thinks about how this person is indispensable when handling large numbers of monsters. For the vampire extermination operation, he had to call Yo Hyerin. She arrives and is ready to start immediately, but Jae-hun stops her, saying there is something important they need to do first. The scene shifts to a vampire base. A group of vampires sits around a table. In the middle is Sang-hyuk, the one Jae-hun has been searching for. He announces that Shin Saram is dead. Everyone is shocked. One vampire suspects it is because of the explosion on the first floor. Another questions if she is really dead and asks what happened. Sang-hyuk explains the entire first-floor corridor exploded and that the lowest-tier vampires heard gunshots, so it was likely those bastards. A masked vampire slams the table in anger, assuming it was the cops. Sang-hyuk confirms it. Rage spreads through the room. Some want to kill them immediately and take their heads. Others say they should have shredded them before. However, one baldy vampire points out it is not simple because the enemies have guns. Another warns that a full war would be dangerous. Sang-hyuk thinks something feels off. They already knew about vampires, but suddenly launching a full attack makes no sense. How did they find the base? Why now? There are too many unanswered questions. Despite this, everyone demands a decision. Sang-hyuk declares they will attack. The room erupts with hype, but he adds they will not fight head-on. Instead, they will exploit the enemy's lack of supplies, infiltrate from within, and destroy them. He begins to name the person who will carry out this operation, but before he can finish, loud banging shakes the door. The knob starts moving. In the next second, the door swings open. Someone suddenly interrupts Sang-hyuk's meeting, and the guy is clearly annoyed as he demands to know what the hell the interruption is about. A hand slowly pushes the door open, and a lowest-tier vampire staggers inside, coughing violently and barely able to breathe. The dude warns them that it's dangerous and that they have to get out of there right now. Sang-hyuk immediately questions what that even means, but the lowest-tier vampire coughs harder and says there's no time for explanations. He urges them to go outside, mentioning the rats, but before he can finish the warning, chaos squeaks. Seo Yejin's rat suddenly bursts into the room in a wild leap. The lowest-tier vampire sees the rat and instantly looks horrified while the creature squeaks sharply. Realizing what's coming, the lowest-tier vampire screams for everyone to run, but it's already too late. The rat has fully entered the room, and a system panel suddenly appears above it, as Hyren's poison mist begins releasing from the tiny body. The moment Sang-hyuk sees the rat, he's shocked, instantly realizing how bad the situation is. Without wasting another second, he urgently tells everyone to hold their breath and jump out the window. Inside the room, the lower-tier vampires start dying as the poison mist spreads through the air. The elite members react immediately to Sang-hyuk's command and begin running, and within seconds they leap out through the window to escape. Meanwhile, the entire conference room fills with toxic gas. Elsewhere, a system panel appears for Jae-hun, announcing that low-tier vampires of level 22 and level 23 have been hunted, while the elite vampires manage to escape the gas and run outside. Right then, Jae-hun locates the leader, Sang-hyuk, and immediately commands Seo Yejin to follow them. Seo Yejin agrees, sending the rat to trail behind Sang-hyuk's group. Jae-hun begins analyzing the situation in his mind. Hyren's poison mist strategy definitely wiped out a decent number of vampires, but most of the ones killed were weak, low-level trash. The vampires in the conference room are completely different from the ones they fought earlier. Every single one of them is at least a low-tier vampire with levels in the high 20s. They're probably Sang-hyuk's elite members. If those guys aren't dealt with right now, they'll rebuild the swarm again and their numbers will explode. So the goal becomes obvious, wipe them out here if possible. Meanwhile, Seo Yejin's rat continues following the vampires quietly. But suddenly a hand shoots out and grabs the rat mid-movement. The one holding it is none other than Sang-hyuk himself. The rat is completely captured now, and all the vampires stare at it like predators staring down their next meal. The rat squeaks and struggles desperately in Sang-hyuk's grip, but Sang-hyuk doesn't hesitate for even a second. In the next moment, he crushes the rat with his bare hand, blood splashing the scene. At the same instant, the damage reflects back onto Seo Yejin herself. She suddenly cries out in pain, and Jae-hun immediately asks if she's okay. She confirms she is, but the backlash clearly hurts. Jae-hun quickly realizes the bad news. They didn't manage to kill even one of the top-ranked vampires. Ideally, he wanted to eliminate them before they could gather any information about them. Now the surviving vampires will realize how dangerous the poison mist is, and they'll also figure out that rats are being used to spread it. That means it's very questionable whether they'll ever stay inside enclosed spaces again. Hell, they might even move their main base entirely. Jae-hun calls out to Seo Yejin and asks her to keep watching whether the vampires relocate somewhere else, even though he knows it's difficult. She understands and agrees. But Jae-hun also realizes another harsh limitation. Every time one of Seo Yejin's rats dies, she takes a mental hit from the feedback. That means continuing to rely on the rat-based poison mist strategy will get harder and harder. In this situation, they're going to need help. And the only group that can realistically handle enemies at that level is Dongjin's party. Using his ultimate eyes skill, Jae-hun begins searching for the locations of Dongjin's party members. The scene shifts to a gym where people are training. One guy is casually bench pressing an insane amount of weight, and it turns out to be Dongjin himself. His fiancée, Gaeyong, asks what he thinks about the weights. Dongjin says they feel way lighter than he expected. Gaeyong is shocked because the total weight is 350 kilograms. Dongjin casually suggests she try it too, but Gaeyong immediately opposes the idea. Still, Dongjin reassures her and promises to help. Gaeyong's face goes pale because she absolutely does not want to bench press that monstrous weight, but she reluctantly lies down on the bench anyway. She warns Dongjin that if it looks like she can't handle it, he needs to step in immediately. Dongjin calmly tells her to trust him. She starts lifting the bar, and to her absolute shock, she can actually move it. In fact, she can lift it easily. Completely stunned, she asks how this is even possible and wonders if Dongjin is secretly lifting it for her. Dongjin just laughs and insists he's not doing anything. Meanwhile, Jaehyun observes Dongjin through his skill and thinks about what happened after Dongjin returned from Jangjeondong. After learning that his parents were gone, Dongjin kept a blank expression on his face, but his eyes were filled with deep sadness. Now though, the heavy atmosphere around him seems to have faded a lot. That alone is a huge relief. He's clearly doing much better now, probably thanks to Gaeyong and the members of her family who stayed by his side. From the looks of things, Dongjin seems ready again. Next, Jaehyun checks on the other party members using the ultimate eyes skill. He sees a knight cutting down a goblin with a halberd while training continues. Jiyeon comments to Kang that, compared to before, the soldiers' movements have become much more natural. Kang agrees and says they've been training non-stop for a while. After wasting time doing nothing but drinking alcohol, he finally came to his senses and realized he couldn't stay weak forever. Jiyeon says he feels the same and demonstrates something new he can do. When Kang turns around to look, he's completely stunned. Jiyeon's entire appearance has changed. His hands have transformed into wings that resemble a crow's. Jiyeon casually asks how it looks and suggests they go a bit farther out for today's hunt. A system notification appears, revealing that Jiyeon's skill, Crow Command, has evolved into Crow Synchronization. The description explains that fusion is only possible with a target whose affinity has reached 100. Watching this, Jaehyun realizes something important. Skills can evolve through personal effort. Jiyeon must have fused with the crow he keeps with him. That would make scouting incredibly convenient. If Jiyeon can fly in that form, his scouting range will become massive. From what Jaehyun can see, both Kang and Jiyeon look completely ready. Next, he checks on the last member, Byung-ho. Recently, Byung-ho got a car and has been traveling far away to hunt. Right now, Byung-ho sits in the back seat while Yeonju drives and Dajung sits beside her. Byung-ho wonders if Kang and Jiyeon are just drinking again today. Yeonju tells him to leave them alone and says they'll come to their senses eventually. Byung-ho still worries and asks if they really will. Yeonju confidently replies that they're strong and just need a little time. For things like this, time is the best medicine. Jaehyun silently agrees with that thought. Honestly, he would prefer giving them even more time to recover. But among all the parties in this territory, Dongjeon's group is the ace party. They've received the most investment and possess the most overwhelming power. At that moment, Jaehyun activates the ring of communication and contacts everyone in Dongjeon's party, Dongjeon first, followed by Gaeyong, Jiyeon, Kang, Yeonju, Dajung, and Byung-ho. He greets them after a long time and asks if they've been resting well, saying there's something important he needs to tell them. Inside his mind, Jaehyun already knows the truth. The only people capable of solving the vampire problem, no matter how he thinks about it, are them. The remaining elite vampires gather once again in a tense meeting. The atmosphere is heated, anger simmering in the room, as one of them insists they must attack those bastards first. To them, this is basically a declaration of war. Their comrades died to that rat bastard, and they cannot just sit around doing nothing. All eyes eventually turn toward their leader, Sanghyuk. While the others keep running their mouths and pushing for immediate action, saying they just need the order and they will go deal with them, Sanghyuk remains calm, watching and thinking. Another vampire, the one with the ski mask from before, steps in and addresses Sanghyuk. Before anything else, he says they need to move the hideout first. If the enemy keeps attacking the same way, they will all die here. The masked vampire immediately snaps back in frustration, asking what the hell he is talking about. He argues that there is a saying about how there is no paradise in a place you run away to, basically calling the idea of retreat pathetic. The ski mask vampire fires back instantly, calling him an idiot. That group can carry out attacks with a single rat, and there is nothing good about staying in a location that has already been exposed. The masked vampire refuses to back down, insisting that this is exactly why they need to strike first. The two keep arguing, while Sanghyuk silently watches, deep in thought. The ski mask vampire pushes the point even further, asking if anyone here even knows who they are up against. The masked vampire scoffs and asks who the hell else it could be, those freaks with guns, but things are not that simple. Sanghyuk finally steps forward and shuts down the argument, saying that is not it. The masked vampire turns to him and asks if Sanghyuk actually knows who they really are. Sanghyuk admits that he does not know their identity, but he is certain of one thing. The group they assumed attacked them does not have anyone with abilities like the ones they witnessed. Then Sanghyuk brings up something strange that nobody else seemed to notice. The corpses disappeared after they were killed. Right before he escaped out the window during the terror attack with the poison mist, he saw some low-tier vampires get hit by the poison mist and die. But when they breathed their last, their bodies began disappearing little by little. And when Shin Saram was taken out, they could not find her body either. At first, Sanghyuk assumed it vanished because it got caught in the explosion, but now he is not so sure. Gunshots, explosions, and even rats spewing poison mist. There are simply way too many things that do not add up for this to be something the cops did. If it was not the cops, then some unknown group is targeting them. But the real question is why. The ski mask vampire urges Sanghyuk to make a decision quickly. They need to gather the surviving vampires and leave immediately. If they do not even know the enemy's identity, staying here only makes things more dangerous. Sanghyuk falls silent for a moment, deep in thought. His mind drifts away into an old memory. In that memory, a man stands in front of him and confirms his name is Sanghyuk. After Sanghyuk acknowledges it, the man tells him he will be leaving for a while and gives him a mission. Sanghyuk must eat everyone in the apartment complex, grow, form a swarm, and rule it. And until the man returns, Sanghyuk must not leave that place. Sanghyuk thanks him for entrusting him with such an important mission. However, he cautiously asks what would happen if something occurs that he cannot handle while the man is gone. The man smiles with clear amusement and praises Sanghyuk for being cautious. If it were the others, they would be bouncing around in excitement just thinking about getting stronger. After hearing the praise, Sanghyuk thanks him again. Then the man wearing a devilish smile says they should prepare a contingency plan just in case. If something truly dangerous happens, he will tell Sanghyuk the location where he will be staying. If Sanghyuk ever truly needs him, then he can come find him. The memory fades and the scene returns to the present. Sanghyuk calls out to the vampire with the ski mask. His name is revealed to be Sun Jihwan. Sanghyuk asks him a simple question whether he is the fastest vampire here. Jihwan confirms that he is, confused about why Sanghyuk suddenly asks. Sanghyuk's expression turns terrifying as he makes his decision. They are not moving bases, they are waiting here. Jihwan immediately protests, but Sanghyuk cuts him off. Judging by the enemy's recent moves, whoever attacked them will probably strike again very soon. Before it is too late, Jihwan needs to deliver a message to the one who made Sanghyuk. That person is Young-Hoon. Sanghyuk tells him to inform Young-Hoon that they need his help. The scene shifts to evening. A building comes into view, something that looks like a guest house. Inside, blood is splattered all over the floor. One man is desperately begging for his life, struggling to breathe. Another vampire questions why they are being treated like this after being turned into vampires when they were dying. Standing among the bodies is none other than Young-Hoon himself, casually slaughtering vampires. Young-Hoon responds coldly. Depending on how you look at it, he says they might see it that way. The terrified vampire asks if they are not of the same kind. Young-Hoon replies that since they seem to need to understand, he will make an exception and explain it clearly. A vampire is naturally a monster that eats people, but humans are way too lacking in nutrition. At that moment, horrifying blood tentacles burst out from Young-Hoon's back. The blood constructs spear through the vampire's body and begin draining him dry. Young-Hoon calmly explains that eating humans is not efficient for growth. Then he brings up a twisted question. If a vampire grows by eating lots of humans and then gets eaten by another vampire, what do you think happens? The answer is obvious. The one who consumes them absorbs highly concentrated nutrients all at once. After draining him completely, Young-Hoon casually drops the empty vampire body he was holding. He asks if the situation is clear now about why he turned them into vampires. In short, they are not vampires. He is the vampire. The vampire lying on the floor begs him not to come any closer. Young-Hoon simply smiles and calls them livestock. His blood tentacles pierce the vampire again and suck him dry. The writhing blood tendrils drain every last drop as Young-Hoon casually evaluates the result. He notes that the vampire has ripened nicely, but it is still not enough. Thinking to himself, Young-Hoon remembers that it has been quite some time since he looted another location. By now it should be perfectly ready to eat. The only problem is that he cannot quite remember where that place was. He tries to recall the name of the location. Right then, the front door opens. Sun Jihwan arrives at the building and politely introduces himself. He states his name and explains that he is Sanghyuk's subordinate. An unknown organization carried out a terror attack in Deondong, so Sanghyuk sent him all the way here to request help. Young-Hoon looks at the unexpected visitor in silence. Then suddenly realization hits him. He remembers now. That place was his food storage, it was them. Jihwan finally notices the piles of slaughtered vampires around him and completely panics, wondering what the hell happened here. Meanwhile, Young-Hoon calmly finishes remembering the location. Deondong. The scene transitions into night. A beautiful moon hangs in the sky. In front of the vampire base, Dongjin and his party stand ready. Dongjin asks if this is the place Jae-hun mentioned. Then he orders everyone to draw their weapons and get ready. From this moment onward, they will exterminate every single vampire in that place. The entire party prepares for a full slaughter. Before the long-awaited clash between Dongjin's party and the vampires could even begin, the scene rewinds a few moments earlier, setting the stage for everything about to go down. Jae-hun drops the bombshell, revealing the existence of vampires to Dongjin's party, and yeah, the reaction is exactly what you'd expect, pure shock. No one saw that coming. Jae-hun confirms that's exactly why he gathered everyone here. Dongjin immediately presses him, asking if the vampires are still in Deondong. Jae-hun reassures them they've been tracking the situation using Seo Yejin's rats, but so far the vampires haven't made any major moves. Then Jae-hun gets real. Based on their current strength, Dongjin's party should be able to wipe them out without much trouble. In fact, they're strong enough to overwhelm even the strongest fighter on the enemy's side. Easy win, right? Not quite. Because the real problem isn't strength, it's humanity. Jae-hun reminds them that these vampires were once human. Not monsters, people. They can talk, they can beg, and when they're about to die, they might scream for mercy. And that kind of thing, that kind of brutal, up-close reality can mess with your head, break your heart, leave scars. Guilt is inevitable. So he asks the question straight, are they really okay with doing this? Dongjin doesn't hesitate. He understands the concern, but he's already made peace with it. In this broken, ever-changing world, survival isn't clean. It's ugly. And this is just part of the process. Something they have to go through at least once. Because next time it might not even be vampires, it might be real humans, and when that day comes, they won't hesitate. The entire group locks in. No fear, no backing out. They're ready to smash. Dongjin reassures Jae-hun not to worry. Him and his squad aren't fragile like that. Even if their hearts break, they'll get back up again. They've done it before, they'll do it again. Jae-hun watches him in silence, realizing the weight behind those words. This is a man who lost his family and still stands tall, still choosing to protect others. Then Dongjin casually points at Kang and Jiyeon, joking that if things get too rough, they can always drown themselves in alcohol like those two did before. Jae-hun sighs, a small chuckle escaping. Maybe he really did worry too much. Having them here is more reassuring than he expected. He puts his trust in them once again. And just like that, the scene snaps back to the present. Inside the vampire stronghold, Sang-hyuk drums his long, claw-like nails against the table, clearly irritated. He's waiting for Jihoon, who should have been back by now. Way past the expected time, something's off. He starts wondering if something went wrong, maybe even on Young-hoon's side. Nearby, the masked vampire Shim Hyung-sik starts talking trash, cursing Jihoon and calling him a coward who probably dipped to save his own skin. But Sang-hyuk immediately shuts that down. That's not the kind of man Jihoon is. Still, the delay is suspicious. Maybe he ran into a monster, and right as that thought lands, a spear comes flying in at insane speed with lethal velocity slicing through the air. Before Hyung-sik can even finish reacting, the spear blasts past them, leaving both him and Sang-hyuk completely stunned. The sheer power behind that throw is unreal. They turn to look at it, yeah, definitely a spear. And then they see them. Dongjin's party has arrived. Dongjin gives the command to begin combat, and at the same time, Sang-hyuk orders every vampire in the complex to mobilize immediately. The whole place goes on high alert. Hyung-sik, already heated, calls it insane and charges straight at Kang in a fit of rage. But Kang, completely unfazed, absolute chill. As Hyung-sik rushes in, Kang simply raises his halberd and in one clean motion slices him in half. The entire vampire squad freezes. Shock spreads like wildfire. Even Sang-hyuk can't process what he just saw. Hyung-sik, one of the strongest among the low-tier vampires, just got folded in a single hit. What kind of monsters are these people? A system panel pops up confirming the kill. A level 28 low-tier vampire has been hunted. Hyung-sik's body starts dissolving, fading out of existence. And just like that, Sang-hyuk connects the dots. These are the same people who previously used rats to mess with their base. Through the building's speaker system, Sang-hyuk issues a full-scale command. Every vampire is ordered to fight back, no matter the cost. This place was entrusted to them by Young-hoon, and they're not letting it fall. At least that's the plan, because reality hits different. Dongjin's party moves like seasoned killers. Gaeyong fires an arrow that cleanly pierces through the bald vampire's skull. Yeonju in her bear form goes absolutely feral, tearing through enemies left and right. Meanwhile, Jiyeon, glasses and rifle locked in, keeps dropping targets from a distance. This isn't a battle, it's a massacre. Sang-hyuk watches in disbelief. They outnumber the intruders by a huge margin, so why are they getting completely destroyed? Why can't they even compete? These people aren't just strong, they're experienced. They are built different. Panic starts creeping in. They need another plan, fast. But it's already too late. In the blink of an eye, Dongjin appears right in front of Sang-hyuk and drives his spear straight through him. Sang-hyuk can't even process what just happened. Dongjin makes it clear they'll never win. Unlike the vampires, who only take from others, his group knows what it means to lose everything. And that difference, that's what makes them unstoppable. Then he unleashes a relentless barrage of spear strikes, tearing into Sang-hyuk's body. Sang-hyuk, barely holding on, calls out to Young-hoon in his mind, clinging to the promise he once made. And right then, something crashes down from above. The impact is massive, cutting straight into the middle of the battlefield. Dongjin instantly senses the danger and pulls back, because the one who just arrived is on a completely different level. Young-hoon, he casually mutters about being late because he grabbed a quick snack. Sang-hyuk, lying in his own pool, vision fading, looks up at him with relief. Finally, salvation. He made it in time, but Young-hoon barely spares him a glance. He wonders if Sang-hyuk is already dead and complains that the freshness is ruined. Bro has zero empathy. Then he turns. His eyes lock onto Dongjin's party, radiating pure killing intent. And with a voice dripping in menace, he demands to know if they're the bastards who tore up his food storage. Kang moves like a straight-up menace, cutting down vampires left and right with his halberd. No hesitation, no mercy, just pure slaughter. The battlefield is already looking like a graveyard when Byung-ho clocks the situation and notes that the outside is finally handled. Most of the vampires are wiped, leaving only the ones on Dongjin's side. Out of nowhere, something feels off. Kang catches sight of smoke rising in the distance, and the vibe is not vibing. Something just dropped, and whatever it is, it's not good news. Cut to the other side, Dongjin is facing off against Young-hoon, and the dude immediately comes in disrespectful, calling him the lowlife who ruined his food. Dongjin is straight up confused. What food? What is this guy even yapping about? Then it gets weirder for Young-hoon. Sang-hyuk's corpse just starts disappearing like it got erased from existence. Young-hoon is visibly thrown off for a second, realizing he can't even eat it. Bro is pissed, his meal just got deleted mid-game. At that exact moment, Jae-hun jumps in through the ring of communication, urgently warning Dongjin to fall back. The enemy in front of him isn't just any vampire, this guy is a high-tier vampire. But before Dongjin can even react, Young-hoon vanishes. Gone, and then he's right in front of Dongjin in less than a blink, swinging with everything he's got. The impact hits like a sonic explosion, launching Dongjin straight out of the complex. He crashes hard, landing on his flat ass, but somehow manages to get back up. The squad is already panicking, calling out to him, but Dongjin steadies himself and confirms he blocked the strike. He warns everyone, stay sharp. That bastard is high-tier, no joke. Young-hoon, meanwhile, is already analyzing, curious about the ability that made the corpses vanish without a trace. Then suddenly he pauses, he smells something, and his whole demeanor flips. Humans are supposed to taste like trash to him, low nutrition, not worth it. But this scent is different. Dude straight up licks his lips in a disgusting way and decides right then and there these guys aren't just enemies anymore. They're his next meal. Kang hears this nonsense and is like, what kind of absolute BS is this clown spouting? Young-hoon doesn't care. In his mind, it's simple, his food got wiped, so now they're replacing it. He lashes out instantly, blood tentacles snapping forward toward Kang. Kang doesn't back down, he charges head-on, ready to throw hands, but the difference in power is brutal. In the next second, Kang's silver armor shatters like glass. Kang freezes for a split second, shocked, and that's all it takes. Young-hoon appears right in front of him, ready to finish it. But clutch timing, Byung-ho teleports in and yoinks Kang out of there just before the killing blow lands. Clean save. Absolute MVP moment. Young-hoon is immediately annoyed while Byung-ho checks on Kang. Kang acknowledges it straight, if not for that save, he was done for. Young-hoon, though, is amused now. Teleportation 2? Interesting, Kang isn't done either. He taps into Sung Jinwoo's power and drops Arise. Instantly, multiple Iron Knights erupt from the ground like an army pulling up. Instead of fear, Young-hoon is actually enjoying this, calling it fun. Kang orders the charge and the Knights rush in without hesitation. And then they get absolutely folded. Young-hoon proves exactly why he's high tier. One clean sweep of his blood tentacles and the entire Knight squad gets obliterated like they were made of paper. He straight up calls them toys because to him that's all they are, but the team isn't done. While Young-hoon is busy flexing, Gae-young steps in. She's already drawn her bow, arrow of light fully charged. In the next second, she releases it with everything she's got. The arrow splits mid-flight into multiple projectiles, raining down and piercing into Young-hoon. It actually hurts him. Perfect timing, Dajung buffs Yeonju, who immediately dashes in. She launches herself into the air, aiming to strike from above, but Young-hoon reacts fast. His blood tentacles wrap around her midair, locking her down instantly. Yeonju gets caught off guard, completely restrained, and then she is thrown away like nothing. Gae-young fires again, but Young-hoon isn't falling for the same trick twice. He dodges the arrow easily, except not really, because the arrow curves, full 360, comes right back and slams into him anyway. That's her piercing skill kicking in, and the damage actually shows on his face this time. Then from above, the real combo hits. Jiyeon in crow form is carrying Dongjin into the sky. Dongjin is fully cloaked in black flames, looking like a aura farmer. He locks onto Young-hoon and drops a single command. Die. With full force, he hurls his spear downward, crashing into Young-hoon as he lands. The impact is massive. For a second, it actually feels like it might be over. Dongjin questions it. Did they finally finish him? Nope. Young-hoon's voice cuts through the aftermath. He's still alive, not just alive, impressed. He admits it himself, this is the first time he's struggled this much. Which means one thing, he's about to go all out. And his first target, the archer. His eyes lock onto Gae-young. His leg muscles tense, and in the next instant he disappears and reappears right in front of her, calling her a stupid bitch, ready to end her. But Gae-young doesn't panic, she smiles, because she's not alone. Backing her up is the real monster of this squad, Jae-hun, the god of this apocalypse. As Young-hoon closes in, Jae-hun calmly opens a system panel. The moment it appears, Young-hoon actually looks shocked for the first time. Too late, Jae-hun has already summoned a 20 kg plate and it's inches away from Young-hoon's face before he can even react. Impact. The heavy plate pierces straight through him. Yeah, bro is cooked. And just to add insult to injury, Gae-young throws in a final jab from the back. What an idiot. We see the party gathered, discussing Young-hoon's condition as he lies unconscious, his head completely smashed in, yet somehow healing, which has everyone low-key freaking out, as they question what kind of monsters they're even dealing with and whether this insane regeneration is what high-tier vampires are capable of. Dongjin cuts through the noise, telling everyone to be quiet as he notices Young-hoon starting to regain consciousness, and in the next moment Young-hoon's eyes slowly open, his vision blurred before gradually focusing on Dongjin's party surrounding him. As Dongjin calls him out like a monster, Young-hoon suddenly jolts awake, gasping for air, while his right eye bleeds uncontrollably, only for it to start healing in real time. But then Young-hoon snaps, dragging his hand across the ground in rage, as he spits out insults, calling them filthy dogs for daring to touch him, only for Dongjin to calmly shut him down. By explaining that his body won't move the way he wants because they fed him a neurotoxin while he was regenerating, which leaves Young-hoon visibly shocked. With a spear pointed directly at his neck, Dongjin makes it clear that if Young-hoon wants to live, he better start answering properly, pressing him for information about who he is, what the vampire leader is like, and where they can be found, demanding that he spill everything. Instead of panicking, Young-hoon starts laughing, completely amused even on the brink of death, calling the situation pathetic as he never imagined a day where prey would dare threaten him, before revealing that they are the new humanity, blessed by some mysterious being that granted them strength. When asked about this so-called being, Young-hoon admits that even he doesn't fully know who or what it is, but he does know where it exists, which immediately makes Dongjin snap and demand that he talk. But Young-hoon isn't about to fold, mocking them by questioning whether they really think they can win even if they find that being. And in a sudden, unhinged move, he pierces his own body with a trembling hand, warning them not to get cocky as blood splatters everywhere, and Dongjin is left stunned, trying to figure out what the hell he's doing. Even as he bleeds out, Young-hoon keeps talking, making it clear that wiping out all vampires was never going to be easy, claiming that while other high-tier vampires might be weak, he's not about to go down to people like them, challenging them to struggle and work themselves to the bone before dying. This absolute madman has killed himself by piercing his own heart, instantly triggering system notifications as he dies. A notification confirms that a middle-tier vampire has been hunted, granting a massive amount of experience points, along with money deposited into the ultimate shut-in wallet, followed by another notification stating that a high-tier vampire level 49 has also been hunted, giving even more experience. However, because the individual died by his own hand, the settlement amount is adjusted, and another notification reveals that the leader of the Deondong Pure Castle apartment complex has been killed, unlocking the ability to build an outpost base in that area. As the system continues popping off, we see skill levels increasing, including the House Declaration skill reaching level 25, and as the protagonist levels up again, his territory expands once more with the system confirming the expansion. As always, Jae-hun drops to his knees, overwhelmed by the intense pain that comes with leveling up, while behind him, Seo Yejin watches with concern, asking if the territory expanded again. Jae-hun is surprised she can tell, but Seo Yejin explains that every time the territory expands, he ends up like this, clearly worried about whether he's actually okay, which makes Jae-hun realize that she's often been by his side during these moments. He reassures her that it's only temporary before shifting focus, asking about the situation around Deondong, and Seo Yejin reports that it looks like all the vampires have been exterminated. Right then, Dongjin contacts Jae-hun telepathically, confirming that they've finished searching the complex as instructed, but after a pause, he admits that there don't seem to be any survivors. Jae-hun acknowledges this calmly, saying it's as expected before telling them to return and rest, and the party follows his orders. He then turns back to Seo Yejin, thanking her for her hard work and telling her she can head back as well, and as she leaves, she reminds him that rest is important too and tells him not to push himself too hard. Jae-hun gives a faint smile, wondering if he really looks that worn out, but despite appreciating the concern, he makes it clear he can't rest yet, as he opens his achievement system. Thinking about how his expanding territory brings more people under his control, he realizes that while he wants to accept everyone, there's a risk of vampires slipping in, so he decides to create a specific achievement targeting vampires, to prevent future problems. The system prompts him to set the achievement description, and Jae-hun defines it so that if a vampire gains citizenship, their abilities will be heavily restricted, and a mark will appear on their face, similar to how murders are identified, and the system confirms the setup is complete. Moving on, he considers how to distribute the 3 skill points he just earned from leveling up, already having a plan for one of them as he opens the store and upgrades it. A system window announces that the ultimate shut-in store has reached level 6, increasing the number of items that can be listed to 1,000, while applying a 30% discount to all products, which matches what Jae-hun expected, since every even level adds a 10% discount effect. Then out of nowhere, another system panel appears, unlocking an enchantment function as the conditions are met, and adding an enchant workshop to the list of constructible buildings, which leaves Jae-hun confused about what enchantment even is. Curious, he enters construction mode and checks the description, learning that the enchant workshop allows equipment enhancement and the addition of magical effects with a construction cost of 500 million won. Noting that it doesn't require much space, he decides to place it next to the store and initiates construction in Unit 201, only to suddenly notice an option for immediate completion, which catches him off guard. The system explains that instant completion requires 8 crystals, prompting Jae-hun to think carefully, as he calculates that each crystal skips over 10 hours of build time, and with only 100 crystals left, and needing 300 for a mystic draw, he realizes he can't afford to waste them. Recalling the insanely powerful items he obtained from previous mystic draws, like the Ring of Communication and the Crown, he decides that using crystals there is far more valuable, so he cancels the immediate construction and the system confirms the cancellation. With that settled, Jae-hun decides to save his remaining 2 skill points for later, choosing to be more strategic with them moving forward. Jae-hun walks up to his balcony and looks down, thinking that right now within his territory restoration and repair work across the city is being carried out actively, led by the relief team and the construction team. Inside Jae-hun's territory, the city is looking as if the apocalypse never even happened, with buildings in great condition, streets clean, and construction teams carrying out their everyday work repairing everything like it's just another normal day. The whole territory feels like a safe haven in hell, and seeing this from his apartment, our protagonist Jae-hun takes it all in, thinking that damaged sections of the road are being fixed and abandoned vehicles are being cleared away. And although it's not like before, a small number of cars have started to run again. Because teachers have gathered and opened schools, children can receive the education that was previously interrupted, and at long last, everyone's daily lives are slowly coming back. A mother and child pass by, and instead of fear, the child wears a happy face like a child is supposed to, all because of our protagonist Jae-hun. He thinks that they can't let the vampires trample over the daily life and happiness they have barely reclaimed. Feeling the weight of everything, he admits he's tired and should rest a bit, stretching his body and letting out a slow yawn as sleep finally catches up to him. Like Seo Yejin said, rest is important too, so he removes his crown and sits on the sofa in exhaustion, drifting off to sleep while thinking he'll just rest a little, even if it's only for a little while. Just then, the scene transitions outside the territory into a dilapidated area, where a man stands surrounded by corpses littered with blood, casually remarking that young Hoon, that spineless bastard, died. The bulky man smiles, revealing sharp teeth, and it becomes obvious that he is also a vampire as that grin says everything. We see Jae-hun drift, only to find himself in a completely unknown place. A black void, swallowing everything around him, a suffocating darkness with no sense of direction or escape. He looks around, confused and unsettled, trying to make sense of where he is and how he ended up here, his mind already starting to spiral. Just then a voice cuts through the emptiness, calling out to him and asking why he did that, and suddenly figures begin to appear in front of him. Countless people all staring straight at him, all demanding answers, asking why he didn't save them. The accusations pile up heavier with each second as someone cries out that their family died, that it hurts so much, while others remind him that he can do anything, can't he, so why didn't he act? Jae-hun is completely horrified, frozen under the weight of their pain and expectations. Then from the side, another voice calls his name again, and when Jae-hun turns toward it, he sees Gae-young holding her father's corpse in her arms as she cries, her face blank and hollow, like all emotion has already been drained from her. She tells him her dad isn't breathing and insists that if it's him, he can save him, right? And that question alone hits harder than anything else. Jae-hun's legs begin to tremble uncontrollably as he slowly backs away, unable to face her. Before he can even process it, another voice echoes from behind him, reminding him of something he once said, that it wouldn't be the last time. And this voice belongs to Yeonju, the same woman who had once clung to hope that her son will appear once again. She stands there with tears streaming down her face, asking if she hadn't worked hard all this time, questioning if the reason was because it cost too much money, pressing him with a pain that feels far too real to ignore. Jae-hun desperately tries to deny it, insisting it's not like that, but his words feel weak against the crushing reality closing in on him. From the black void, countless hands suddenly reach out and grab onto him, clinging to him from every direction, all of them calling for his help, all of them dragging him deeper into their despair, and the sheer pressure becomes unbearable. The next moment, Jae-hun jolts awake from his sleep, completely shaken and breathing hard, the nightmare lingering in his mind like it actually happened, like something he didn't just dream but endured and witnessed firsthand. It's evening, and as he looks around, still disoriented, he questions where he is, and whether that was really just a dream, wondering if maybe it's because he has seen too many corpses lately. Because while nightmares aren't new to him, that one felt way too real to brush off. He gets up from the sofa with a tired sigh, his thoughts shifting as he realizes something else entirely. Why hasn't Yeonju contacted him yet? Especially when a vampire of that level should have been enough to justify giving her a quest. Deciding not to overthink it, he reaches for the Ring of Communication and calls her, asking if she could come to his house for a bit because there's something he wants to talk about. After some time passes, the door opens and Yeonju arrives, greeting him as calmly as ever, saying she came because he called for her. Jae-hun invites her inside, asking her to come in first since there's something important he wants to discuss, and she agrees without hesitation. Soon, they are seated across from each other at a table, quietly drinking coffee, the atmosphere calm, but carrying an unspoken weight. Jae-hun finally brings up the topic of Siwoo, asking why she didn't request for her son to be revived one more time, and though he apologizes for not phrasing it more carefully, the question still lands. Yeonju responds without resentment, saying his feelings came through clearly enough, and then she begins to explain that on that day she experienced the miracle of meeting her son again, something that was only possible because of him. But after that moment, she witnessed Gae-young's father pass away, and she saw her companions who had all lost their families, and she also heard Dajung's story, each piece of suffering adding to a realization she couldn't ignore. As Jae-hun listens in silence, Yeonju continues, explaining that seeing everyone struggle and suffer made her understand that if she kept insisting on seeing Siwoo again, it would eventually become a problem. People would begin clinging to Jae-hun, desperately trying to hold on to those they had already lost, and the fragile society that had only just begun to stabilize could easily collapse back into chaos. She admits she didn't want Siwoo to become the spark that ignites that kind of conflict, and honestly she comes off as the best character in the story, no debate. At that point, Jae-hun finally understands why she never made the request, why she chose to let things remain as they were. Yeonju continues, saying that everyone is carrying similar pain, yet they still keep living, and because of that she reached the conclusion that there was no reason for her alone to be any different. She then thanks Jae-hun sincerely for granting her that miracle, for giving her and Siwoo the chance to meet again, saying that even now the time she was given to say goodbye still feels like a dream, and that it brought her immense comfort. Hearing all of this, Jae-hun realizes something subtle but powerful. Yeonju's expression is completely different from when he first met her. Back then she was a complete mess, unstable and consumed by grief, but now she looks calm, satisfied, and genuinely at peace. He acknowledges that it's a relief, but internally he reflects on how, unlike before, there is now a quiet stability in her gentle expression, something that almost feels out of reach for him. After their short meeting, Yeonju gets up to leave, and Jae-hun thanks her for coming, but she insists that she should be the one thanking him. As she turns to go, she expresses her gratitude once more for everything he has done for her, wishing him a good night, and Jae-hun responds with a faint, genuine smile. Now alone, he reflects on the conversation, realizing that Yeonju was far more of an adult than he was, that instead of him comforting her, it was her answer that ended up comforting him. He feels like if he went back to sleep now, he might finally be able to rest peacefully. As the scene fades, night fully takes over and the moon glitters softly in the dark sky, bringing a rare sense of quiet to everything. Several weeks pass in what feels like the blink of an eye, and the scene shifts abruptly to the sound of gunfire echoing through the air, somewhere else entirely. Bullets tear through groups of goblins, cutting them down one after another, and the ones responsible for this clean sweep are none other than the trio everyone knows, the twins and Seunjob. Seunjob receives a system notification confirming that the quest has been completed, that the reward will be given, and that he has obtained a small amount of experience points, and he can't help but grin as he notes that he has hit his daily target. Turning to the twins, he asks how many they have left, and both of them respond that they have about 5 more each, which only makes him smirk. With zero empathy, he tells them to finish the rest of the hunt by themselves, which immediately pisses off one of the twins, who calls it nonsense, and tells him to stick around longer, but Seunjob casually walks away, saying he's clocking out first, and that they need to start building some independence. He even throws in a mocking grin as he looks back, basically calling them out for always relying on others like brats, which clearly hits a nerve. The first twin is ready to snap, but the second one steps in, calming him down and telling Seunjob to just go, assuring him that they'll handle the rest themselves. Seunjob accepts that response easily, saying that as long as they understand, that's enough, and then he leaves without another glance. Once he's gone, the second twin admits the obvious truth, that without him, things get significantly harder, but even so, they have no choice but to manage on their own. The first twin reflects on that day when the Cyclops appeared, when they ran into the parking lot in desperation, realizing that everything they're going through now is the price they have to pay. Jae-hun had assigned them an intense hunting mission that resets every single day, and the penalty for failing it is 1 minute of unbearable pain, a punishment that feels way longer than it sounds. They've already experienced that pain multiple times, their bodies pushed to the brink whenever they failed to meet the quota, and each time it felt so excruciating that death almost seemed like the better option. A relentless hunting hell that repeats daily, where failure brings agony intense enough to make you wish for death. And because of that, they regret their actions from that day more deeply than anything else. The weight of that mistake burned into them for good.